to Dub Nation.
Steph Curry from downtown again.
And to those who bleed orange and black.
Out of here.
Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Oh, we made it. Happy Friday, everybody. A Friday in which I urge you to run the damn ball. If you're watching on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, the hat that speaks to a Friday. When the Run the Damn Ball hat comes out, the weekend is near, and we're fired up. It's getting ever closer to Christmas. I do believe SantaCon is tomorrow for all you youngsters out there. Be safe, kids. Be safe. Have fun. Anyway, great Thursday night in the books. Thursday night football actually entertaining, and it started the fantasy football playoffs between me and Raph. It's on now. It's on. Bijan versus Baker throwing haymakers at each other last night. So it's on between me and Raph. It's on site between me and Raph now for the rest of the weekend. And I'm turning to my right to see a young man who may or may not be at SantaCon this weekend. Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher. Happy Friday, brother.
Murph, happy Football Friday. Happy blanking 49er Friday. We finally get another Friday with the 49ers back in our lives. It feels like it's been so long since we've had a Football Friday.
It does. I mean, honestly. And what's our reward? The Titans.
Yeah.
I mean,
we get the Tennessee Titans coming to town.
And they will win this game, right?
Yeah, they're going to win
call
this
this
game.
right now. Brian and Bobby's best bets, 6:02 in the morning, 6:01 in the morning.
Lock
Niners
it
win.
in. Charles Barkley guaranteed, which means that the Titans will end up winning because Charles Barkley guarantees are never guaranteed. But yeah, Murph, this is a game that the 49ers should, and by my prediction, will win this Sunday.
Yeah, and get to 10-4, which is nuts, right? What was the over-under this year on them? Was 10.5, I
believe
think?
it was 10.5.
But again, that was before, obviously, Brock Purdy misses 8 starts, et cetera, et cetera. But looks like they're going to hit it, brother. And it should be fun this weekend, too. Non-Niners is this Phillip Rivers story. They still haven't announced if he's going to be the starter. He was listed as an option, which means he's probably going to be the starter.
You got options, Murph.
They're up in Seattle. They're double-digit underdogs up in Seattle.
Yeah, dude. And to be honest, if Phil plays this weekend, I'm thinking about maybe adding it to the slate. I'm thinking about it.
I mean, honest to goodness, how much? Steve Young was on with the Dirty Work Boys in the afternoon talking about, like, he can't just walk out there and play great. He goes, if he does, what does that say about the NFL? Right? It's like, it's supposed to be hard.
I mean, yeah, I've seen a couple people like, what does this say about the overall development of younger quarterbacks if Phil Rivers at this point of his career is a better option off his couch than snagging a young quarterback off a practice squad or bringing in a QB3?
It's a good point. It's a good question. I mean, there is the personal connection between Shane Steichen and Phillip Rivers. And then there was Kyle. He wanted a piece of him too. Phillip Rivers has turned out as revered in the QB community.
Well, here's the thing, Murph. We don't know if Phillip has just been sitting on his couch this entire time or if he has been sitting in on offensive Zoom meetings with the Colts like he was apparently doing with the 49ers a couple of years ago.
Incredible. The story, I think I completely undersold that story. In fact, I know I completely undersold that story at the time. I do remember it reaching the margins of our awareness. Like, hey, man, did you hear the Niners were going to bring in Phil Rivers if they won? I was like, yeah, but we got to worry about because it was about, they'd lost to the Eagles. Brock Purdy's elbow was a mess. It was what's going to happen. We had bigger fish to fry. It was this little sort of tangential story. They're like, and a side note, the 49ers were ready to bring in Phil Rivers. I was like, yeah, I can't be bothered with that right now. And now that I'm going back and looking at the details, it's kind of wacky how far down the road they were.
Yeah, the timeline goes back a lot further than just the NFC Championship game. Shout out the Dirty Work Boys, Copes and D-Pop yesterday with Kyle Shanahan. He was talking about how they reached out to Phillip Rivers when Jimmy Garoppolo initially went down with the injury, and they told Phil, like, hey, we might give this kid Brock Purdy a chance, and we'll see what happens. We're literally talking about Brock Purdy playing so well. That's the difference of Phillip Rivers not being the quarterback for the 49ers that season.
Are we sleeping on, like, other stories of guys who should just be coming out of retirement? Like, who am I thinking of here? Like, well, Patrick Willis came on our show this week. We asked him, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
And he
Yeah, you asked him. He kind of joked about it.
Did he
deny
it?
I'm ready to go.
Did he deny it? I don't remember. Did he deny it?
He kind of joked and riffed about, like, if needed. I saw a couple other people ask Patrick the same question. He's like, yeah, if they really needed me, but I don't know how serious all these guys are.
What about other sports? Like, Is there a hooper out there that's retired that you can get him out? Like, well, I joked the other day about.
I said Moley.
Young Tony asked us what Bay Area athlete would you bring back to win a championship, and I promptly said Lincecum or Bumgarner.
Oh.
He said, "Did you hear my question?"
No, he did not.
No, I
Tony.
did not hear your question. And then I brought up Chris Mullen. Mullen could go out there and probably score a couple buckets, couldn't he?
He can get you a couple.
I don't know about him running up and down the court, but I remember him when he came on. And we asked him about a game of horse against Steph, and he said, "I'll take my chances." You gotta love it.
Shoot or shoot.
Larry Bird, Magic Johnson. I mean, those guys are perhaps a tad older, but anybody who's retired in the last couple of years in baseball, nah, you can't.
No,
come
there's
up
not
with
too
that.
many early retirements in baseball.
Well, but there's a firm belief that Barry Bonds at age 60 could go hit, I don't know, 280. Probably with like 17 bombs.
I haven't retired. Thank you.
I mean, there is a firm, especially because when he did leave in 2007, he was not nearly ready to be done.
No.
I think he hit 28 bombs that year. And then let's face it, he got blacklisted or blackballed or whatever the phrase you want to use in terms of, he got banned basically. It was the steroid, there was the fallout from the steroids, and then now everybody was running away from the steroids. And even Peter McGowan in his late stage ownership had to have the conversation with Bonds. He's like, "Yeah, we're not re-signing you, man. You're like box office poison." Everybody was down on him, but now he's back. Like, I would say, like, the steroid era went from, we loved it, 98, McGuire Sosa, we all went crazy, to Game of Shadows, and we all felt shame. We all felt tremendous shame. I can't tell you, Marcus, how many shows in the 05 corridor we did on, like, the revelation after revelation about Balco. The Chronicle was slapping front page headlines on Balco every day. I remember Jason Giambi one day, and then, of course, just all of it. And we talked about it so much, man. And so there was a huge backlash against the steroid guys, and they became poison. And that's why the Giants dropped Bonds, right? And then remember, they barely even acknowledged 762. They put up like a little tiny no parking sign out.
And then someone like stole the sign.
Yeah. And then they tried to pretend that they didn't notice it was missing or whatever.
Oh, sure. Who stole it, huh?
But dude, now Barry shows up at the park. Barry. Now everybody. So, it is interesting how things change through the years. But getting back to the original point, Bonds could hit. Yeah. He can hit now.
He can hit
right now.
Yeah, time heals all, but hasn't healed everything because he's still not in the Hall of Fame.
No, and 2031, well, who knows how we'll feel. But anyway, Will Clark has done things where he's been in his garage hitting, and his swing looks as good as ever.
Yeah.
I'd love to get him out there, too. So anyway, it's all by way of saying Phil Rivers could very well be quarterbacking in Seattle this Sunday. How was the rest of your Thursday night, buddy?
Thursday night was chill. A little Thursday night football action. I don't know how the hell the Buccaneers blew that game in a game where it seemed like there was a flag on every play by the Falcons. What was it, 19 penalties yesterday? One of the highest totals of the entire season. And then blowing a 14-point lead in the fourth quarter when Kirk Cousin leads a game-winning drive with 2 minutes to go. Picking up conversions when it's 3rd and 28 and 4th and 14.
That's when you deserve to lose. Like, there was a lot of weird stuff in that game, but I was like, all right, but you can't stop 3rd and 28 and 4th and 14. You take your L.
You like that?
Or you turn out to be Todd Bowles after the game. What happens when you watch your team blow a 14-point lead to the frickin' mail-it-in Falcons, who had 3rd and 28 and 4th and 14? Then you talk like this.
It's inexcusable. You don't make excuses. You gotta care enough where the shit hurts. You gotta care enough where the shit hurts. It gotta mean something to you. It's more than a job. It's your livelihood. How well do you know your job? How well can you do your job? Well, you can't sugarcoat that shit. It was inexcusable, and there's no answer for it. There's no excuse for it. That's what you tell them in the locker room. Look in the mirror.
There you go, Todd Bowles.
That was my first time hearing that.
Yeah.
That's how you start a Friday morning. I need that as like my alarm clock.
That is like, you apply that to anything in life. That's kind of young Tony, the way when he showed up for work and he told us his mantra of life, don't take it personal, know your role, do your job, keep your mouth shut. Basically, that's what Boz said. You gotta, what do you say? You gotta effing care enough that this S hurts. I think
you gotta care enough where the shit hurts.
There.
You
that's
gotta
it.
care enough
that's
where the
it.
shit hurts.
That's the slogan. That's the slogan in life. You gotta effing care enough that this S hurts.
Now,
by the way, 8th grade CYO basketball tournament tomorrow. Guess what the pregame speech is?
Tell them.
You gotta care enough.
You gotta care, kids.
Where the shit hurts.
You gotta care. So
this is not your job. This is a livelihood.
Well, I can say it looked like Mike Evans cared. I don't know if you guys saw the footage of him in the tunnel after the game. He was just screaming to himself, 3rd and 28.
Oh, really?
3rd and 28.
He was?
He was storming out in the tunnel, just screaming 3rd and 28 to himself.
Oh, man. Well, I mean, dude, that will haunt the Bucs. I mean, they've been skidding. Now, again, they can still win the NFC South, but it's the Panthers. The Panthers play the Bucs twice in the final 3 weeks now. How do you feel about that? That's going on lately in these new division things where they save division rivals for twice in the last 3 weeks.
I don't like it.
I don't like it either. I don't like it either.
No, spread it out.
Because I think the teams should face each other in their one version of them in the early fall and one version of them in the late fall. I think you should see because all of a sudden now, because teams change and evolve and the injury, I just think there should be 2 tests. One test week 1 through 6 and one test in the final 3 weeks. I think that's a fair judge of how the division should play up. But hey, I ain't the commish. I'd like to be the commish.
No, I'm with you. Like this weekend, Chargers and Chiefs are squaring off. They squared off week 1, actually out in Brazil, but you're talking about 2 different points of the season. It's like the 49ers and Seahawks early on the season, and they're going to end up the season with them. Yeah, I don't like it when you play 2 teams within the same month. It just kind of, it's weird from a strategy and scheming standpoint.
And they're doing it. It happens a lot. Go look at the schedules. There's a lot of division foes that play each other twice in the last 3 weeks. The NFL seems to like it. They seem to think it's cool.
I guess they're trying to make more drama at the end of the season.
But it feels repetitive, and I'd rather build up to one game because now they're going to play, and then they're like, well, but we'll see you guys again in 2 weeks. And it's just I don't know.
I'm with you.
That's me, buddy. That's me.
I got you, Murph.
Meanwhile, not repetitive. The Warriors are finally back on the court tonight, and Steph Curry's back, which is great.
Hell yes.
This will be fun. And they talked a lot about Kuminga, who remains the driving force of Chase Center. So we got that. We got a football Friday. We got California State High School Football Championships on Friday and Saturday. I like to always shout those teams out. I could do it right now, actually, for all you Friday and Saturday crowd. I'm just going to go with the immediate Bay Area. I know there's larger Northern California teams, and you guys, some of you are listening. I'm sorry, it's just too much. I don't have all the time, so I'm going immediate Bay Area. Shout out Bishop O'Dowd playing tonight in the 5AA. Shout out Lincoln High of San Jose. You know him?
408.
6AA.
That's...
Lincoln,
no.
Lincoln High of San Jose.
Jacob went to James Lick, not Lincoln.
Right.
Yeah.
St. Ignatius. Go Cats. Get 'em Cats. Get 'em Cats. I got many, many, many cousins from St. Ignatius. And, of course, Larry Kruger, Creative Tony, on and on and on. So many SI Cats. Tonelli and all that. By the way, did you know Tonelli was a football coach there?
Yeah. He coached Kerry Crowley.
Yeah, and did you know he was a wild man on the sidelines?
I would love to see some of that
He was a wild
footage.
man, and he guess who he got into it. I'll give you a 2-answer question. You get to pick one. Who did Tonelli lose his S with more often on the sidelines? A, high school kids who blow assignments and forget what they're doing, or B, the refs.
B. It's got to be B. The answer is B. You don't even need to finish the option. The answer is B.
Dude, he was at war with the refs.
Dude, I would love to see Tennell on the sideline, calling out referees for live conspiracies during the game. He's got theories going on.
Dude, you know this guy. You put him on the sideline in a competitive environment, and there's a ref in front of him. Oh my God. So, anyway, I think he eventually was asked to leave the premises on many occasions by the Zebras.
That's my
anyway,
guy, Tennell.
St. Ignatius got SFPD. Shout out Dan Lurie, who will be on our show next week. They got a SFPD motorcycle escort to the airport. How about that?
Fancy.
Yeah. Meanwhile, on Saturday, shout out Balboa Public Schools, San Francisco, right here, a San Francisco public school playing in the 7A. El Cerrito, right across. They always have some players in the 4A. McClyman, shout out Oakland Public Schools, 3A, and then the big one, De La Salle, taking on your forever Raider, Carson Palmer's Santa Margarita High team.
Wow.
Carson Palmer is coaching the Southern California Champs. They play De La Salle. Yeah.
Has anybody called him about playing this weekend, like Philip Rivers? I mean, Philip Rivers literally just coaching high school football.
There you go.
Carson Palmer ready to go.
Where were you with Carson Palmer, the Raiders?
I hated the trade. They gave up 2 first-round draft picks for Carson Palmer. It was a huge overpay. He was a decent quarterback at the time, but never lived up to the standards. It was a huge overpay that set back the Raiders for a couple of years.
There it is. Take that, Carson Palmer.
Still, the Raiders are still set back, so what am I talking about?
Amy Trask got him on with us, though. We went to snap it. She would just snap her fingers. Carson, get over here. Give these guys an interview. So we had him on the show. All right, guys. It is Friday. It is December 12th. Is SantaCon tomorrow? Yeah?
Yes, it is.
Are you going?
There might be an appearance from the water boy. Maybe a young Tony. We'll see. We're working out some details
We'll ask
here.
young Tone on the other side on a Friday. Happy Friday. Run the damn ball on the Sports Leader.
More than a job. It's your livelihood.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday. Today's Friday, which means it's the last day we're doing these contests, so stay tuned. 7 to 10 for your chance to win 2 tickets to go see Toto, Christopher Cross, and the Romantics on Saturday, August 15th at Shoreline Amphitheater. We are also giving away 2 tickets to go see Styx and Chicago on Friday, September 4th at Concord Pavilion. We got a lot of stuff going on today, and both contests are brought to you by Live Nation. You can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Sends back to Klingberg on the point. He's got time. He slides to Orlov, who shoots. He scores! Dmitry Orlov gets his first goal of the season. Moves it back to Celebrini near side. Now back to the point. Minute and a half to go. Here's the shot. Score! John Klingberg puts it up in the air, and the Sharks tie the game. 2-on-1 developing. Wenberg moving in with Eklund. Back to Eklund. A shot. Save. Rebound. Score! Alex Wenberg gets the winner for the Sharks in overtime. And a stunned crowd is going to go home with the San Jose Sharks winning by the score of 3-2.
Oh, my favorite rejoin of the week right here. We're going Dan Ruzanowski Sharks 3, Philadelphia Flyers 2. You gotta love sticking it to Philly. And 80s Friday. Oh, Maple Leafs, pardon me.
Yeah.
They were in Philly the other day. My bad.
Yeah, they were in Toronto last night.
They were in Philly 2 days ago. My brain doesn't work anymore. To sticking it to the Maple Leafs in Toronto. Thank you very much. And it's 80s Friday, and we are going off the map, off the traditional map here. I'm just going to F around today. This is, you guys know IGY, Donald Fagan?
I'm not sure if I know this, but it sounds damn good, Murph.
Yeah, right? It could add to the Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher backyard barbecue list here. So Donald Fagan was in Steely Dan. Steely Dan was a controversial band. A lot of people loved him. My old partner, Paulie Mack, hated Steely Dan. It was always a hot topic because I'd be like, dude, Steely Dan, even though his Tiger Woods Ped song was one of my favorites. But Donald Fagan went solo and laid this banger down. People were like, damn, D. Fagan, look at you. And to me, it is one of the most underrated smooth grooves of the early 80s. And you guys are now on board.
It sounds good, Murph.
All right,
sounds
welcome.
good.
So IGWay, 90 minutes from New York to Paris. It's about the future. But anyway.
Oh, it's about the future, Murph, and the future is teal. Shout out the San Jose Sharks with a great comeback win yesterday, going down 2-0 up in Toronto yesterday. And Murph, I don't know where you stand with the film series The Mighty Ducks.
Well, I mean, appreciate, but not obsess.
Okay, so one of my favorite drills that Coach Bombay has the Ducks do is the cleaning up the trash type of drill, where he just walks in with a full trash can, full of cans, crumpled up, and he just throws it all on the ice. And he says, boys, today we got to clean up the trash. And that's just putting shots back in the net. That's what Winterberg did yesterday, cleaning up the trash in overtime to get the Sharks to win.
I like it. I like the whole thing. I like the Sharks. I like Emilio Estevez, right?
That's
the coach?
right,
Yeah,
Coach Bombay.
All right, Sharkies, they're doing their thing. By the way, this is what happens when you actually sit down and read a newspaper. I was reading, I usually read I'll take you guys inside my boudoir. I read my Chronicle, right, of course. And then I have digital subscriptions to the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal. I like to get all the viewpoints and all that stuff. So anyway, I was on the NYT, and I just scroll until I find something interesting, right? And boom! Who did they do a huge feature on? And I mean a big A feature. It took me 6 minutes to read it. Dude, a profile of Instagram's TikTok sensation Judy Jupiter.
Bro.
Dude, they did. It turns out Judy Jupiter is an icon in New York City. She's a former Studio 54 dancer. She was a sexy babe back in the 70s. She brought it, and she used to hang out at Studio 54 where they were just snorting lines and hanging out with Mick Jagger all through the 70s. And then she became a photographer for Studio 54 while she was a sexy dancer. And then she ran a modeling agency. And then she had this huge fallout because her modeling agency was fraudulent. She got into business trouble and she went bankrupt. And she was a pariah in the community, in the New York modeling community. And then she made a comeback as a TikToker, and now she's blowing up at age 78, dude. Judy Jupiter.
Dude, I did not know that the game of Judy Jupiter went this deep, Murph.
It's incredible. And the New York Times spent time on this. They spent a whole day with her walking around New York. And what she does is she just susses out people, and she can sniff whether you have it or you don't.
You got the look on you.
And she'll pick these people out, and it turns out her instinct's incredible because she'll just walk up to somebody and she'll just start filming. She's like, "You're here. Who are you?" And it turns out the guy's some athlete or actor or dancer or politician
I saw
or something.
a video of her with Sabrina Carpenter.
Yeah, well, that's what launched her.
Yeah, and she's like,
She
who
didn't know-
are
she
you?
didn't
What's
know.
your Instagram?
But Carpenter's Riz reached her or whatever. Now, another one, like she went up to somebody, she's like, and she says to the reporter, she goes, how about these two? They're interesting. And as they got closer, she goes, no, they're not. I'm not going to film them. And I laughed. I'm like, that'd be me.
Damn.
Walking down the street.
Yeah.
Like, this guy? No. I'm not gonna film this guy.
Keep it moving, Murph. Keep it moving.
All right, let's get the guest list on it. But Will Smith and Macklin Celebrini passed her test.
They got the look.
She was like, I need these guys. Yeah.
She felt their aura.
It's all true. It was not set up. She does this. The New York Times spent a day where they're walking around. She was just blazing into people. And people are surprisingly receptive to her because they're flattered. She's like, look at you. You're gorgeous. You're like, oh, cool. Let's talk. Yeah. Somebody walks up to you, Marcus. Look at you. You're a good-looking guy. Let's talk. You'd be like, all right.
Yeah, here's
let's talk.
15 minutes of my time.
Exactly.
What else do you need?
Young Tone, good morning. Happy Friday, buddy. Nice IGY Donald Fagen.
Dude,
Thank
that
you,
was
buddy.
sounding good.
Yeah. I feel like that should be used as a rap sample or something, you know? I don't know.
Yeah, definitely an R&B sample or something.
Yeah.
First time I'd heard this banger.
Add that to your playlist, buddy.
Yeah. Oh, dude.
Yeah.
Trust me.
I love
First thing I did.
All right, good. You're gonna like it. It's gonna hit you on a when you least expect it. Little horns. There you go, buddy. Somewhere Paulie Mack was throwing things at the wall. All right, buddy. How's your SantaCon preview, bud?
SantaCon prep. Yeah, so I went, I got my overalls. I got these like Santa overalls. We had them last year. And last year, if you guys remember, I don't even know if I brought this up on the air. Greg Silver, I saw him at SantaCon at Maggie's. And we went to Maggie's like weeks later, and that was kind of weird being there. But I went to Maggie's, and I was, had many drinks in me that night. And I saw Greg Silver like walking by, said hello, did my thing. I have no memory of that. He comes in the next day, and he's like, dude, it's great to see you last night. I was like, dude, I didn't see you at all. I don't remember you being there at all last night. So we're hoping for as good of a weekend as we did last year.
We're looking for a memory loss SantaCon.
Yeah, I was going to say, I have some great memories of SantaCon, but then I'm just like young Tony. I don't have too many memories of SantaCon.
Dude, I mean, the story for me is I didn't really know it existed, so it would have been the early 2010s. I don't know when it started taking off. Maybe it was around then, the early 2010s. And that Saturday that SantaCon is, turned out, so we go to the Olympic Club to see Santa Claus. Like, our kids grew up thinking Santa Claus came to the Olympic Club. Shout out the 1%ers if you know what I'm talking about, right? So anyway, Santa was always great, but we would drive into the city dressed up, right? Coat, tie, nice, everything, like dress up to go to the city. It was a big formal thing. And dude, it was like 2013, so like Rory's 2, Declan's 6. I mean, there couldn't be more innocent, dude. I turned the corner, like down near Union Square, and dude, there's a guy dressed as Santa with his Santa pants down around his ankles and his black boots. Marcus just taking a whiz right there, dude. And he wasn't a vagrant. He wasn't it was a guy. It was like a college educated employed guy who was dressed as Santa, just taking a whiz right there on the side. I was like, okay, all right. I mean, I said, what's going on here? I'm staring at his bare hams at a red light. And then he brings the pants up, and then he's on, hey, guys, wait up. Let's go. Where are we going next? I was like, what's going on here? And Candace goes, I think it's called SantaCon.
Yep.
I was like,
it's just a bunch of degenerate Santa Claus. It's just guys basically trying to morph into Billy Bob Thornton in Bad Santa. Right. Like, that's how I view myself when I dress up as Santa Claus.
Oh, man, good stuff. All right, Young Tone, what you got?
We got a lot going on today. So we have Brian and Bobby's best bets at 6:30 this morning. Stay tuned. We're going to replay John Lynch at 6:50 for anybody who missed it. And then we're going to have Tim Plow on, who's the UC Davis head coach.
Listen to that.
At 7:15 this morning.
We're going out to UC Davis. The Aggies are the only college football team still alive. They're hosting Northern Illinois at a quarterfinal. It's a big blanket deal out there at UC Davis Health Stadium, and we want to give them a little shine, a little love.
How about that? UC Davis talk.
Shout out Thin Tim.
Shout out Thinny, yeah.
And shout out Greg Silver growing up in Davis.
Correct, yes.
Go Aggies.
He didn't go there.
Shout out the best, literally the best outdoor brew pub in Northern California, if not the entire state of California, Roostaller Farms.
Ooh.
Get there. Just get there. And then thank me later.
Well, yeah, I would love to get there, but it's going to take a couple extra minutes because shout out to the traffic in Davis, and I'm sure somebody is sitting in right now listening to the show.
Dixon Davis Greenbelt will kill you.
There's always traffic in Davis.
I might have said it wrong. It might be Roostaller Farms, and I think it's technically in Dixon, but it's really close to Davis. So anyway,
How's the cider?
Everything's fantastic.
You took the words out of my mouth.
Some of my favorite cider.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah, you got it.
We did that a couple years ago.
Yeah, we've done that.
Cider in Dixon. Guy Haberman's going to join the show at 7:30 this morning. He's calling Titans Niners this weekend. Pregame's going to be at 10 a.m. Kickoff at 1:25 on the Sports Leader. We're going to have the big hit at 7:50. Cooler content 8:30, and then Dave Fleming, ladies and gentlemen, at 8:50 this morning.
It's been a while since we've heard from Flem. He's always a good conversation. Some great texts are coming in, 559. Maybe that Santa Murph saw was, quote, taking a whiz and shaking it twice. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
I like the jingle.
High level, yeah.
That's pretty good. 209 says, I need Waterboy in a Santa Claus outfit yelling at young Tony, I'm on my effing lunch break.
I'm on my effing lunch break.
916 says, go Aggies. We got you guys for sure. And here comes the Aggie text. 209, shout out JT O'Sullivan getting a Heisman vote as a UC Davis Aggie. And just a personal shout out, a guy I met, and he's been around. We have sort of friends in common. Pete Vaz, a teacher friend of mine at Mission San Jose in Fremont, is retiring after 40 years and listened to us for the last 20 years. Today's his last day, so happy retirement, Pete. Coach Pete, good dude. All right, it is Friday. Brian and Bobby enter the chat. Run the damn ball on the Sports Leader.
Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Brian and Bobby gave me the opportunity to really learn.
KNBR heads, you ready for your weekend picks?
Yeah,
baby! It's Brian and Bobby's Best Bets.
You guys are Hall of Famers in my book.
On the Sports Leader. But wait, who the are Brian and Bobby?
We may have to replace the opening Kelsey laugh with that crazed Colts press conference laugh from yesterday. Although the Kelsey laugh is pretty darn good. You might want to stick with it because it's a stick with tradition here. Happy Friday, everybody. We're in a great mood. Christmas is coming. Santa Con is tomorrow. Niners are back in our lives. The Warriors are back in our lives. And Brian and Bobby are lives. And it's an 80s Friday. There you go. I'm effing around today. Deep new wave cut. No way in the world you guys know China by the Red Rockers. No way.
No idea what we're listening to.
This is vintage early 80s new wave. This is what we listened to in the early 80s on the Quake 98.5. Shout out to my new wave crowd out there. There was a sliver of the audience that will get this. I'm just effing around today. We'll get back to other stuff. IGY, Donald Fagen, China by the Red Rockers here. You know, it's got a little toe tapper tone.
A little bit of a toe tapper, yeah. I'm kind of confused why it's called China.
Rockers.
I think they're going to China. Yeah, I guess they're going on a trip.
Don't ask too many questions, Tony. Don't ask too many questions.
It's a classic new wave. There's a certain jangle to the guitar and a certain like melody that they hook. And it was like, let's just call that new wave. Throw it on the radio. Give me a couple bucks. We'll move on.
New wave.
That's just how we roll.
I've always been interested in that genre. Just calling it new wave.
Yeah, it was the new wave.
Yeah.
There was a wave of music and it was new.
It's not the old wave, Murph.
One more time. There you go. For the 45 to 54 crowd out there. Thank you, Young Tone. All right, back to Brian and Bobby. Give me that NFL music because it is time to get a Betting Friday underway. Brian and Bobby have entered the room. Dude, look at me last week finally having a 2-0 week. Shout out my guy, Fernando Mendoza. Even though they didn't have a prolific offensive game, he made the throws he had to make. And the Indiana defense, bro.
And Murph, you and your picks came together like glue. We came together like glue.
Hey, we're flipping champs. We're flipping champs. We came together like glue. We're flipping Brian and Bobby's 2-0. Brian and Bobby went 2-0. By the way, on a serious note, or not serious, but like a sweet, heartwarming note, did you guys see the letter his mom wrote to him on the Players Tribune?
I did not see this.
Oh, man. Dude, don't watch it. Don't read it when you're in a vulnerable moment, dude. You will be, or if you just want to like have a little lump in the gurgler and a little tear in the eye at Christmas time, you might want to read it. Dude, his mom wrote an open letter to him about what it was like to be her mom, to be his mom, and it's everything you think. Like the Fernando Mendoza you saw said we're flipping champ was apparently the same Fernando Mendoza who was like in kindergarten. All right, he was like exactly the same.
This means that this is all lining up perfect for Fernando Mendoza to go on a run, win the college football championship, and then go full Bobby Boucher. Bobby Boucher, you just won the Bourbon Bowl. How do you feel? I love mama.
Yes, totally.
I need Fernando Mendoza.
Let's do it.
Going, I love mama.
And by the way, the heartwarming part is it turns out she has multiple sclerosis, and it's gotten worse and worse and worse, and she's lost her mobility. She's in a wheelchair, and he carries her everywhere, and it's like she's like, you're my teammate. You were always a great teammate, and the teammate they see on the field is the teammate you've been for me at home. Jeez. It's like, I know, I'm telling you. I told you guys.
Dude, you're pulling out the
heartstrings here. Have a vulnerable moment here. You can't not root for Fernando Mendoza after this story there. Plus, he got me the win last week. And the Georgia Bulldogs. Shout out my boy Johnny and Malk and all the Georgia dogs in my life. The St. Simon's Johnny and the boys because they beat Bama last week. So anyway, get to this week. It's enough of last week's glory. I'm 13-13. Congrats. Gravity. I'm like the Giants.
Gravity.
So, listen, there's really there's 2 games this week. I mean, there's 3. There's 2 bowl games, and then there's the game. Army-Navy. And listen, I mean, what's KNBR's history with Army-Navy? It's rich. It's deep. It goes back to Pecan going all those years. It goes back, did Copes ever go?
Yeah, Copes got out there.
Copes went. And then our 5 a.m. guy got to go to that thing for years and years and years. You went how many times?
I went 3 straight years. The streak has came to an end. I should be in Baltimore this morning.
We don't know why. Something happened. Something changed in their management, but we hope it rectifies itself next year, particularly next year, which we'll get into later on.
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
But listen, I've been watching a ton of Navy football this year, and I freaking love this Navy team. It is one of my favorite teams of the recent few years in college football. Because they are in this era, the story is, and the same goes true for Army, but they're just not as good. In this era of transfer portal, NIL, these are old-fashioned. I'm going to a school, and I'm going to stay for 4 years. And, oh, by the way, afterwards, I'm going to serve my country. All right? So it's about as anti-NIL transfer portal as it gets. And as a result, you have a senior class now that's been together for 4 years. You get to know these guys. And Navy has this incredible senior class with Blake Horvath, their quarterback, kid out of Ohio. He's just a wonderful American kid. He's like, you love him. And he's been playing great. He runs, of course, the option offense, but he also will throw the ball to this kid, Eli Heidenreich. The story, Eli Heidenreich and his teammate Alex Teska were high school teammates in Pittsburgh, Mount Lebanon, Pennsylvania, outside of Pittsburgh, and they played Pop Warner together, and they went to the Naval Academy together, and they're the fullback and the tailback in the Navy backfield.
Damn.
So it's stories everywhere for Navy. They have a chance to have their back-to-back 10-win seasons for the first time in Academy history. Their coach, Brian Newberry's a cool dude, great beard. Army's good. Now, here's my only problem. So I'm going all Navy. Navy. Here's the problem. The spread's 6. And if I'm being honest, that's too much of a game, a rivalry game, to give 6 points. I mean, that is a dogfight. They're going to be brawling each other to the very end. It's a lot of points. I'm taking Navy. I have to. I'm taking them. Win by a touchdown. If they have to score a touchdown late, Horvath to Heidenreich. Let's do it. Let's go Navy, blue, and gold. Stand tall, sing second. All right, Navy -6.
Which I got to say is one of the best post-game things in the entire country. Maybe the entire world is the team that gets to sing second.
And the respect that each team shows to each other by standing at honor and singing each other's songs. So it's just the best. And then we go from there to the L.A. Bowl on Saturday night between Boise State and Washington, between guys just playing out the string, talking to their agents, looking for the bag.
More tradition, Murph, more tradition.
Boise State, Washington. I'll just quickly tell you guys, Boise State's playing Washington in the L.A. Bowl. Who cares? Washington's a 10-point favorite. They have too much talent. They will cover. Take Washington -10. I'm done.
I like it, Murph. Moving on from Saturday, Murph, to Sunday. Waterboy Bobby Boucher right around the corner, coming in this week. After going 1-1 last week in Week 14, respectable. One with the Bengals still getting that cover against the Bills, plus 5.5 points, but lost with the Baltimore Ravens as a 5.5-point favorite. They straight up lost to the Pittsburgh Steelers. So 1-1 last week. That's 14-12 on the season. And for everybody that's wondering, the last 4 years here on KNBR, 94, 63, and 5 against the spread.
Allegedly.
So let's get into it this weekend with some of these alleged picks that we have this weekend. And the NFL is a bit of a tricky schedule. A lot of double-digit spreads, including the 49ers being a 12.5-point favorite over the Tennessee Titans. But I hate double-digit spreads in the NFL, so I'm going to steer myself in a different direction. And I'm going to start off with an underdog. And I was a little surprised by the size of this spread. The Kansas City Chiefs are 5.5-point favorites at home against Jim Harbaugh's LA Chargers. Now, I think the Chiefs are in a desperate position where their backs are against the wall. They're not going to win the AFC West. And if they lose this weekend, they might miss the entire playoffs. So, yeah, they could theoretically at home get this win, but I don't think they're going to cover that spread of 5.5 points against a Chargers team who is coming off a short week, beating the Philadelphia Eagles. But this is a Chargers team that has already beat the Chiefs earlier this year, week 1 of the NFL season, out in Brazil, 27-21. And I think that they are at least going to keep it competitive, keep it close. This game's going to be decided by a field goal at the minimum. So I'll take the Chargers plus 5.5 points here. Patrick Mahomes is not the same Patrick Mahomes. The Chiefs are not the same Chiefs. They've struggled this year, 1-6 straight up and 0-7 against the spread in one possession
what
games.
What does Vegas know that we don't know to make that spread 5.5?
So I think people are just betting on like the legacy, the aura, the vibes of Patrick Mahomes. But
the legacy is disappearing before our eyes.
I would agree, dude.
Yeah.
Chargers plus 5.5 seems like it's the bet to make, and it's one of Bobby Boucher's best bets of the weekend, Murph. Moving on to my second bet, I teased it. I'm thinking about going with old man Phillip Rivers, but there's no confirmation that he's playing, so I got to be careful. Plus 13.5 points. If Phillip plays, I'm buying half a point. I'm getting it up to 14.
Real quick. I heard Fortenbaugh this morning saying if you place a prop bet on Phillip Rivers and he doesn't play a snap, you get your money back.
Yeah, so a lot of teams, or should I say companies, will give you like a refund if he doesn't play, if he doesn't suit up. So that's possible as well. So I'll keep an eye on that. Seahawks defense is a team I don't want to bet against. A team that I do want to bet against is the New Orleans Saints, who I think are one of the worst teams in football. Now, they are coming off a win against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers last week, but we saw the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have an epic meltdown last night. And so this opens up the door for that NFC South. And it's a huge opportunity for the Carolina Panthers to move into first place. And the Panthers are a 2.5-point favorite here. They did lose to the Saints earlier this season, but I don't think the Saints are going to get back-to-back wins. I don't think they're going to sweep the Panthers. And the Panthers are coming off a bye week, 2 weeks to prepare for a bad Saints team. Give me the Panthers on the road with the opportunity to move into first place in the NFC South. I'll lay the 2.5. I like Carolina to win this one, Murph.
Jeez, who knew that the NFC South would get so much airtime this morning? We broke down Falcons Bucks this morning, and now we're going Panthers Saints. The worst and most which is less appealing, the NFC South or the AFC South?
I'd still
808 KNBR.
That's a tough one. It's got to be the NFC South because at least the AFC South has Phillip Rivers now.
Okay, it was that. But I was going to say the AFC South loses because the NFC South has New Orleans, and everybody should be in New Orleans partying.
That's a good time.
All right, so once again, that was Carolina minus 2.5.
I'm going Panthers minus 2.5 on the road, and I'll take the Chargers getting 5.5 points in Arrowhead.
Because I got to keep these receipts on you. You know, those things you
trust me, I got the receipts. Shout out Overnight Dave.
All right, Couch Potato Guide. I sift through the TV weekend and picked the 5 best games with some runners up. By the way, you know what didn't even enter the conversation? Sunday night, Vikings-Cowboys. Thumbs down on that.
Yeah, it's not a very good Sunday night game.
Who needs that one? Just missing the cut is a Sunday morning Bills-Patriots 10 a.m. Ooh. That's a great game. I saw there's a theory out there the Patriots haven't beaten a good team yet, although they did beat the Bills earlier this year. But that's my guy Drake May in fantasy football. I need you.
How do you feel about the Bills being favored on the road 1.5 in New England with the Patriots coming off a bye week, too?
The disrespect to the Patriots is real. It really is. But anyway, that's in New England. Should be a good snow game. Didn't make the cut. Top 5, the one-star game, you're going to be laughing because I just made fun of this game. Washington, Boise State is my one-star pick. 5 o'clock on ABC Saturday night. First of all, you guys will be seeing triple at that point. So you guys will be looking and seeing 3 LA Bowls on your screen, dude. Pick the team in the middle, all right?
I'll be feeling like I'm watching La La Land.
Pick the Washington Huskies in the middle. The only reason I'm putting this on the list is we are witnessing the beginning of the end of bowls. Like, it's about 5, 10, 15 years. We're going to have no bowls left because all anybody cares about is the college football playoff. We might have a 64-team March Madness bracket, and we won't have these traditional bowl games that have whiled away our holiday hours. So in honor of the old bowls, I'm giving Washington, Boise State, LA Bowl, 5 o'clock on Saturday, ABC, my one-star pick. My 2-star pick is Green Bay at Denver because, first of all, it's a big game. It's a Nance Romo game. It's CBS Sunday 125.
That's a big game, man.
Guys, you're rooting for the Packers to lose. You have a rooting interest in this game. Go Broncos, go Bo Nix, go Sean Payton.
And the Packers 2.5-point favorites on the road.
In Denver.
Did
you think about it?
I thought about it, but I actually like the Packers in this matchup. I told you, I'm not sold on the Broncos or the Patriots as the best teams in the AFC, and they're both home underdogs this week.
Should be an interesting game, though. That's why I made my top 5. My 3-star game, though, is also a really, really good game that has a rooting interest. Rams hosting the Detroit Lions. Kind of a heavyweight game, although the Lions might not make the playoffs. They got to beat the Rams, and if they do, that helps your Niners. So you have a rooting interest in that one, too. That's also 125 Fox on Sunday. My 4-star pick. It could have been my 5-star, but we have to stick with tradition. Of course, it's the Army-Navy game. And I love when Ron Rivera this week, it's, by the way, at noon on CBS. It should be awesome. The pregame's awesome. The march on is incredible. You got to just see. It's the best. When the country's going to hell in a handbasket, at least take a look at some kids you can have a little faith in. All right. So, but anyway, starts at noon on CBS. And I'm telling you guys, watch out. Navy's really good, but Army's going to be, it's going to be a brawl, man. It's going to be an absolute brawl. Plus the traditions. And by the way, bonus, you get 47. 47 in the house.
Yeah, he was there last year.
Oh, he'll be there. He'll be there causing reactions.
Yeah.
Don't forget when I got lost at the Army-Navy game and the guy's like, okay, and he was trying to help me, the USA guy, and I was lost. I was calling from the pitch black parking lot in the Meadowlands. He's like, do you see the sign that says Lot H? I was like, yeah. He goes, do you see the F Joe Biden flag? I was like, yes. He's like, okay, go to the next one, take a right at the second F Joe Biden flag, and then where that green bus. Okay, I got you.
Oh, sorry, I turned left at the third one. I don't know where I'm going.
Anyway.
That's pretty funny. We both have stories about Army, Navy getting lost, including number 47. Last year in D.C., I was getting lost trying to get up to the press box, and somehow, some way, I ended up in the owner's suite.
Oh, my God. Dude, if you could break bread with 47 this week.
I was close. I didn't get past the secret security, but I was close.
Talk to him about renaming football. What he wants to do. He wants to rename football.
Oh, they don't even use their feet.
So anyway, 4-star game, Army, Navy, noon on CBS. Tell Ken Boucher to enjoy it. And go Navy, of course. Beat Army. Number 5, the 5-star pick, number 1 is 49ers Titans. You got to keep, even though it's a terrible game nationally, and it's the Niners, man. Come on. It's freaking 49ers. They're our 5-star pick, 125 on Fox, but you will be listening to Guy Haberman and Tim Ryan on 104.5 and 680 and 107.7, all that good stuff. There's your Couch Potato Guide. There's your picks. There's your Brian and Bobby. Let's get out of here because John Lynch is next on The Sports Leader.
That's a big game, man.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the Sports Leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, 80s Friday continues. This is fun. You got to pay homage to the freaking empire that Quincy Jones built in the early 80s when he just rolled out the smoothest, lushest, warmest, richest R&B you ever wanted, whether it was Michael Jackson's Thriller, PYT, or James Ingram and Patty Austin. You know this one, right?
Oh, dude, I'll take any Quincy Jones you got, Murph.
And Ingram and Austin. So we had to pay homage in our 80s Friday to the R&B empire of Quincy Jones. Dude, Quincy Jones got a hold of your track. It was going to be a freaking hit.
It's a banger.
It's a banger.
And I know bangers.
Brother, he's going to make it lush and rich, too.
Oh, this feels so warm and lush and rich.
Come on with some vocal here. Spend every dime, by the way. Payphones. That's how it works. Where is this today, by the way? Where is this today?
Great question.
All right. John Lynch, our GM, our 49ers president of football ops, joins us. 49ers fans, get ready for the Tennessee Titans coming off the bye. John, great to have you back, man. Good morning. How are you?
What's up, Murph, Marcus? Yeah, it was awesome bye week. Got down to San Diego, saw some family. Just got away a little bit, and I think that's what you want to do during a bye week. Physically, for our players, mentally, it's just good to kind of remove yourself. Sometimes staying here is great. Sometimes people like to get away a little bit. We kind of give them that freedom. We worked Monday Eve and came back Monday for a bonus Monday, and here we are. We're on to another week, and we've got Tennessee coming in, and really looking forward to playing in front of the faithful here at home.
And while you were relaxing in San Diego, you climbed the playoff ladder. You went from the 7th seed to the 6th seed. Congratulations.
It's not bad sitting on the couch and moving up in the standings. So that was a good weekend, and interesting how that worked out. Interesting, we've talked a lot about it having a bye this late, but I tell you, it kind of sets up nice now because I feel like our team did have an opportunity to get a little bit re-energized, and deep into the season, players get tired, and that's natural, and especially when you haven't had a week off in a long, long time. So our guys, it's well deserved, well earned, and I think we used it wisely.
Yeah, Murph and I were actually joking on Monday morning, saying it was a pretty damn good time for a bye week with everything, how it all played out in the NFC. But John, I want to ask you, because I believe this is the latest bye week that you and Kyle have had here in San Francisco. So what are some of the advantages versus the disadvantages of having a bye week this late in the season?
Well, the disadvantage is pretty clear. It's just that's a long time to, play football in consecutive weeks. I talked to our rookies this week. I always do during the bye week, and just kind of share my experiences. And because I know for those guys, they go right from their college season right into combine training. They do all the combine stuff, workouts for teams. From there, they get drafted or they're free agents, and they come right into us, and we put them to work. And they get those 40 days away, but most of them end up staying out here and working out at the place at our facility. And so it's just a long grind, and so it's just consecutive weeks of playing, and that's tough from a physical standpoint. That's tough from a mental standpoint. So that would be the disadvantage. The advantage is, I think I shared with you guys, Baltimore's had this twice. I'm close with their GM, Eric DaCosta, and I asked him, they've had this twice in the last 3-4 years, I believe, the Week 14 bye. And, they really liked it because, it's tough for players to play at the physical, violent football late in the season because their bodies hurt. And what they felt is it really made them fresh for the stretch run. When you're a playoff team, have playoff aspirations, that it can really freshen you up and allow you to play the type of football that leads to success at this time of year. And so, hopefully that's the case. We have to make it such. Like I said, it's about how you deal with the bye week. Everybody's got a different approach as to how you do that. We tend to let our players get out of here because we feel like they need that break. I think it's been somewhat successful for us, but we've never had the bye week this late. And I think the biggest thing is continuing to improve throughout the course of a season. If you can continue to get better, even at this point in the season, you're gonna be doing the right thing for your football team.
John Lynch, voice you hear. He joins us every Thursday at this time. Finally, we're getting back some 49er football Sunday at 1:25. 49ers, Tennessee Titans. Niners are 12.5-point favorites. But I know John doesn't want to hear that. Any changes in the team since the last time we talked to now include opening practice windows for example, quarterback Curtis Rourke. We can ask about that. But the one I'm interested in is Yetur Gross-Matos, because even though you had a nice showing with Cleve Ferrell and Keon White last time we saw you guys in Cleveland, D-line is still definitely a position of need. This guy's been very light impact since you guys signed him. It's been pretty invisible. What can you realistically tell us about Yetur Gross-Matos' chance to contribute this December?
Oh, I think it's very realistic. We're trying to be careful. You know, he ran into some knee issues throughout training camp, throughout the off season. Then he kind of worked through those. We got him ready. He went out. He got his hamstring. He was playing good football. Then tweaked his hamstring, and then, you know, when we were bringing him back in practice, retweak that. And so we've tried to give that the time that it needs so that he can come out and be impactful. Yeater's he's a physical specimen, a really good football player. It's been unfortunate because there's so much ability in there. His availability just hasn't been there. And so we're trying to make it such that he can be there for the stretch run. We are going to open his window here today, so he'll be out on the practice field. We'll see where that takes us, and we'll see how his body handles it. But he's an excellent football player. He's a guy who can play outside, but then probably at his best when he moves inside on nickel or pass situations. He's a really effective football player. Then we just got to get him out there, and so that's our challenge. That's his challenge, and I can tell you that. When he's been out there, he has been impactful. So we got to get him to the point where he can get out there, stay out there.
John, I've been seeing a lot of videos of Fred Warner lately on social media, of him posting videos of him going swimming or going through his rehab process. So can you give us an update on his recovery timeline?
Yeah, Fred's crushing it. He's going to attack everything in his life with the same mentality, which is that not waste a minute. Focus on what he can control, and that's working his tail off. And I've told you all the lengths that Fred goes to be the best he can possibly be. He's not approaching this any different. And I saw something the other day. Someone showed it to me where he's swimming, and so he's kind of taken on that. And I think that's something Fred always tries to implement, something different. And I think in his approach to this injury, he's approached it the very same way, and he's doing really well. So like I said before, it's a stretch to foresee him coming back, but I don't put anything past Fred Warner. And our biggest issue is just going to be making sure he'll want to, but it's just like, is it a wise decision for him, for our organization, all those things. So we'll let that transpire. But what Fred will do is not waste a day in doing everything he can to rehab that injury.
Okay, we'll keep a sort of a distant eye on that one. Just feel like I got to ask, because every week is a new week. Is Brandon Ayuk any closer? Because you guys have hope. Any hope?
Nothing to add there.
Okay.
We've talked about that ad nauseum. Nothing to add there. No update.
Okay, no update. Just a quick one on the Curtis work. I know you guys are set at quarterback. Brock looked great in Cleveland, and Mac Jones is Mac Jones. I mean, he had an incredible run for you guys. So really, quarterback is not a position of need, but this guy Curtis Rourke, who you guys are adding, can you tell us a little bit about his practice window being opened up? The old Indiana Hoosier, they're big in the news. It's been a year. Is there? What's the scouting report, and what do you guys expect from him coming off the practice window?
Yeah, we liked him a lot at Indiana. He's a guy who stood out in the draft process. We really didn't have intentions on bringing in a quarterback, and man, the more we watched him, the more we liked him. Now, Indiana football is, everyone knows, pretty miraculous what they've done, what that coach Cignetti has gone in there and done. But Curtis was a big part of that. The way he played last year, this year it's Mendoza, and he's a big, strong thrower of the football, and they talk about arm talent. He possesses that. He can make every throw. Played through an ACL injury last year, which is crazy, and kind of gutted it out, found a way to brace it and kind of play through that. He had to have a revision after the season. So we drafted him knowing that we were going to be patient, but we like the skill set a lot, and he's worked extremely hard to get himself to this point. We decided to open up the window. It will give him 3 weeks to kind of let us see him. If anything, just give him a head start on the preparation for next season. But who knows where this can go. So we open the window. We get 21 days. You have to activate him in those 21 days, or his season is just kind of over and we work towards next year. So that's the thought process there. A guy that we like a lot, very much in mind for the future. But Curtis is going to go make the most of these 21 days. He's out there on scout team, and it's been fun. It's been 2 days on the practice field, bonus Monday and Wednesday, and he's doing really well.
Yeah, John, we talked to your starting quarterback, Brock Purdy, a couple weeks ago, and he told us that the toe has felt the best that it's felt all season. So would you say moving forward, you guys are fully taking off the training wheels when it comes to letting Brock Purdy be as mobile as he wants to be out on the field?
Yeah, I mean, I think just look at the Cleveland game. We're in there in cold weather, and the first 2 plays of the game are bootlegs. And so I think those training wheels have been off. Once Brock, came back and played, there was a feeling that, and then, nothing action show you better than anything. And so he did it in practice, but then how's he going to respond in a game? I think for Brock, I've been there as a player. You got to kind of feel it yourself. And early in that first game back, he showed us that he was good. And I think it's gotten a little bit better to the point where no one's thinking about it. I don't want to speak for Brock. He probably still feels it, but he's not thinking about it. It's not affecting the way he's playing anymore. It's certainly not affecting the way Kyle's calling it. So, in our mind, he's back.
That's good stuff. Good answer. And that means that you didn't have to call Phil Rivers to come flesh out your depth chart, huh? Is that right?
Yeah. Philip's a great guy. We were hard, tough competitors. Philip talks a lot of trash, more than any quarterback I'd ever heard. And a lot of it is, God dang, and golly, and, all that kind of stuff. Philip's an unbelievable human being. I got to know him. Our kids went to school down in San Diego together, and I got to know him. They're a big family. He's got, I think, 10 now. He's a grandfather. We had some conversations back in, 22, I think, with Philip, and it doesn't surprise me because the guy just loves football. He loves everything about it. And, Indy got themselves in a situation with Daniel Jones that was really sad to watch because Daniel Jones was playing his tail off. And it was kind of on a 1-year deal. And Daniel Jones is a really good kid. And so that was sad to see him go down, and I think they're a team who's put themselves in good position looking for something to try to spark their team. And there's Philip Rivers at 44 years old. And, I mean, some of the things he said yesterday made sense. Like, I didn't really have much mobility for 17 years. So what's different now at 44? And I guess we'll see. He has a lot of courage to step in that door. He's very familiar with their head coach, Shane Steichen. He's, as he said in his presser, he's played with a lot of the players. I think 14 players on their roster were still around when he was playing. So we'll see how it goes. A good chance we may see him on Monday Night Football in 2 weeks.
I was going to say, John, there's a good possibility you guys might be playing him in a couple weeks on Monday Night Football. But talk to us about that process of Philip. I know that he was running the Colts system with his high school football team this year, but how difficult is that for a quarterback or any other player to come off the couch mid-season and join an active roster?
I've seen it. I've never done it myself, so I don't know. I think there's a little bit of unknown to it. And, we shall see. I guess it's desperate times seeks desperate measures, and I don't know if it's desperate. I mean, interesting. He has that much love for football. I think he's a semifinalist for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. I think Philip belongs, having played against him. He's was an unbelievable quarterback, unbelievable competitor, and he kind of is so willing that I guess on the practice squad, you don't put that Hall of Fame and status in jeopardy. But I think if he's activated, he has to wait 5 more years. Philip doesn't seem to care. That's not what he's all about. He loves playing ball, and dadgummit, he's going to play, as Philip would say.
Yes.
So I have always admired that guy. I wanted to kill him when I played him, but not kill him.
Yes.
Make him uncomfortable when we played him, and we'll see. It's going to be fun for everyone to watch where that goes.
It really will, and get very much into the Niners world, as you guys both mentioned here on this Monday night in Indianapolis, perhaps. Just a few more things here before I let you go, John. Speaking of guys coming off the street to play late in December, Eric Kendricks was a guy we were so excited to talk to you about last week. You gave us a great quote, and then he turned up on the injury report, unfortunately. He had to. Well, actually, I don't see him on the official injury report, but he had a tight calf, I guess, after practice. Is there any update on that? Is he going to be able to go this week, or is he on the shelf?
Yeah. I know Kyle mentioned that. Eric's on our practice squad, and that's a tremendous vehicle to bring players back. So that's why he's not on any injury report. There's no injury report for practice squad players. You can flex these practice squad players up. You can sign them to your 53. We brought Eric in with an intention of seeing where he's at, knowing what he's done in his career, what a great player he's been, and the opportunity to get his legs underneath him. I think in that process, not unusual, for a guy who's been away, that they're going to get tight and things, and that kind of happened. And so we're going to give him the proper ample time to get ready to go showcase what he can do for us. And there'll be a time, hopefully where we have an opportunity to see that, whether it be this week or not, I don't know. Unlikely. He wasn't on the practice field this week, yesterday. We'll see, but we're still very encouraged with what we've seen.
John, last question for me is just about the matchup this weekend, taking on the Tennessee Titans, a team that's only won 2 games this year, and here we are asking questions about Phillip Rivers on Monday night, but I know you guys are not overlooking the Tennessee Titans. They have the first overall pick, Cam Ward, at quarterback, so what is your scouting report on the Titans this weekend? There's
some talented players. They're coming off a big win in Cleveland where they ran the ball exceptionally well. They've got some game wreckers on defense, namely Jeffrey Simmons. There's a move called the hump move that, if you're old enough, Murph, you probably remember Reggie White used to put his arm underneath an opposing offensive lineman's armpit, and he would throw him in the air. And I saw Jeffrey Simmons do that against Jacksonville, and he can do some unbelievable things. When you're likening a player to Reggie White, that says how talented he is. Cedric Gray, really good. So there's good players. I played on Tampa, and I was drafted there in '93, and we were the worst organization in all of sport. But I'll tell you what, we were always a dangerous team. My first couple of years, I think we were 4-12 both years, and we were dangerous at the end. We went on little runs at the end because there's an element of just, you don't have a lot to lose, and so. And then those type teams are usually talented because they've had a lot of high draft picks, and they do have a lot of really good football players. We've got ample respect for these guys. We will be prepared, and we know we have to play well to get another victory, and that's what this week's all about. And our guys are going to be ready. Nothing to overlook because there's a lot of good football players on this team. They're well coached, and we're looking forward to playing at home. It's going to be nice being at home a bunch here in the month of December.
Yeah, Tony Pollard is a dude, 743 yards rushing, and Jeffrey Simmons, 8 sacks is half of the Niners team total, so watch out for that. And then finally, though, if it does prove to be more competitive than the odds makers say, and it comes down to a field goal, our old buddy's coming back, huh? Eddie Money, Eddie De Niro, Eddie Pinheiro, he's back?
Yeah, it's good to see Eddie back on the practice field yesterday. I really want to applaud, Matt Gay for him coming in, and he was excellent. He didn't miss a kick. He doinked one in Cleveland but you know what? It went in, and he was exceptional kicking off. Really talented guy. But to have Eddie back, Eddie's been phenomenal for us, and so we're really excited about having Eddie back and grateful to Matt for the way he filled in.
Any chance Eddie talks a lot of mess to the Titans sideline, gets beef with the Titans? He likes to come out there with a chip on his shoulder.
Oh, I would think so. I mean, like if he's making kicks, he's usually talking. I love it. There's a little fire to. I played with a kicker. If you guys remember, Martin Gramatica.
Yeah, sure.
He was very much similar. Martin would jump in the air and fist pump, and for whatever reason, opposing teams don't like it when kickers do that. And Eddie, I told you guys, he probably took a little far when he was barking at Calais. I would not recommend that. I told Eddie, no more of that.
He's the Phillip Rivers of quarterbacks, or of kickers.
Yeah,
Pardon me,
right.
of kickers, yeah.
Right.
All right, John. Well, listen, great to have everybody back, man. We missed you guys. We need our Niner football on Sundays, man. So we're very much looking forward to it. Enjoy the rest of the week in preparation. Enjoy the game Sunday, and we'll talk to you next week.
Yeah, thanks, John.
Okay, thanks, fellas.
All right, great to have John Lynch back in our lives. Great to have the Niners back in our live Sunday. Okay, speaking of football, we got some fun football that's not the Niners. UC Davis Aggies are hosting an FCS quarterfinal against Northern Illinois. This is the last college football team in Northern California still alive, and we love them. We got a lot of Aggies in our audience. In fact, they're listening right now in Davis. So let's talk to head coach Tim Plow about a big day in Davis next. And then, of course, on to the big hit with the 49ers at 7:50 on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
Hey, let's talk about North Bay Health for just a second here. Marin Health, world-class health care. It's pretty important here. Let's get the best medical care you can get at Marin Health with a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
We're along with
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, 80s Friday continues, man. Let's crank up the noise for UC Davis. Whitesnake, here I go again. Hey, kids, watch the video. Thank you. You're welcome. All right, let's go out to Davis, California. This is fun, man. I love this because, growing up, Davis football was always the thing when I was growing up. Jim Sokor was the coach back in the day. They always had a good tradition. It's going on right now. Tomorrow at 2 o'clock, they host the FCS quarterfinal against Illinois State, who shocked North Dakota State, Trey Lance's old school. And they will now mean that UC Davis hosts a quarterfinal tomorrow. They call it Shredville up there. We're going to get into that. Let's talk to the former UC Davis quarterback and now the head coach of the wildly successful UC Davis Aggies program. 2 o'clock kick tomorrow in Davis, California. Head coach Tim Plow joins us on the UMA guest line. Hey, Coach Tim Plow, it's a pleasure to have you on, Murph and Marcus. How you doing, man?
Hey, morning, Coach.
Guys, I just got to tell you, my wife's family, this is a big deal that I'm on this show. So I just want to say thank you for, making me cool in my wife's family's eyes. So I appreciate this.
I just want to tell you, your wife's family is a class operation,
Yeah.
Tim.
And they got good taste in radio.
No doubt. No, this is a big moment for the family.
I love it. So good morning to the family of, what's their last name?
It's the Bruni family in Burlingame.
Let's shout out the Brunis in Burlingame. All right, good stuff. There's some good stuff down in Burlingame, too. Good delis. All right, Coach. Well, this is awesome, man. I love, UC Davis football's always been good, and you're good again. And now you guys have a big opportunity at home tomorrow. Let's let you, set the stage for us. Illinois State's coming to Davis tomorrow, 2 o'clock, FCS quarterfinal. It's on ESPN+. Give us the overview of this game. What does this mean for the program? What are you facing in Illinois State?
Yeah, this is a big deal. I mean, the cool part is last year we reached the quarterfinals. We actually played Illinois State in the round of 16 last year. We beat them at home. And then we lost our quarterfinal matchup on the road. And then this year, because of Illinois State's upset, like you mentioned, we've made the quarterfinals again, and now we get to play at home. And, it's finals week. And the campus just announced that they're going to leave the dorms open so all the students can come to the game. And there's just been some cool moments the last few years, but right now this is the first time where our campus and our team are coming together to try to get us past the quarterfinals and hopefully get to the semifinals, which would be the first time in Davis history.
With that win over Illinois State last year, is that something that you guys are focusing on, going back and watching that tape, or are you guys looking at this matchup as a clean slate this weekend?
No, we definitely go back and look at it. I think the unique part about Illinois State is their coach has been there for forever. So, I think the chance of us looking at the film, seeing the things we did well, but also know they're going to make some adjustments and trying to be ahead of that.
Yeah, it's going to be fun, man. And let's talk a little about your players doing the dive into the Aggies football. I mean, listen, you guys have always been known as an offensive school. You do have great defensive players, but you were a quarterback there. Heck, Ken O'Brien, Mike Morosky. That's how far back I go with UC Davis. But you guys got a kid named Caden Pinnock. He's a redshirt freshman, local, Loomis, California, Del Oro High School, putting up some good numbers. Everything starts with the quarterback, Tim, Coach Tim Plow. Tell us about your QB, Caden Pinnock, from Del Oro High School.
Yeah, no, Caden's a special talent. He also plays on the baseball team here, so he plays outfield for the baseball team and then plays quarterback for us. He's a freshman, which what he's doing right now is pretty tremendous for a guy at his age. He just was a freshman All-American, named that last week. And I think the cool thing about a guy like that is his best football's at the end of the season, which we kind of knew when we started him. Like, hey, if we can get through the first half of the year, by the time we get to the end of the year, he might be playing his best football, which he has really the last 2 weeks. So really proud of him. And looking forward to having at least one more week with him, and hopefully we can earn a couple more games.
Yeah, and researching your team, too, the story of this receiver, Sam Batu is his name. What a story. First of all, 64 catches, 1,070 yards, 11 touchdowns, right? The production speaks for itself. But what a story. Born in Liberia, came to the United States when he was 11, then spent his high school years in Japan. And yet, I watched the highlights. They look pretty good, but this must be a special kind of kid to coach, Tim.
Yeah, no, Sam is definitely one of the favorite guys I've coached over the last 20 years. Like you said, born in Liberia. His mom still lives in Liberia. He has not seen his mom since he was 8 years old. And, all he has is FaceTimes with her. And His dad came to Davis for the Davis-Sacramento State Cosway Classic game a couple of weeks ago. That was the first game his dad had gotten a chance to see. And so Sam, he means a lot to the program. He just announced that he's coming back for his senior year next year. He turned down, hundreds of thousands of dollars in the NIL world to come back to Davis. But one of the reasons he's coming back to Davis is because that's what his mom and dad wanted him to do, is finish his career at Davis. And next year our hope is that we can fly his mom out to see him play, or fly him back out to Liberia. But Sam, every day he plays, he's playing with the thoughts of his mom. So it's a pretty special thing.
That is awesome. And if you want more, good stuff on this, you should follow. I follow you, Coach, on Insta, Vintage Plow, Plough. You're a good social media guy. Are those your kids who say who's got it better than us last night? Is those your kids?
Those are my three boys. I got a 10-year-old, a 7-year-old, and a 5-year-old. And I get made fun of by my wife for the amount of social media stuff, but you got to stay on it with the kids these days, man. So I try to post a couple of cool things a week.
Yeah, we saw you talking about Shredville. Now, Coach, I have to ask, because Illinois State went 7-0 on the road this year in the FCS. So let's talk about that home field advantage. What can you tell us about what you expect that atmosphere to be like in Shredville this weekend?
It's been getting better, man. I think it's a slow burn here at Davis. We got obviously one of the best academic institutions in the world. And so especially during finals week, it can be hit or miss on getting the students and everyone to turn out. But, a year ago we had a home playoff game against Illinois State, and we only had 500 students there. And then last week for our home playoff game against Rhode Island, we had 2,600 students there. So I think the support is growing, the community, the alumni, the students, and then the campus helping with the dorms this weekend. I think we got a chance to have a pretty good turnout. So, again, it's a slow burn. We're growing this thing, but if we can keep getting back to the playoffs every year and people get used to it, then maybe we can start having some big crowds for it.
I love it. This is head coach of UC Davis football, Tim Plow. They're in the FCS quarterfinal for the second straight year, this time at home against Illinois State, 2:00 kick. Hopefully Shredville will be jumping. Now, we've said it a bunch. What is Shredville? And I see on your Insta, you say you're a Shred Fest seeker. Do tell, Tim. What is the Shred?
Well, I'm a San Diego kid, so I grew up, surfing and at the beach and doing all that stuff. So I use the word shred sometimes when I get really excited. I'll say things like, hey, we're going to shred this team or whatever. And when I was the offensive coordinator here 10 years ago, I started saying that a lot in meetings, and the players started joking around and saying that, Davis is Shredville, where we shred people. And then all of a sudden it was all over the walls and on hats and stuff. And so I went to go trademark it, and then I found out that the school had already trademarked it. So I lost out on lots of money. And so another example that I'm not the smartest guy. I'm just a football coach. But if I would have been a smart guy, I'd be making a lot more money if I would have trademarked that.
I love it. Shredville. I need to get me a Shredville hat or a Shred Fest hat. And by the way, San Diego, that's why when I'm on your Insta, I see you posted just a Tony Gwynn baseball tribute. You're like, every now and then you just get a wild hair and you want to prop up Tony Gwynn, huh?
Well, that's the big thing I want to talk to you guys about. I know that this is a heavy Giants broadcast, and so it's been difficult for me to decide whether or not to come on with you guys because I'm a Padre guy, okay? And born and bred, and my three boys root for the Padres, but I'm surrounded by giant family because I made a deal with my mother-in-law that when we had our first son, she said, as long as you raise the boys Catholic, they can be Padre fans. And so this is like I said, this is a big deal for everybody, but it's hard for me to be on here because I know you guys don't support the Padres.
Well,
in fact, you probably root heavily against them.
No, Tim, this is clearly a case where, given the UC Davis vibes, Shredville tomorrow is going to go off 2:00. You're going to beat Illinois State. This is where we come together and we say, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? You and the Giants,
exactly.
Padres, we join together. We all take down the Dodgers. How's that?
Oh, God, wouldn't that be amazing? Because the hatred runs deep. I can't even explain how upset I am about that entire thing.
Giants, Padres, NLCS next year, and then we'll part ways. All right.
Please.
Well, listen, it's exciting. We didn't even mention a word about your defense. I'm sorry that your defensive guys, Jacob Syke, is that his name?
Yeah, Jacob Syke. Yep.
D-end with 48 tackles, 9.5 sacks, 15.5 tackles for loss. Is this guy the heartbeat of your defense?
Yeah, Jacob was a unanimous first-team All-Conference, probably going to be a first-team All-American, and he's a Harvard graduate. So
What?
Jacob graduated from Harvard and then transferred to Davis for 1 year as a grad transfer student. He's in our MBA program. So he's also a guy that would have been smart enough to trademark the Shredville. He'll probably be making a lot more money than all of us, but he's a tremendous player and been a huge addition to our team. And Jacob is a guy that we lean a lot on defense.
Hey, man, I mean, we got to let you go. It's exciting. We want to tell everybody, if you're in the Davis area, or even if not, and you're looking to watch some great playoff football, 2 o'clock, UC Davis Health Center is the name of the field. UC Davis Health is the name of the field, but we call it Shredville. And the chance to move on to the Final Four, which would be incredible. But just big picture, because, I was looking at your roster, and there's so many California kids. It's so great. And so many Northern California kids. Now, I grew up in Marin. You even guys, a fair number, like 1 or 2 or 3 kids from Marin every year get up there. I know you have a couple right now, but you also recruit, like I mentioned, Caden Pinnock is from Del Oro, right down the road. I mean, just the connection between you recruiting Northern California and UC Davis football.
Yeah, I think that's really the lifeblood of our program. And I think the cool thing about UC Davis and FCS football right now is I know the NIL and the coaching and what's going on with all that stuff nowadays is tough sometimes to want to support. But UC Davis is one of those places right now. We're kind of in that bubble where we don't have to worry about that. We have a lot of guys from high school. We don't get a lot of transfers. The only transfers we get are graduate transfers like Jacob Syke. And so a lot of our kids are from the Bay Area high schools, the Sacramento high schools, and the Southern California high schools. And so we do it the old school way. We develop those guys, we build them up, and we keep our team together. And we've been building something really special here that now we can get to the playoffs hopefully every year. And I really do think we have a chance to win a national championship, whether it be this year or years down the road here. And so if that's something you guys are interested in, man, get the family, bring it out. The stadium's great. You can sit in the grass and watch the games and root on some true college football with some kids that really love it. So if you're in the area, like they said, please come out and fill this stadium up because these kids deserve it. And hopefully we can do something that we've never done before, which get to the semifinals in the Division I era, which would be sweet.
Oh, we're all rooting so hard for you, man. It's great. It's a great story. We're happy you hopped on with us. We'll come together in our Dodger hatred and our love for Aggie football. Go shred them, Coach. We appreciate you hopping on, and hopefully this isn't the last time. Now get back to work, and we'll look forward to tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks, Coach.
Hey, I appreciate you guys. Just want to say hi to my father-in-law, Rick. It was his birthday yesterday, and my mother-in-law, Debbie. I love her and the Bruni family. This is a big moment for us, like I said. So thanks, boys. Hope to jump on again.
Go Aggies. Shred them. That's it. Good stuff. Tim Plow, UC Davis. That was awesome. And now another Davis guy, Guy Haberman, next on The Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
I got 2 words for you. 80s Friday. That's 2 words. 80s Friday. That's right. Shout it out loud. Hold up your lighters. Bonnie Tyler, Total Eclipse of the Heart, but you know it better from the Dan Band's version in Old School, where he drops the F-smon.
Yeah, you're right.
Every F and now I turn around and all that. And everything was like, what? It was very funny. So everybody check out Old School, the Dan Band, and everybody else from the 80s. Just remember what it was like to be young. All right, on the UMA guest line, I believe a Davis, California kid. Guy Haberman. It's great. We had Guy on earlier in the year when he was doing Niners games. He's back doing Niners games. It's great to have him. Total pro. He's going to do a great job this Sunday with Tim Ryan on the call. So welcome back, Guy. How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, Guy?
Boys, good to see you. Great to see you. Yeah, I have to tell you, Murph, listening to you said the name Mike Morawski. Interviewing Tim Plow. And I remember I was Emerson Davis is a 3-year high school. There's one high school, and then I think there's now 3 junior highs. But so 9th grade was Emerson Junior High, and Mike Morawski came and talked to the school, like at the cafeteria.
Yeah.
And he told the story about the one touchdown. He threw a touchdown pass to Jerry Rice.
He did.
And it was just like, I think we work in this business so long. Everyone always says, it's so cliche to say jaded. It's not jaded. It's just. Thinking back, you made me remember, I hadn't thought about it in a long time, how that was the coolest thing to have this guy threw a touchdown pass. Not just that, but like he played in the NFL for 5 minutes. Like that, you don't even have to play 15 years,
That's small town Davis, right?
Yeah, it's now he was a UC Davis guy. He wasn't a Davis High guy.
Right, Novato High Hornet. Back when the Novato High Hornets were actually good. Sadly, they've fallen off, but yeah, we follow these guys, and he's one of the great Davis guys. And the fact that you know him, the connection. See, the connections live on.
How cool is that?
So go Aggies.
Yeah,
beat Illinois State.
You know the other one I think of that's a real digression, but yeah, my dad was in the Air Force, and we lived in Turkey. And in like 1994, George Teague, his dad was stationed in Turkey, so he was visiting his dad, and he came and talked to our football team. And then 4 years late, maybe 6 years later, he's tackling T.O. on the Star. But I don't know. You just made me think about all these guys that, so many kids, you go to a camp and the camp player is some guy who played like 4 years in the league or whatever. And that guy's a superhero in his high school or his college or to those kids, Anyway, it's just really cool.
I love it. I'm glad
you took me down memory lane.
The Davis coach booking worked out. Tim Plow. So that's awesome. That was fun. Go Aggies, Shredville, that whole thing. So, all right. Well, we turn our attention now to the Tennessee Titans. All right, Guy, convince us that the 49ers need to take the Titans seriously.
Well, I mean, they won last week. I thought that was good for the Niners. I was happy to see Tennessee win last week, just because you'd hate to see them coming in off a 30-point loss. I think you see it less in the NFL than you do in college. Like in college, that type of stuff gets in players' domes. I don't think it does with these guys, especially a team that's as experienced as these guys. And, I don't know if you would have expected it when the season started to look at the schedule and say the last 3 games the 49ers play will all be teams over 500, the Bears, the Colts, the Seahawks, but that's the case. And obviously now the Colts are not exactly the team that went 8-5 or that started 8-5 or with the injuries. But, Chicago is coming in a very good football team in a few weeks. So you have to take it seriously because, we've seen this before. I got a stat from Chris Babcock, who does the stats up in the booth, and is like, he's like Tim Ryan 2.0. So I know why Greg loves him so much. And he said that Kyle Shanahan's only lost to 2 rookie quarterbacks, but it was Josh Rosen twice. You don't have to be football games are crazy. Weird things happen. You're always so confident going to a game, and then you go 3 and out on the opening series, and they score, and you fumble, and bam, like what is going on? So, speaking of local connections on this game, Nick Holtz, the offensive coordinator for the Titans, the pride of Danville, De La Salle.
Well, let's go one higher. Cool. Mike McCoy, their head coach, is a San Marin High Mustang, which is Novato's rival. So you can, if you see McCoy before the game, tell him you're a Morosky guy. It'll rile him up because San Marin and Novato are rivals. So we got a lot of local connections.
Jeffrey Simmons, that would be the short one, right? Like one of the best defensive linemen, one of the best players in the league is on that defensive line, and those guys can wreck games.
Yeah, God, we all know the cliche, any given Sunday. So I was going to ask, how do the Titans win? We saw Tony Pollard and the Titans run all over the Browns last week. Is that the key matchup for you, the 49ers defensive line against Tony Pollard and the Titans run game?
Yeah, I mean, I think Cam Ward's playing well, but he's not playing. I don't think he can go beat you. So you remember Tony Pollard was kind of going off, might be strong, but he was giving the Niners problems a couple years ago in the divisional round playoff game for the Cowboys. Then he broke his leg in the first half, and the Cowboys ran out of offense, and the Niners won the game, and they went and played Philly the next week, and then Brock got hurt. It was that season. But so Tony Pollard's a good player, and the other back, Tajay Sharp's a good player. Like, he catches the ball. They're a little dynamic there. They play a couple of tight ends. But this is one of those games that, to me, is just falls squarely on the 49ers. Do you make mistakes or do you not make mistakes? Do you protect the ball or do you not protect the ball? Brock throwing the ball away 7 times against Cleveland was, to me, it's a similar recipe. Like, this is about you not beating yourself. Any given Sunday, yes. Respect every opponent, yes. Steve Kerr, appropriate fear, yes. All that stuff. But this game is about not beating yourself and not opening the door for a team to capitalize on mistakes. But, play good special teams. Tony Pollard, make some plays, but go score a bunch of points.
Yeah, let's talk about the defense guy in your research, looking at the film, talking to Tim, whatever. I'm shocked. Back-to-back games, single digits. It's like, what? I mean, I honestly, quite frankly, sort of gave up on these guys. And then when John didn't make a move at the trade deadline, we were joking. In the mix for 26 was our big joke on the show. And here they are. What are you seeing with this defense, and what are you expecting Sunday?
Lower half of the league in yards per play, yards per game. Bottom third of the league in pass defense. Bottom of the league in sacks and interceptions, but they're 8th in scoring. I think situational becomes big, and that's where your defensive coordinator becomes big. It's crazy to say, but in a weird, I wouldn't have thought this if you gave me this scenario, but in a weird way, Robert Saleh's candidacy to me to become a head coach again is almost bolstered more than if he had Bosa and Warner and a top 5 defense, right? This is about finding ways to solve problems. And I think, to me, that answer is situational football, and that's the defensive coordinator.
Yeah, and God, that's why I look at the Tennessee Titans just overall as an organization, and I think it was a crucial mistake to move on from a guy like Mike Vrabel, who's now in consideration for Coach of the Year with the New England Patriots, Kyle Shanahan, Ben Johnson, and those type of guys. But I don't know. We don't have to reflect on it too much, but, I mean, that was obviously the wrong move for this organization as a whole to move on from Mike Vrabel, right?
I mean, yeah, but, it's personality. I mean, that thing just blew up for whatever reason, and I don't remember that story so specifically, but it clearly went south, and this was my player, or you should have picked this guy, or whatever that was. Now you got to search again. Like when you're in this cycle of searching for your quarterback or searching for your coach, it can go on forever. It can go on forever. I mean, the Browns are Exhibit A on quarterback. So, I mean, yeah, you're right. Like, I think the guys. I always love Mike Sando's QB tiers, because like I saw a tweet the other day that said Phillip Rivers is an example that NFL QB development has faltered. It's like, well, no. I mean, in any given year, there's like 10 to 15 quarterbacks that are good, and then the other guys who are backup quarterbacks. And I think, in any given year, there's a few good head football coaches that really are coach of the year candidates every year. And then there's a bunch of guys that are rotating. And unfortunately for Tennessee, like it seemed like they had a guy, and it's New England's benefit, but New England benefits again from a head coach blowing up with another organization. But clearly there was something from a person. There's something going on there that didn't work. But maybe Robert Saleh's that. Like, I think if you read some of the Tennessee stuff, they're trying to figure out who is Robert Saleh our next head coach. Like he's on the list. He's got to be on the list.
Sure. That's going to be a huge story as soon as the season ends. It's Saleh's future, man, because we'll see how many openings there are. All right, guy. Well, looking forward to the call, but I can't let you go without. Well, you do a lot of college football, man. You're around the country. You do Saturday games. Your view of the CFP 12-team playoff controversy. Are you crying with Notre Dame? Are you riding with Notre Dame? Is Alabama a fraud, or do you love it the way it is with the two Power 5 team or group of 5 teams?
Josh Dubow had an idea that he told the Associated Press. He told me yesterday. His idea is that you know how I didn't know this, but I Googled it yesterday. Apparently, like Dom Perignon, they don't make champagne every year. They only make it when the grapes are good enough. So like there are years that they don't make champagne. That's how the playoff should be. Like some years it should be 4 teams, and some years it should be 14 teams. It just depends on how many good grapes there are.
Hey, man,
I'm not worked up about it, but I like Indiana a lot. They're the 1 seed, so everybody does. But to me, that's what I'm watching for. Like, can Indiana win a national championship in football?
No, it's absolutely one of the greatest sports stories of my life. It really is unbelievable. If they finish the job, it's one of the greatest sports stories of my life. So, all right, we'll look forward to the call, man. And by the way, 530 texted in and said he remembers Morosky telling that story at Emerson Junior High, giving Davis people goosebumps this morning. So there you go, buddy.
Wow. I want to know who that was.
I don't know, 530, whoever he is.
Yeah.
He's a fan of yours, though. He says you're a Davis High School legend. Is that your burner, guy?
Yeah, you texting in, guy?
Yeah, that's my dad. Sounds like my dad's number.
Have a great call, man. Thanks for hopping on.
Yeah, thanks, guy.
All right, guys. Good to see you.
Yeah, Guy Haberman on video. You see him looking good. The great hair, right? He's always known for the hair. You and him.
Always had a great head of hair.
You and him. Might have a hair off there.
That's how I got great hair back when I used to intern for a guy in John Middlecoff. I was asking for plenty of pointers on how to get my hair done.
So he's doing interviews with his former intern.
Yeah, how about that?
Do you have the Pete Rose cackle, buddy? What if one day I'm doing the Triple E? When Triple E becomes the Joe Rogan of sports.
I can't wait.
All right, guys. The big hit is next. 808 KNBR. We've turned our Friday big hits into Niner referendums. You can call in. Let's have some fun chopping it up. This 4-game run to the finish. I know Christian McCaffrey said yesterday a million times, one day at a time, one practice at a time. He was a robot yesterday. But let's go anti-McCaffrey here and look at the next 4 games. Can the Niners run the table? Do you see them tripping up? Can they go 13-4? Is this real? 808 KNBR is the phone number. Oh, and some thoughts on the Titans, too. And Kyle spoke yesterday, too. So we'll get into all that. Niner big hit next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday. The giving season continues here on The Sports Leader. We're still giving away 2 tickets to go see Styx in Chicago on Friday, September 4th at Concord Pavilion. We're also giving away 2 tickets to go see Toto, Christopher Cross, and the Romantics on Saturday, August 15th at Shoreline Amphitheater. Sticking to the 80s Friday theme, All Right by Christopher Cross, as he formerly likes to be known. Stay tuned for your chance to win all of these tickets to all of these great artists. Both contests are brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
This is The Big Hit, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
That's the business that we're a part of in terms of we want to win our division and we want to win every single game and get into the playoffs, and that's our job. That's why we're here. So, to have a week off and sort of see where we're at, I'm sure everybody on our team did look at that, but being back now, it's like all we have our eyes and sight on is the Tennessee Titans in this week and this Sunday. So that's where we're at. Really good team, and we respect the heck out of this defense. So my job this Sunday is to come in and do our job and execute, put up points, and find a way to win. So that's where we're at. We got to take it one at a time and strictly go from there.
Are you going to hit the post? Motoring! You're hitting the post, Tony. Look at you. It's like a DJ. Well done. Brock Purdy, Arrow, 80s Friday. Really good stuff. That was pretty good, man.
That was perfect.
I did not give the kid that specific instruction to hit the post. He did. It's 80s Friday. Everybody's feeling good. We're running the damn ball. Don't worry, Christmas heads. Next week will be a Christmas rejoin Friday only. We'll break out all the bangers for you guys. Yes, 80s Friday, and yes, Brock Purdy. Big hit is the Niners. 4-game stretch. Where are you? Can they go 4-0, 3-1? Is it the Seattle game? Is it the Bears game? What realistic hope and dream do you have? 808 KNBR is a phone number. 415-808-5627. Two stories on this one. Number one, quickly, Boogie Nights. You'll never forget the firecracker scene, right? The tidy whities, everybody. Boogie Nights. Boogie Nights, yes, no, everybody, yeah.
Not a PhD.
Great flick. Check it out. And two, this was a gigantic hit. They are a Bay Area band, and they filmed this video at San Rafael High School. Speaking of UC Davis recruiting, right? They filmed this video at San Rafael High School. I took my SAT at San Rafael High School right when this song was burning up the charts. And so I laughed when I was walking up the steps. I was like, oh, man, I'm in the Night Ranger video. And during my entire SAT, this song was stuck in my head the entire time. Doing English, there's doing these analogies and these essays, and I'm like, motoring.
Yeah. Well, looks like motoring got you all the way to UCLA, so congratulations, Murph.
It was the key. Just think if I had maybe gone to a different, or if it was a different song, maybe I could have gotten into Mike Silver's Cal Berkeley. Ha! Didn't apply, everybody.
Wow.
I want to go there.
By the way, I'm checking out the music video right now. Hell of a look. Hell of a mustache.
That's the video, yeah, where they're walking down. Wait, they're walking down the steps of at the front.
Wow.
Are you sure that's the?
Yeah, maybe I got the wrong motoring
I don't think that's
song.
the official video, buddy.
Oh, maybe I got the wrong video.
Yeah.
Because this guy's got a hell of a mustache.
No, it was way more of a. It was way more. And by the way, every time we mention Sister Christian, I'm usually expecting a text from FP. I think he's tight with one of the guys from Sister Christian because I told you they're local here. Yeah, go look up. The video's a little more dramatic. I think that was a goof one you found.
Yeah, maybe it was a spoof.
But anyway, point is that the 80s Friday is going good. It's going good. All right, back to the Niners here. Yeah, Tony, you know this one, buddy?
I do, yeah, and I'm still trying to find that clip.
Well, back in the day when I was doing Peloton with Jen Sherman, and she gave us so much content because she was a swearing machine, she was comedy, and she was riffing on pop culture too. She did a riff on this song that we played. I remember made the cooler of content. All right, 49ers fans, big hit it up. Yeah, there it is, buddy. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. That's the one.
Night Ranger.
That's the one. Do you see where they're walking down the steps of San Rafael High at the start?
They're all graduating, yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Nobody knows. Well, Jen talks about what the blank is motoring. What is it? What is motoring? What does that mean? She's like, what the F is this? She's sweating all over the place. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. 49ers, where are you looking at this 4-game stretch, buddy, as we do the big hit on the 4-game run? I kind of feel like, with the bye late, set them up. They're rested. They're healthy. I mean, right now, their biggest injury concern, Tatum Bethune, middle linebacker, Sam Okawanu out. Of course, we're never going to talk about Brandon Ayuk ever again, right? That's not happening. But, I mean, they're relatively as healthy as they've been all year. They're coming off a bye. 3 of their last 4 games are at home. I jock-blogged about this last week. I'm like, I guess it's real. I guess it's real. Is it real?
I mean, I've still had realistic expectations for the 49ers to be a playoff team, even post Fred Warner and Nick Bosa injuries. The question is, how realistic are the Super Bowl odds of them hosting the Super Bowl down in Santa Clara, of them maybe moving all the way up to the number 1 seed and not playing a single road game on the path to another Lombardi. Like, those are possibilities that are out there. I don't know if I'm fully buying into those possibilities. You asked about the next 4-game stretch. I think the expectations should be at least 3-1 in those 4 matchups. And to me, Murph, it's all going to come down to that last game of the year against the Seahawks.
Let me ask you a question that's going to sound ridiculous. Are the 49ers good? This is my question. I mean, this schedule has been, I just heard somebody was listing why the Patriots aren't real, because they really have feasted on an easy schedule. Now, they beat the Bills. It is like their only quality win. But the rest has just been bottom feeders galore. And so some people are doubting the Patriots. They play the Bills this weekend again. Bills presumably out for revenge in New England, and we'll see what happens in that one. But the point is what is the Niners' signature win this year? Well, I guess you'd say Rams-Seahawks, right?
No doubt.
It feels like the Rams and Seahawks, though, are different teams now. We saw when the Rams came around for round 2. They ran the Niners out of the gym, right?
Yes, and that's why when you ask me the question, are the 49ers good? I'm kind of 50-50 because I still think that this offense is good. Hell, borderline great. I still think that they can go out there and outscore damn near every team in the NFL. But the defense, I'm still not completely sold on because of Matthew Stafford going out there and putting up 42 points the last time they played. Because I saw C.J. Stroud pick apart this defense, dinking and dumping. And outside of Matthew Stafford and even C.J. Stroud, who I don't think anybody considers an elite quarterback right now, he's not playing like he did his rookie season, the 49ers have not played many elite quarterbacks or elite offenses this year. So I still have question marks about the defense, Murph, but I do think that the 49ers offense is good enough to at least make it to the playoffs and win a game.
Jacoby Brissett is another one that's completed 47 passes, and yet we say all that, and I agree with everything you're saying, and then look what happened the last 2 weeks. They held the Browns to single digits, and they held the Panthers to single digits. So
a Carolina Panthers team that upset the Rams a couple weeks ago.
Right. So, man, I don't mean they got no defensive line. Like we said this weekend, Jeffrey Simmons has 8 sacks for the Titans, half of the Niners team total. They're going to be historically, the Niners have 16 sacks as a team. Jeffrey Simmons has 8 by himself.
Yeah, but I would expect those numbers to go up this weekend, Murph, because Cam Ward, he's up there with Geno Smith as the most sacked quarterback in the league. So you're going to have to get some pressure somewhere, whether it's Alfred Collins up the middle or Bryce Huff on the edge or Yetur Gross-Matos potentially making his return.
We talk about this Niner offense, and you expect them to go off this weekend, but the Titans do have a little bit of a defense. They got a couple of dogs out there. We mentioned Simmons. And they're going to be, maybe if they're going to do anything, if they have any chance in this game, and we went over some of their games, they haven't been like they played the Seahawks close. Now it was late. They were down 23-3. They scored late. They made it 30-24 or whatever. They beat the Browns just last week. We had a couple other close games on their ledger. So, maybe it's not unrealistic to think that they cover the 12.5, right?
Well, I will say Brock Purdy has been a double-digit favorite, Murph, 10 times in his career. Now, the 49ers have won all 10 of those games, but against the spread, they're only 6-4 in those matchups. So you see it all the time in the NFL. You get double-digit points. Those are hard spreads to cover. But with all that being said, with the 49ers coming off a bye week, having 2 weeks to prepare, if they're not looking ahead to that Monday night matchup against Phillip Rivers, I actually wouldn't be surprised if they win this game by 2 touchdowns.
Okay, buddy. Well, there you go, man. By the way, shout out to Mike Kohler on that. That's an inside joke. I want to get back to Brock Purdy. I know he's a Titans fan. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
I was actually basically an inside joke just for me. Let's move on. Brock Purdy, how he's playing. We're coming off the Cleveland game where we praised him mostly for 7 throwaways. Like that's like we're like, oh man, he threw the ball away 7 times. Great game.
Yeah, it's more about the decision making though, right?
Yeah. What I'm saying is like, one good news. We're hearing that the toe, quote unquote, isn't a factor. We were told the toe wouldn't be totally healthy until after the season. But he's reached a point where, and listen, all these NFL guys play with so much pain and injury, it's ridiculous. The amount of physical courage they show every week is crazy. We just take it for granted while we're drinking our beers and freaking wolfing down our nachos, dude. Mm-hmm. But they're in tremendous pain. So Purdy is playing in some degree of pain, but it's gotten to the point where we almost feel it's manageable or relative, like he can perform with it.
Yeah, and we straight up asked John Lynch yesterday, are the training wheels off on Brock Purdy? He said, look at the footage from last week or 2 weeks ago against the Cleveland Browns. That's the most mobile he's been the entire season, whether it was the read option touchdown or just rolling around in the pocket. Like, that was the most pocket mobility that we've seen from Brock Purdy all year long, and that's one of the major differences we talk about when we're looking at a Brock Purdy offense versus a Mac Jones offense, and why I think this Niners offense hasn't even reached its peak this year because Ricky Pearsall hasn't stepped stepped up as a wide receiver one, and we still haven't seen that guy named Brandon Ayuk.
So to Purdy, they asked him yesterday, Mac Jones is 5-3. The Niners are 9-4. Mac Jones has more wins than Brock Purdy this year, right?
That's crazy.
I mean, it's crazy. He's right now is the winningest quarterback. Brock Purdy's trying to tie Mac Jones tomorrow.
Damn, this is like when Luke Walton got all those wins with the Warriors.
Well, exactly, and it's why we got so used to hearing "I've been flossing in that candy paint" so long, and we haven't heard it in a while. But when we play the Niner win package, which we played after the Browns game and the Panthers game, I was like, oh man, there's a lot of Mac Jones in that package, right?
Dude, it's mostly Mac Jones.
So we figured out, we forgot. Oh, go ahead, you got it. Yeah,
Mac Jones.
Oh.
Jones.
We played it for him and he giggled.
He did. He got a nice little chuckle out of it.
We need to talk about that, by the way, and maybe in the next segment about Mac Jones not being on the team next year and what you can get for him with Curtis Rourke's ascension, too. But anyway, back to Brock Purdy. They asked him, how are you playing this year? Cut X, Tony. What'd Brock say?
There's been moments where, in the past, where, like I've said, drive the ball, like mechanically, I want to continue to strive for, just my accuracy and stuff. I feel like there's been moments where I can be better with that. As a whole, this whole year, it's really just been about my toe and getting healthy and feeling like myself again. So, having a week to rest up and then coming back this week and having a couple practices under my belt just feels good and feel fresh. But, more than anything, it's continuing to play with the chip on my shoulder and going back and watching the situational football moments that we were in the games that I've been in so far. And, I think for me, it's in the end of the stretch here, 4 games, regular season, how can I be better? And I thought, the last game in Cleveland was a pretty good test for me to, take care of the ball, be smart with it, throw it away, and then stay on the field when we can. So, I don't know. That's what I watched, and that's what I saw.
I mean, pretty good answer there. Pretty honest answer in the sense that he talked about the toe and how it's been a factor and how it's getting better, and the bye helped him. And then yesterday, just kind of calling himself out, like taking care of the ball. Like that Panthers game is haunting him. Those interceptions that he threw. Now, listen, Jalen Hurts turned it over 5 times on Monday night, right?
No, I just saw Patrick Mahomes with a 3-interception night. I just saw Matthew Stafford with a 3-interception day a couple weeks ago.
Do we as a fan base hold him to ridiculous standards? Like we're waiting for him to fail. We're waiting for him to fall to 262 again?
See, I don't even know if it's the fan base or just the NFL fan base and everybody who does not want to believe that Brock Purdy can be one of the top 10 quarterbacks in the league because he is Mr. Irrelevant. Those same guys who are trying to justify skipping him 6-7 rounds in the draft are the same guys saying, I still don't believe it. I'm still waiting for that other shoe to drop.
It's still lurking out there, isn't it? But he did say another interesting thing in that comment about playing with a chip on his shoulder. And I got a flash to when Brock was really coming on, making his name that earned him this big contract. The times he would throw those touchdowns and the cameras would catch him screaming and then doing that ice in the vein. What is it? The ice in the veins
Ice
thing?
in your veins, Murph.
I mean, he would remember that? We haven't seen that in a while.
Yeah, but we have seen him pull out the Dougie. He hit it in Cleveland and then told us, he's like, yeah, I looked up and saw the dog pound and I just wanted to Dougie right in their face.
That's a very
So he
good
got
point.
some of that swagger back a couple weeks ago in Cleveland, looking for some of that this weekend down at Levi's.
Yeah, no, man. All right, so people checking in at 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. 916 says, trade Brock Purdy and Mac Jones for Joe Burrow. Okay. I don't think that's going to happen.
No,
By the way,
neither
Joe
do
Burrow, there
I.
is like a little whisper that Joe Burrow was unhappy this week.
Yeah, stay tuned. We might have some sound in the cooler of content today.
Okay, there you go. 775 says wins are not a quarterback stat. The eternal question, are wins a quarterback stat? They are when they help your arguments.
Yeah.
They aren't when they damage your arguments.
Depends what
Right.
argument I'm making here.
925 says, we must remember the receiving talent on the Niners is, as the kids would say, mid. Very true.
That's what I pointed out. We're all waiting for Ricky Pearsall to emerge as wide receiver 1. I mean, they spent a first-round draft pick on the kid, and Brandon Ayuk is looking like he's played his last snap in a 49er uniform, so Ricky Pearsall is supposed to be the future. We haven't seen it too much this season.
Kind of on notice, I would agree. 925 shows incredible listener chops. Says, I think Tony Dungy was right. It's all setting up for Niners, Bucks, 4-5 seed. First of all, that's incredible. They remember that Tony Dungy interview, and that's literally what he said. Because when the 49ers played Tampa Bay way back, he goes, I think this is a preview of a January. We're like, really? That's kind of a strange
and he
call.
said the winner of that game would have home field advantage, I believe.
That's right.
Yeah.
So the Bucks right now, by the way, fighting to win the NFC South after losing last night, blowing a 14-point lead in the fourth quarter to the lousy Atlanta Falcons. Although Kyle Pitts finally emerged. His first game as a pro last night. He finally went off last night. Kirk Cousins found him. But if the Bucks do win their division, they'd have to fight off the Panthers the final 3 weeks, which they can. They probably would be the 4th seed Could the Niners be the 5 seed? That would require the Rams or the Seahawks falling below the Niners. I guess it could happen. It could happen. So, yeah, 925. It's a could happen. My buddy San Diego Mike, his grandpa used to say, it's a could happen. Meaning like if we'd be BSing about something, he goes, yeah, it's a could happen. Huh. It's a could happen.
Almost like that better than a what if.
It's a could happen.
It's a could happen.
There we go. The receiving text there. 415 says, the game at Cleveland was a good indicator of this team. We have always struggled there, even with better 49ers teams, and also have struggled with Arizona. So says arrow up, considering that the Niners beat Cleveland in Cleveland and handled the pesky Cardinals. Who was the stat that it was? Guy Haberman hit us with the rookie quarterbacks that Kyle Shanahan's lost to? Is Josh Rosen.
Yeah, he's only lost to
Cardinals.
a rookie quarterback twice, and it was Josh Rosen twice.
So that's
of all people, Josh Rosen.
That's crazy, man. Okay, anyway, guys, well, a quick break. We can continue the big hit on the other side. Are you believing this 4-game stretch for real? Are you looking at that Bears game? Are you looking at that Colts game? Is Phillip Rivers going to shred the Niners and end their playoff dreams? Are you looking at that Seahawks game down the stretch? We'll do all that. Plus, Dave Fleming joins us at 8:50. 80s Friday, a Run the Damn Ball Friday. It's a fun Friday on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday. The giving season continues here on the Sports Leader. If you haven't heard, we've been giving away tickets all week long. We got 2 of them to go see Styx and Chicago on Friday, September 4th at Concord Pavilion. We also have 2 tickets to go see Toto, Christopher Cross, and the Romantics. Hell of a show on Saturday, August 15th at Shoreline Amphitheater. Again, stay tuned for all of those artists and all of those tickets that were given away on this Giving Friday. Both contests are brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, you know the deal. 80s Friday, but we go a little bit, we're cheating a little bit because we're just doing a contest, 80s Friday. You guys know it. The kids found out, the kids I work with, this was their favorite of the week. The Romantics, what I like about you.
You really know how to dance, Murph.
We play, well, yeah, kind of. I told you about that carnival video. Do the oak tree, buddy. Minimal movement. The less movement, the better. You know what I mean? Anyway, Saturday, August 15, 2026. Be there or be square, Shoreline Amphitheater. Toto, Christopher Cross, and the Romantics. That's what. Tell Curly what you like about him. Tell, hey, this is what I like about you. Your final hoodie. That's what I like about
it's
you.
the way he wears his slacks.
Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. 2 tickets to see these guys shred it. Shout out Tim Plow and UC Davis. That'll be fun, man. Hey, that's 180s Friday contest. We still have another one in the bag. We got Dave Fleming joining us at 8:50. Who knows? We still got a few more 80s bangers. It's been fun today. IGY, Donald Fagen really set the day off on a good note. Deep new wave pull, Red Rockers, China. The lush R&B sounds of Quincy Jones, James Ingram, Baby Come to Me, Patty Austin. Went hair metal and Tawny Katayan on a car. Here I Go Again, Whitesnake. Total Eclipse of the Heart, Bonnie Tyler, not the Dan Band with the F-bombs. And a big hit today was Sister Christian, Night Rain. Sure, we got a lot of people going on that one, too. All right, guys, back to the 49ers as our part 2 of our big hit before we get to the cooler of content. Speaking of the cooler of content, you were nominating this for cooler of content. We want to do it right here. And this is something you consistently, I'll give you the nod here, because I wrote it off. Fred Warner's out for the year. You've asked twice now, I think, to John Lynch, can Fred Warner come back? And that generally gets people excited.
Yes.
Like, people they like talking about it. They like thinking about it.
Yeah, well, we asked him initially when the injury first happened about the timeline. And since then, I've seen a ton of workout and rehab videos from Fred Warner swimming laps in the pool. So yesterday we asked John Lynch about an update. And it sounds like we also have an update from Fred Warner. Pick your poison. What do you want to go with first here? John Lynch or straight from the source, Fred Warner?
Well, let's go with the academic answer from a John Lynch, and then we'll get into the exciting answer. Not that John isn't exciting, but the more we'll appetizer John Lynch's view of Fred Warner.
You know, Fred's crushing it. He's going to attack everything in his life with the same mentality, which is that not waste a minute. Focus on what he can control, and that's working his tail off. And I've told you all the lengths that Fred goes to be the best he can possibly be. He's not approaching this any different. And, I saw something the other day. Someone showed it to me where he's swimming. And so he's kind of taken on that. And I think that's something Fred always tries to implement, something different. And I think in his approach to this injury, he's approached it the very same way. And he's doing really well. So, like I said before, it's a stretch to foresee him coming back, but I don't put anything past Fred Warner. And our biggest issue is just going to be making sure he'll want to, but it's just is it a wise decision for him, for our organization, all those things. So we'll let that transpire. But what Fred will do is not waste a day. in doing everything he can to rehab that injury.
Okay, so cautious John Lynch, but not absolute John Lynch. He's like, listen, it's probably not going to happen. Let's be smart here. And he's right. Here's me getting even wackier here, buddy. Does Fred Warner come back for the Niner playoff run after the Niners earn the 1 seed and the extra week? Yo!
I mean, that extra bye week would give him plenty of time.
I mean, I was just in the break room talking about it with fellow radio heads. They're like, are we going to get the 1 seed? I'm like, it's on the table. It's a could happen.
Yeah.
It's a could happen.
It's a could happen. And I'm trying to think to myself, like, I wish I had these answers. I wish I knew if Fred Warner could return for the number 1 seed 49ers.
I wish I knew. I wish I knew, I wish I knew. I wish I knew, I wish I knew. I wish I knew, I wish I knew. I wish I knew,
I mean, what are you going to say? How can we get that into an 80s, 90s, 00s, or 10s Friday?
We just did.
Very good. Well, you said Fred Warner himself. I saw he showed up at Levi's Stadium doing a Bay Area host committee appearance.
Now, was he on the back of a golf cart running away from an interview like Nick Bosa?
No. Shout out Chris Alvarez from KGO chasing him down.
Way to get your cardio in, Chris.
But no, Warner was with, God, I forget. It was another Bay Area icon. It's escaping me right now. But anyway, the point is he did a little jog up the stair. It was a little 2 steps up to this little sort of short platform where he was doing the Q&A, and he did a little jog, and then he did a little hop.
Ooh.
He did a little hop.
Damn.
And people were blasting it. Dude, is Fred Warner showing us?
He's back.
His mobility.
He's playing this weekend, Murph. He's back.
What did he say? This is on his pod?
Yeah, I believe this was on the Fred Warner podcast yesterday afternoon.
I hear all the chatters on the internet and around everywhere. Everybody asks, hey, is Fred gonna make it back for playoffs? Fred gonna make it back for... Hey, I guess time will tell. Never say never. We shall see.
Okay, buddy, it's on the table.
Never say never.
It's a could happen. Boy, that 1 seed would go a long way.
Yeah, it definitely would. And Murph, I remember the initial timeline. So when the injury first happened, shout out to Matt Barrows, who has been talking to all type of surgeons from around the country, and he laid out the timeline of a 16-week recovery. Now, that's your average recovery timeline. Fred Warner is not your average human being, so we need to keep that in mind because, like I said, he's out here swimming laps, and it seems to me like he's a bit ahead of schedule. But if we're going by that timeline, that would almost take you up to around the NFC Championship game because 13 weeks out from the initial surgery would be the wild card round of the NFL playoffs. So that would be pushing the limits a little bit, but if the 49ers do work up to a bye week in the divisional round, I guess I should say, or in the wild card round, that would maybe give them around a 44 to 45 to 50% chance to come back for the divisional round, according to Matt Barrows' research.
Man, oh man. All right, I'm going to open my mind.
So you're saying there's a chance.
He just turned 29 last month. So that's the age clock on him. He's not 21, but he's not 39 either. So he's 29. The videos are out there. He jogged up those steps and did a hop. We have a month to play with here. Could he be like full on Fred? Could he be all pro Fred when he's on the grass? Wow.
I mean, it's a great question to ask, and it seems like in this day and age, we see the advancements in medical processes and recoveries. Like, I remember how crazy it was when Adrian Peterson came back so quickly from his ACL, and now we're seeing guys like Bryce Harper or Shohei Ohtani come back from Tommy John surgery, not throwing the ball, but like there's so many advancements in rehab and everything that goes on with these athletes. I wouldn't be surprised if Fred Warner does get ahead of the schedule that everybody's laying out with this 16-week timeline recovery.
Incredible. 415, checking in on the Golden State Lumber and Sherwin text line says, can you guys play that Fred Warner laugh again?
Dude, it was a really good ominous laugh.
You want to hear that, Tony? Let me know when you find that. But by the way, wow.
We shall see.
Okay. All right. So there you go. Okay.
It's a great laugh.
559 says Lynch on Warner's possible return. I wish I knew. So there you go. They put the quarter in the jukebox for sure. 510 says I was waiting for I wish I knew. So there you go. 415 just comes in out of nowhere with an anti-Yetur Gross Matos text. Says just very anti.
You know, I saw that text. I was confused if he was talking Yetur Gross Matos or Luis Matos. Because it seemed kind of random.
916 says that 70% Fred Warner is still the best linebacker in the league. I mean, there is that feeling. There is that feeling. 209 says, I'm worried about Taylor breaking tackles and Brock trying to do too much. Well, that's the Colts game.
Yeah, you're getting ahead of yourself with Jonathan Taylor. I mean, it's hard to take down JT, but shout out Tony Pollard and the Tennessee Titans who ran all over the Cleveland Browns. They're going to try to do the same thing this weekend. 530 says, 49ers could win the West and have the number 1 seed. It's not likely, but I wouldn't bet against it. Based on the injuries, who would have even dreamed this was a possibility? 925 says, hit him hard early and often. Rivers likes throwing interceptions. We're already looking ahead to the Colts game. We're going full Al Davis. The quarterback must go down, and he must go down hard.
415 says, I said it with Copes yesterday. This is a multiple listener here. Everyone's asking if Fred will be back, but this is Paver Jerry sending that picture. Bro!
Oh, dude, Paver Jerry, I do not need to see your broken ankle.
Why did he do that?
Yeah.
Why did he do that?
And also, not to insult Paver Jerry, but you're not Fred Warner. That's not the same type of recovery process.
Man.
Well, thanks for listening, Paver Jerry.
And by the way, in the end here, somebody writes in my phrase, it could happen. 707 dusts off the old joke. Here's the joke, guys. Ready? Tony, Marcus, here's the joke. These 2 Irish guys walk out of a pub. Hey, it could happen.
That's the entire joke.
That's the joke.
Yeah.
That's the joke. There you go. Very much.
They don't walk out.
Let me try it again with the Colts press room laugh. Do you have that? So these 2 Irish guys walk out of a pub. Hey, dude. Bro.
Stepped on it.
Come on, man.
Dude, you're putting Tony on the spot here.
Comedian work here.
I have the right laugh track. I was scrambling. My fault. Go ahead.
Take 3. Here we go. So these 2 Irish guys walk out of a pub. Hey, it could happen. There you go. Friday laugh for you.
Dude, a good Friday laugh, almost more laughable than me seeing Tim Lincecum highlights from when he was an Anaheim Angel on my TV right
That's
in front
what a
of me.
Friday's for, buddy.
That's a Friday.
SantaCon is tomorrow. We're in a Friday mood. It's an 80s Friday. And congrats to, was it Sandra and Novato who won the Romantics tickets? That's what we like about Sandra. And we hear her talking in her sleep, too.
Yeah, and I'll say this for young Tony, tomorrow's SantaCon. Yeah. It could happen.
We wanted the Colts press room.
Yeah, I was looking for the Colts.
All right, Cooler of Content is stacked. It's loaded. Young Tony, you want a preview for the people to stick around? Anything good? Todd Bowles after the game last night?
Joe Burrow contemplating retirement.
Okay, all
Jamar
good.
Chase thinking it's AI.
Okay.
That's what that is.
Let's go. Next on The Sports Leader. Hey, River Islands. Go out there this weekend. Take a little holiday trip out to River Islands and Lathrop. It's a winter tour. Tour the newest homes. River Islands has it all. A neighborhood to fit every lifestyle. What do you want in your home? Do you want an awesome kitchen? Do you want a home gym? Do you want a private office? Do you want a separate suite for your in-laws? The point is that the home builders out there have thought about all these things. They've designed all these homes just for you. And it's priced from the low 600,000s to over $1 million. Even a community for active adults, 55 plus, inside that River Islands master plan, which has its own clubhouse. There's a lot going on. There's lakes, there's parks, there's trails. San Joaquin River, every day feels like a good day. The good life. So much access to the outdoors right out your front door. Day trippers, Yosemite, Gold Country, Lodi Wine Country. Shout out the Beatles and the day trippers. Or just meet up at my favorite place, the Boathouse. Happy hour. Burgers, beers, tunes, games. Come on. River Islands is where the good life comes to life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? Visit riverislands.com. And hey, I'll meet you at the Boathouse.
The good life.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marquise Boucher back on a Friday morning with Prize Picks, because right now on Prize Picks, it's the holiday season, which means it's the best time of the year for sports, especially here in the Bay Area, because the Warriors are back in action tonight hosting the Minnesota T-Wolves, and the 49ers are finally back from their bye week this weekend, taking on the Tennessee Titans. So I got a couple Bay Area picks for you this weekend on Prize Picks. You know I love cashing in on Christian McCaffrey, and Prize Picks is one of the few apps where you can stack lineups with one single player. You can add Christian McCaffrey to have more than 71 rushing yards, to have more than 43 receiving yards, and you can even add him to score a touchdown. It will stack up your payouts right now on Prize Picks. So join us and cash in on the Christian McCaffrey cash train this weekend by downloading the Prize Pick app and using the code word LEADER to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code LEADER to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler.
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucopacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something.
Yeah, baby! Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Yeah, you got to pay. Listen, the hair metal thing, I mean, you'll never make it up again. 80s Friday, these bands, I would marvel at these bands. I was not a fan of these bands. I didn't hate them, though. I was amused by them. I was like, these guys are for real? Like this, like Rat, Round and Round here. I mean, I know people like Overnight Dave and Pecan and Paul, they love these guys. And I'll be like, really?
Shout out my guy, Raph, who loves him some Rat.
Okay. I mean, the look. I was like, really? The spandex, the hair, the glitter, and all that? And I was like, all right, let me tell you what. Ladies liked them.
Oh, yeah, they did.
Ladies liked them because you could go round and round with Rat here. Yes, let's go. Turn it up. Sunset Strip, late 80s. Round and round. You're a fan.
Oh, dude, we'll bump some Rat on the lake.
It's a good,
good boating music.
Good boat music.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Oh, yeah. My dad will throw this in the mix for sure.
That to me, that's the sweet spot. That's the sweet spot. Yeah. Give me a cooler and a Saturday on a lake.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
give me a couple beers.
There you go. Like I told you, no hate. I was just mostly amused by the whole look. I'm like, really? That's the look? Okay.
Hey, it worked. It worked. Whatever works, Murph.
Sponsored by Marin Health, the cooler of content with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think. See, these guys and Red Rocker singing China in the same decade is kind of funny. You know what I mean? So,
that's the 80s for you, right?
Exactly, buddy. We miss it. We miss it all. Let's
right
go.
From the beginning.
You're down. You're totally down.
Dude.
I would imagine, given the way we're trending, we're going to give away Rat tickets at some point in the next few months.
Stay tuned. Yeah, make sure you don't book anything for September of 2027.
We talked long enough. Bring it back. There you go. The movie The Wrestler, Mickey Rourke. Really good movie, by the way. Really good movie. This song plays a key role. It's pretty fun. All right, guys. Did you watch Thursday Night Football? I did. Well, I'll tell you why. It's on now. Me and Raph, the fan of Rat.
Mm-hmm. You're taking on the Rat Army.
We're playing each other in the playoffs. It's on now. Playoffs, varsity only. Me, Tony, Raph, sorry, Marcus.
Yeah, I know.
You and Kruger go have a barbecue in the parking lot.
Yeah, me and Kruger will be chugging beers in the parking lot.
Heckling our teams, probably.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, Murph, remember when I beat you twice during the season?
By the way, I'm also just doing stuff I don't usually do, which is like kind of late. Some might I think the media covering this might say that I'm panicking.
The media said what?
Dropping kickers? Yeah, I saw that.
But the friendly media that I have planted, like every beat team has its friendly reporters.
Yeah.
You know the deal. You know the deal. So anyway, I don't need to say anything. They'd be saying, no, Murph is actually thinking through this stuff. So I've actually changed kickers twice now this week.
No, I said it's a panic move.
Okay.
Dude, the fact that you were going to go, the fact that you're even in the playoffs and you were going to have Jake Moody as your kicker.
Well, we need to tell the story. We got to get to the cooler content. Dave Fleming at 8:50. But long story short, I've been sort of not married to a kicker. My original kicker wasn't working out. Will Lutz, he wasn't doing much. And I was like, you know what, moving on. And then when Jake Moody went to Chicago, I had a feeling he'd have a good game, so I picked him up. And he did have a great game. And then they dropped him. They moved and brought back Cairo Santos. And I was like, I actually got lazy. I'm like, I'm just going to go with Cairo Santos, whatever. He's a kicker. Who cares? And he did fine. But as we got to the playoffs, and I'm like, well, it's late December, Chicago. And I was like, should I change kickers? And I'm talking to Raph at the holiday party over the original Joe's, and we're joking. We're looking at each other's teams. And I go, look at my kicker. Should I do something? And I go to the kickers available. And Jake Moody, the big green circle next to his name means he's available. And I said, hey, Raph. So I was doing it almost for a bit. I go, this is for content. I said, watch me pick up Jake Moody right now for the playoffs. So I did it.
Right in Raph's face.
So I did it. And I was like, that's content. I'm going to talk about this on the air because the listeners love this stuff.
And then I was just thinking about the possibility of Jake Moody either making or breaking your season. Like, if the fantasy matchup comes down to 3 to 5 points, the fantasy kicker can make a huge
Without
impact.
question. I mean, I think Cameron Dicker, young Rory Murphy, who's a lunatic for fantasy football, Cameron Dicker had a monster game for him last week.
That's Dicker the kicker.
Right, exactly. So what did I do? Last night I was like looking at my team yet again. Well, because we had Bijan versus Baker. They kind of each threw a haymaker at each other. Bijan had 25.5. Baker had 19.1. So I'm a little ahead. I'm 51-49 on the computer. But you know what I looked at? The kickers again. You know who was available? Eddie freaking De Niro. Eddie freaking De Niro. And what does a man do faced with Eddie De Niro? You go with Eddie De Niro. I dropped Jake Moody and picked up Eddie D. Let's go, Eddie Pinheiro. Let's talk that S. And let's frickin' go. Raph, I'm coming for you, buddy. Me and Eddie De Niro are coming for you, buddy.
That's a savvy move, Murph, and I'd like to say you're welcome. I'm the guy who dropped Eddie Pinheiro when he got injured, so I'm glad that, I'm helping out the morning show by sharing our kickers here.
There's a lot of love in the room. A lot of love in the room. All right, guys.
That's it. It's the Christmas spirit in me, Murph.
If I want to bore you guys with one more thing is I change defenses every week. That's what I do. I just go for the worst offense. I take that defense.
Yeah, that's the strategy. Stream defense.
And this week, Minnesota's offense is terrible. They're playing Dallas on Sunday night. And I was like, well, I'm taking Dallas's defense then. But I started looking at the number. Dallas's defense has not statistically been great. And then Raph dropped the Cleveland defense. Cleveland defense is amazing, right? You're going to get sacks. You're going to get picks. You're going to get strip sacks. You're going to get fumbles. But they're playing the Bears, who can score some points.
Yeah, and we just saw the Titans score a lot of points against that Browns defense.
So what did I do? I picked up the Browns defense, but I could be waffling. A couple of bourbons tonight. I could go back to Dallas.
Damn, we're going game time decision?
Could be. Wow. Now, is the media ripping me for panic moves? Probably. That's why I got to go with the beat reporters I have planted.
In the bourbon.
I'm going to go with my friendly beat guys. Next question is from this guy, not from you. Not from this guy.
Murph's playing out all of his options here.
All right, long intro there. Cooler content, Todd Bowles. So Thursday night football, that's where we got. That's where I digressed on the fantasy football, is because Raph and I were watching the game. And Todd Bowles is the coach of the Tampa Bay Bucks. They've won 4 straight divisions. Baker Mayfield's great. Mike Evans is great. Everything's good about Tampa Bay. They're a respectable franchise. They beat the 49ers, right? Everything's fine, right? Except for the fact that they blew a 28-14 lead in the fourth quarter last night against the lousy Falcons. They did a lot of stupid stuff. They gave up a 3rd and 28 and a 4th and 14. They just got lazy, and they lost to Atlanta 29-28. And here's Todd Bowles, head coach, reaction.
It's inexcusable. You don't make excuses. You gotta care enough where the shit hurts. You gotta care enough where the shit hurts. It gotta mean something to you. It's more than a job. It's your livelihood. How well do you know your job? How well can you do your job? Well, you can't sugarcoat that shit. It was inexcusable, and there's no answer for it. There's no excuse for it. That's what you tell them in the locker room. Look in the mirror.
Incredible. I love it. And by the way, use this anywhere in life. Maybe things around here aren't going the way we want with some of the people we're working with. Tony?
More than a job. It's your livelihood.
Boom. Mike Holler. You need to have a meeting.
More than a job.
Mike Holler, next meeting, I want to hear, Tony, I want to hear this.
You got to care enough where the shit hurts.
Yes.
It's got to mean something.
I got news for you. Tomorrow we have the 8B CYO Christmas tournament. Guess what? Pregame speech. Right?
More than a job. It's your livelihood.
Dude, I'm literally going to say that tomorrow at around 2:30 at Redwood High School. I'm going to say, you got to care so much.
You got to care enough where the shit hurts.
That's it.
More than a job. It's your livelihood.
That's it, baby.
I mean, Murph, I know it's December 12th, but this is a late entry for soundbite of the year.
It really
like,
is.
I can use this for everything. Like, not making the KNBR fantasy football playoffs. This hurts. This means something to me, Tony.
You got to care enough where the shit hurts.
This is the best, man.
It
Todd
hurts.
Bowles, thank you very much.
It hurts.
All right, guys. Meanwhile, the other story that came out, we're a couple days late here, but we got to get this out. Joe Burrow is obviously one of the greatest quarterbacks in the league, but he was hurt. He said this this week, and people are furrowing their brows. Check it out.
If I want to keep doing this, I have to have fun doing it. You know, I've been through a lot, and if it's not fun, then what am I doing it for? So that's the mindset I'm trying to bring to the table.
How much fun are you having right now? Is it difficult to have fun, given the season, what you've been through physically, emotionally, all of it? Is it tough?
Yes, certainly.
Did you have fun playing? How much of it was fun before? Winning's always fun, but in general, was it as fun before you got hurt?
No, I wouldn't say I viewed it that way.
What was the changing point?
Changing point. I'm not sure there was a singular moment or of time. It's just a reflection on a lot of things that I've done and been through in my career. I think I've been through more than most, and it's certainly not easy on the brain or the body. So just trying to have fun doing it again.
You seem like there's something on your mind, or maybe I'm reading too much into it, but it seemed frustrated.
There's just a lot of things going on right now.
Football related, personally?
All the above.
Oh, therapy session with Joe Burrow. I don't know what to make. I don't know the guy well enough or his situation well enough, but man, clearly this got people talking. Are the Bengals going to trade him? Does he want to move? 49ers fans like, trade for Joe Burrow. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'm not ready to go down that path. Now, I will tell you, just like watching and taking in some Joe Burrow content throughout his years going back to LSU, like he's always been a pretty stoic dude. That's why he's gotten the nickname, and I know Murph doesn't like people calling him this, but Joe Cool 2.0. So he's kind of like not really been a high energy guy to begin with. But I can also understand what he's saying about the body and the mind and how this guy's just getting beat up. And we're talking about back-to-back seasons now. I mean, yeah, the Bengals made the Super Bowl and lost to the Rams, but the Bengals have not been the same team since, and they have not done a good job getting him an offensive line to keep him healthy. So I know how much of a pain it is to go through the rehab process and physical therapy and everything like that. It's also not fun when you have a defense that can't stop anybody to save their life. So the Cincinnati Bengals need to figure something out because besides drafting his boy Jamar Chase out of LSU and pairing him up with his college buddy, it doesn't seem like he's having a lot of fun.
Well, speaking of Jamar Chase, he was played. They said, what did you think of your quarterback laying bare his soul and questioning his commitment to football? This is Jamar Chase's answer.
How much do you think Joe Burrow loves football?
I thought this was an AI. I'm not. Did this really happen though? That's real?
Yeah. Well, it depends on what you saw.
I don't really know nothing about it at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? That's something.
You might have seen something that we're not.
I mean, but like I've seen a little bit from the TV walking outside from practice, and then like I turned my eyes, but I don't know nothing about it. At the end of the day, I see him the same every day. To me, he loves football. You know what I'm saying? But that's a him question. I can't answer that for him. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day.
I'm asking for your perspective. I'm not trying to.
I don't know. From what I see the same person every day. You know, he comes to work. He loves work. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, he don't look like he's bummed to be here, you know?
But I
looks the same every day.
He did it all, man. He went to. I thought that was AI. I did. You know, it's funny. Declan was telling me they were doing something in class the other day about deep fakes in politics and stuff.
Oh, they're everywhere.
You know what he said to me? This is at the Christmas tree. He goes, Dad, we're cooked.
Yeah.
Overcooked.
He's not wrong.
Yeah, he's overcooked.
Dude, it gets to the point now that I'm just like scrolling through my phone on Instagram or TikTok or whatever, and like an AI video will pop up, and I'll be like, all right, I'm done. I need to log off for the day. Like, I don't even want to see this stuff.
Well, here's the solution. Don't do it. Don't do your phone. Have you heard about this app called Brick that disables your phone for a while? Some high school kids are doing it who are smarter. It because you can't stay away. You're addicted, right? So this app called Brick just blocks your phone apps. You can use your calculator or something or whatever you need, but you can't access any apps. Called Brick. I'm giving them a free ad right now.
Isn't that just the same thing
as turning off your phone?
Turning off your
I know,
phone?
but no, you can still call somebody.
Well, I do this a lot. Like, I used to do this a lot when I would work out. I'd put my phone in airplane mode, and that way people could not access me at all. Like,
But
they
you
would
could
call
still go
and
on,
drop off
Twitter.
signal, but I could still go on the internet and still listen to music.
This is better to just stop all that. You're studying. Maybe you need to call somebody. It's like this kid. You have to do it. It's like being on a diet. You have to force yourself to walk away from the refrigerator, or something.
Self-discipline, yeah.
Man, oh man. Jamar Chase. Well, Jamar Chase he went to
AI.
he went to school at LSU. LSU is in Louisiana. And in Louisiana, they don't trust AI. They don't.
With this AI bullshit that's going on, that's what that is. It's probably that AI bullshit.
I mean, Will Clark tells no lies.
No,
tells no
I
lies.
see nothing but truth. And I trust Jamar Chase. I mean, he knows Joe better than any of us. I don't know if this is going to lead to an Andrew Luck type of situation where Joe Burrow is going to retire early. But if his boy Jamar Chase said he's still having fun playing football, I'm going to believe Jamar.
There's got to be something to it. Why he chose to do all that? Did you see the quarterback? We got to get to Dave Fleming, I know. Did you watch the quarterback Netflix with Joe Burrow?
No, I did not watch it.
I got a few episodes in. It's just a huge time commitment, man. So, but he was an interesting gat. He's an interesting dude.
Shout out Joe Cool.
And quite talented, too. All right. That was fun, Cooler content. Hey, we got to take this Cooler content seriously. This has to hurt. And Dave Fleming will take his interview seriously with us next on The Sports Leader.
I thought this was an AI.
With this AI bullshit that's going on, that's what that is.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
All right, let's talk about Amici's because holiday cater. We're getting down to it now. We're under 2 weeks to go. So hopefully next week you're having a holiday party and you're going to have Amici's cater it. Amici's East Coast Pizzeria catering menu, bigger portions, buffet style. It's awesome. Catering menu. I told you guys a bunch that we had the high school water polo team over, and I was like, well, why don't I order Amici's pastas? The big trays come, and the kids just loved it, man. Just freaking diving into that fettuccine Alfredo and the penne. And there was enough for everybody because there's huge trays. So it's great sizes, ideal portion sizes. Oh, by the way, stack some pizzas at the end of that row because you're going through, I got some pasta. Oh, here's some wings. Then there's the pizza. You're all set. It's Amici's catering menu. Check it out at amicis.com. They will fully customize. They will fully cater your holiday party this year. And then in advance, you're welcome, baby. You're welcome. Catering menu, amicis.com. Holiday parties coming your way. Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, 80s Friday. Let's go new edition. Cool it now. They were so young and cute, these little kids. And then Bobby Brown, well, things got a little strange down the road. But hey, these were happier days. Ronnie, Bobby, Ricky, and Mike. If I like the girl, who cares who you like? You don't even know it, huh?
Oh, bro, I can tell you a fun little fact before we get the phlegm. I played with a buddy, high school football or middle linebacker, that would bump New Edition to, like, get him boosted and hyped up for football games.
It's not truly like
It's not at all. But he was the meanest and toughest dude on the team, so if he wanted to listen to New Edition, Murph, we were listening.
Cool it down. There you go. Cool it down. Young Tone, you know New Edition cool now? Yeah?
I think I vaguely heard this one. This might be the first time, though. I don't know.
Dave Fleming's like, what am I doing on this show
Yeah.
here? Dave Fleming, of course, our great friend. The man, the wonderful broadcaster for the Giants and everything else. What do you want? College football, college basketball, he's got it all. Dave, happy holiday season to your clan. Merry Christmas, all that good stuff. Thanks for hopping on. How are you, man?
Hey, what's up, Flem?
I'm enjoying the tunes. That was cool by me to warm me up a little bit. I'm great.
Where's Dave Fleming? Where is Dave Fleming with a New Edition Cool It Now? Is it something you'll accept it on the playlist?
100%. That's a good tune, man. That's good. I'm down with that.
Yeah.
You know, the USF basketball coach, Chris Gerlifson, who's done a real good job there up on the hilltop. Sometimes you go to their practices, because most of these teams just play the music that the kids want to listen to while they warm up or whatever. You know, there's like a shooting period before you get into practice, so they got the music cranked, and a lot of these teams now have big speakers they bring out onto the floor just to get everybody sort of juiced up. And Chris has like a 80s R&B day every once in a while where like the music that he listened to as a kid is what he puts on. That's fun.
Well,
that kind of reminded me of that.
Sounds like Gerlifson would be a fan of our 80s Friday.
Yeah,
I think he would be. I think he would be. He might be listening right now.
And Dave, I got to say, it's kind of the perfect rejoin because I don't think we've had the chance to talk to you about the new edition of the San Francisco Giants and Tony Vitello and Bruce Bochy being back and bringing in Ron Washington. Talk to us about your reaction since the last time we talked to you about Tony Vitello and this coaching staff, the new edition of the San Francisco Giants.
There's a lot of news. I mean, that's one thing about the Giants right now. They are not boring. Like, stuff is happening. And I give Buster a lot of credit for that. Buster is obviously a guy who is willing to trust his instincts and is not afraid of kind of pushback or what's the industry norm or anything like that. I haven't had a chance to spend too much time around Tony, just a couple phone calls. But I'm excited. I mean, I think the staff, to me, looks really good and energetic. Tony's big on whatever the makeup of a staff, we all have to be in this together and everybody's pulling in the same direction. And I believe in that. I do. I think that matters, even in Major League Baseball, where you got a bunch of sort of grizzled veterans who could be a little more independent maybe than athletes in other sports. I believe it's important for the staff to be like that. So I'm pumped about that part of it. I think Ron Washington's a great guy to have around for Tony. Just, guy's been through it all, seen it all. Nothing could surprise him. So I'm pumped about that part of it.
I love Ron Washington. A lot of guys we don't know, though. We don't know the new pitching coaches or the new hitting coaches. Do you have any intel on either of those, Dave? The new pitching coaches and the new hitting coaches?
Well, I was around the Blue Jays during the World Series, so I didn't really get a chance to know this guy, because I'm not, in the coach's room while they're grinding, getting ready for a World Series game. But I was around that team, talking to their manager a lot, and I mean, I was very impressed by their overall approach as an offense, and I think it's clearly something the Giants sort of noticed too, and thought, at least to explore, like, okay, how are they doing that? Is there a part of that we could bring here? And I think they just landed on a guy who turned out they were very impressed by. So from an approach standpoint, I really thought the Blue Jays were one of the more impressive teams I've seen in a long time. The thing that I like about it, because I'm with you, like a lot of these guys aren't people that I have personal relationships with, but I do think it's always a good thing to get some fresh ideas. Like, even if you're winning the World Series every year, it's a good thing to bring in people from the outside, maybe who are seeing it a little different than you are. I think that's just a healthy way to run an organization. So you're bringing in folks who have different perspectives, who've learned from different people, different ways of teaching things. I think that's healthy for everybody.
Oh, it's going to be a gigantic learning experience for all of us. I do want to get to the actual field and things like that and talk to you about college football and college basketball. But one more on Tony Vitello. Like you said, you've only had brief encounters with him. But, I'm as excited as anybody because he's energy, fresh paint, a big, bold move by Buster, which I'd love. In 14 months, he just keeps making big, bold moves. But if I had to, put on my cynical hat, it's like, whew, the old cliche, drinking from the fire hose. It is going to be... We have to be realistic that it's going to move fast for him, isn't it? So, Dave, what would you sort of caution yourself into thinking, okay, I have to be realistic about what could be a lot for Tony Vitello this year? Yeah,
this guy's a really, really smart guy. But there is no doubt there will be a time where, I could envision a time, I'm not saying this will happen, but the rules are different. Maybe there's a rules thing that comes up that slips by. The bullpen management, I think there's going to be a game or two early in the season where Tony second-guesses himself after the game and says, you know what, I wasn't ready for that, or I didn't think that through. That's just that. You're right. It does move fast, and that is going to take an adjustment for him. It is. And I think you tolerate that if it's a person you believe in. I've talked to a bunch of Giants players since Tony was hired, and the buy-in factor seems to be very high to me. I think everybody is really excited about having this guy around. They recognize, what he accomplished at his level, and I think they really do feel like, hey, he's a smart baseball guy. That's going to work up here, even if what you're talking about is true.
Yeah, great stuff with Dave Fleming. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Just fun chopping it up with Dave on the UMA guest line, Marcus.
Yeah, and Dave, we know at the end of the day, players play and coaches coach, or should I say managers manage, and that's what Tony Vitello is going to have to do at the major league level, but it's going to also determine on the horses and who he has on the roster, which brings us to the winter meetings and free agencies, and we haven't seen any big blockbuster moves by the Giants yet, but just big picture, Dave, when you are overall looking at this roster, we've been discussing the Giants' biggest needs. Do you feel more confident in the amount of bats that the Giants currently have in their lineup or the amount of arms that they have in the rotation and their bullpen?
The bats. I feel very confident in the offense. Now, the defensive part of that is a little different. And I think the defense is a big point of emphasis for this team. And so I don't know how that's going to shake out because it could be just the personnel that they have already in place and they're going to either reconfigure or sort of reimagine how everybody fits defensively. I think that is a big factor in the Giants' success this upcoming year, is improving in that way. So, but the offense itself, I think the Giants are going to have an above-average offense and with upside for much more than that if they do nothing else this offseason. I'm bullish on the Giants' offense. They need more pitching depth, and in particular, they need, to me, at least one more starting pitcher that you feel real. That's not to say that some of these young guys can't emerge, but I think going into a season thinking that has to happen for us to be successful is a little dangerous. So I think they need at least one more, maybe even two more starting pitchers that you feel real comfortable could slot into one of those spots. The good news is you have an ace. And, assuming Robbie Ray is healthy and himself again next year, which I think he will be, you could argue you got two guys who are close to being ace-like. Those are the hardest things to find. You don't need a superstar pitcher in that next spot or next two spots, but I think they do need some help there.
Yeah, agreed. And so how do you go get them, right? There's the free agent route, and there's EMI. We got excited, and then some cold water was poured. So I guess sort of a two-part question, Dave. Do you see ownership spending for a free agent pitcher? And secondly, are you thinking Buster Posey might trade a known name for a pitcher?
I think a trade is a possibility. It doesn't seem to me like, okay, Sonny Gray got traded. Joe Ryan definitely is still, quote, available, but, maybe not. The Twins don't sound to me like they're being all that realistic about what they're asking for. There's a guy like Mitch Keller for the Pirates who's probably available for a pretty high price. I don't think that, I think it, part of it is maybe the Giants have some budget constraints. I don't know. I'm not in those I'm definitely not in those meetings. But I think part of it is they're not overwhelmingly excited about the pitching options at the higher end. And I think if you're not, you don't make the mistake of, now maybe they'll prove to be wrong with those evaluations, but you don't commit 5 years and $150 million to a guy you're like, yeah, he'd help us. Mm-hmm. I just don't think that's a smart thing to do. I think you're better off, if that's your feeling, of maybe targeting a different tier of free agent pitcher. And that's my guess is what's going to happen here is that some of those names a little farther down the list, but can be solid, have some upside. I think those are the guys the Giants are a little more likely to target.
Well, one of those well-known names that I know diehard Giants fans know is Bryce Eldridge, and that's been a name that's been popping up a lot over the last couple weeks in trade rumors. So, Dave, what are your thoughts on maybe moving on from a young prospect who just turned 21 like Bryce Eldridge, and your overall thought process about whether or not him and a guy like Rafael Devers can coexist in that lineup?
Yeah, they can coexist for sure. It's not 100% ideal to have the DH spot just locked up. Now, if Rafi Devers is your DH, if Eldridge, let's say, think like 2-3 years down the line, play this out, and Bryce establishes himself as like a really good power hitter, and he improved a ton this last year defensively, so then he's comfortable at first base. Okay, so you think that through and think, all right, Devers at age 30, if Devers is our full-time DH for 4 or 5 years, like Devers definitely clears the bar of a guy who's so talented that you're not unhappy to have your DH spot just locked into one guy. If your DH is somebody who's not at that level, you lose all the flexibility if somebody's hurt or you give a sort of half rest day to one of your good hitters. That really ends up hurting you if your DH isn't elite. If he's elite, and it's Big Papi or it's David Ortiz or it's Devers, whoever it is, then you're like, yeah, that's just a position we don't have to think about or worry about. They can coexist. I don't think they want to trade Bryce Eldridge. I don't. Every team's asking about him. Every team. And they should. Like, he's really talented. But I think Tony and the new staff are really excited to work with him and see what they can get out of him.
Man, the Bryce Eldridge question. Man, if he just becomes that dude, right? If he's that dude, like we were just saying, like do up Adames, Devers, Eldridge, it's like, it's exciting. Or
I'm pretty bullish on him. I am. I think he showed a ton of improvement this last year. When you're 20 and you're showing aptitude to get better on the fly against guys who are so much more experienced than you are, to me, that's like a green light of, okay, this guy's going to get it. But, I mean, he is a first base only player who has some defensive questions and is going to strike out a lot. So the idea that his ceiling is like the greatest player in the game is probably unrealistic because of those things. So maybe that obligates you to listen the way the Giants are probably at least listening.
I was going to say, at the same time, that middle of the order sounds so great. At the same time, Webb, Ray, Mackenzie Gore sounds pretty good too. So it's like you can kind of see both sides. I guess it's a long way of saying, Dave, I'm kind of open to both sides. I'm open to him being the next Willie McCovey, and I'm open to the idea of a young pitcher. I guess kind of funny, Dave, because on the week that Jeff Kent goes in the Hall of Fame, he came about because of a brassy, controversial trade.
Yeah, almost in the opposite direction, right? Where you traded an established star as opposed to like a young prospect. But it's a good reminder that there's lots of different ways to build a good team, lots of ways to pile up as much talent as you can get on a roster. And I mean, you're right about that. You were here. I was around. That was not popular when the Giants made that trade, to say the least. And it turned out to be a franchise-changing move in a positive way. It's very hard to predict in this sport.
Yeah, and it turns out that Brian Sabean traded for a Hall of Famer in Jeff Kent. Now, it did take a while for Jeff to get into the Hall, but Dave, what was your reaction? Were you surprised to see him get in through this kind of alleyway to get into the Hall of Fame?
Well, I guess I was surprised because I hadn't really, I don't follow that stuff all that closely, like the machinations of how the Hall works. So when I saw that, I was like, oh, okay. I mean, it's not to say I didn't even realize he was up for it, but I guess I wasn't following it all that fast. So I was a little surprised, but I was thrilled for Jeff. I've thought all along that he belongs in the Hall of Fame. And take away the fact of all the other players who aren't in. Don't let that distract you from just saying Jeff Kent was a great player for a long time, and I'm really, really happy that he's going in.
It is. Wow, he was really fun on our show yesterday. He came on and was just he's a you forget when he lets it loose, he's a fun interview. Now he was cranky a lot when he was playing, but he's a big personality. Had you had many encounters with him?
The money lies in the RBIs, man. When you're telling that to 6-year-olds, you got some character.
So good, so good. Well, listen, we'll be curious to see. Obviously, right now people are impatient. The winter meetings ended, so there's a lot of fans who don't really. They're like, "Oh, the Giants didn't do anything." Well, they got time, so we'll see, and we'll give Buster a few weeks here as we approach Christmas. Dave, we can't let you go. You and I both love college football so much. I've always wanted a playoff. Back to the BCS days, I'm like, come on, what are we doing with these computers? Give me a playoff. And I thought 4 was pretty darn good. I thought 8 would be really good. And then they chose 12, and I'm like, all right, whatever. And here we are. Didn't make anybody happy, right? Unless you're Indiana and Fernando Mendoza. But your take, I guess I'll go big picture. Do you like the 12-team playoff? And what's your take on how this week shook out?
I like 12. I mean, I think there is a chance that in the new era of college football, which has gone completely the opposite from what I thought. I was on Nick Saban's side when we did NIL and transfer portal changes a few years ago. Nick came out and said, "Well, this is just going to concentrate power even more. You're going to have less parity. You're going to have the 5 best programs every year. They're going to pay the money. They're going to get the talent." They're going to eliminate their own recruiting mistakes, and it's been the opposite. Like talent is spread out unlike it ever has been, and I think you could make an argument that in that era, that 16 maybe isn't too big. I always thought, well, 16 is no fun because the bottom teams in that just can't win at all. Like I don't want to. The NCAA basketball tournament is a different thing. In football, I would want a feeling of the teams that are in. You could envision a scenario where they could win it all. So, I mean, I like 12. I like the system we have now. If it went to 16, I wouldn't throw a fit about it. But along those lines, I mean, I know the Notre Dame people are losing their minds. Whatever you think about the comparison with them and some of these other teams, the fact that we got 2 teams, great stories. I love my mom's a Tulane alum. She loves Tulane. Nice. She's pumped up. She's so fired up about the team, and everybody who went to that school is. JMU, same way. But those teams, if you only have 12 spots and you have 2 teams that probably really can't win it all, that seems like a flaw to me. That's where I would start if I needed to make a few tweaks to the system.
So no more group of 5s.
If you clear the bar, if you're in the top 10 or 12, then you're in. But if you're not, I wouldn't save a spot for those teams. I just think those spots are a little too precious in a tournament like this to where like a field, I understand access. You guarantee them access if they are in that top portion of the rankings. You're in. You're not going to get excluded because of your conference affiliation. But I don't think that I love the fact that it could be Notre Dame at Ole Miss and it's Tulane at Ole Miss. That doesn't feel right to me.
Well, you better call your mom and say that. Well, you better, come on.
Yeah, my mom would very much disagree with me on that. And look, I love the fact that they're going to have an incredible, experience going down there and being a part of this thing. That's really cool. But if they lose 35-10, that's not as cool to me.
I agree. I'm torn because I do like those stories. It's true. Maybe one, but the fact of the matter is that through a perfect storm, the conference champ of the ACC was not rated higher than JMU. So, I mean, that's almost the ACC's fault. It's like
It is. You're right. Yeah. And the ACC's fault for having a terrible year. The ACC's fault for having a ridiculous tiebreaker scenario where they didn't have Miami in their championship game. Like, you got to have Miami in there. Mm-hmm. That would have solved a big problem, assuming Miami would have just won that game. That would have solved a major problem.
Yeah, would have for sure. What about Alabama? Are they frauds, or should you put them in?
I mean, I keep them in just because I think, when you go through the SEC and you're the number one seed with the wins they had, that you earned your way into the playoff. I do believe that, but they didn't look like a great team the last couple of weeks. So I don't expect them to have some awesome college football playoff, but I do think they earned their way in.
All right, last one's on the hot seat here. You're either going to answer this easily or take a hot controversial take. Who made the better hire? Cal, Tosh Lupoy, Stanford, Tavita Pritchard.
I think for each scenario, which were different, they're very similar hires, even though those two guys are really, really different. It's not a coincidence. You got Ron and Andrew. You got two alums in the head coaching position. It's obviously like a part of what they're thinking about moving forward. Tavita's a much more like, I don't want to say stable personality. Tosh is kind of an animal, man. I mean, that guy is a different cat, and in a good way. Like, he's going to get a lot of good players over there to Berkeley. A lot. They are going to be a talented team, I guarantee you, and soon, like as soon as next year. And he kept the quarterback, which was huge. I love the quarterback, but I think Tavita's a great fit for Stanford too. Both of them. Here's my ultimate point about both of them. And I said this to somebody down at the Stanford press conference to introduce Tavita, and they got mad at me for saying this. Vanderbilt's winning, Tulane's winning, Army's winning, Navy's winning, Duke's winning, Virginia's winning, Northwestern's winning. What's your excuse? There is no excuse. I'm tired at Stanford of hearing the excuses of the system doesn't work for us and blah, blah, blah. All these other peer schools are winning. There's no excuse. Stop whining about that stuff.
You sound like Todd Bowles last night after the Tampa Bay game. I love it. By the way, Jim Harbaugh proved that at your school.
Correct.
Yeah.
Get a good coach. Good coaches. Like, one fun exercise to do is go back and look at those Stanford coaching staffs.
Yeah.
Jim, it's incredible how many great coaches Jim had at one time. Incredible. Vic Fangio's coaching the defense. Greg Roman's coaching the offense. Those are two of the very best coaches in football under one of the best head coaches in football, all at Stanford. Like, hey, maybe not a total coincidence that we were winning. That, to me, is like, get the right people in place, and you win games. It's not that complicated.
Dave, my hot take was that Jim Harbaugh's coaching job at Stanford, I think, is the best coaching job I've ever seen. That includes Bill Walsh with the Niners, you name it. That program was thinking about folding or going to one double or just, I don't know. I talked to an old Stanford alum, was like, I'm not sure we should have a football team in this current environment of finances. And I was like, wow. And then Harbaugh came and took you guys to the greatest heights.
If there had been a playoff, Stanford would have won
ensconced.
one.
I can just picture right now that beautiful Rose Bowl turf, sunny day on January 1. You're playing George Kittle's Iowa Hawkeyes, and Christian McCaffrey takes that pass, little dump down pass, and goes about 75 for a touchdown.
Yeah.
I mean, think about that.
Yeah.
That's where
Jesse
you guys
Palmer,
were.
I still laugh when I see Jesse Palmer because he was calling that game, I think, with Musburger, and so whoever at Stanford had tipped him off and said, "Hey, first play of the game, where McCaffrey's going to go out as a wide out, and we're hitting him, and it's going to be a big play." And so, the first play of the Rose Bowl, Jesse's like, "I wouldn't be surprised if they right away try to get Christian McCaffrey the ball." And there you go.
Oh, I still remember it. And the Rose Bowl looked so glorious. It was awesome, man. Yeah. So good. Yeah. Well, Dave, we'll end it by this. I asked you, who made the better hire? A, Cal, Tosh Lupoy. B, Stanford, Tavita Pritchard, and you blew the question when it was C, Bob Chesney, UCLA.
Here we go, Dave. Here we go.
That's good hire. Good hire. I got your Bruins tomorrow night on the hardwood, too, up in Seattle. I'm going up to Seattle.
Did you see always quotable Mick Cronin's comments about the 8:30 tip?
I didn't see that.
Oh, no. It's pretty darn good. So UCLA's playing Gonzaga, Marcus, tomorrow night. Great game. Gonzaga's really good. I think Ken Pom has them 4th in the nation or something, so we're up against it, and we're still trying to find ourselves a little bit. So I can talk to you on the side about the Bruins. But this was Mick Cronin because it's an 8. So my son, Dave, is really into college basketball. And I go, hey, Rory, when's the game Saturday? He goes, 8:30, Dad. I said, no, that's like Eastern. He goes, no, it's 8:30 Pacific. I said, that can't be right. Well, here's Mick Cronin quote. Don't get me started trying to stay positive. It's ridiculous. Why don't we just play at midnight? I mean, what are we doing? It's so disappointing. It's so crazy. Let's tip it off at 11:30. My dad's 84. He's going to have to take 2 naps on Saturday to watch us play. I mean, what are we doing? I've got no words. So that's what you're walking into, Dave.
Little old UCLA. Everybody's against us. Yeah. Deck is stacked.
We're up against it tomorrow night. That'll be a tough
Make
one.
sure you get a couple naps in, Dave.
Oh God, I don't know. How am I going to stay up till 10 o'clock? Oh my God.
Dave, me and Hep Cronin will be watching you tomorrow night.
Yeah,
so thank you for doing that.
Good.
All right. But
I hope you Bruins
great
play
catching
well.
up, man. Great catching up. Have a great holiday season.
Talk
Merry
to you
Christmas
guys
to the
soon.
Flemings. All right.
Yeah,
Be
thanks,
good.
Dave.
Merry Christmas. Happy holidays.
Dave Fleming, fantastic chat on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday. We still have 2 tickets to go see Styx in Chicago that we're giving away. That show is going to be on Friday, September 4th at Concord Pavilion. We want you to stay tuned for the rest of the show for your chance, like I said, to go get 2 tickets to go see Styx next year. This contest is brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Ooh! Now we're on an 80s Friday, buddy. This is a Shots Fired. Shots fired at Mike Silver.
Is this who I think it is?
This is one of the top 100 bands of all time. Squeeze! Squeeze! This is one of their iconic bangers. Young Tone, as you know, pulling muscles from a shell. Different in Tilbrook, man. They'll write you a toe tapper. Young Tone, your early review?
It's a toe tapper. Yeah, I like it.
The lyrics are funny. They're bangers. I mean, they're just, it's, I can give you about 8 straight. We can keep going. But anyway, thank you. 80s Friday is fun. How about Dave Fleming endorsing 80s Friday? Cool it now. You don't have to play that. You don't have to pot it down at all, buddy.
Yeah, keep this going because this is the first time I think I've ever heard the band Squeeze.
Okay. Well, you get to just let it roll around in your brain here. IGY, Donald Fagen was well received earlier this morning. You guys were baffled by Red Rockers China.
Yeah.
James Ingram, the lush R&B of a James Ingram and Quincy Jones and Patty Austin was good. And now here you're getting a good old bad blast of Squeeze. And you guys are generally... You're relatively acceptable to the whole thing, aren't you?
Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to add it to the rotation
Not
anytime
really your
soon,
style.
but
No,
yeah,
no,
not
no,
really
no,
my
no.
style.
It's
I'm
what
more of
you-
a rat kind of guy.
It's the kind of thing that you make the mixtape for your girlfriend back in the 80s. Yeah. Thank you, Tony.
Maybe am I getting like a little Oasis type vibe?
Not nearly as hard rocking as
A little more
Oasis,
poppy,
but
yeah.
they are Brit songwriters who you can kind of hear their Britishness in their voices. Yes, not a crazy call, but Oasis, like Mike Silver would want to punch you for saying that, but I'd say they're like second cousins, somewhere on the Brit pop family tree. So there you go, buddy. Thank you, Tony. And we're not done yet. Next week, Christmas Friday, everybody. There's a little piano jam for you. Okay, after all that's said and done, we have a short segment, and then we can get into the final segment, either Niners or Giants. My Jock blog posted just now about the Hot Stove League. That's right, we're dropping them. We're dropping Jock blogs.
We got a fresh high.
Should be like a freaking tray of cookies.
Yeah, It's
Tray
like
of
when you go to
Christmas
Krispy Kreme and you see the lights on, you got to stop by. When I see the lights on for a Jock blog, I'm stopping by.
Are you baking Christmas cookies at home?
I'll definitely be getting baked over the Christmas season. I can tell you that.
SantaCon is tomorrow.
Yeah, Depends what kind of cookies we're talking about.
Are you baking Christmas cookies at home, Tom?
No, I've never been a big baking.
Is John Curley baking Christmas cookies at home?
No.
God, you guys got a big. Well,
I think we'll
thankfully,
buy them. We'll actually buy them. Absolutely.
Thankfully, I'm married to a babe who's who's baking like crazy. Dude, her holiday fudge right now. Yo! I went and saw my doctor yesterday. You know what he said? He said, you're doing pretty good. He goes, little less fudge.
Yeah, lay off the fudge.
He said, a little less fudge.
Yeah,
He actually said that.
That goes for all of us.
Shout out Dr. Kim. He's keeping me alive. All right. Mexican American Dream. He's the iconic caller. He'll just pop in every now and then with thoughts. He is in parts unknown.
Unknown. Where is he?
Mexican American Dream. Buenos dias. Happy holidays. Feliz Navidad. How are you, brother?
Mexican American Dream. What's up, brother? No.
After all that,
dude,
he dropped.
He's on right now.
After all that,
he must be on mute, just walking around the living room. I don't know.
Well, he was on hold for 89 minutes.
Yeah, dude.
And part of the problem is I don't have a call screener in front of me. I would have gone to him earlier.
That's
but
an issue.
I had to find the call screener. All right, I guess we won't go to Mexican-American Dream.
I mean, he's been dreaming for 89 minutes.
In parts unknown.
I want to hear what he has to say.
I guess then we'll just clean out the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line.
Racy.
831 says, I grew up in the 80s. I have no blanket idea who Squeeze is. What world are you living in, Murph? 415 says, Squeeze is lame. Like Coldplay, they suck. 408 says, how about Coldplay, by the way? What do they do? Well, they'll sell like 120,000 seat stadium.
Yeah.
And they'll end careers.
Yeah,
too,
they
by the
will.
way.
Yeah. Careful for that Coldplay kiss camera.
408 says, Marcus likes rat. We can be friends.
Round and round.
510 says, Squeeze is smart guy rock. Give me some black coffee and bread in bed. 650 says, Squeeze being top 100 is Murph's worst take of the year.
Okay, hold on.
That's hilarious.
Back it up a little bit.
I got a lot of bad takes.
Exactly is smart guy rock?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That seems like a category I do not want to be involved in.
408 says, not a banger, Murph. And 925 says, Pullin' Muscles, great song.
Pullin' Muscles.
There you guys go. Mexican-American Dream is back.
Oh, he's back. Round 2.
In parts unknown, Feliz Navidad, Mexican-American Dream. How are you, brother?
Yeah, what's up, bro?
Feliz Navidad, amigos and friends and everybody. Yes, even you, John Tony. I just wanted to call to say, I called earlier to speak on the 49ers. I believe we have a great opportunity to go 3-1, maybe 2-2. Not feeling too hopeful about that Seattle game up there in the cold and the miserable and all that, them elements. As well as the Bears, those guys are sneaky, Daddy. I was in the house for the first game of Levi's and they took it from us. I'll never forget. I wanted to smack that smug face off of Jay Cutler's face. Didn't get the chance to, but keep an eye on them because they might get one on us on that one. But the reason I called, Daddy, is because I had some libations over the weekend with some of your colleagues, the treacherous three known as Canadian Walter, Dirty Danny Dunn, the Packet Man, and the ringleader, Papito himself. And they informed me that young Tony Dunn moved down from the Silver Mountains, and now he lives in the city. And they also said, ask him about the New Year's Eve party he's throwing. So, young Tony, what's the details on the invite, Daddy?
Young Tone, hop on.
Whoa. I don't think this is a very unofficial party that we had planned. I think I'm also going to a concert that night, but apparently there's a party going to be planned at my place. I don't know. I'm not against it.
This is the follow-up for the 4th of July party that Mexican-American Dream was at, right?
Correct.
Yeah, young Tony, you don't got to be shy, baby. It's okay. We don't have to invite everybody. I'll be there with my steel chair, and I'll be there to clear the house if some uninvited guests do arrive. But just wanted to make sure that I'm on the list because I remember last time you didn't take too kindly to the news, and I apologize if I put you on the spot. And I'm only also calling because the junior Republicans at Contra Costa County told me that they have a great members-only jacket with the YT monogrammed on the sleeve. They wanted to give it to you. I'll bring it to you today.
You can drop the mic on that. That's awesome. Members only, Young Tony, Monogram, Young Republicans, and Junior Danville. A Mexican-American Dream. Be good. See you at the New Year's Eve party, buddy.
I'll see you in the city, baby.
All right, good job. Mexican-American Dream. Always a good call. And, hey, we'll see you December 31, Tone.
I'm going to see Swedish House Mafia that night, but, I mean, it's maybe a pregame.
What, Squeeze isn't in town?
Mm-hmm.
Is that
Squeeze is not in town, no.
Well, Tony, after the party's the after party. I'll see you there.
All right. We can do Niners on the other side, or we can talk Jock Blog on the other side. Your call, buddy. Or Warriors. We haven't played the Steph Curry Kuminga stuff. Let's do that. You guys can all go read the Jock Blog on your side. The Steph Curry Kuminga stuff's interesting. We haven't touched it all morning. They're back on our lives. Let's do that next on The Sports Leader.
It sound right, boys.
sound right, boy. It sound right, boy.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
It's not impacting anything for us, so you'd have to ask him, his feelings. I can imagine it's not easy for him, and we've talked, about the situation, and my desire for JK is to become the best player he can possibly be, regardless of where he ends up, whether it's here or elsewhere.
Oh, man, Steve Kerr. It's not you, it's me. Doing that, the breakup here. And as we fold that artfully, that's right, we're calling it out artfully, into our not just 80s Friday, but our giveaway. So there you go, sort of a three-layered rejoin here, because this was Chicago. Now, if you're a true Chicago fan, when they were a rockin' R&B, soulsy, bluesy 70s band, you're puking nonstop when you hear what they turned into this pablum, this top 40 soft rock ballad that was number one, by the way. This was number one in America. Number one, as Tony Salvador would say. Hard to Say I'm Sorry ruled the charts in 1982. People love their big drum right here. People loved their soft rock ballads in the early 80s. I don't know about today. But anyway, we're giving away tickets to see Chicago is the point. Sticks in Chicago, Friday, September 4. So we turned it into an 80s Friday rejoin. And for Johnny Kuminga, it's hard to say I'm sorry. It is.
I'm so sorry, Kuminga. It's just not going to work out
Call
here.
John Curley. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. 2 tickets to see Sticks and Chicago at Toyota Pavilion. They guarantee you they will play this, and I guarantee you a bunch of men and women in their late 50s guys will stand behind their girls with their hands around their bellies and sway back and forth.
And then they'll get caught on a kiss camera, and it will ruin their entire life.
That was Coldplay.
Yeah, still, it happens, Murph. It happens.
I don't know what happened to the soft rock ballad. It's just gone. It was a monster part of American culture for a long time. and it's gone. It's just gone. So, want to bring it back? I don't know. You guys, another song you put on a mixtape for a girl, by the way.
Oh, hell yeah. I said we get the band back together. We'll get Raph on drums. We'll get Tim Webb on the guitar. I think we could piece together a nice little KNBR band.
There were fans of Chicago who were like, you got to be kidding me. This is freaking Chicago? Because Chicago used to be played Saturday in the Park, 25 or 624. They were almost a tower of power, kind of bluesy R&B horn band. And then Peter Cetera joined the band, and they turned into this soft rock, easy listening crap, which, every now and then it's there when you're driving. It's just on in the background. You're like, oh, yeah, this song. Yeah, look at this one. Mm-hmm. It's hard to say I'm sorry. You kind of like it, Tone, don't you, huh?
I mean, it's just that type of vibe. I mean, it sounds like somebody just died,
Here's the strings right now.
Uh-huh. Well, if you want to hear this song and more, be caller number 10 right now to John Joe Curley.
So, Steve Kerr, and that's on us. We kind of buried this this story this week where Kerr just basically said, again, it's not you, it's me. And basically now this is like we're at that point where we've talked about this in the past, Marcus. Have you ever been in a relationship? And I think the answer for you is yes. And I think Copes has one of these too, where the relationship is over, but you're still living with them. Maybe to play out a lease, or didn't you have tickets or something?
I had Yankee tickets when the Yankees came to the Coliseum, but not on the level of my guy Copes, who stayed in a relationship to get to the World Series to go see his San Francisco Giants.
Even though the relationship was over.
Doesn't matter.
Staying with the girl meant he could get those tickets.
Exactly. So you got to stay in the relationship.
So right now, are we in the stage of Kuminga? We're in the stay for the World Series tickets phase of the relationship with
but
Kuminga?
here's the thing. At least there was a payoff with the World Series tickets. At least there was a payoff of me going to go see the Yankees. What's the payoff right now for the Warriors?
What is the payoff?
And Jonathan Kuminga? A trade? Is it Giannis? I don't know.
Will he play tonight? They play the Timberwolves tonight. Maybe not. These things are matchup dependent. Maybe somebody gets banged up. I don't know. Maybe somebody's going off. Maybe Kerr sees something that he wants to use against Minnesota. But man, oh man, these quotes are crazy. I mean, it's over. I mean, it's Jover, dude. Here's more Kerr on coaching Kuminga. There's any number of these, dude. Cut M from Kerr about January 15th about how weird it is.
This is part of being in the league, and I've talked to Moses about this. I've talked to JK about it. I've talked to most of our guys, really. It's like it's a really weird league. It's a weird business to be in because you have to fully commit to the team that you're playing for, knowing full well that team may trade you or cut you. And that's a really hard thing to reconcile as a player. But the sooner guys can recognize it, the better. And the guys who end up playing for a long time sort of figure that out, and they understand that you can't just say, fine, I'll be a mercenary either. Like, you really do have to commit to whatever group you're with. But if you're getting traded around, moved around, it's not an easy thing to deal with. So, and especially if you've never been traded, that first one is weird and difficult, and I can speak from experience. So, it's not an easy situation, but nobody knows what's going to happen. My goal is to get JK to play at the highest level that'll help us win that he can.
I mean, it goes to show you there's those when certain athletes retire who had a run like Derek Jeter with the Yankees or Kirby Puckett, rest in peace, with the Twins, or I don't know, I'm thinking of Larry Bird, maybe, Magic, maybe, where they're like, man, you did it your way and you were able to stay in one place your entire career. That's obviously the exception. Jonathan Kuminga now becomes like Jordan Poole or James Wiseman. So all of a sudden becomes, no, he's not gone yet, but we are almost like 100% sure he will be gone by February 5th, January 15th at the earliest, February 5th at the latest.
Yeah, the writing's on the wall.
But these are people, these stories are more common in the NBA.
Yeah, I've used the example of Eric Pascal a couple years ago when they drafted him out of Villanova. And then next thing you know, he's ran out of the league in 3 years, 1 year after leaving the Warriors, and he's going on podcasts talking about, oh, it's so difficult to play with Steph Curry because I can't go out there and get my 20 points per game. I'm like, yeah, you're not Steph Curry. And that's kind of how I view this Jonathan Kuminga situation. Yeah, he can go score 20 points a night for the Sacramento Kings, but no offense to our listeners up in 916, they haven't been lighting the beam a lot lately.
Light the beam.
Like, you got to pick and choose. Like, do you want to be a part of this organization? Do you want to be a part of the system? Do you want to be a part of the chapter in NBA history that is Steph Curry? And for the last couple of seasons, we've seen the answer from Jonathan Kuminga. He doesn't fit into the system. Steve Kerr doesn't want him on the court with Steph Curry, and that's why we're all counting down the days to January 15th.
Man, oh man. And so, yeah, and somebody wrote in, we've said it a million times, Brandon and Kuminga by the Bay, Ayuk and Kuminga. We have two gigantic sore thumbs sticking out in our Bay Area teams here.
Move out date, January 15th.
One more Kerr. This was all from a couple days ago on trade day, January 15th. And what's going to happen between now and then?
Well, I remember years ago, Bob Myers told me, he said, I'm guessing it's easier to coach than be a GM. And I had been a GM before. And I said, I agree, but why do you say that? He said, because as a coach, all you can do is coach the guys who were there that day. And as a GM, we have unlimited possibilities as to what we can do to construct the team that we want to build. And it's true. Mike sits up in that office and has to think of a million different scenarios. And I just coach the guys who are there and try to support them, every day and help them. And then whenever the moves happen, But Mike and I are totally aligned, and he's great at his job. Whatever decisions he makes, he will include me in the discussions, but it's not my job either. It's his decision ultimately, and we both respect that.
All right, man. Mike Dunleavy and Bob Myers. Well, I mean, listen, the crime or river, this is their job. I was at the Warriors-Pelicans game when the Warriors were wearing brown. The Padres were in town.
Yeah.
And I saw Dunleavy sitting by himself for a while. He was wearing a suit. He'd gone to the Bob Myers suit. Now, before I've seen him show up in the quarter zip, like what I'm wearing right now, but he had gone to the suit, and I was wondering, man, is he stepping up his game now to be like Bob Myers? But he was sitting there all by himself, and I was like, this guy's got a mess on his hands with Kuminga.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad to hear that Steve says that him and Mike are aligned with their thought process. But to me, the biggest question is Steve and his thought process on Kuminga aligned with what Joe Lacob thinks about the situation?
Right.
Because that is what the one big hurdle has been the last couple of years of not trading guys like Jonathan Kuminga and even Brandon Pregame, because we know how much Joe Lacob loves those guys. And so really that's the deciding factor here as we count down to the next month or so.
I'm guessing the way Kerr's talking now, that Lacob has signed off.
I would agree.
Yeah. And meanwhile, Steph Curry's back. He's back in our lives. He's got full range of motion. He's going to play tonight. God bless. We'll see how this affects the Pat Spencer phenomenon, right?
Spensanity.
But Steph being Steph, man, always awesome. The guy should be freaking king of the world, man. His comments on Kuminga, he takes time and thinks and comments here.
Really, the hardest part is whether it's going well or whether it's not losing your spirit. That's been JK's challenge as a young player. Is things change so quickly, and there's all these declarations about what or who he is as a player, does he fit, and all that type of stuff. And we still have high hopes that he'll impact our team this year. But it's just an idea you can't lose your spirit if things aren't going your way, because you're a game or two away from it coming right back to you. And if you've checked out or if you're still not engaged in the learning process, then you might miss your moment on the back end. So it is a back and forth, and it's a responsibility of both sides. As a team, it's our job to support him because we know he's a great dude, very talented player, and we still, again, have belief that he can help us.
I mean, Steph, classy, but today's life lesson day. We learned from Todd Bowles, like this S better mean something to you and all that. And Steph Curry with some great life advice in any walk of life. If things aren't going your way, don't lose your spirit. It's hard now. But when Steph is trying to coach you up, you should probably take coaching from Steph,
Yeah, when Jimmy Butler's giving you advice, you should be listening.
Right. God, man, this is crazy, right? Well, it's Jover. Will he play tonight? I don't know.
I love that Steph still sounds like he's standing by Kuminga, but really, how much belief can you have? He's been on the roster for 5 years now, and he hasn't found the correct way to fit himself into this puzzle.
Will he be like Jordan Poole and just float around? I mean, Jordan Poole had a decent year with the Wizards. He's now with the Pelicans, but it's not, is Kuminga going to go to a bottom feeder like that and just kind of waste away? I mean, that's wild, man.
Oh, he'll go get 20 points per game on a bad team.
Unless kind of the opposite. We were talking yesterday. If Mavericks are looking to move Clay, would they trade him to the Lakers? So, man, would Kuminga go to a winner? Is he going to the I don't know, a rising team like the Rockets or something like that. But it's more likely that he goes to a bottom feeder. And then
it's
kinda,
just like I know the part that Joe Lacob stresses about, and a lot of Warriors fans who are still fans of Jonathan Kuminga. You just think about all the potential and the fact that he's still only 23 years old. But as I just said, they've tried this experiment for 5 years now. That's 5 years of the Steph Curry window that you could have moved him to get another piece, and it seems like those pieces are finally
So
going to
is
get
this
moved.
a blown pick on them? This is a bad pick by the Warriors? They blew it?
I mean,
it's like they blew Wiseman?
I think you have to say yes.
Yeah, you do. Results matter. It's the only thing.
He's a lottery pick
So those
who
are
you
two-
decided not to play in the most important games of the season last year. And now with Steph Curry not on the court this year, you're also deciding not to play him.
There's a portion of the fan base that will blame Kerr. I know that.
Yeah.
But then there's, Draymond. See, Draymond went after a fan on social this week. Somebody wrote an anti-Kerr thing, and Draymond got involved.
No, it's fine.
He basically said, shut your pie. He said in so many words, shut your pie hole, is what he said to the person. Anyway, there you go, man. Those are some good quotes. I know we've been really, really focused on the 49ers and the Titans this week, and, of course, Hot Stove League with the winter meetings, but the Warriors have been very interesting this week, and those were great quotes from Kerr and Curry. Thanks for playing those, Tony. All right, Sean in San Francisco is going to go get hit. Sean could be a guy or a girl, I don't know, but a lighter up and say, after all that we've been through, I will make it up to you. I promised. I can't believe I'm singing that stupid
keep
song.
singing it, Murph.
You know what? My freaking bribe. I thought I knew her because she doesn't usually like sappy, slow songs. And she just texted in. She goes, I can't believe you're knocking that song. She goes, I love that song.
Check
Like,
with
what?
Candace.
That surprised me. Wow. She doesn't usually do the sappy ballads. Honestly, I'm more likely to like a sappy ballad than her.
Wow, and this is the great music critique, Candace.
Yeah, correct. I don't know. She sees value in this somehow, some way. And by the way, people fact-checking me. Peter Cetera was always with the band. It's just that they took a different creative tack. There you go, guys. We did our tickets all week. Man, that was a lot of tickets this week.
A lot of tickets.
And we're doing more next week.
It's all free, baby. Free 99.
Oh, man. All right. Well, good. It's been a fun Friday. We'll hand it over to Papa and Silver. We figured out what young Tony learned. I can't believe this is playing in the background on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
All right, let's talk Bigelow Tea because it is a chance to tell you about Bigelow Tea. It's the number one tea in the Bay Area. That's why every season is Bigelow Tea season. We have it in our home. We have it at the studio. We reach for the mug on cold days, too. My gosh, it's been freezing lately. Get a nice hot cup of tea. English breakfast, chamomile, you name it. All the different flavor options. Perfect for those of us who make our living behind the microphone. You want to know what keeps me going, keeps you going? It's Bigelow Tea right here in the studio and in your home. Grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow tea and tea proudly.
I'm just sipping on chamomile.
Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, really fun Friday. Feels kind of Christmassy. Good luck at your SantaCon tomorrow, guys.
Thank you.
As the great Sergeant Esterhaus said in Hill Street Blues, hey. Be careful out there, all right? Be careful. Have fun,
Everybody
kids.
be careful.
Have fun.
Drink responsibly.
Going through the list of things we may or may not have gotten to. UC Davis, Northern Illinois. If you guys missed Tim Plow this morning, he was really fun. UC Davis head coach. I would recommend following him on Insta and shout out his in-laws, the Bruni family in Burlingame. They listen.
Hell yeah.
every
You should
morning.
get out to Shredville this weekend and go support the Aggies.
Even Davis native and Davis high school grad Greg Silver didn't know about Shredville. So that's new for us there.
Shredville.
We shouted out all the California State High School Football Championship games. So many Northern California teams. I just did the Bay Area ones. I apologize to the greater Northern California, but Bishop O'Dowd, Lincoln and San Jose, St. Ignatius, Balboa in San Francisco, El Cerrito, McClymonds from Oakland, and then Big De La Salle against your guy Carson Palmer in Santa Margarita. Army Navy, don't miss it, baby. I will be all over that tomorrow. Sing second. Army go mids. Blake Horvath, Eli Heidenreich. That'll be fun. And is that it? Is that it? So we did it all?
I think you checked it all off the list, Murph.
So it's time for Young Tone. Let's go.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now. Okay.
All right, sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. There was something about today. I don't know if it was my mood or what, but I feel like today's 80s Friday was one of the best 80s Fridays we had. Based on the reaction, we got a ton of reaction to all these different songs, and I just said, I don't know, I just kind of was just like winging it today.
And you were effing around. Yeah, I loved that.
And this one hit for you guys both.
Oh, you were effing around, and we all found out.
IGY, Donald Fagen, 90 minutes from New York to Paris. I'm glad you've added this to your playlist,
Bro,
right,
this
kid?
thing is funky as hell, dude. This thing is amazing. Yes, this is on my playlist.
This might please a Greg Papa. This might be right up in his wheelhouse here. So
might please a couple other people, Tony.
That's what we're hoping for.
A little romantic. There's a slight. You can hear a little Sade maybe borrowing from some of this vibe later on in the 80s here.
All I'm saying is, Murph, it could happen.
It's a could happen.
It's a could happen.
Very,
Thank you.
very good, man. All right, well, I'm glad. I'm delighted. That makes me happy. Makes me very happy that you guys have embraced the smooth sounds of Donald Fagen. I guess he was with Steely Dan. We had some other fun ones, too, including
Steely Dan, greater than Squeeze?
But,
I like the way this sounds better, I gotta say. I know I'm putting you on the spot, Murph.
Super on the spot. Because music, you know what? Just to freaking triple down, like going for it on 4th and 10, Squeeze greater than Steely Dan. By the way, I hated Atlanta going for 2 down 28-20 last night. Even though people were telling me it was the smart move. Did you like that?
I'm just fascinated. You just went from Steely Dan and Squeeze to a 2-point conversion.
4th and 10 and going for it on 28-20, I would have kicked the PAT.
I get it. It's the analytics, Murph. It's the analytics that tell you to do it.
All right, have fun at SantaCon. You guys doing it, right?
Yes, sir.
So everybody look out for Young Tone and Marcus, and you guys will be the guys in the Santa suits.
I'll be the guy walking down the street looking like a bad Santa.
Do you have your Santa outfit?
I have an ugly sweater and a Santa hat that I can
Does that
wear.
pass?
Yeah,
Is that good enough?
I think it counts. I'm not going full
Or do you
Santa
have to go
Claus.
full Is Greg Silver doing SantaCon? Okay.
Absolutely, dude.
Who else in the station? Will Loader do SantaCon?
I think he was debating if he's too old for SantaCon, and Loader is a year younger than me.
Yeah, older. Yeah, I think Loader's too old for SantaCon. I don't want to see him out there.
We got 30-something Boucher.
You don't gotta
doing this
tell
thing.
anybody. You don't gotta tell me.
You know what? Women like older men.
Yeah, hey now, they're looking for a gray beard.
There's a sophistication.
They're looking for Santa Claus.
There's a sophistication to you that will appeal to you.
I might have to go with the gray beard this weekend.
All right. Papa and Silver's next, sponsored by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. We can fix that. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
You gotta care enough where the shit hurts. It's more than a job. It's your livelihood.
If I want to keep doing this, I have to have fun doing it. If it's not fun, then what am I doing it for?
I thought this was an AI.
You know, with this AI bullshit that's going on, that's what that is.
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San
Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
They'll go modified pistol. Robinson behind Cousins. Warner to the left of Cousins. Cousins stomps his foot, takes the snap, hands it off. Robinson running outside left. He's got a lane, and he decelerates into the end zone for an easy Atlanta touchdown. Trips to the right, Robinson left. Snap, Cousins tries to lob it, end zone, Pitts, a juggle. He falls toward the sideline, and this is, I believe, incomplete. Oh, they say touchdown. They say touchdown. For now, I don't think there's any way he had that in the end zone.
I think they're calling it a touchdown. Scoring plays are reviewed, so I have to take a look at this one if he actually possessed it.
Hip on the field.
The ruling on the field stands as called touchdown.
Wow! Zane Gonzalez in a 2-point game on the approach. He drives it. It's on the way, and it is good! Inside the left upright, and Atlanta comes all the way back to sink Tampa Bay. 29-28 your final score. Zane Gonzalez, a second death knell for Tampa Bay on this field in less than a calendar year.
Oh man, oh man, oh man. Thursday Night Football, Week 15 is going. And thanks for hanging out with the Gregs, as that's where we start, because Bachman Turner Overdrive noting you got to take care of your business, and the Bucks were not taking care of business last night in the fourth quarter. 28-14 lead. They lose it 29-28. And as of this morning, the Carolina Panthers are leading the NFC South. Still a lot left to be written, but the larger message for the 49ers and all these teams fighting for a big spot, you got to take care of business. And before I say good morning to my friend Greg Papa, let's go out to our correspondent Todd Bowles on how he feels about last night's game.
It's inexcusable. You don't make excuses. You gotta care enough where the shit hurts. You gotta care enough where the shit hurts. It gotta mean something to you. It's more than a job. It's your livelihood. How well do you know your job? How well can you do your job? Well, you can't sugarcoat that shit. It was inexcusable, and there's no answer for it. There's no excuse for it. That's what you tell them in the locker room. Look in the mirror.
Greg Papa, do you have anything to add beyond those wise words?
Yeah, if I was going to hear a Tampa Bay Buccaneer coach drop F-bombs like that, I would think it'd be this guy. That's why he and Dal, I think that's why Al hired him. Al's favorite word was the F-bomb, and Gruden liked to drop that. And after that, they didn't have a lot in common. But, wow, where do we start? Fresh cut, by the way. You look good. You look clean. You're getting ready for the holidays. 2 weeks from today is going to be Christmas Eve. I want to see the Santa hat on SantaCon tomorrow for you. Where do we start here? But NFL seasons are long. We don't think they are. We think baseball seasons are long, and we found out how long one can be this year when the streakiest streaking team in the history of baseball had us up and down and all around like we're at Great America, the Giants of 2025. But 82 games in a basketball season we're finding out is long. Steph Curry is back tonight. Football seasons are long. You just don't realize because you only play 17 games over 18 weeks now. You know what was going on 2 months ago today? 49ers were in Tampa, and it's Tampa. Tampa Bay's a body of water. Call it, it's a city. It's Tampa. It's St. Petersburg. It's Clearwater. It's their Bay Area triangle they have there in Florida. In any event, 2 months ago, weren't they chanting MVP, MVP for Baker Mayfield after he beat the 49ers? Fred Warner had a gruesome ankle injury, and who would have thought 2 months later the Tampa Bay Buccaneers would be getting F-bombs from their head coach like this and trying to scramble? The reason they were chanting MVP, MVP was they were the number one seed in the NFC. They had beaten Seattle in Seattle and laid 38 points on them, and Baker was playing like an MVP. He is not the same player at all right now. I don't know if it's the arm that he got hit a few weeks ago, but he's not the same guy. He looks like Cam Ward playing quarterback. He has no feel for the pocket at all. He's spinning all around. He's not stepping up. Divisional games, Atlanta's got a better pass rush, and they know he's undersized, so block his shot. But I'll start with Baker Mayfield, and they scored 28 points in the game, and he did rip some throws here and there. but he got sacked 5 times last night. He did not look like the same guy at all. They cannot run out the clock, Coach. You want to be a tough guy? You still have a 2-point lead at 28-26. Go Bucky them. Just give the ball to Bucky Irving. You went to a little wildcat look like for a while with Rashad White. You went away from that. Your offensive line's not the same right now. Tristan Wirfs is playing, but he's in and out. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are in trouble. They are in trouble. The Carolina Panthers, Steph Curry's favorite football team. You know who he was cheering for last night? He was cheering for Kirk Cousins. And by the way, how good did he look last night? After the Atlanta Falcons came 1 week after the Niners lost in Tampa and they were chanting MVP with Baker Mayfield, we watched Michael Penix just spew the ball and spray the ball all over the lot. It was just, this guy can't play. Then they did go to Kirk Cousins because Penix got hurt, and I said it's going to improve their offense. It really hadn't to a large extent. He's not real mobile. He still does not move a lot, but Kirk Cousins just knows how to play quarterback in the NFL, and boom, boom, boom. And they didn't have Drake London last night, so they fed the ball to Kyle Pitts, who had one of the greatest tight end receiving games and statistically in the history of the NFL, and he was open, and Cousins just dropped the ball in the bucket to him so many times. But they had enough to come back, and Bijan is just, wow, is he a great player? We salivate over Jahmyr Gibbs and Christian McCaffrey, but Bijan's right there. In any event, they still were down 28-14 with 7 minutes to go in the game, and they came back and they scored not one but 2, and everybody's freaking out about the 2-point conversion. That's the way coaches are doing it now. When you're down 14 points and you're only going to have another possession in the game, they're not playing for overtime. They're playing to win in regulation, so they're not going to save that 2-point conversion for the second touchdown. They want to get it away on the first one. It didn't work out. They got the ball back again, and a clever interception as they fooled again Baker Mayfield. Elford made it look like it was man, dropped off, great pick. And Kyle Pitts, did he hit his butt cheek go in, his Tutkus Al Michaels, or his elbow? And he got in. They blitzed Cousins. He still, couldn't pick up the 2-point conversion. They're down 2, and Tampa Bay cannot run the clock out. That is they call it a 4-minute drill in the NFL. It was a 3.5-minute drill. Run the ball. I can hear John Gruden right now. Run the rock! Run the effing rock! Run the clock out and then kneel it out. They could not do it. They got too many backs there. They got Sean Tucker, the mother Tucker. They got Bucky Irvin. They got Rashad White. Just give the ball to number 7. If you have to direct snap it to him, stop trying to trick him in space. He's your big back. Just power the clock. They couldn't do it. They are not the same football team right now. Are they going to make the playoffs? They have to play Steph Curry's favorite football team twice the last 3 weeks. I think it'll end in a split, but if Carolina wins both, Tampa Bay's done. They're not going to win their division. Are they going to be a threat to the 49ers to steal that 7 spot? I don't think so. But you never know. But if they sweep Carolina, then they're back in the driver's seat. More than likely, it's going to be a split, and that's where last night's game kills them because they drop a game behind them. Now Carolina's got to make it play. They're coming off their bye week. The last time we saw them, they beat the L.A. Rams, and they're rested and ready. But Todd Bowles, John Gruden would talk out of both sides of his mouth when he was dropping F-bombs, so he didn't really know what he was meaning. What was he saying? With all the beep, 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 you're laughing. And what did he say? His team doesn't care? His team wasn't prepared? You hear what he's saying in between? You have to care. What? Your team, Mike Evans cares. I saw him get all mad at the end of the game. Who doesn't care? Who's not preparing? And then, Coach, if you're calling your players out, listen to what he was saying there. Did anybody ever call a Kyle Shanahan football? When they lost in Tampa 2 months ago, Fred Warner, a terrible ankle injury. Anybody ever say the Niners don't care and they don't have enough? They're not. Now, 2 months later, who's the better football team right now? The 49ers or the Tampa Bay Buccaneers? So, Coach, what are you saying there amidst your anger? You're saying your team was not prepared? They're not ready? They don't care? Then that's on Jason Light maybe for the roster construction, but it's on you, sir. And I know you've overachieved. You've been a great coach in this league for a long time, but you start calling out your coach like that, and we're going to see the Tennessee Titans, and they fired Brian Callahan and his dad, Bill. Why did Bill Callahan get fired by the Raiders? Because he called his team one day the dumbest team in America in terms of playing the game. When the owner heard that, he was done. Yeah. He was firing his ass. And the year before, he went to the damn Super Bowl and lost to who? This guy! Spider 2, Spider 3, Y banana, sluggo seam, John Lynch. So in any event, 2 months is a long time in the NFL. They are, and they broke out the creamsicles last night. They look more like the Yucks. Where is this football team at? I think the quarterback is playing with one arm. He's the fugitive. He's not the same guy, and they're just not the same team. And I'll also get into a nice off-season discussion about Kirk Cousins' next spot. That guy looked like he was back, and he's still not fully mobile, but he can play the position, go through the reads. How about the 3rd and 28 and the 4th and 16 or whatever it was, 4th and 14, whatever he picked up on those back-to-back plays, the check down to Pitts, the shot in the hole of the cover 2, just big-time throws to come back and win that game.
No question on all those fronts. And I mean, the fact that Tampa Bay, look, if you had ended up winning that game by the skin of your teeth, you would have said, hey, we'll take it. I do question Baker Mayfield's health as well. And the fact that they threw it on 2nd and 14, by the way, I'm thinking, is Bruce Arians still the coach of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and not Todd Bowles? Like, that was the classic BA move right there. They end up throwing it. It stops the clock. They get it back by the 2-minute warning. All of a sudden, it's a different kind of game. Your defense is kind of tired. They go out there, and then the 3rd and 28, 4th and 14, Kyle Pitts, the game that he ultimately had. And by the way, Atlanta had 19 penalties. The amount of times they shot themselves in the foot and still overcame it. And as far as Zane Gonzalez, I don't know if he hates the Buccaneers like Eddie Pinheiro hates the Cardinals, or I don't know if he loves that stadium, but he ended their season last year with Washington and put Tampa Bay in a really tough spot there to start Week 15. So again, Bachman-Turner overdrive, 1973. You got to be taking care of business in 2025 because 2 months is a long time, but this next month and the last month of the regular season is going to feel extra long. And you do wonder, if the 49ers end up with the number 5 seed, would they ultimately play this division winner, whether that's going back to Tampa and the field that Fred Warner got hurt, or going back to Carolina? I shouldn't say back, facing Carolina again, this time in their place, and the very, very up and down Panthers, who've got some big-time playmakers. But, man, a playoff game against Bryce Young, I don't know. That feels like a pretty good draw, all things considered, with the way the NFC has gone. So 808 KNBR is the number. We're going to talk a lot of Niners here in hour number 1. And one more time, Todd Bowles, tell us how you feel. Walter, we got that sound ready to go?
It's inexcusable. You don't make excuses. You got to care enough where the shit hurts. You got to care enough where the shit hurts. It got to mean something to you. It's more than a job. It's your livelihood. How well do you know your job? How well can you do your job? Well, you can't sugarcoat that shit. It was inexcusable, and there's no answer for it. There's no excuse for it. That's what you tell them in the locker room. Look in the mirror.
All right, so for anyone keeping track, that was 7 Fs and 3 S's. I realized I was getting ready for Walter to play the sound. We're doubling up today. We got a producer, at least for the first half of the show. Ryan McCarthy hanging out with us and putting in some extra work. So I told Ryan McCarthy, by the way, no one comes in here on Fridays. He's already putting in more in these Daly City studios than most of our staff. Anyway, on that note, we're going to talk to Matt Mayoko early today. 10:30, we'll have the Titans offensive coordinator, Nick Holtz, joining us around 11 o'clock. Justice De Los Santos was boots on the ground in Orlando. He'll be coming by at 11:50. And with the Dubs back in action tonight, our guy, JD, joining us at 12:50 as he gets ready for the return of Dubs OT. Also, how could I forget the new voice of the Tennessee Titans who did our Greg-cellent mock draft with us, Taylor Zarzer, selected Cam Ward number 1 overall. We knew that was going to be the case. We'll talk about what he's really seen from the real Cam Ward sometime in the 1 o'clock hour. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Guy Haberman joined Murph and Marcus this morning to report he is returning to the booth for the 49ers home game against the Titans this weekend. A welcome sign of life from our favorite guy following his sabbatical. Find that interview and all of KNBR's content on thesportsleader.com or the app.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All righty, we are getting it going on a Friday. Matt Mayoko joining us coming up shortly, who we always end the weeks with. So really looking forward to that conversation. But before we even get into the 49ers, this matchup with the Titans, and everything that we've been talking about as the team comes out of their bye, what do you got going this weekend? We got a little SantaCon Saturday happening where young Tony might not remember seeing me for the second straight year. We got a 49ers Sunday, and maybe you can go SantaCon Saturday to watching it in person for free if you win our contest. That's right. This is the fifth and final day where you can win a pair of tickets to see the Niners take on the Titans at Levi's Stadium, 1:25 kickoff. Between now and 1 o'clock, we will give you the cue to call, and you will dial 415-896-KNBR. And to close it out with the fifth and final cue to call, getting ready for the Titans, let's go with their longtime voice, Mike Keith, who recently took the job to go be the voice of the Tennessee Volunteers. Here it is.
Snap, set, the 28-yarder is up. He missed it! He missed it! It's an empty trip! He absolutely jerked it to the left!
Yeah, Kaimi Fairbairn missing a 28-yard kick last year. Not really sure why we went with that one right there. Hey, one of the Tennessee three wins, and we'll talk to their current play-by-play voice, Taylor Zarzour, a little bit later on, but got to tip our cap to 27 years of Mike Keith right there.
Good friend. I remember spending a July 4th weekend with him and Brad Sham and a young Derek Papa, reminiscing about some calls we made, and Mike's a good guy. He did leave the Tennessee Titans to become the head football coach of the Tennessee Volunteers, and Taylor's going to join us, I think, at 1:30. He sent me a very nice note yesterday to reach out and check in on me and see if I would be at Levi's, and I said, well, since I've grown this Santa beard, I think I'm going to join the drunken sailors in San Francisco and go SantaCon, so I don't think I'm going to be able to make it, though. No, you won't see me on Sunday, but maybe shortly after that. We will find out shortly. But anyway, that'll be fun this weekend. I've lost a lot of hair on my head, on my face, my entire body. I'm just hairless. I had a Brody Brazilian all of a sudden done, and I didn't have to pay $1 for it. But so I don't know if I can pull off the Santa Claus SantaCon, even though I've looked like Santa for a long time with the white beard. But we'll get Taylor Zarzour on, and Mike Keith is great. He jerked it. Which could have been described a field goal by the Tennessee Titans, or it could be the ball coming out of the hand, as the commissioner called him. With the first overall pick in the draft, the Tennessee Titans take Cameron Ward. Whoa. This guy's got a lot of work to do. And we knew they were going to take him, and Nick Holtz will join us, their offensive coordinator. And you were there when we were drinking in Indianapolis with him, and Greg Olson was there. Now he's calling plays for the Raiders after their offensive coordinator, Chip Kelly, got fired. It was done. They're taking Cam Ward number one, and I engaged him a little bit, like, really? What do you see in that guy? He's number one overall. There's some other quarterbacks, and I wasn't a big Shador guy. Mainly it was Jackson Dart that enamored me, but he wound up going later. And, now if you were to redraft in Tennessee, what would you do with Cam Ward? And we'll get into it with Nick Holtz. And Brian Callahan got fired. Bill Callahan decided not to stay there anymore because they fired his son. Mike McCoy, who did, coach Phillip Rivers and San Diego for 4 years. Offensive mind is trying to get him through this year, but they've made no bones about it. And we'll probably ask Taylor this later on, what they do long term. With Nick, it'll be just, who is Cam Ward? And I got to tell you, I went into it with a really blank slate when I watched him. And Bryce Young, we had seen enough of him because this is not his rookie year, where I kind of had a thought on him that he's just too little. He's just not a big enough body. And just hadn't impressed me. And then obviously the Ram game happened, and he made some huge throws on fourth down to win the game, essentially. We'll see what he does this week against New Orleans in the 2 games for the division against Tampa, but I think the jury's out on Bryce Young. Cam Ward, I glanced at him, and I really hadn't studied him. Wow. He's got a lot of work to do. For a guy who's played so much, he's thrown more touchdown passes than anybody in the history of college football. Mm-hmm. And not all at big-time programs, but still. And then in Miami, last year he pulls off that season that he had. And the mechanics, first of all, whoa. He reminds me of the other Cam. He's Cam Newton. But he doesn't run like Superman. Everything off the back foot just drives you crazy. And Jordan Love gets away with it. That's why you're so inaccurate at times. I see throws with Cam Ward where he just fires the ball into the sideline. He's not even close to his target because he will not transfer his weight from his back foot to his front foot. And he's had, the 0-star recruit and all the coaching he had going, and he had a, personal quarterback coach as a kid. Did anybody ever tell him to step towards the target on the throw and just transfer the weight? Guys get away with it. Jimmy Garoppolo, Tom Brady aren't big transfer weight guys, but they're kind of like golfers where they just rotate on their hips and they get there. The weight is going forward. You just don't see it. Jordan Love has just got a whippy arm. He gets away with it some.
Mm-hmm.
Ultimately, it's going to cost him. It does. He misses badly. Cam Newton did it his whole damn career, and then when he wasn't Superman anymore and you couldn't run Q power and Q sweep and pull option read, he got beat up too much. He had no arm talent. He didn't have the fundamentals. So this guy's a baby. So I know we'll talk to Nicky Holtz, who went to De La Salle and with the Raiders for years and years, and he's the offensive coordinator, so he's got to figure it out with him. But his footwork is just, you got to start over with him. And then his arm angle, he's got a weird arm slot. Phillip Rivers has got a weird arm slot. It's a low 3/4 release, and he kind of flicks it, and he just does it. This guy, he just doesn't need to do it. He's got a clear path to the target, and he still drops down 3/4 side arm. And so I think they're working on his feet a little bit. The arm angle, I think, whoever they hired as the next head coach is going to be entrusted with that. But I am just not impressed. I am not impressed with him. I actually like Bryce Young more. I don't know. I watched Cam Ward in Miami blow that big lead against Syracuse and watched that game from start to finish. And he's not a big guy, which compounds. If you're 6'2", and I don't even think he's that tall, and then you're throwing from a low 3/4 angle, you're going to get your shot blocked as much as Baker Mayfield or, sometimes Brock Purdy. I don't understand it. So the fundamentals have got to be cleaned up with this guy. We'll get into it with Nick Holtz. He'll be honest about it. And then it's not going to be his problem. He's going to move on and coach somewhere else because they're all getting fired. They already fired Brian Callahan, and Brian, played with Nicky at De La Salle. They were teammates together. So I don't know. I don't know how much you've watched Cam Ward, Greg, but wow, this is two number one. And then you got Shedeur mixed in. And I'm actually liking Shedeur Sanders more than I did watching him play at Colorado. The guy just has a poise. He's got to play faster. Cam Ward is playing like just completely flat-footed. Like he just takes his drop and he's like walking back like you got to go. And that's a big reason why he gets sacked so much, and he just has no pocket presence at all, and he gets turned around. For a guy who's played as much college football, a lot of these guys come into the NFL like Trey Lance. They're just not prepared to play because they didn't get the reps. This guy did. Well, he threw 158 touchdown passes in college football last year, 39. Number one in the FBS and a Miami record. I mean, he's played a lot of football, so you'd think he'd kind of play through it a little bit. We'll get into it with Nick Holtz and all that. So, the secret of the game is going to be tackling Tony Pollard, obviously, in their running game. And they were able to gash Cleveland a little bit last game, a lot of it. And the Niners do run a lot of the same fronts and schemes with the wide nine and Jim Schwartz. And they just let ends get upfield, even Myles Garrett, and then lifted them and ran right under him. And, the Niners do that a lot. So Bryce Huff, keep your eyes open. Cleve Ferrell, Keon White, if you're inside or out, keep your eyes open. But we'll talk to Matt Mayoko about, more from the Niner perspective. But, man, these quarterbacks are taking number one overall, Greg, and you wonder, and the line is, if franchises fail them, it's their own career. You got to take control of your career. You got to get fundamentals down. You got to step into throws. You got to change your arm angle. You got to figure it out. But sometimes you wonder, when they draft these guys and they see their feet and their arm, do they think, we'll just coach them up in the NFL and we'll teach them and we'll be able to solve all that? You know what happens when you do that? You all get fired.
As far as watching Cam Ward, it has been difficult for me to judge because he's got one of the worst receiving cores in the league, or at least a lot of youth there. They are playing with a deficit almost all the time this season. Their offense, we know as a whole, has struggled in a major way. But I do think that watching Cam Ward against the 49ers defense will be a good chance for me to refine my opinion and come back on Monday when we recap everything with some better assessments of Cam Ward. Not because of the 49ers defense necessarily shutting teams down in the way that they have lately, but more so just the fact that the 49ers defense has played against a lot of first and second year quarterbacks. And I guess a third year with Bryce Young. We saw them play against CJ Stroud too, and Bryce Young and Michael Penix Jr. and Jackson Dart, and the list goes on to where, by the way, Spencer Rattler, another one. So with this defense, with or without Bosa and Warner, they've faced a lot of youth this year. Watching how Cam Ward does against this group and comparing those performances to how the other young guys did, that's why I'm really going to have a more refined assessment when we come back after the weekend. I do want to get Matt Mayoko's thoughts on a lot of this as well, because you got to take care of business, as we learned last night and the way they opened up the show. But again, the 49ers are beating teams right now since Brock Purdy's return by not making a lot of mistakes. Now, it helps that they did for the first half against Carolina, but Carolina did not capitalize on those mistakes. So if you do what you did in Arizona, you do what you did in Cleveland, it should be no problem against Tennessee on Sunday. Matt Mayoko next. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Football Fridays equal Matt Mayoka, who joins us on the UMA guest line and on the stream as well. So let's get right into it. Matt, our favorite delivery driver, our favorite 49ers insider, and doing a pretty good job on those pregame interviews with Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch as well. How are you today?
I'm doing well. I'm doing fantastic. Ready to go. Ready for the stretch run. And speaking of Shanahan, I think that airs tonight. One of the things he said that kind of caught my eye was just what the message was to the team coming back from the bye week. From the moment that their season ended last year, all the focus has been on getting to the playoffs, and it seems so long ago. And even when the season started, 17 games to get there. And now, he said, here we are, 9-4. Nothing has been solidified either way. If they're not guaranteed a spot, one of those 7 spots, they certainly haven't been eliminated from any of those spots. So he said that now with 4 games left, it's a matter of, it's just not as daunting. Right there it is in front of them. So it's a matter of taking care of business. And certainly this game Sunday against the Titans is a game that should set up well for them to take care of business and remain very much in contention for where they want to go.
The bye week came late. It's the latest it can possibly be. I think the point you just made, it's a good thing now. You come out of it as you're going into the fourth quarter of the season, and you've got 4 more games to go, and 3 will be at home. And let's just see where it goes on trying to win the NFC West and maybe getting that number 1 overall seed. But I do want to ask you, last week when we talked to you, you were here, there, and everywhere, and I think you watched Davidson play against St. Mary's. How did your week go last week? I think the Gales were gone wild in that game, right?
No, it was a close game, but no, it was so much fun. A group, three couples, all St. Mary's season ticket holders. We went to Asheville, North Carolina, drank some good beer. In fact, that's right. Weren't we talking when I was?
You were drinking beers on the air.
We were cutting into your drinking time. Yeah.
Yeah, now you got to realize that, I was 3 hours ahead of you, so a little bit more acceptable. But, ended up probably going with the over on the beer consumption and went to a concert that night and then went to Davidson. If you've never been to Davidson, it's a little suburb of maybe 22,000 people north of Charlotte, very quaint little community. Obviously, it's where Steph Curry went to college, and so we had a good time. It was a really fun bye week getaway.
So we opened the show, Matt, talking about Thursday night football, Bucs-Falcons last night, and it was another reminder of just how long NFL seasons can be. Look at Tampa Bay when the 49ers played them. Look at what they're dealing with right now. So I guess the question is, how much is the 49ers experience a benefit to them? Because I'm not going to play the game and act like, oh, everything they've gone through, they're better without Nick Bosa and Fred Warner. No, of course they're not. But the 49ers have felt like they had such a long season just leading up to their bye week. Talk about getting in the mix for the playoffs. You got a bunch of teams that have all sorts of circumstances where they've had their fair share of ups and downs, and the advantage to Kyle Shanahan, Robert Saleh, Brock Purdy, George Kittle, and the core of this team is that they've been through the gauntlet before.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned that and just how long the season's been. I mean, there was a point, not too long ago where people were talking about Daniel Jones and Baker Mayfield as being 2 of the top MVP candidates. That's how long this season is. And now, Tampa Bay's leaking oil. They're even out of the playoff picture right now, although, they still very much have a chance playing Carolina 2 of their last 3 games. But, for the 49ers, they do have this mix of the veteran guys, even without Bosa and Warner. They do have a mix of veteran guys and, basically players at every stages of their careers, including a lot of first and second year players. And so I think, the veteran leadership has certainly been apparent, getting everybody kind of on the same page and getting those young guys to to be ready for when their opportunity comes. And I'd say by and large that they've been able to do that. Anytime they've called upon backup players, those backup players haven't really played like backups. They've played like their starters. And I think that's been the key to this season. I mean, just go back. I mean, the entire thought of how this season has gone, losing their quarterback for 8 games and the backup steps in, granted a veteran backup, but he stepped in and played a high level. They lose Kittle for 5 games. And then, you don't replace Kittle with any one player. It took 2 guys, Tonjes and Farrell, to step in and replace him. It's when Bosa comes down, there hasn't been one guy on the defensive line who has kind of risen his game to a level where you go, oh, he's the guy. But it's been 8, 9, sometimes 10 guys who have just kind of pieced it together and kept that thing rolling. And even when Warner goes down, Tatum Bethune, by and large, played very well. Now he's out, so Curtis Robinson will start again. And the 49ers bring in Eric Kendricks. And, there's a chance that we see him step in, a guy who would be playing in his 11th NFL season, started right around 150 games. So it's been this kind of hodgepodge of guys where I think the veteran leadership has shown, guys like Kittle and Purdy and Trent Williams. I think those guys have stepped up and kind of led the way. But yeah, it's wide open. It's still there for them. And I think a lot of it has to do with the team that gets hot heading into the playoffs. And the 49ers right now are on a 3-game winning streak. I can't say any of those wins have been super impressive, but I think we see that there is room to grow in all areas. I mean, certainly special teams has played very well, but I think there's more out there for the offense. And I think, the defense is kind of finding its way, and Robert Saleh's figuring out what works and what doesn't. So, hey, other than the Rams, who I think are, in my mind, pretty clearly the best team in football, that includes the AFC, but they're beatable too. But I think other than them, I think I would put the 49ers on par with just about any other team right now that's hanging around that playoff picture.
Without a doubt, I think the 2 best teams in the NFC are in the NFC West and maybe the NFL, in both the Rams and Seattle. And getting Kendricks in the mix, that 13 personnel really bothered the 49ers. You get Kendricks in the mix either to take over at Mike or play Sam for Luke Gifford, and we'll see him if Bethune comes back. Kendricks is not playing this game with a tight calf, and neither is Bethune with the high ankle, so it will be just one more week with Curtis Robinson. So they've been mixing, matching, and playing maybe 4 Mike linebackers. Left guard is also a position of intrigue, Maddie. When you started the year, it was Ben Barch, and then he got hurt, and you went to Connor Colby, a 7th-round draft pick, and he had some good moments, but overall it's a learning year for him. And now Barch is down. Liz Frankfoot going to be on IR and miss the rest of the year, and they go back to Spencer Burford, who we know well. He was drafted mainly as a tackle out of the University of Texas San Antonio. He was a 4th-round pick a few years ago, had to go in and play right guard, and then John Feliciano took over. We know about, the whiff in the Super Bowl against Chris Jones, and now he's back to left guard, and he's the guy there for the foreseeable future. There's not a lot of depth behind him, so he's going to be the guy. And I know nobody's concerned about this game. By far, the Tennessee Titans' best player is Jeffrey Simmons, number 98. He will line up right over Jake Brendel's head. He's going to have to get double team help from the guards, and that could mean Spencer Burford or it could mean Dominic Pooney. So just your thoughts on left guard. There's not a whole other areas to go. I mean, signing guys off the street or practice squad. He's going to be the guy next to Trent Williams and next to Jake Brendel. What do you think about looking at Burford the rest of the year as your left guard?
Yeah, I think this game in a lot of ways to me is kind of a springboard game for the 49ers. I mean, obviously it's a game they should win. They're not looking past it or anything of that nature. But to me, this game is a good game for them to just kind of get momentum going in the right direction. And I don't know that they're going to face in the playoffs, assuming they get there, a player that is as good as Jeffrey Simmons. So from that standpoint, the communication with Brindle, with Pooney, with Burford and just Burford handling those assignments, I think is a really good primer for the playoffs. So, I know the 49ers will scheme it up. Kyle Shanahan always finds a way to there's no way he could have ever taken Aaron Donald or Chris Jones or, Myles Garrett out of the game. But they'll do things to try to minimize the impact that Jeffrey Simmons has in this game. But ultimately, it's up to Burford and Brindle and Pooney working together. And so you can't allow him to wreck the game. You can't allow him to get into the face of Brock Purdy. And so the way I look at this is Priners need to win it quite clearly, and they're darn near a 2-touchdown favorite in this game. So it's a game they should win. But to me, it's also about tightening some things up and getting some really good, momentum going for the final 3 games and then heading into the playoffs. And going up against a guy like Jeffrey Simmons has to help. That experience that Burford's going to see, that has to help get him ready and toughened up for the postseason.
Finishing up here with Matt Mayoko. I've heard a few different viewpoints on this and wanted to get yours. Are you raising any alarms to the fact that Ricky Pearsall's production has been limited since his return?
No, and this is a topic that I asked Shanahan about yesterday. They, when they evaluate guys, they don't look at the stat sheet. What Kyle says, he looks at every play, and I know he's said this repeatedly, during his time as 49ers head coach. But he pointed out to 3 plays against Carolina where, frankly, if Brock had made the play he should have made, Ricky would have been having Carolina Panthers chasing him into the end zone. So he looks at the blocking, he looks at the route running, he looks at, was he in the right spot at the right time? Did he bust any coverages? Did he bust any assignments, I should say? And from that standpoint, I think ultimately the playing time kind of tells you what the team thinks of a particular guy. And when you look at Ricky Pearsall, he's playing a lot. And even since he came back from the injury, he's playing a lot, like 80% of the snaps, which is a very high number for a wide receiver. So I think it'll come. I don't think that there are any concerns because I don't think that it's not necessarily totally on him why the ball isn't coming his way. But I think I would go back to what I said about Jeffrey Simmons. This is a great opportunity against that defense. Hey, the Tennessee Titans are one of the absolute worst teams in the NFL. They have one of the worst offenses. They have one of the worst defenses. So this is an opportunity for a guy like Pearsall and Purdy to really work that chemistry and start building some stuff up. And it should translate this week, I think, into some pretty decent numbers for Pearsall.
Yeah, if there was ever a time to get right as far as the stat sheet goes, maybe against the Tennessee Titans is just that. Well, listen, Matt, I hope that the 49ers can get a lead, extend the lead, keep the lead, and make it a stress-free game because I know that your Gales take on Boise State at 3 o'clock Pacific on Sunday. So maybe halftime comes around and you're just like, let me double screen this operation here.
Yeah, unfortunately, like for the second half of that basketball game, I'll be on 49ers post-game live. So I hope I'm not too distracted talking about Paulus Morauskas and Mikey Lewis and not focusing in on the just completed 49ers Titans game.
Come on, we're all pro multitaskers here. Have a great Friday. Have a fantastic weekend. We will watch you on NBC Sports Bay Area, and we will connect with you soon.
All right, sounds great. And always a heads up for programming. Tomorrow morning, Ask Papa on 49ers Talk, the podcast, available anywhere you get your podcast.
And that is what we call a well-done shameless plug. Very, very nice.
See you next week, guys.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Matty.
Matt.
Love you, brother.
Matt Mayoko joins us every Friday, 49ers insider for NBC Sports Bay Area and the sports leader. He is the absolute best. All right, so we got the 49ers side of a lot of it. Let's go and get the Tennessee Titans side of it. De La Salle, Danville, and now the offensive coordinator of the Tennessee Titans, Nick Holtz, will join us coming up in a bit. It's Papa and Silver on the sports leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. As Bay Area sports fans know all too well, sometimes the season doesn't go the way we want it to. Injuries, setbacks, tough breaks. It's a reminder that life doesn't always go as planned. One moment, everything's on track, and the next, an unexpected challenge turns your world upside down. That's when you need a team you can count on, like Habas Law. For over 35 years, Omar, Tarek, and the Habas Law team have fought for people blindsided by life's toughest moments right here in our very own community. When the odds are stacked against you, Habas Law steps in, taking on big insurance companies with relentless determination to deliver life-changing victories. Habas just doesn't settle cases, they rebuild lives, fighting with compassion, grit, and an unshakable drive to make things right. When life knocks you down, call Habas Law at 1-800-INJURED. That's 1-800-INJURED, or visit habaslaw.com. That's habaslaw.com. Habas Law. They will fight to make it right.
Greg, Papa, and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Moving along on your Friday as we get you ready for the weekend. The Warriors are back in action tonight. The Sharks with a nice comeback and an overtime thriller last night. We'll continue to track the MLB offseason. And, of course, the 49ers play at Levi's at 1:25 on Sunday. It is time to welcome in the offensive coordinator for the Tennessee Titans. So we'll make sure we got Robert Saleh all connected, ready to go, and take every little secret possible. But all jokes aside, it is time to welcome in our friend Nick Holtz on the UMA guest line. Nick, thanks so much for your time. Greg Silver, Greg Papa here on KNBR, flagship of the 49ers. How are you?
How's it going out there? Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, we're excited to have you. And, I got to ask before we get into the NFL business of it all. You're from De La Salle. Cal football's new coach, Tosh Lupoy, was from De La Salle. I know you're a few years apart, but did you two intersect on the same high school football team?
We were never technically on the same team. I was a sophomore when he was a senior, but so I was on JV. I wasn't a very good player. Tosh was actually a good player, but so yeah, we were there at the same time. And then he was at Cal the first time when I was at Stanford, so we've intersected a bunch of times. And he's in the NFL for a few years, so it's always good to see the Spartans getting head coaching jobs, and everybody there really loves the football. Passion for everybody comes through, and it's glad to see everybody. Some of us have made it a career out of it. Brian Callahan and myself, and there's a whole bunch of us. So it's been good.
Yeah, well, I can't wait to see you when we get together in coming times. Not going to be this Sunday, Nick, but welcome home, and you do come home. And let's just start. And you were a good player. You were part of Lads' 151 consecutive games winning streak, and Brian was there as well as a quarterback. And so when the season started, he's the head coach, and you're the offensive coordinator. You got a young quarterback to develop, and you wind up dropping the first 4 games. You beat Arizona on the road. The Raider game happens, and you know them well since you were there so long. And then he gets fired, and his dad decides, I'm not staying around if my son's not going to be the head coach. Mike McCoy takes over as the interim. So the overall football team to go through a coaching change middle of the year, Nick, as you know, is difficult, and especially when Brian is the play caller. I know he gave that up a few weeks before, but just what has it been like to have your friend and head coach dismissed middle of the year, and how have you guys adjusted?
It's always an adjustment. It's kind of part of the business we sign up for, and there are those changes that happen. And, we certainly didn't in anything we prepared for really, but it's how it went. And, when you got a young quarterback, it's it really focuses narrows your vision of work. So we really kind of took, Brian's gone and, Bill's gone. And so we're down a few bodies here as the offensive staff, which guys had to pick up the slack, but really it still became all about developing the offense and developing the young players. We really play four rookies, almost as starters here. So with that being said, that really just became the focus, and it really ends up kind of prioritizing your work to how do we bring along these young players. But yeah, certainly a little bit of a tumultuous, middle of the season, and you never want to start 0-4, and then we were just 1-11 before we got our last win. So it's been kind of one of those years, but you go through them, and sometimes it's like my third time being a part of a long-term interim situation. So maybe I'm just bad luck here, but that's how it goes.
Nick Holtz, the voice you hear with us on the UMA guest line, Titans offensive coordinator. You mentioned your young quarterback, number 1 pick in the draft. We know Cam Ward very well, and I just want to get your perspective on how he's handling this journey. And I know he doesn't have the most linear journey, being a 0-star recruit, then ultimately going to Washington State, Miami, playing in college football so long. But typically, these high draft picks in any sport, they're not used to losing a lot because, to get to the league, you got to be a great player, and usually that leads to a lot of winning. So, we've all had a lot of fun with the quote of if we keep it a buck, we ass after the 0-4 start, pardon me. But, working with him just week by week, how has he handled the ups and downs of this season, coaching changes, a lot of losses, and kind of just adjusting to NFL life?
It's been great. So we'll start with that. He is a, proverbial gym rat, however, that term gets thrown around, but he really just does love football, and he's into it and into all the meetings. And the thing about him that really in the draft process, I think the whole organization fell in love with was his demeanor. And we've certainly tested that demeanor with the results and kind of the season we've had. And so, we talk about it all the time. Hopefully for him never has, gets tougher than this for him. And he's really kind of answered the bell of being the offensive leader and kind of takes that process every day. And we've got, Brandon Allen, who you guys know well. We've got Trevor Siemian in the quarterback room. And so he's got two older guys to lean on who have kind of gone through all these kind of things. And it's been a really positive experience. I think, the results haven't been, we've played better as of late, but I think the growth is there. And you see the things why he got drafted number one on a week-to-week basis. And we're just trying to get him to be more consistent. And then the rest of the group's got to play better around him too. So that's been probably part of it always. When you're picking number one, you're normally down there for a reason. And so these guys we're trying to develop the whole roster too.
Yeah, the last time we saw you, Nicky, was at the Combine, and it was pretty much a fait accompli at that point that you were going to, I don't know when you guys made your call, but the prevailing theory around the league and in the media was you were going to take Cam Ward number one overall. Just a couple of fundamental things, just watching him more this week and putting him under, a slow eye. The footwork and the propensity to throw off his back foot. He does it a lot. Very seldom will he step into a throw. Sometimes he does, but mainly he leans back. It reminds me of another Cam that did it throughout his career, and that's Cam Newton, who was a former MVP and a guy who ran a lot more than Cam Newton. And Jordan Love does it. He gets away with it. So are you trying to work with his footwork to get him to step into throws, Nick? And then on top of that, just fundamentals. A lot of sidearm throws. I know his arm slot comes from that angle, but would you like him to throw a little bit less low three-quarter and over the top in time? So his footwork and that sidearm sling he's got.
Yeah, there's, whenever you're kind of getting in these quarterbacks or you're bringing them in and they play right away, you really focus on what things can we fix right now, or what things can we work on long-term fundamentally, and which ones have to get solved instantly. And so really the footwork was our number one kind of jumping off point, because really in the NFL you got to play on time. You have your feet are your time clock. So for him, he had never really done that. He'd been in kind of a spread system where they really didn't have kind of prescribed drops for the QB. So that was really where we started when the process in the spring. The arm slot thing, it's a give and take. There's some throws where, especially on some of the shorter throws and the ones right around the line of scrimmage, where you really want to see him get his elbow up so he kind of clear the line of scrimmage, throw a nice catchable ball. Those are really where the ones that kind of shows up right now for us. So those are where those throws are. And then the off the back foot thing, it's just now he's taking a full drop. And so he's got to transition. You hit the top of the pocket. You always got to step up in the NFL, because the edge rushers are a little different than they were, in the ACC or the Pac-12 or, an incarnate word. So there's really that top of the pocket where you got to weight transfer forward. So we're working on all those things, and it's certainly night and day better than it was 10, 12 weeks ago. And it's just little details, but then you got to do the same thing each week where you're learning a game plan. You got a whole new defense. And so you don't want to just kind of throw everything out, because you still got to go play fast and play comfortable enough to go, execute the way you can. And that throwing motion is kind of what got him here. So you got to kind of tweak it as it goes.
Titans offensive coordinator Nick Holtz kind enough to stop by with us on the UMA guest line. When Brock Purdy took over as the quarterback for the 49ers, he was surrounded by a lot of experienced winners, whether that be Deebo Samuel, George Kittle, Christian McCaffrey came into the mix. With Cam, there's a lot of youth on the field around him, especially in this wide receiver core. So how do you go about simplifying the game for everyone when you're trying to come up with a game plan without making it too predictable for an opposing defense?
Yeah, that's really been the challenge all year, where we want to get those guys where they can play as fast as possible, but you have to give them enough tools to win and enough routes. You can't just run 4 or 5 routes and think they're going to get open in the NFL. So you got to give enough guys to have some variation in their stuff. And it's been a balance for us, but they really, the one thing, the personnel side and the coaching staff, we were all really in lockstep in the draft of the kind of guys we needed. And, these young players, Chim Dike, Alec Aomanor, and Gunnar Helm, those guys are going to be foundational players for this team because the kind of football character they have, and they are just, we're now caught up really in some of the scheme stuff of where kind of some veteran players would be just because they were thrown into the fire. And, week 1 at Denver, we were starting 3 rookies, and now we're starting 4 rookies, and it's just kind of how it's gone. So it's been a little trial by fire, and, there's always some missteps and some hiccups along the way that those guys go through because they're put in new situations. Last game was actually the first time all regular season we've been in a 4-minute offense. So we had to teach some stuff about that afterwards. We talked about it before, but they'd actually never done it in a game. So it was something new comes up every week with this crew, and they're eager to learn and they keep working. So that's been really exciting for us as coaches through a tough season.
Yeah, the loss of Calvin Ridley, I know, Nick, has really hurt your offense. You got, Van Jefferson, the former Ram, and he's a veteran, but those 2 young guys at wide receiver and the tight end are getting a lot of snaps, which, going back to Cam, and he's a rookie himself, the completion percentage is not NFL caliber at 59%. Is it a lot just the fact that he's throwing, like Greg was mentioning, to, 3 rookie targets? He's a rookie himself. I do see him miss throws occasionally with the back foot and just throw the ball into the sideline. And then, the one to DK that I was watching against New England on the deep over route, wow, he really ripped that one and put it right on stride, and DK made a really good route there. So when you look at the completion percentage at just 59 towards the bottom of the NFL, is that just youth, or is it sometimes the mechanical flaws crop up on the throws he misses?
It's always a combination of everything, but he really, I think the last 4 weeks or something, I forget the number, but I think he's at like 63 or 64%, the last couple of weeks, because he's been getting better, kind of finding some of those completions. Early in the season, there was some plays where he really tried to force it downfield. And, you watch guys like Stafford, and, we ended up in the offseason and through training camp and, on Friday mornings in the season, we just watched some other quarterbacks in the league and how they play and just, hey, all right, let's watch Joe Burrow this week. Let's watch all these other guys, just different styles of plays where you can see that you got to take some of those completions, and that's really where the completion percentage goes up. And then on third down, you got to hit the winning routes. You know what I mean? And we missed a big one against Cleveland on a third down, and the part of that is the Myles Garrett factor. You're knowing you got to get the ball out, and he probably could have set his feet on that one and hit that one. But there's the completion percentage is going. It's been trending the way we want it to go, and it's going to be week by week, and each defense kind of presents a new set of challenges for them. So. Starting up in the Broncos on the road, I think he finished that game like 40%. And I think everyone's now fully on board of how good that defense was. So that was a tough, our first 3 games, we were Broncos at home. And then we got the Rams, the Colts, and then we played the Texans. So we pretty much played 4 of the top defenses in the league the first 4 games. So that was a wake-up call probably for everybody of how challenging it is to sometimes get open in this league.
Well, we still bring up the Texans game here, Nick, because that was before the offense really turned it on for Houston. And I think they were 2-4 at the time. The Niners were going in. Mac Jones was playing. And that defense is just ridiculous. So there's no question the type of defenses you guys have had to face. And hopefully, for our case, Robert Saleh makes it tough on you on Sunday. But, you kind of already went there with the Myles Garrett Cleveland thing. Well, what I wanted to ask you is that what the Niners and the Titans have in common is that they just had to deal with that Cleveland Browns defense in Cleveland. Was it pretty awesome walking off the field knowing you just put up 31 points against Myles Garrett in that front?
It was. We ended up getting some turnovers, which really helped give us some short fields, but came out the opening drive, and we've kicked some field goals on the opening drive, but it was the first time all year we've caught a kickoff and gone down and scored a touchdown. So I think that kind of gave everybody a little confidence, our young team, that we can go score against these guys. And it just kind of snowballed from there. And I think that's what we're really looking for with this young team is you take these positive steps and you build confidence. And Myles Garrett is, if there's somebody playing at a higher level than Myles Garrett, you got to show them to me, because it's that list of group guys that are playing at that level are pretty good. And they got good players everywhere. Mason Graham's a good player. Delpit's a good player. So, Denzel Ward's a good player. So they got guys, Schlesinger from UCLA is playing well. So for us, that was a good matchup for us, and it was finally the first time where really for an extended period of time, we played good offensive football for a long time. So it was nice.
Yeah, you ran the ball. You got Tony Pollard going.
Yeah, we ran. You got Tony
Go
going.
ahead,
And,
Dan,
the Niners did a bunch of stuff. The Niners ran the ball well too, and that's really where
Yeah.
we kind of saw some of their stuff that really hit in some of those creases, and we were able to get in kind of some of those same running lanes. So to be able to run the ball, control the ball, and getting third. We were third manageable the whole game, which really has been our story of our season. If we're in third longs, we've really struggled, and so if we can stay on schedule, that's really where we kind of can still move the ball.
Yeah. You ran the ball at Myles Garrett. You were able to lift him and run under him. And the Niners run a similar, obviously wide nine defensive front. You only gave up 1 sack, and it was an elaborate twist game with Myles coming across the entire formation. But 49 sacks on the year for Cam. When you go back, and I know you evaluate every single one, the offensive line, Skoronski's your best player over at left guard, and J.C. Latham has moved from left tackle to right tackle. He'll probably get Bryce Huff on Sunday, Nick. But just how do you, divvy up the when you break down the 49 sacks? How many on the quarterback? How many on the offensive line? And probably all of them are a combination of them, huh?
Yeah, it really ends up. There's some ones where, especially early in the season, Cam kind of held the ball a couple times, and then there's just been some quick beats, and then there's a handful of protection errors in there, whether it's back or tight end missing an assignment, kind of things like that. So it's been a mix, but that's why the numbers kind of come down a little bit too, is we've been able to keep the same 5 offensive linemen in there for the last few weeks. And then, Cam's playing a little faster. So it kind of always breaks down, and it's never one thing. I think, a lot of people look at sacks as an O-line stat, and it's really a whole offensive stat, because, the receiver's got to get open. There's got to be somewhere to go with the ball. The back's got to be in protection. So that's where I think the linemen are always kind of given, or the O-line, they gave up 18 sacks, whatever. There's always a longer answer to that story. So,
Nick, thanks so much for coming by with us, and welcome home, or I guess as closest to home as you can get here in the NFL. So, well, good luck on Sunday, I suppose. But, I also would like to be talking about a 49er win on the flagship. So I hope it's a 42-41 final score, something like that. Let's get a college score up in here or something.
Oh, man, that's fine. All right, I understand where you're coming from. And let's hope the Dale South Spartans get a state championship this week. My wife went to Santa Margarita, so it's a divided household here. So I'm going to need the Spartans to pull this one out for me, because I can't walk into this house, take a loss to the missus. So I need that one.
Yeah, we know her well. Tell her I say hi, brother. It'll be fun to come home. When was the last time you coached a football game in the Bay Area?
Gosh,
Raiders
I
days,
got to
huh?
think. I think it was the last Raider home game. Against Tennessee. So I think that was it. I think that was was it Tennessee or Jacksonville? Whoever was that last Raider home game?
Yeah, it was Chris Conley had a huge game. I think it was Jacksonville.
That was big. Derek slid in a 4-minute drill, and they called it. They ruled him out of bounds. They stopped the clock. We punted, and they went back down the field. Didn't we?
Right.
These losses, they stick with you. I can't remember any of the wins. I just remember the losses.
I got a joke there somewhere, but I'm moving on in deference to Mark Davis.
I've been too many of those. That's why my brain's so full.
I know.
Too many losses.
I know.
That's all right.
Good to hear your voice, my friend. Good catching up. Miss you.
All right. I'm glad you're doing better, Pop. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you, brother.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nick. Nick Holtz, offensive coordinator for the Tennessee Titans. And, good dude, man. And, no, I mean, we can go a lot of jokes there. I love, by the way, isn't that crazy that if you just work in sports, like let alone being a part of a team, but even just as a broadcaster who talks about the games, it's just, my sister will always ask me, she'll be like, how do you remember these crazy details from 2008? And I'm like, it's called trauma, okay? If you remember a loss or something that really hurt you, you're going to have a much easier time recalling that than a win. So there you go. We'll see what happens on Sunday at 1:25. Stay tuned for our contest giveaway. All right, so we got some Giants coming up later in the hour. Justice De Los Santos joining us in about 35 minutes. Let's play some Kyle Shanahan sound as he was on with Dirty Work yesterday. Keep it going with the football, and then we'll pivot back over to your orange and black with the winter meetings done and over with. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Walter pulled his groin sleeping last night, and Phillip Rivers may start for the Colts this weekend, and even next Monday against the 49ers. For more unction activity, visit thesportsleader.com and the app.
All right, let's talk about the Dolan Law Firm as we get ready for the weekend. Some of those attorney ads you see or hear out there, you don't know where they're coming from, but the Dolan Law Firm is local. They've been here for more than 25 years, and they are award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys that fight for you where you live. So if you've had issues in the workplace with sexual harassment, discrimination, wrongful termination, DolanLawFirm.com is where you can go to learn more about your rights. Now, if we're talking about no-fault injury accidents, it goes well beyond just what you heard about Walter hurting his groin in his sleep. That is a true story. Even more severe incidents like an accident, or you got children and motorcyclists and pedestrians out there. Please be careful, because I hope that icy hot is the most you got to deal with in this holiday season. But if something does happen and it gets more serious, you can at least feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. The Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients like you. I don't know how many things a leave that could buy, but that's probably a lot. And you don't have to stress on the finances about paying up front or dealing with the hourly rates. And the Dolan Law Firm doesn't even get paid until you get paid. So you don't have to worry about ulterior motives, extra incentive. They're just here to protect people in their local community. So they live here and they work here, but most of all, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It did at first, but now that we got 3 practices in, I'm finally feeling normal again. So it was a good rest, nice to refresh, and we've been able to knock the rust off here and ready to get into this game now.
I got to tell you, I didn't expect to come to work with a little Kyle Shanahan-Lincoln Park matchup. But, somewhere the 49ers do belong is the football field after their bye week. It took a long time to get there, and he talks about how the team is feeling coming off their bye. We had Larry Krueger on with us on Monday, which feels like a long time ago, given that the Niners have spent some time away from the field. And the 49ers are 6-1 following their bye week since the 2019 season in the Greg Papa era. And they are 44-19 after their bye week overall under Kyle Shanahan since he took over. We mentioned that there's only 3 times, 3 different years where the bye week happened, and then the team would go on to have a losing record thereafter. So, when we talk about numbers and is the stat all that, as far as, that stat alone, I mean, look, I think experience and time off always helps a really good coach, but every year in the NFL is so different. So, yeah, do I read too much into those numbers? Not necessarily. That being said, Kyle Shanahan to finally get a little bit of a break, everything that he and Robert Saleh have had to do to adjust on the fly, to finally get some time off, come back with what may be on paper your easiest game on the schedule. I do think that's advantageous as you got a really grueling final month ahead of you. And, for Shanahan, I mean, he grinds just as hard as anybody. I imagine that everyone wanted that rest by the time we got to the first weekend of December.
Interview that Dirty Work conducted. The way to engage Kyle is he does not like people reading Twitter right before the interview and asking him about all the injuries, and he didn't say much about Christian McCaffrey and him missing practice, and he'll be fine, and then he moves on. But when you engage him, and the topic was how he watches football during a bye week, I thought was fascinating. And he and I have talked at length about this off camera, and we've done it. TV interviews are a little different than radio interviews, and they had a lot of that stuff out anyway. But we when he comes back off a bye, we do get into how he watches. And he had the great line about, watching the red zone, and when you're not playing, is you watch everything, but you feel like you saw nothing. It's like I kind of know what happened in all these games, but what really happened in these, if you're trying to watch more than one game, you're not watching any games. But they're all right there. And in the morning, we get 7 or 8 kickoffs at once in the afternoon slate. I mean, honestly, it may be a little hard for people to watch the Niner game closely. I mean, Niner fans will, but there's so many great afternoon games this weekend. It's hard. And if you time it up, you can, snap, 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 snap. But who's in the game? What down and distance was it? But the way he just talked about watching on, and it's the red zone's different, Sunday ticket's different. DirecTV really is no longer in our world anymore. It's more YouTube. But anyway, he was just like a fan. The way it is that he consumes football, mainly during a bye week. Because, Thursday night football, sometimes you have time off, but, you may have a Monday night game, but you're still going to meetings. It's not the same. If you don't have a game that week at all, then you can really just enjoy it. And he said he couldn't wait for Thursday to come. Wanted to watch college football on Saturday, and then he consumed it all on Sunday. And it's fascinating and then he went back to when he was a kid. And it wasn't strange for him to consume. A lot of football coaches don't watch television broadcasts. They call it the live feed or the TV copy. They watch the dirty, the silent copy. You really don't get a feel for, like these Tennessee Titans. One thing with Nick I wanted to get into, they made an effort to play faster after they had the coaching change. And Cam kind of moves slow. He's a little like Cam Newton. Cam would always get down on one knee and then get up and then pray before. Let's go. God's not going to help you now. Who are they blitzing off the edge? Let's go. But and Cam Ward's got a little of that. So when Mike McCoy took over, let's just play faster. Let's get in the huddle, call the play, get up on the line of scrimmage, try to be there at 15 when the sideline communication's out, and then you get into your checks and you can, or Kill or Oscar, whatever. So, but a lot of coaches don't watch. How do you know if a team's playing Chip Kelly fast if you're just watching the silent copy? You're just watching plays. You're not watching the flow of the game. So sometimes it's kind of good. You watch all that to see structurally where they are, but how does the coach handle the game? What tempo do they play with? When do they go no huddle? When don't they go no? And just the overall feel, a football game and any athletic game, it's a live, breathing organism. It's not just everything and personnel, and that's obviously critically important, but it also moves and flows. And like last night's game, going for 2 when you're down 28-14, you score to make it 28-20. They didn't want to go to overtime. They wanted to win in regulation. But anyway, so Kyle does, of all the coaches, he kind of tries to feel it, and he remembers when he was a kid. Maybe it's because he's Mike Shanahan's kid. He grew up around the game, saying he watched football with his mom when he was 5 years old. So I thought it was fascinating just the way Kyle consumes football on a complete bye week, how he watches Thursday night college football, and more importantly, and most importantly, how he watches the NFL when every game's kicking off simultaneously on a Sunday morning.
It's like how I asked you when we did our first Ask Papa after your return. I said, how's your process changed just in terms of watching football? You spent so many focusing on one game in a booth. And yeah, I know you've had Monday night games and Thursday night games, and you've had the chance to watch the full Sunday, but nothing to the degree of what your schedule has become. So here is that soundbite we were just talking about on Kyle Shanahan with how he does watch football when the team is off like that.
Well, first of all, I'm terrible at watching him now because all I knew was DirecTV and NFL Sunday and all the streaming stuff and everything. And I'm probably going to get made fun of a lot, but I feel very out of touch with it, and I struggle to go back and forth. I got the hang of it a little bit towards the end. I kept going back to Red Zone. My wife gets annoyed with the Red Zone because she feels like she doesn't watch any game.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I feel that. Which I do get, but I kind of hit them all up. But I definitely watch the ones that I know affect us the most, but I kind of get too worked up watching those also, so I try to spread around and enjoy it and treat it as a little bit of an off day, but it's kind of tough to do that when it affects everything so much.
You think Kyle's like, where's Andrew Siciliano on DirecTV? What happened to my Red Zone?
Where's Dumbo with the big ears? No, we love Andrew. Well, they did two Red Zones forever. Scott Hansen did one, and Andrew did one on DirecTV, and now it's YouTube TV. I was and what he's talking about, and even if the Niners had a Monday night game, or the Raiders, I would watch, football on Sunday, but you're really not locked in. You're reading everything. You're putting notes together. You're still getting ready for Monday night. It's just not the same. Me, boy in a bubble, I don't have a game to call. Kyle, on a bye week, doesn't have a game to call and coach. So you really are able. And for him, I'm sure he's trying to steal cool stuff from guys, Mike McDaniel, and Kyle did start the exit, the cheat motion, but Mike took it to another level with Tyreek the Streak. But you're seeing a lot of different formations, like what Tampa Bay did last night when they went Wildcat with Bucky Irving. They had Baker Mayfield stay on the field with him. They went into a pistol. They did not, and Cleveland ran a Wildcat against Tennessee at the end of the game, and they do that a lot. When they're going for a 2-point conversion, they go straight Wildcat, and they direct snap it to Junkins. He was going to hand it off to another receiver coming the other way, and he forgot to. He got all screwed up. But by and large, when a running back goes Wildcat, what do you think? He's going to run the ball, and the passing threat is either completely eliminated. What Tampa did last night was go Wildcat, but they kept the quarterback not only on the field, he didn't just walk over to the side and put his hands on his hips like, they're not going to throw the ball to Jared Goff, are they? Well, they did one time in the goal line. And then, so, by having Baker right behind the Wildcat back, Bucky Irving, and then he had Rachaad White to his side. They went to a pistol shot, sidecar. So they had the direct snap to Bucky Irving, and they had a quarterback behind him. He could take the direct snap and just hand it to Baker, and Baker could throw it. And then he had Rachaad White to his side. So he treated it like a zone read, and they rode the mesh point, and he pulled it. They made like 13 yards on back-to-back plays, never ran the ball to Bucky Irving again. What are you doing here? So but as Kyle's watching, I'm sure he's thinking, that's an interesting formation. What if we do that? But as far as the red zone, I used to be all red zone, maybe because Andrew's gone. Nothing. It's quad box, pick 4 games, take the sound up on one of the games you want to hear. Because when you're doing red zone, you're not hearing Jim Nantz, and I don't want to hear Tony Romo, but I want to hear Jim Nantz. I want to hear Greg Olson. There are certain announcers that teach me things, and they are on the bigger games. So I take the audio on that, and I go quad box. And, typically a Sunday morning out here, the most we're going to get is 8, which is a lot. It's excessive. I wish they would stagger the kickoffs. But you go 2 quad boxes, and you're fine if the screen's big enough, and then you take it. Take the audio on the one you want to watch, and you go back and forth. But as far as watching the games that mean the most to me, to us, when the Rams come on, I'm going Rams, big screen.
Yeah.
When Seattle comes on, I'm going Seattle, big screen. But this week, we don't have enough big screens because the afternoon slate is going to be so interesting. Seattle-Indy was going to be a good game anyway, but we're all going to be so fascinated to watch Phillip Rivers, if he does start this game against that Seattle defense. I hope his life insurance is all paid up for those 10 kids and the grandkids, because they will hurt you there and they will break bones and limbs. And then the Green Bay-Denver game. Man. How good is that game going to be? Green Bay at Mile High, and I guess we're rooting for Orange Crush in this game because Green Bay's got to lose one more game, the Final Four, but we have a good schedule. So, no, we're not going red zone. We're going quad box times 2. And that way we don't have to. Where is Siciliano? Why is he calling Cleveland Browns games? No one listens to those games. Put him back on the red zone.
I've got my whole setup, and it changes week to week, and I'm trying to figure out exactly how I'm going to do it Sunday because I think I got to go quad box TV during the afternoon, but then also maybe a separate laptop that has just the 49er game. Now, it gets tricky when the TV's slightly ahead of the laptop because then you're trying not to watch too much and get the spoiler because, you want to have, regulate the sound and all that, but I know. I looked at the afternoon slate, and again, I was like, I can't remember a time I've been this intrigued by the 125 games. It means I'm going to actually have to be somewhat productive in the morning. But then again, we've got a great AFC East game that I know we'll be talking about next week between the Patriots and the Bills. So I might just resign myself to, I don't know, watching the Sunday night football game later when I go back and getting everything done at night. I don't know what I'm going to do, but I can tell you I'm going to have SantaCon on Saturday and be a full couch potato on Sunday.
And you're going to do this all hungover with a white beard, and I'll do it likewise in a different kind of hungover. Anyway, so we have 7 morning games on Sunday morning, and the Bills-Patriots is going to be huge. Chargers-Chiefs is going to be really interesting. And then, because teams are done with their buys, and we're not into Saturday football yet in the NFL. Why? Because of the Heisman Trophy and the Army-Navy game? The hell with that. No, I'm teasing. But after this, we'll get into Saturday football. But the point is, we got a lot of games kicking off before Sunday night football and Monday night football. We had a game last night. We got 7 in the morning that kick off at 10 o'clock our time. And in the afternoon, like last week, I think we had 3. You mostly get 4. Occasionally, you'll get 5. This is an occasionally you'll get 5 in the afternoon weekend. Green Bay, Denver is going to be a great game to watch. Detroit at the L.A. Rams is going to be a great game to watch. Steph Curry and his household will have Carolina on against New Orleans. We'll watch that. And then Indianapolis and Seattle with Rivers, old man Rivers playing that defense and that noise. Good luck. They may need to have 12 men on the field to deal with the 12 men in their crowd there. And, of course, the Niners, Titans as well. So it's a busy Sunday, Week 15. You got 7 in the morning and 5 in the afternoon. So we don't have to go full double quad box in the morning. We just got to go quad box and isosceles triangle, and we're all good for the morning game.
Ooh, nice use of the isosceles. That's taking me back to when I occasionally paid attention in, 8th, 9th grade? I don't know. Ryan McCarthy's like, I know what a scalene triangle is. Yeah.
Equilateral sides, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, 6th grade for some of you privileged educators. It's Papa and Silver. We're going to have Justice De Los Santos joining us coming up in about 15 minutes. Always love talking to Justice for all. So let's get a little check-in on the Giants. And Killian wrote a headline that was making me think, damn, should I be more upset about what's going on in San Francisco with the orange and black right now? We'll talk about that next on the Sports Leader.
My wife gets annoyed with the red zone.
Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Snap, set, the 28-yarder is up. He missed it! He missed it! It's an empty trip! He absolutely jerked it to the left!
It's a weird home run call as we're talking Giants baseball. No, it's our fifth and final chance. It's our last one of the week. You get a chance right now, right freaking now, to go and win tickets to see the 49ers take on the Tennessee Titans at 1:25 at Levi's Stadium. Call it up, 415-896-KNBR, 415-896-5627 if you don't want to do the quick pin pad math. If you're lucky, caller number 10, you can get to talk to Walter and have a chance to go to Levi's Stadium. I mean, talk about a good Friday right there. We got Ryan McCarthy hanging out with us as well, bumping the Biggie Smalls, and going to have Justice De Los Santos, who was boots on the ground in Orlando, coming up in just a bit. I was thinking about the Giants and, not a lot of action this week. And then I saw the San Francisco Chronicle put out the caption for the Ann Killian column that she wrote. It's been a tough offseason for the San Francisco Giants fans. A guinea pig rookie manager, no big acquisitions at the winter meetings, and 2 icons overlooked by the Hall of Fame. And I'm thinking, wow, okay, as far as the Hall of Fame, I could have plenty of gripes with that one, and we talked all about it on Monday. But the fact that there hasn't been a lot of action, maybe you wouldn't want them to go and get someone like a Kyle Schwarber. Maybe it's better if they don't pay for top-of-the-line starting pitching, although I would say the more I watch and observe about Tatsuya Imai, I wouldn't be against that one either. Anyway, that's all to say, things are moving slowly. We outlined it yesterday with Ron Wodes. It's not quite the frenzy that it is in other sports, and there's still a lot that can be done, but it's understandable why fans can get a little bit restless when you look at the roster right now. With an inexperienced coach at the major league level, they do have a lot of areas to address, and we'll talk about that with Justice very much coming up.
Oh, the lunatic fringe with their fearless leader, Ann Killian. No one thinks that Joe Buck is a good announcer or a great announcer. Did she actually write that? No one thinks Joe Buck is a great announcer. Ed Gorin did for years, and the executives at ESPN do, and they pay him about $15 million a season to broadcast games. But my gosh, Kipe will make the Hall of Fame one day. He will make it. I hope they don't delay it too long. But he will make the Hall of Fame, there's no doubt, and Dwayne will make the Hall of Fame, and Ken Korak will make the Hall of Fame, and that's just the way it is. Joe Buck has done more World Series on network television than anybody in history. He did 24 of them, and I know Buck sucks, and he doesn't root for the St. Louis Cardinals come October. He's a professional, and his dad, he had one of the greatest home run calls, obviously the one that Ozzie Smith hit, the home run by the Wizard, but the one he hit, when Kirk Gibson hit it off of Eck at 88. I don't believe what I just saw. And his dad was legendary, and it's a father-son thing. So we're disappointed for Kite, but he's been on the ballot 5 years, and he will make it. But we don't need to take down Joe Buck. And no one thinks that Joe Buck is a great announcer. Seriously? No one? There's ways to phrase that. Anyway, Annie, we love you. We're early in the off season. Let's not overreact here. If the calendar turns from December the 12th to January the 12th and they haven't done anything, or even more importantly, February the 12th, they did get a backup catcher. They got Andrew Susak's brother, so that's good. And they did move up in the draft from 15 about to 4. And you go to the winter meetings, GM meetings, and you just get a lot of intel. Now, the big money teams throw it around. Baltimore had a terrible year last year, really underachieved. And they, did they overpay for Pete Alonso? Pete Alonso has big-time right-handed power. They moved the fences into the Oriole Park, and he's not a great defender, but you can get by at first base there. They've had other guys like him. Boog Powell hit a lot of home runs at a different stadium. So anyway, they had to make a move there. The Mets lost a lot of people. I think they'll counterpunch in some degree. The Dodgers are just in a different stratosphere, and there's all kinds of talk about them getting Kyle Tucker. Now we're going to move into what's going to happen with Kyle Tucker? What's going to happen with Bo Bichette? Some of the biggest free agents in baseball, with all due respect to Kyle Schwarber, is a tremendous hitter, but he does not play a position. Some arms in the bullpen did move, but we do have a lot of starting pitching that may or may not be traded. From Detroit would be one, and There's some good pitchers in Milwaukee, and there's one in Cincinnati. So let's just see. I obviously talking to Justice, I think will be good for everybody because what do you think the next step is? We know what they didn't do the first week of this, and it's over now. So, but now you go back to your cities and you huddle and you come up with a plan and you talk to agents and what are they going to do? I think 2 starting pitchers are required. How many in the bullpen do you need? 2 or 3? Talking to Wody yesterday, sounds like they're going to ride with Casey Schmidt, which I think is okay.
Yeah.
He kind of comped him to Jeff Kent, which is interesting. He's a far better defender, but the range up the middle and the throwing arm and the power. I don't know if he's going to hit the amount of home runs that Jeff Kent hit, but he does have tremendous bat speed. I think you need Christian Koss in a combination, the 2 of them. Would you be cool with that? At second base, I don't know. But I think they got to upgrade at right field. But what's the plan there? Bellinger's going to cost you money. Tucker's going to cost you even more money. Could you make Harrison Bader's not a bad player at all. He is a tremendous defensive player. If you do get Bader, I'd stick him in right, even though most people would play him in center. But at Oracle Park, right field is way more challenging. I don't want to see Jung-Hoo Lee play in right field, and you certainly don't want Elliot Ramos there. So, I think people have to just slow their roll on it's not like football. Football, legal tampering period comes March the 10th. They already agreed to the deals. They're done. March the 12th. Basketball, same thing. 1st of July rolls around. By July 8th, everything's put to paper. Baseball, I don't know why it's like that. Why? And Mike Kruko's talking about putting a deadline on the agents. In basketball and football, the best players are gone. They're already bought. In baseball, there's just not a market where you have to get into a bidding war for Bo Bichette, or you want the right price. I don't know why it's become that way. It didn't used to be. The best players in baseball after the Messersmith ruling in the 70s, they got signed up right away. In baseball now, if you get them done by Christmas, that's early. If you get them done by Valentine's Day and spring training, that's in time, and then you'll accept St. Patrick's Day, but you don't want it to bleed into April Fool's Day, and that's what happened with Farhan. It may have cost him his last job here was when he signed Matt Chapman and Blake Snell too late, and just threw everything off, especially with Blake Snell. I don't know. We'd have to go back and research this, but this is the way it works. Baseball, the hot stove doesn't get hot. It's lukewarm. You can put your hand on that stove, and it's going to be hot, but you're not going to burn your fingers off like the old days, and it stretches for entire months. So I don't know. And then there's a trade deadline. A trade period. I think we're going to see the Giants make more trades than signing free agents. But we'll ask Justice De Los Santos with his big microphone. That microphone it didn't work as well when he was talking to John Shea Hay, but I love the long mic.
Danny's big pole, Justice De Los Santos long stick. I don't know. I'm just gonna jump off of that right there. Congratulations to Sergio and Hollister, our contest winner today for the 49ers tickets. Sergio, go have a great time here on Sunday. We'll talk more Niners toward the end of the show, but right now, it's all about justice for all. He'll join us next on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
Golden State Lumber and Showroom reaches far and wide across the Bay Area. Their Stockton yard is the go-to resource for building professionals in the San Joaquin County. With over 40 acres of premium building materials available to the public, Golden State makes it easy to find what you need. With on-site milling services, you can get the perfect cut every time. You need expert advice? Their experienced team is ready to help, whether that means loading your truck or assisting with an important decision. For larger orders, you can count on Golden State's large fleet of trucks for timely next-day delivery, if not the same day. It's their goal to keep your project on time and on budget. They can even join you on the job site. Golden State app provides resources, guides, important codes, and much more. Building a better Bay Area for over 70 years. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Papa and Silver continues here on your Friday, getting you ready for the weekend, and it is great to have of the San Jose Mercury News and his very own YouTube channel, Justice de los Santos, the multi-platform man who was down boots on the ground in Orlando at the winter meetings. He joins us on the UMA guest line. Justice, it's great to have you on again. I think we last spoke to you shortly after the Tony Vitello hiring, and now the stove is heating up. We're trying to figure out what the Giants are going to look like in 2026. But how was your time out there on the East Coast?
Man, the winter meetings is always one of my favorite times on the baseball calendar. And I'm sure y'all could tell I'm definitely 99th percentile extrovert. So whenever I'm at the meetings, it's just you can't walk more than 5 steps. You're like, hey, how you doing? Hey, good to see you. And at some point, you got to be strategic about it. You'll see someone like, yeah, you want to catch up with them, but you hit them with a fist bump. They're like, hey, I got to go, even when you really don't got to go. And if somebody hears that and like takes offense to it, it's like, that's just kind of how it goes. Because if I talk to every single person I knew and met, I'd still be stuck in Orlando. And I might be there another 5 days.
You're an engaging guy, so I'm sure you talked to everybody and met a lot of people and acquired a lot of intel, which is what everybody's got to do, agents and players and obviously executives. So then you weigh the cost of business. What will it cost to trade for a starting pitcher versus just buying one or a right fielder? Before we get into all that, are the interactions you're having more with agents than actual baseball executives like Buster Posey and everybody around baseball? A lot of the information that we're reading about, is that coming just as more from agencies or actual baseball teams?
I can't speak on behalf of every single baseball reporter, but for me personally, I use this as an opportunity to kind of just get my face in front of as many people I know in the industry, or if not have the opportunity to get to, further established relationships. It's kind of just a blend. And sometimes with the actual executives, it's called the winter meetings for a reason. They're often meetings, they're doing their own thing. So that's more so a time to get in front of agents on my end. But, if you're walking through the lobby, you see somebody, maybe not necessarily with the Giants, but another team, there's a lot of catching up. Like I've seen some, a couple executives dating back to my time covering the Pirates that are maybe working different positions and things of that nature. So for me personally, it's, that's kind of the other side of it, is like you'll walk through the lobby and you won't necessarily know who you're going to see. And if you see somebody, agency, coaching or otherwise, that's just that opportunity to really, get that face time that you really don't get at other times of the year besides maybe spring training.
So, Justice, obviously a lot still has to be written, not just for the Giants, but a lot of teams and free agents around Major League Baseball. As far as their loan acquisition to this point, it is Andrew Susak's younger brother, Daniel, who they got in the Rule 5 draft. What can you tell us about this acquisition and the future of the catcher position as a whole? Patrick Bailey, we know he just won a second Gold Glove, but offensively really struggled outside of, a good amount of clutch moments, which I will give him a lot of credit for. Then Jesus Rodriguez, they got in the trade for Camilo Doval. He was hanging around at the end of the year, and now you got another guy that's got a real chance to get into the mix. So what do you think we're talking about with the catcher position when it comes to spring training out in February?
Yeah, so Daniel Susak was a former first-rounder with the team formerly known as the Oakland Athletics back in 2022, 19th overall pick in that draft. And, he spent a couple years in the A system. They obviously left him unprotected. He was taken by the Minnesota Twins in the Rule 5 draft and then ultimately traded to the Giants. And the thing with Susak is that while he is a Rule 5 draft, and for those who aren't familiar with kind of the nuances of the Rule 5 draft, essentially, if you pick a Rule 5 guy, you got to keep him, like he's automatically on your 26-man roster. If you want to cut him for any reason, you got to place him on waivers and then offer him the team. It's a lot of logistics, but this is a long-winded way of me saying he might have a bit of an edge over Rodriguez just because of the Rule 5 status. Now, that doesn't necessarily guarantee he's going to be on the roster because, if they ultimately decide that Jesus Rodriguez is the better pick. I think the one difference between the two is that Susak has not necessarily little, probably a considerable amount more catching experience. Obviously, Rodriguez was formerly of the Yankee system, and they had a lot of catching prospects, and that kind of allowed Rodriguez, in a weird way, to have a little more positional versatility. But obviously, the Giants aren't going to be trotting him around the diamond more so than having him at the catching position. So Susak definitely has the edge, but Rodriguez is a career 309 hitter in the minors. I think he has an 848 OPS as well. I've heard some really rave reviews about the strong arm. So I think that's going to be a legitimate competition going into spring training, even with Susak having the Rule 5 status. If they get to the end of spring training and they decide, hey, we want somebody with a little more pop in the bat to complement Bailey, who had a great September, but overall not a great year offensively, maybe they go with Rodriguez. If they ultimately want someone that has a little bit of a more blend, so to say, then maybe they go with Susak. But that, as you mentioned, they leave the winter meetings, and that was their only real acquisition, and they still have other needs to fill, even with having addressed this backup catcher position.
Would you be completely shocked, Justice, if the Giants traded Patrick Bailey between now and the start of the year, or maybe now and the deadline? There was a report, Shana had it middle of the year, that Either they took calls or they made calls on trading Bailey. And I know he's won 2 Gold Gloves, but I just get the feeling, being around Buster and listening to him closely through the silence with him, he does have issues with the ball going to the backstop, as he phrases it, and just the whole thing with Bailey and the lack of offense. JT Realmuto is out there as a free agent that we'll see what the Phillies do. Maybe you have to give him a couple-of-year deal and $30 million. He is an older player coming off a groin injury, kind of a sports hernia. Are you convinced that that'll be it for the Giants and that'll be the 3 they'll pick from, or others, and that Patrick Bailey will stay on this 26-man roster when the Yankees come in on March 25th?
Pop, I'm not going to lie. I thought you were going to ask about Eldridge, just the way that question was going. So I think that's an answer in and of itself. Like, yeah, I would be completely shocked, honestly. And, people will say what they will about the bat. And, we've seen the bat in spurts. We saw it when he initially came up in 2023. We saw it the first half of 2024 before it kind of fell off a cliff in the second half of 2024. Didn't really see it a ton in 2025. And catching metrics, they're super – fielding metrics in general are super finicky. Catching metrics, I think we're kind of in the infancy, and we really don't know where they're going to go in 5 to 10 years. But when you look at all of the available metrics that we have to evaluate catchers, whether it's the pitch framing, whether it's balls in the dirt, whether it's pop time, this isn't just an argument of Patrick Bailey being the best defensive catcher in baseball. We know that's the case. The argument is more, is he the best defender in baseball? Period, because the framing has always been elite. And, even with the ABS system, I'm not too concerned that it's going to impact his framing all that much, just because you only have the 2 times a game. The pop time has always been elite. He made strides blocking the ball, because if you go back and look at his metrics in 2023, he was a below average blocker. 2024, he's just average. 2025, not quite the best in the game, but from where he was as a rookie, it's been considerable strides. And I think catching is always one of those things that, like, you don't really notice it. Like, you don't really notice, the poor catching until you're watching it every day. And, I think it's one of those examples where some of the past balls, I think it can, maybe blind us a little bit to, there's definitely a cognitive bias there where you see a couple he's not that good, but then you got to take that step back and look at it. So I personally would be shocked if they made Bailey. I don't think it's really super high up on their list of priorities, because then if that's the case, you're looking at Susac and Rodriguez being your catching tandem, and they have as many major league plate appearances as all 3 of us combined. So I don't know if
unless they go out and sign JT Realmuto, Justice. What if they sign the Phillies free agent catcher? Huh?
Unless they go out and do that. But I will say JT, he's on the wrong side of the aging curve. I think he's 32, 33, whereas Bailey, I think, is 26. And obviously you would like a lot more out of him offensively. Who's to say whether what he did in September of 2025 can carry him into the new year? But he's a walking 3, potentially 4 WAR player. And regardless of position, those guys just don't go on trees. And when you consider some of the other positions of need that they have, the rotation, the bullpen, even corner outfield, I think trading Patrick Bailey for anybody really would be really low on their priority list. I'm sure they will listen. They said they'll listen with Eldridge. I think it wouldn't be wise to just completely not listen on anybody, but I think the possibility of that happening is pretty low.
Justice De Los Santos, the voice you hear with us on this Friday. The other headline for the Giants out of the winter meetings is that they got the 4th overall pick in next year's MLB draft. So our big takeaway from that news, that they jumped up 11 spots from where they finished as far as top to bottom of the records, is do you think that they would be more inclined to use sign one of the qualifying offer guys, I should say, that might cost you a 2nd and a 3rd in some of these other drafts, or I should say 2026 and then ultimately 2027, because they know that they have a chance to get someone really special with a top 4 pick?
I was asked that question during the winter meetings, and it really is a fascinating one. And the way that I view it is I think that there's kind of a bar, so to say, when you think about having to surrender those picks now. Framber Valdez, for example, he's one of the qualifying offer guys where if they signed him, they would have to give up the draft picks. I think that's the type of caliber pitcher that really clears the bar. When it comes to a guy like Zach Gallen, I don't know if that would necessarily clear the bar. This isn't to say that they wouldn't consider signing Zach Gallen strictly because of the qualifying offer, but it's definitely things that they have to take into consideration. It again, is a very fascinating question. Going back to the fact that they're going to get the number 4 pick, and to kind of broaden this out a little bit, I think we might look to their farm system, come July of 2026 and just have like a farm system really brimming with middle infield talent. Obviously, they signed Joshua Gonzalez, the top position player of the international class this year. They're the front runners to sign Luis Hernandez, who's a top prospect or position player prospect of the international class. Last year, Johnny LaBelle is one of their top prospects. Gavin Killen as well. There's somebody I forget but you add in this potential top 4 pick, and the top 4 prospects for the 2026 draft as of right now are all shortstops. So we might get to a point next year's draft where you're looking at a lot of middle infield talent in this organization. That doesn't even talk about some of the pitching prospects at the lower level of this organization as well.
All right, so now that they've left Orlando, you've left Orlando, you got a lot of intel. And what do we want to do? We want to buy pitchers and a right fielder? Do we want to trade for one? What do we want to do? Let's just start with the starting rotation, because I think it is obviously the bullpen needs to be, stocked from the back end out. But let's just start with starters because they're a little easier. After Logan Webb, let's say opening day, March 25th or opening night, Logan Webb takes the baseball against the New York Yankees. Robbie Ray pitches that Friday afternoon game on the 27th. Landon Roop goes on Saturday. What do they do the rest of the series? They got to have somewhat of an organizational depth chart, what they have and what they're wishing for and where they go. So if you had to guess who their 4th and 5th starters would be, whether they would trade for them, whether they would sign him as a free agent, whether they would promote them from within the organization. Behind Webb, Ray, and Roop, Justice, what are you thinking?
I think at the minimum, that 4th spot is going to be someone that's not currently in the organization. As you mentioned, it could be a trade, it could be a free agent signing, but I think at the minimum, they need to bring in one. And I think in a perfect world, in an ideal world, they would bring in 2. But Posey did mention he didn't elaborate on the ton, but he said, if we get to camp and it's that competition for the 5th spot, then it kind of is what it is. And also shout out to John Shea because he hates saying it is what it is, and I use it purposely just to irritate him. But
good to know. I'll do that next time we have Shea on with us.
But I don't think it's inconceivable either to imagine that going into spring, like there's just that competition for the 5th spot. Now, again, I think in an ideal world, you would want to have 2 acquisitions for that 5th spot in the rotation. They do have just a ton of options for this hypothetical 5th spot in the rotation if they do sign or trade for somebody. I think if you had to line it up right now, it's probably Birdsong and Tidwell is probably the front runners for if there was the last spot in the rotation. Now, obviously, we saw with Birdsong last year, we saw what it looked like when it was going really good, and we also saw what it looked like when he was going really bad. And Posey and Manassian were asked about whether they still view Birdsong in particular as a starter, and they still do. And, as intriguing as it would be to just say, like, hey, he has reliever stuff, we need back-end relievers, why not just throw him in the bullpen? He's also the type of starter where you look at him and think you're going to give him as long of a leash as possible to make him a starter, because if things click, and again, we saw it in spurts when it clicked, like you're looking at somebody that could be at the minimum just a very good middle of the rotation starter, if not a top of the rotation starter, just because he has a fastball with ride. He has the kick change that's really good. He's working on those secondaries to go more east and west. But it's going back to the original question, I think at the minimum we see that number 4 starter being someone outside the organization as of right now. And I think the preference would be to have their number 5 starter as well be someone external. Because we saw last year kind of the ills of relying a little too much on young pitching when we get to the end of the season. Season's on the line, and we're rolling with Kaiwei Tang, Trevor McDonald, Carson Wisenhunt, guys of that nature who haven't really established themselves at the major league level.
That's exactly where I wanted to take this conversation as we got a few more minutes here with Justice De Los Santos on the Yuma guest line. What do you think ultimately happens with the closer spot? Because there's already questions about how Tony Vitello will manage a major league bullpen, and it's hard for me to even go there when I don't know who the pitchers he's going to have to be managing are.
Yeah, I think as of right now, if the Giants had to go into the season, or if they had to go into the season tomorrow and say, hey, we need a closer, it would probably be Ryan Walker. Now, I know that there's probably going to be a good amount of fans listening right now saying, Walker, like, he technically started and ended the year as the closer, but obviously lost that role in between. I do think that he's a bit of a regression candidate, and what I mean by that is the ERA was in the 4s, but his FIP, his fielding and pitching, was in the low 3s. And for those who aren't familiar, fielding and pitching, it's weighed the same as ERA, where the lower the better, and it's more predictive than ERA because it looks at things like strikeouts, it looks like things like walks, and it takes away some of the randomness of, a ball in play that maybe a shortstop doesn't get to, or a second baseman, they bat pop, things of that nature. So I think if they had to make their bullpen right now, I think Ryan Walker would be the closer. I know Yoel Peguero is very intriguing as a closer option just because you see the 100, the 101, the 102, and think, that's closer stuff. But his fastball doesn't really have the same amount of, for the amount of velocity it has, it doesn't have a ton of ride. It sinks a lot. Where you look at, for example, somebody like Robbie Ray, his fastball is more 93, but has a ton of ride. It has a ton of carry. And so Peguero hasn't really been able to garner a lot of swings and misses. I do think we'll see some Sam Henches, not necessarily in a closer role, but I think we'll see him back into the bullpen. They do have a lot of lefties that are able to do a lot of different things. Like Henches has this super high 6-foot release point, 6'6". Eric Miller with like his turbo sinker, Matt Gage, Reaver San Martin, very deceptive. But I think right now, I think Walker is probably the closest thing they have to an incumbent. Now, this isn't to say that they're not going to go out and acquire relievers. And building a bullpen is always a little interesting because, you'll see guys like Edwin Diaz signing for big money, Robert Suarez signing for big money. But a lot of times bullpens are made just minor league free agents, kind of, smaller trades here and there, because you never really know like what changes kind of get made to make someone pop. But again, going back to your original question, I think Ryan Walker's probably the closest thing they have to an incumbent right now. I don't think they're going to outright say he is the closer, definitely put him in Sharpie like he was last spring training. But I do think that he's probably the strongest candidate. And I do think we could potentially see a bounce back here for him, given some of the underlying metrics with him.
We'll skip second base because we had Ron Wotus on yesterday, and I asked him flat out about Casey Schmidt, and he certainly led us down a path where he's going to be the starting second baseman or in a timeshare with Christian Koss. So let's go to right field. Do they have their right fielder in the system? And what would it cost to go out and get somebody? I mean, would they ever talk about Bellinger seriously and that kind of money? I think Kyle Tucker's too expensive. Harrison Bader's name has been mentioned, and he's such a good outfielder. He could easily play right field as demanding at Oracle Park. Just what are your thoughts on what they do in right field this year, Justice?
Yeah, so I wrote this piece, I think it was like right before the winter meetings or maybe a week before, and I noted that they had 10 outfielders on their 40-man roster, and now that's 9 because Marco Luciano was claimed off waivers. I don't think as of right now they have their corner outfielder in hand, because if you look at the options aside from Jung-Hoo and Elliott, it's Joey Wiemer, who was acquired by trade, Drew Gilbert, Gerard Encarnacion, Luis Matos, Wade Meckler, Justin Dean. I think there's one more I might be missing there. But, it's kind of like a crude way to look at it. But aside from Ramos, Wiemer, and Lee, everybody else either has 0 career WAR according to Baseball Reference or negative. And I think at the bottom end, I think Luis Matos is like negative 0.7. So I think if we're kind of having the same thought exercise as of right, if I had to make an opening day roster tomorrow, I think it would probably be like a Wiemer Gilbert platoon. You have Gerard kind of as a bench back, corner outfield, first base. And I don't think that's necessarily something that they'd be confident rolling with on spring training or when they get to opening day in late March. Obviously, Yastrzemski just signed a 2-year, I think $23 million deal with Atlanta. So I realized yesterday that Yastrzemski was kind of like a light version of the Belt Wars in retrospect. But, he would have been if they were to bring him back, he would have easily been the definite right fielder. And so that's kind of what we're looking at as far as, just their situation now. I think Bellinger, like if they could somehow swing that and make the money work, I think that would be a great signing because he could play at all 3 outfield positions. He plays first base as well, just gives you a ton of versatility. I'm not super high on the possibility of that happening. Harrison Bader would be a good addition. He's, often injured, but when he does play, the glove is great. And, the Giants are coming off a year last year where they were last in the majors in outs above average. They had the 3rd worst defensive runs saved in the outfield, so they definitely need to improve that defensively, and that's why Wiemer and Justin Dean kind of have been added there. And then kind of going down the list, there's guys like Rob Refsnyder, who hits lefties really well, kind of could be their Austin Slater in a way. I know Miguel Andujar hits lefties really well as well, but I don't think those are guys you necessarily want to go into the season as your, starting right fielder, or maybe just bench bats, if anything. But I do think, of the guys that they have on the 40-man, maybe I could definitely envision Weimer being on that opening day roster. I don't know if they necessarily have a lot of confidence in having him be their opening day right fielder, so to say.
Justice, thanks so much for coming by with us. And yeah, as far as engaging in thought exercises, you're getting a taste of what we just do for 4 hours every day. So we appreciate you sharing some of that knowledge with us and making us sound a little bit smarter as we move forward in the offseason and eventually in spring training. We'll continue to read you in the San Jose Mercury News. We'll continue to watch you on YouTube. And of course, give him a follow out there at Justice de los Santos. We appreciate it, my friend.
Appreciate y'all for having me as always. Hey, we're also almost close to 400 subs. I think I got like 30 in the 3 days I was at the winter meetings, and I was like, "Where's this coming from?" So, but it's always appreciated.
Yeah, it was the long microphone. No one could take their eyes off of it. They were like, "That's got to give me a subscription."
There it is. Anyway, y'all, appreciate y'all. Thanks for having me, and talk to y'all soon.
Thank you, brother.
Thanks, Justice. Justice de los Santos, again, San Jose Mercury News, and yeah, his YouTube channel. I remember he asked me when we had him on pretty early last season. He's like, hey, if you could do me a favor and let's talk about the YouTube channel. All of a sudden, this thing has taken off. He does a lot of great videos when the Giants are at home, and he's got the Seagulls hanging out with him in the outfield. So if you ever need something a little bit different for a little bite-sized recap of where the Giants are at, go ahead, check out those 5-6 minute videos. They are fantastic, and we'll certainly be getting a lot of them coming up as the Giants get ready to head down to the Cactus League. You think they can defend their title, Cactus League champs?
Did they win last year?
They sure
yeah,
did.
And the Warriors last year didn't lose a game in the preseason. I don't even know what they were this year. So they are coming back out and play. We are going to talk to JD. Draymond Green's not playing tonight, huh, against Julius Randle?
Yeah, I mean, I know that his wife was, close to having the birth of their child, so I'm hoping it's related to that and everything's all good over there. But no, we're not going to get the full-strength Warriors with DeAnthony Melton back that we were hoping for. It'll come eventually, maybe Sunday in Portland, who knows. But, yeah, we had a little playoff rematch tonight against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Marcus Thompson wrote a great piece yesterday about why turnovers are so damaging this year for the Warriors, because even at the height of their superpowers, that was always the Achilles heel. Let's get into that. We can revisit what Steve Kerr said about Jonathan Kuminga, and then JD will help us break it all down for us at 12:50. It's all coming your way on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Guy Haberman joined Murph and Marcus this morning to report he is returning to the booth for the 49ers home game against the Titans this weekend. A welcome sign of life from our favorite guy following his sabbatical. Find that interview and all of KNBR's content on thesportsleader.com or the app.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
And Butler knocking it away. Butler fighting for it. He knew Warriors would be behind him. And a little tic-tac-toe. Pat Spencer rewarding Buddy for the hustle.
That is so well executed. Jimmy Butler has worked so hard this game. And he's been amazing. Again, you can't look at his points. He's got the 10 points, but his impact is large.
Yeah, Jimmy Butler was back at the end of last weekend as the Warriors finished out the road trip in Chicago. And then they've been doing what the 49ers have been doing all week. That's just kind of hanging out. I guess the timelines were a little bit off, but that's all to say that it's been a little bit of a dead zone here in September. They're going back tonight. Steph Curry is not even on the injury report. He will be good to go. No Draymond Green, and they will have the Minnesota Timberwolves coming into town for the Sam Gordon game, as he is a Minnesota native, and also a rematch of the Western Conference semifinals when Minnesota ultimately ran off 4 straight after the Warriors lost Steph Curry in game 1. They ended up finishing out the win, but then did not get another. And you got to deal with Anthony Edwards, Julius Randle, Rudy Gobert, and company a little bit later on tonight. So I wanted to get into the Marcus Thompson piece about why turnovers have been so damaging this year for the Warriors, because even when they were winning championships, and I think the year that they won it in 2022, they had the second worst turnover rate in the entire league. So we've always known this, but now you're starting to see the pace of the game pick up a little bit. Draymond Green spoke to how teams can just kill you in transition in ways that was not present in the NBA even 10 years ago. And there was a whole examination about the types of turnovers. Now, the Warriors have committed 102 turnovers from aggressive pressure, so getting hounded out there on the perimeter by defenses like they faced in Minnesota in the playoffs, like they faced in Houston in the previous series of last year's postseason. And then on top of that, they have not had a great availability of playmakers and guys that can penetrate inside the perimeter to set something up. They're getting the most important one of it all last night. Or they're getting the most important one of all of them back tonight, I should say, with Steph Curry. Of course, Jimmy Butler, you just saw right there in that highlight we came in with. And then it's really gone to Brandon Pajemski. The numbers have not been great. Jonathan Kuminga, we got into detail with those struggles. And all of a sudden, the offense having a little bit of life with Pat Spencer because, yes, he's all of a sudden shooting the three ball better, but he has shown the willingness and the ability to take on some of that driving role that the Warriors really, really lacked in the time that Steph was out.
So, when the Warriors were running this league for 5 straight years, and then on the 8th year they broke through unexpectedly and won the championship, they've always had a problem with turnovers. I never was that concerned with it. I think the head coach was marginally, and the reason was they passed the ball more than any team in basketball. They would make a lot of passes, and they would make daring passes. They would, and they need more of this. They'd clear a rebound and pitch it up the floor where they'd go from free throw line to free throw line in the second and get you into a scattered court, and Steph would bomb a 3 or Clay would bomb a 3, and you go back defensively in transition, and you couldn't get there in time, and the Warriors would beat you that way. They also, they passed the ball more than any team in basketball. They also took really risky passes. Steph Curry behind the backs, just a Draymond Green, a lot of really tight window throws because we're the best defensive team in basketball. We're the most explosive offensive team in basketball. We give you one turnover there, we'll come back and we'll get a stop and we'll score on you anyway. They were just so much better than anybody else. But there was a point where they would get into the 20s. I remember, games where they had like 24 turnovers. That's way too many. What you'd like the number to be, I think, is 13 a game. 13 or 14 is acceptable. Right now, they're in even 16 turnovers a game. They're also forcing their opponents to turn the ball over 16.1 times per game. So, and they're getting up, enough shots, but not as many as their opponents as far as field goal attempts. And you hear the term constantly, shots on goal, and Jimmy Butler's been hopping out, and then Bob and Kalender harping on it. They've gotten up 2,192 shots total this year, all shots. The opponent's 2,228. So by and large, you'd like them to get more shots per game up than the opponents, and that leads to rebounding. And some of that's deceiving with, free throws don't count as shots as well. They do typically get outshot from the free throw line, but they're not this year. They're getting more free throw attempts total because of Jimmy Butler, and Steph will help when he gets back. So it's not going to go down, the turnovers per game, and they're second in the NBA in turnovers per game. They're also number 1 by far in passing. And I used to ask, the analytics department to send me the numbers in the passing. I remember when Luke Walton was here, when he was head coach or even assistant coach, he's the one that would really harp on the number of passes a game. And you would like it to be certainly over 300 passes a game, but there are a lot of games when they would get to 330. They're way over that now. So they are moving the ball. Now they have to move the ball because they don't have a lot of guys that can just, like watch Anthony Edwards tonight. How many times do the Minnesota Timberwolves have to pass the ball around to create an angle? All they have to do is get the ball up top to Ant-Man, and he'll just drive right by you or go into the baseline and drop step. And so the passing numbers are high at the very top of the league, but so are the turnovers. But the question is, are they creating enough of an advantage off their passing and angles? I'd say with Steph being out, they had to do it. It's a lot like the 49ers having to run a twist game with their 3 defensive linemen opposite of Bryce Huff. Otherwise, they're not going to win. No one's going to line right up and just win. So you've got to do it through scheme. The Warriors need to move the ball to create an angle on the turn and to make the defense scramble back to give them just a little bit of an edge. And then they're able to hit the paint, crack the paint, and break it down. So the bottom line is here, they're just not as dynamic beating people, and they never were. Even, Durant didn't beat people off the dribble, but he didn't need a pass. He just rise up and get to his spot. They always needed to move the ball. They needed to create those Luke Walton volume of passes, and they could live with the turnovers because they were so much better than everybody else. They're not. And I know Draymond's talking about their turnovers are live ball turnovers now, and the other team is just that everybody's playing with such incredible pace now that the live ball turnovers are getting dunked on you on the other end. Or the way the league is now, we're not going to go in for a 2-on-1, 3-on-2 layup or dunk. We're going to space out and bomb a three over your head. So those are the ones that are killers when you turn the ball over and they become transition threes. So how do they solve it? Get better ball handlers on the floor that won't turn the ball over. Jimmy Butler playing more. Jimmy Butler's turnover number is low. He's got 5 assists a game and 1.4 turnovers a game. That's point guard like. Steph will turn the ball over. It's just the way he plays. He's going to shoot and miss. He's going to shoot and make a lot. He's going to pass and hit a guy on a backdoor cut and give him a dunk or a layup. And he's also going to throw a left hand behind the back pass into the crowd. He does that. He had 4 assists, 3.1 turnovers is not great, but with Steph Curry, you accept it. Pat Spencer, as you mentioned, less than 1 turnover a game. And I think the assist numbers will go up. He's at 3.2 now because he's not playing as many minutes. He's only on the floor for 16 minutes a game, 15.8. So when you're looking for assist-turnover ratio, the great ones are 3-1. That's where you're at your point guard level.
Yeah.
How many guys on this team are at 3-1? Jimmy Butler is 5 assists a game, 1.4 he is, and Pat Spencer. So, and then, how you're hurting them when you make an assist. Are you getting a 3 out of it? Are you getting fouled out of it? Are you getting a 2-pointer out of it? So there's also varying degrees of what assists lead to. So I think the bottom line is, and Steve is harping on it, he is making it a big deal. He thinks the lack of defense at times is because they are committing too many turnovers a game, and the numbers show. When the Warriors don't turn the ball over compared to their opponents, they win. When they turn the ball over more than their opponents, they lose. It is a glaring stat. I think the problem is you're committing live ball turnovers that are turning into points off of turnovers, not just transition dunks and layups, but threes, the way the modern game is. Why are you committing live ball turnovers? To your point, you're being pressured into them. A lot before was a pitch ahead or a crazy pass through the lane on a cutter, and it would wind up going out of bounds. Okay, we missed a shot on goal, but we can set up our defense on the other end. Now, if they get up in our face and they take the ball from us and then they go the other way, we're not getting back defensively with transition, which leads to the whole argument about offensive rebounding in the NBA. Teams never used to want to crash the offensive boards because they wanted to get back defensively. Now the numbers show that you do want to crash the boards. You hear Steve talk about crashing. They're willing to give up defensive transition a little bit because they want the offensive rebound. And the offensive rebound of the old days would be the numbers on putbacks on offensive rebounds were way up, field goal percentage forever in professional basketball, but you'd take the offensive rebound and dunk it back in. Now they clear the offensive rebound and they pitch it back out to a 3 because teams aren't set up with their defense and you're walking into a wide open 3. So the way the game is played today, the pace of the game today, it's just all different on all these analytics. But the bottom line is this team is not good enough to turn the ball over. They're not good enough to turn the ball over live turnovers. They're going to give it up on the other end, and they're not going to make you pay enough with all their passing. The offensive numbers should be better, but the bottom line is when they limit turnovers compared to their opponents, they win. When it's the opposite, they lose. I would expect, even though we're going to get a lot of bomb threes and Steph's going to be back, and you always want Steph on the floor, bringing Steph Curry back tonight is not going to decrease your turnovers. They're going to go up.
No, but it's going to increase a lot of other offensive efficiency, and it's going to boost those assist numbers, especially for the guy that you highlighted, Pat Spencer. By the way, Jimmy Butler, as far as the low turnover number, he had a great quote in this column by Marcus where he said the turnovers belong to Steph and Dre. They get to make as many turnovers as humanly possible. As for everybody else, We just cannot turn the ball over. It's just the way it is. And I believe that. That is fair because the world isn't fair. So they get to turn the ball over, and I'm fine with that. Steph and Draymond, you know they're going to have the turnovers. Now, you don't want those numbers to be crazy high, but if you're a Jimmy Butler, if you're a Pat Spencer, if you're a Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody, Brandon Pajemski, you don't get the same kind of luxury because you're not given the same kind of upside so far with this offensive number. And by the way, just as a numerical illustration of where we're at in the NBA from just 10 years ago, the 2016 Warriors had a pace that was 100.25. That would rank in the bottom third today, this season. They'd be 21st. And then as far as the offensive rating, the 73-9 Warriors, they had an offensive rating of 113.5. 18 teams have a rating of 113.5 or better this season. So the game has just changed. It is a lot faster. The pace, the number of possessions, it's all going up. And so for the Warriors, yeah, the turnovers are still going to be high. And they still do pass the ball because as long as Steph Curry is the focal point of your offense, that's how it's going to move. But you're not as dynamic as you used to be in a way where what kind of turnovers are you getting? How costly are they? And we'll talk about that with JD coming up at 12:50. One more quick segment, and we can revisit the Jonathan Kuminga conversation we opened up yesterday, the comments made by his head coach ahead of January 15th. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Is your home ready for kickoff? Everyone knows that hosting friends, family, and fellow fans is the best way to enjoy a football Sunday. Get ready for an elevated game day by staining your deck or painting your fan cave with Benjamin Moore. With football and painting season in full swing, now is the perfect time to tackle your indoor and outdoor paint projects. Have your family room decked out in team colors to impress guests and intimidate rivals. Update your kitchen with a fresh coat of paint for prepping tailgate treats and pregame snacks. A freshly stained porch or repainted exterior will allow you to grill outdoors in style all season long. So change your luck with a fresh coat of paint. Whether you're calling an audible, Oscar, or following the playbook, find all the right products, the perfect colors, and plenty of advice at your Bay Area Benjamin Moore retailer. And with an extra regular season game the last several years, up to 17, let us help you extend the life of your home for many years to come. Support your team, your local independently owned and operated business with Benjamin Moore.
Greg, Papa, and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Really, the hardest part is whether it's going well or whether it's not losing your spirit. That's been JK's challenge as a young player is things change so quickly, and there's all these declarations about what or who he is as a player, does he fit, and all that type of stuff. And we still have high hopes that he'll impact our team this year, but it's just an idea you can't lose your spirit if things aren't going your way, because you're a game or two away from it coming right back to you. And if you've checked out or if you're still not engaged in the learning process, then you might miss your moment on the back end. So it is a back and forth, and it's a responsibility of both sides. As a team, it's our job to support him because we know he's a great dude, very talented player, and we still, again, have belief that he can help us.
Steph Curry weighing in on Jonathan Kuminga. Haven't heard much from Curry after he missed a handful of games with the quad contusion, but he's back tonight, and it's just a matter of pain tolerance against the Minnesota Timberwolves. We'll have JD, who's going to be back on Dubs OT after the Final Horn a little bit later tonight. He'll be joining us next segment, so always love catching up with JD. And as far as the Jonathan Kuminga situation, whether he is traded 33 days from now, whether he is not, that is still a long time for him to make some sort of an impact on this team. Now, how much of the rotation will he be in? I don't know. But given the history of the ups and downs with the Jonathan Kuminga time here in Golden State, I would imagine that there are going to be some games where they don't turn to him much on the bench. And then I imagine that with the way of the age of this team and some of the injuries they've already had to deal with, there all of a sudden might be some predicaments where they want to put him out there and see if he can give him a boost.
God, we've missed Steph Curry. He hasn't played a game since Blackout Wednesday, the night before Thanksgiving against Houston, when he banged the quad. And just the perspective, and he's such a great player. It's just so obvious, but what a great human being, what a great person in every regard. And just don't lose your spirit. I mean, just the way he phrased that. And I'm sure he told Jonathan, and that's the one thing I saw. He started to get visibly frustrated when he made mistakes. And they all do. They all bitch about, the calls, and Jimmy Butler doesn't run back defensively because he thinks he got fouled. It's just the nature of the NBA player at times. But with Jonathan, you could see him turn the ball over and then bounce the ball hard and get mad. And you could see it. And, everybody emotes differently. You're not all going to play like Sam Perkins. But just the spirit, and don't have it affect the next play. Just move on. Move on. Steph will react when he doesn't get a call or misses a layup. But he pops right back up, and he doesn't worry about missing a shot. He takes the next one. Now he's Steph Curry. So it's a whole different realm. But Steph wasn't always Steph Curry. He had Monte Ellis over him, and he had Nelly bitching at him and, make a turnover. We're going to pull you out of the game and all that. So he wasn't always Steph Curry, and Jonathan's a young player trying to find his way. So, but Steph, just the way he phrases things, and I can imagine, what he tells them one-on-one and how that can seep into him coming from Steph Curry, or whether it's Jimmy Butler or Draymond in the different ways. So we'll see. Obviously, it's good to get Steph back, and just good to have the Warriors back. They haven't played in a while. They got some space out in the schedule. They got to go up to Portland tomorrow and then, play them on Sunday, but then they got a little time to really get into the gym and try to fix it. And they did. Last weekend, the way they played in Cleveland and Chicago back-to-back was really impressive, and Steph watched, and he'll fit into all of it. I do wonder, a couple of things here. Without Draymond, and Draymond did not play in Chicago, but Chicago does not have anybody quite like Julius Randle to deal with, and then you got to deal with Anthony Edwards. I think the first thing is, who the hell is the starting lineup tonight? And who guards Julius Randle? Who's big enough? Julius Randle's averaging 26 and 6 right now. And that guy
picked up right where he left off, man.
And more. Draymond could not guard him last year in the playoffs. Could not. I was shocked. And Randle is just a different player than he was. Obviously, we knew him with the Lakers and the Knicks, and he's just different. Who guards him, honestly? Who was the matchup to deal with him the best? Draymond had a hard time governing him. Jimmy Butler's not guarding him. I honestly don't know. Now, the Warriors, they're playing more zone than ever before. So in that, matchup, it's amoeba zone, two guys can pick them up. And then Anthony Edwards. DeAnthony Melton would be the guy, but Steve said he's not going to start him because with the minute allocation right now, it's hard to start him and have him close. It's a little like Horford. I don't know if Al's going to play it all tonight. But just those two guys are their best offensive players. They got other guys. Dante DiVincenzo's now starting, and Mike Conley hardly ever plays off the bench. And I do like the Pods DiVincenzo matchup, but I'm not sure Pods will start the game, and he'll mix in. He'll guard him. But the point I was getting to was Jonathan Kuminga is probably the best matchup on Anthony Edwards still. Melton will be.
Yeah.
And Melton's smart, but Melton won't start the game. Do you just throw Jonathan a bone and start him? Did he practice well enough yesterday and Wednesday in the scrimmage to put him on Anthony Edwards and just throw everybody off? You know, he's getting traded and he's in the doghouse, and Steve Kerr said, you know, maybe whoever, I want him to have a great career, whether it's here or somewhere else. Let's just start him tonight. I don't know. But Anthony Edwards is going to be a problem, but he's going to be a problem the whole night long. But without Draymond Green, what do you do exactly with Julius Randle? Because last year with Draymond Green, you had no way to stop Randle.
And I imagine Quentin Post is going to get a chance to get a lot of minutes because he's improved defensively in the post. But I'm not saying that's a Randle matchup right there. If anything, that's just a little bit of a Gobert, maybe grabbing some rebounds. And obviously in his second year, still a long way to go against these vets. So you would love to have Horford and you would love to have Draymond, and you got neither, which means you need answers. By the way, isn't DeAnthony the perfect name for someone to try to stop Anthony Edwards? It's perfect. It's fate.
D up on Anthony. Who do we have that can D up on Anthony? Melton. Melt. You do it. Genius.
JD.
Probably on the whiteboard. Anthony.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Maybe we'll get some DeAnthony Melton tonight. And one guy who likes DeAnthony Melton, besides myself, is John Dickinson, who will join us next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Walter pulled his groin sleeping last night, and Phillip Rivers may start for the Colts this weekend, and even next Monday against the 49ers. For more unction activity, visit thesportsleader.com and the app.
Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
I agree with him. I mean, we've communicated well over the years, and I like him, and I want the best for him. I want him to be the best player he can be. You know, we've had plenty of communication and film sessions over the years, and it's been a good relationship.
That's Steve Kurtz talking about Jonathan Kuminga. And after a little bit of a break, the Warriors are back tonight, 7 o'clock, tipping off against the Minnesota Timberwolves, which means around 9:30 or so, whenever the final horn happens, you should head out to Harmonic Brewing, where you can see that guy right there in the middle of our screen, John Dickinson, super reporter, boots on the ground, doing all things Dubs and 49ers. And you know what? He's just the 5-tool player, the Swiss Army knife. He does it all. And I think he's going to be filling in on this show coming up next Tuesday. So enough of me blabbing about it. JD, you're basically like our third wheel. You're basically like a co-host at this point. What's going on, man?
Yeah, no, appreciate it. Always fun being on with you. My favorite time of year, guys. I love the holidays. I love the bleed over between the NFL coming down the stretch. I say it all the time, and the NBA kind of ramping up toward Christmas, where it really gets exciting, and we're going to start hearing more trade rumors here. We already are, and I think we'll continue to as we get to December 15th, and then eventually January 15th, and the NFL playoffs, and you got the cold stove for the Giants. It's a cooler stove, not exactly the hot stove. But that's fun as well, although it's diminished, I think, a little bit in compared to what it was years ago, where you'd have a bunch of signings and rumors and a lot of things may be done or real close to being done at this point. But good to be with you guys, as always.
Always great. Third wheel? What are you talking about? He's our Pat Spencer. He's that mofo, is what he is. By the way, they got that T-shirt going. Raymond Ritter's sending me a Pat Spencer mofo T-shirt. I can't wait to break that out on the stream. So, speaking of Pat Spencer, this whole revelation of Pat Spencer happened on the road trip. So when he gets, I guess the question is, will he be introduced tonight as a starter with Steph Curry back in the lineup? We're trying to figure out the starting lineup, and you don't have Draymond Green, match up with Julius Randle, although last year in the playoffs he didn't guard Julius Randle at all very well. You didn't have Steph, in the playoffs after game one with a hamstring injury. But just what are your thoughts here? Will Pat Spencer start at point guard next to Steph Curry, who slides over to two guard? Do they start Pat Spencer, that mofo, tonight?
Yeah, I've been trying to figure that out as well. I would think probably not, but I mean, it would be a reward to Pat, and you take Steph off the ball a little bit. You bring the dynamic of Pat being able to kind of run some of the offense that he's run with the pick and roll and getting into the paint and that kind of thing. I think they probably view that as more something they want to explore when Steph's not on the floor. And then how do you get Brandon Pajemski's minutes folded in to all of that? But it's interesting. I don't think on paper you would project those two defensively to be able to hold up playing in the same backcourt together, because Pat, for all the things he is, and he is that mofo and all of that, he is a smaller guard that I think can have a tendency to be a defensive liability at times, and teams are always going to look to attack Steph. Do you really want Steph to have to be the best defender of the backcourt? So I could see him going. I could see him going with Moses Moody with Steph back tonight. Pajemski's played better. Would they go to Pajemski with Steph? We know that lineup when they had Draymond and Jimmy at the end of last year played really well together with Moses Moody. So yeah, I think the big question tonight and Sunday, and as they start to play more regularly here, is how do you take the best of what Pat Spencer and some of these other guys were able to provide in Cleveland and Chicago and still get that while also adding Steph Curry back into the mix and doing the things that you need to do to make Steph successful and the team around Steph successful, but also try to maximize the benefit of Pat Spencer and Pajemski playing better for a couple of games, and Guy Santos and Quentin Post, who I think will be in the starting lineup for sure. He's been so good the last couple of games and really good throughout the entirety of the season to this point. And I think the Warriors have benefited maybe from him playing a little bit more of late. So, yeah, it's all part of the puzzle pieces. It just seems, guys, like the Warriors are constantly trying to figure out a new way to play with what they have, and then what they have changes, and then they have to spend another couple of games trying to figure out the way that they need to play. But with the couple of practices the last 2 days and the off time, I'm really interested to see how they hit the ground running and what the plan is to try and keep the momentum that they started to build last weekend rolling here into this weekend.
JD, just as big of a headline as Pat Spencer's play on the road trip was Jonathan Kuminga's play, and then ultimately non-play with the DNP there in Chicago. What are we looking at over the next 34 days on the Kuminga front? I mean, he's going to be a Warrior for at least that amount of time. And as you just kind of detailed right there, the Warriors are constantly changing what they have and the style that they do need to play. And as has been the case for the better part of 3 years now, Kuminga, that means sometimes he's in, sometimes he's playing well, sometimes it clearly doesn't fit. And it's just this constant up and down that I wouldn't be surprised if that continues to last for the next 5 weeks.
I think it will. I mean, I think at any point he could be back in the rotation, including maybe even tonight, if Steve looks to go in a different direction initially. And, Kuminga did play well when Steph was out against Minnesota. He defended Anthony Edwards pretty well. So I think he is somebody you can keep in your back pocket, even if he's not in the initial rotation. And I think that could even be a night-to-night kind of a thing. I think his way back in is probably going to be the way he found himself out of the rotation. Like Warriors, with the original plan, whatever it is on that night not working, you get down 15-18, and Steve's unafraid to just go to somebody that hasn't been used for a spark. And then how does Jonathan handle that when he is given that opportunity again? At times he's handled it well. At times he's not handled it well. He's been, appeared not ready or not, not really motivated to have that be his role, where he may not get in at all, or he may be in the second quarter looking to try and provide a spark. So I don't think he's out of the rotation. I do think they're going to look to trade him and should look to trade him, and probably will eventually trade him between January 15th and February 5th. But as far as the game-to-game, I think we've watched the Warriors for too long, guys, to think that anybody is just completely out of the rotation for more than 3 to 5 games. It's the same line of thinking that had Steve Kerr early in the season saying that Jonathan was an entrenched starter. I think that was a mistake, but we all knew that could be, and I think a mistake to say it, but we all knew that could be completely different, 5-6 games later, and that wound up being the case.
Trace Jackson Davis, case in point. I've been wondering, why is he out of the rotation? Why can't Quentin Post could make a 3 and he couldn't? And you had Draymond going there, and now you got Horford, and he's back in the rotation, played 22 minutes in the Warriors win in Chicago, and Steve said he's going to play him more. So we were talking earlier, I would not be surprised if Kuminga even started the game to go on Anthony Edwards tonight, because you have to have somebody guard him. Moody could do that as well. But the bottom line is Steph has just missed 5 games. He was out to illness earlier. Draymond has been away from the team because of injury, and now he's got something going on. Hopefully it's good news for him and his family, and he'll miss tonight's game. Jimmy's had, knee injuries, and the identity of the team. We kind of know what it is when they're all healthy, but will they all be healthy, simultaneously enough of the time? How do we assess this team? Usually you wait about 20 games into the year, and you have an idea who you are. But right around the 20th game, your 3 future Hall of Famers aren't playing. And you wind up going to Cleveland and Chicago and reinventing yourself, and now Steph's back, and that changes the identity of the team. Before we get in, because the next topic is going to be Giannis and trying to go get him. Who are these guys right now? DeAnthony Melton's back. He's contributing. He looks good. We've seen a little bit of Seth Curry, Guy Santos, the rookie Richard. It's just overwhelming to piece all of it together 25 games into the year, JD. Who are these guys? And ultimately, are they good enough? Are they good enough if they're on the floor enough to get a decent enough seed and be able to make somewhat of a run come April, May, and will there be a June?
I don't think they are, just based on the fact that the availability is part of it. The availability of Steph and Draymond and Jimmy consistently is part of the reason why they're 13-12, and it's part of the reason they were 10-10 after 20 games. If you want to go back and use the 20 game landmark as something, I don't think they quite are. I think the one thing we do know is they have been a quality defensive team. So when you look at identity, like I mean, that's something I think tangibly, with guys in, with guys out. I know the numbers have been even better when Draymond's been on the floor, but they have been able to hold up defensively pretty much with whatever they've had for the most part. So I think that's something that they can potentially lean on. But how do you maximize the offense? How do you find more skill, more shooting, more ball movement, more scoring? They have to be a better scoring offense, and I think scoring is how you get through the regular season. Having some of these games just be a little bit more comfortable to where it doesn't feel like you have to work so hard to win them, because that's the other part for me, Pop. The availability of Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy, but it's also how hard they've had in the games that they've played for the Warriors to just beat anybody, and that was the thing that was somewhat of a refreshing change over the weekend was, and you just hadn't seen it with Steph out certainly, and then others in the game in Cleveland for a team to take control of a game and be able to win it relatively comfortably. I mean, and to do it, a couple of times where there just aren't many games that feel like that for the Warriors, at least in the first 20. So I think, reducing some of that margin for error by adding another, talented rotation piece to the mix, I still think they're a player away from being a contender and a player away from being able to just get through the regular season without having it feel so heavy. I mean, it took 5 games and it started to feel really heavy. Like, Steph gets sick, and then all of a sudden the 4-1 turns into 6-6, and Draymond and Jimmy are in Oklahoma City calling everybody out, and then they have to go. I mean, it's crazy. And then Steph's got to go off for 90 in 2 games at San Antonio for them to get a couple of wins, and it looked more like the Warriors that we're used to, but that's with Steph scoring 90 points in 2 games, and then they kind of hit another wall after that, and then guys are out again, and so you have to the constant readjustment. I think they need some semblance of, maybe it's not going to be Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy every single night. Those guys are going to need their rest, but they have to figure out a means to be able to function enough when they do play to not have it be so hard, and then when they don't play to be able to pick off a few wins here and there the way they did over the weekend. It's almost like trying to assemble 2 different teams, but the key to that are the guys that are going to be able to play every night regardless of whether the big guns are in there or not.
John Dickinson joining us here, and as you talk about the inconsistencies, the ups and downs, the Warriors having some highs and some lows already at this point in the season, is there another logjam in the rotation similar to what we saw last year? Now, I know Jimmy Butler, Steph Curry, Draymond all being available changes that, but do you think they're maybe set up to do another sort of 3-for-1 or 4-for-1 or 5-for-2 kind of trade to trim down that rotation, but maybe have a little bit more of a top end to where they could vault themselves into more clear-cut a contender conversation?
I think they are, but I also, and I'm interested to get your guys' take on this, I also think they're going to have to when you looking to do a deal for Kuminga because of where Kuminga's value sits right now. Like Kuminga, and I know I was reading, but before I hopped on with you guys earlier this morning, I was reading Sam Amick's latest, and we have Sam on, and the Warriors willing to build a package for Trey Murphy III from the Pelicans around Jonathan Kuminga. Well, it's going to take more than just Jonathan Kuminga, given Jonathan Kuminga's, the salaries will work, but given where Jonathan Kuminga is in terms of his value around the league, versus, some of these other players. Like Trey Murphy III would be a perfect fit, but I don't think you're getting Trey Murphy III. In fact, I know you're not, for Jonathan Kuminga straight up. So
Right.
Is it going to be Kuminga plus Pajemski plus Moody, and then you take another contract back that has some length to it? Like, to me, the nature of looking to move Kuminga at this point is going to be, how many picks are you willing to include? Are you willing to include picks at all? But all of that, I think, lends itself to the Kuminga trade, when they ultimately decide whether they're going to do it or not, is going to lead to multiple teams, and I think multiple other players on this Warriors team needing to be involved. And so you're evaluating right now, I think, for the next month, who are your true keepers? Who are the guys that are going to play regardless, and who are the guys maybe you can part with? And that's where I do think, DeAnthony Melton's return is interesting, because I think in a perfect world, Melton he would be, if he's healthy enough and he can play enough, to me, he's your starting two. I love him next to Steph. I love him with Jimmy and Draymond, and you can decide whether you want to go Quentin Post or whether you want to go smaller and play another forward mixed in there. But does DeAnthony Melton coming back and proving that he can be healthy, and I think they want to protect him, along with Pat Spencer's ability to maybe be the backup point guard for 16 minutes a game, like if you believe you're adding those two players and they are going to be a part of it, then does that mean that a guy like Brandon Pajemski winds up being a little bit more expendable in a deal? So those little evaluations, I think, do you have enough if you get a wing to where you could part with Moses Moody because you have Will Richard, and the wing that you get in the trade involving Kuminga and Moody would be a surefire starter like Trey Murphy would be, and a closing player like Trey Murphy would be. So to me, it's that kind of evaluation that the Warriors are really going to have to do internally, and then also deciding whether or not, and I know they don't want to do this, and they don't want to give Kuminga away, one, and they don't want to attach other things to Kuminga to boost the value of an overall trade. But I think the way this thing is played out with the offseason and the ups and downs of his season so far to this point, now out of the rotation, I think they may have to come to the realization that they're going to have to attach something to Kuminga just to be able to move Kuminga.
Well, as we all know, that January 15th date is out there, and the NBA trade deadline itself is February the 5th, which is the night of NFL honors, the Thursday before the Super Bowl. Just one thought on the Niners coming back off the bye. This game, I think we all feel really confident they're going to be able to handle the 2-win Tennessee Titans. We did invite John Bones Fossil to come on the air today, and normally he does. Whether, he's with the Cowboys for years and years or whatever team he's working for, he'd come on. He declined, which he said, I'll talk to you after the game on Monday. I'll come on, which leads me to believe they're going to fake a punt and hot hand Hecker is going to throw the ball. They're going to do something on special teams because they know they're not good enough. So as long as DK doesn't break a long one, or special teams will be an area of concern. You got a double and triple team. Jeffrey Simmons for sure. You got to tackle Tony Pollard. Anything else you're thinking about? Is there any way this game starts the fourth quarter and we don't know the Niners are going to win the football game? Are you concerned about any aspect of this game on Sunday, JD?
I'm not, but I do think, and the Niners have been pretty good after the bye and all. I think it's actually the perfect game for them to have coming out of the bye, because it allows for them to maybe not play if they play their best or close to their best, then they'll blow them out, and it won't be, or they'll at least be up a couple of scores going into the fourth quarter, and it'll feel pretty comfortable. I think it's good for the Niners before the schedule that they have in the final three games, where it's going to ramp up. Obviously, the Indy game is still going to be tough. I know everybody's counting that one like it's an automatic win now. I know you're not, Pop. I know you guys aren't, but it feels like people are counting the Colts game like, well, that's just an automatic win now. And we know the Bears and Seahawks. I mean, those games are going to be incredibly tough. I think everybody understands that. You could win them, you could lose them, but I like the ramp up of maybe you do come out a little flat against Tennessee, but you're able to come out a little flat and get going. And if you don't have your A stuff, you can still have enough to be able to win the game. So that's just kind of how I'm wired. It's not that you're going to have a letdown or you're expecting a letdown. Or I mean, you're still, even given all the injuries, a far more talented and put together and well-coached team compared to Tennessee. So, no, I mean, I think the Niners should be confident. I think they have the light at the end of the tunnel here of believing that they can run the table, which is not something I would have thought a month ago that would have been in the conversation. Like, I think because they've played so well and they're getting guys back and rested up because of the bye. Like, I think there's a confidence that comes with, hey, some of these other teams are not necessarily playing as well that are in this NFC race that compared to where they were a month ago. And, depending upon what happens in the Rams-Seattle game, hey, we run the table. We could be the 1 seed. And so I think there's a motivation that comes with that, because I think everybody in that locker room knows, Pop, that if you somehow trick this game away against Tennessee, then all of that's off the table, and suddenly you're in a position where you could just miss the playoffs completely. So I kind of like that fine line. I think that fine line's motivating for focus and energy, but I also like the ability to have a little bit of a slow ramp up for this team if they don't quite have it. But then you get through the game, and then the gauntlet that lies ahead with the Monday night in Indy, and then the short week against the Bears, and then we'll see what happens with the game against Seattle at the end of the year. But it's going to be fun, and, I mean, what a job. What a job Kyle Shanahan and Robert Saleh and everybody have done to get this team to this point, considering everything that they've gone through to have a legitimate shot. And you look up around the league, and Tampa's in shambles, and we know what a Carolina matchup has looked like if it winds up being that. And some of these other teams, we'll see where the Bears are in a couple of weeks, but the Eagles look more beatable. Not that would ever be an easy game if you have to go there in a playoff, but it's all on the table for the Niners. So I think they're in a good spot here with the 4 games to go.
Isn't it amazing, JD, how long an NFL season can feel, good or bad? I mean, we were talking on one of the shows you were filling in how the Texans game and the Colts game, all of a sudden the sentiment around those flip-flopped in the first half of the season. But looking back at it now, I think that the Texans game actually might have been the appropriately scheduled loss with that defense, and the Colts game might end up being what you thought it would be in the preseason.
Absolutely. And I just think I just wouldn't have bet a month ago, and we did this exercise. Like, we kind of went through, if you said, JD, do you think they'll beat Green Bay? Again, a month ago. You think they'll beat Green Bay? You think they got a shot to beat Green Bay? Probably not. I think Philly, probably not. You look at the Bears and the way they're running the football and forcing turnovers and all that, you're thinking, wow, that could be a problem. We'll see. The Bears have another game against Green Bay before they come and play it just all of these teams look a little more vulnerable, and the 49ers look like they're getting better. Now, is some of that opponent-based? Maybe. I think the Niners have, do they have a signature win with this group without Fred and without Nick? They beat the Rams without Nick, and what's the signature win without Fred? Is it the Carolina game? We'll see. But regardless, they're going to have an opportunity to show that they can get 2 or 3 signature wins between here and the end of the season, and I think it maybe it looks daunting again by January 5th, but at this point it looks like they've got more of a shot than I certainly would have anticipated they would have a month ago. And I was somebody, and this, Greg, I was somebody that said even the day after Fred Warner went down that I believe this team could still win double digits and make the playoffs. So we'll you get to 10 with the next one, and then we'll see how far they can take it from there.
Well, thanks for letting us take a bunch of your time, and we appreciate having you on. Tune in around 9:30. Dubs OT is back in our lives after the final horn between the Timberwolves and the Warriors. And I'll talk to you right here in this time slot, 10 to 2 on Tuesday, so don't go too far.
Appreciate you guys. I am a cross between Pat Spencer and Phillip Rivers, guys. Pat Spencer.
You got 10 kids and you're a grandfather?
No, I do not. Not a grandfather, but, always ready. Always ready to come in and help out.
You love ball. You love ball, even though you're going to get
always ready and love ball.
You love ball.
Amazing.
Love you, brother.
Thanks, JD.
Thanks, JD.
See you. Yep. See you guys.
John Dickinson, check him out tonight. And we'll get back into the football side to wrap this up. Taylor Zarzour, play-by-play voice for the Titans, will be joining us Coming up in a bit, it's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Kyle Shanahan joined Dirty Work yesterday, where Derek asked Kyle about Mike Shanahan's bye-week tendencies. Very on brand for a guy whose dad gave him a leg up in the industry. For the full Kyle Shanahan conversation, visit thesportsleader.com and keep it locked right here to the Nepotism Leader.
All right, let's talk about the Dolan Law Firm again, because they are local. They will help you out. They can help you in the workplace. They can help you with personal injuries. These are award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys that are fighting for you right here in the Bay Area. So if you've had issues with wrongful termination, discrimination, sexual harassment, go to dolanlawfirm.com, where you can get more information about how you can be defended, and justifiably so. If we're talking about the streets out there outside the workplace, well, remember, it's busy with motorcyclists and pedestrians and children. They're all around us, so please be careful, and let's do what we can to make the Bay Area a safer place, especially during this time of year. And if something happens, you can feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, because the Dolan Law Firm has secured over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. That's right, 9 zeros and all. You don't have to pay anything up front. No hourly rates and upfront fees, and they don't get paid until you get paid. So they live here and they work here, but most of all, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, getting ready for a big weekend. A lot of football we got to pay attention to, and Taylor Zarzour is going to be joining us coming up in a bit. You know, we got into some of the games that we are really looking forward to in our quad box or the laptop or the iPad or however many screens you want to be throwing around there with your setup. One game we haven't really mentioned because I wouldn't think it's too noteworthy unless Jalen Carter and Lane Johnson are both out for the Eagles, and Kenny Pickett, who was their backup on the Super Bowl winning team, should be starting in place of Geno Smith. You imagine if the Raiders beat the Eagles, continue getting the champs on this slide. It's the backup of Jalen Hurts beating Jalen Hurts. Couple of key players out there for Philly. What kind of waves would that send through the city of Philadelphia on a Monday?
I'm calling it right now. The Raiders will beat the Philadelphia Eagles. Rod Martin will have 3 interceptions. Plunkett back, throws out left, caught by Kenny King, spins it up another sideline. Touchdown, Raiders! Jim Plunkett will be the MVP of the game, and the Raiders will win their second Super Bowl in Super Bowl 15. Is Kyle Juszczyk playing in this game on Sunday? I'm seeing limited participation, which you know is vagueness. Could be every snap, could be 0 snaps. He did, what'd they say, fractured a rib? How many has he fractured? Is it a full slab, half a slab? Is it baby back? I am a little concerned. We'll talk to Taylor about probably the best player in the NFL no one talks about is Jeffrey Simmons. You have to double him. You have to triple him. You have to know where, you know what, you'll know where he is because they're going to come out in that Titan baby blue, powder blue, kind of like the Chargers uniform. It's all light. Maybe they wear all white, but he wears like red sleeves down the arm. So does the quarterback. He wears red shoes. So we know where you are, Cameron Ward, but we know where Jeffrey Simmons is. He'll be in red, little accent red against the red-clad Niners. But how do you block that guy? It would be nice to have Kyle Juszczyk do it a little bit of George Kittle. I'm thinking of the Sift block coming across, or my friend Paul Ann, I would just call it a wham block. Don't have anybody inside block him. Don't have the center. Let him just come up and have George Kittle come across the formation in earhole 98. But I would like to have Kyle Juszczyk available for this game. I'm not concerned about this game, but I would be sleeping like a baby all weekend if Kyle Juszczyk is playing. If he's not playing, I'm going to sleep like a baby as well. I'm going to wake up every 15 minutes crying. How are we going to block Jeffrey Simmons? So after we talk to Taylor, I'm going to block him on Sunday and then trade for him in March.
Yeah, I mean, I was
good with that guy.
I would have taken Arden Key at the trade deadline with all the injuries, but look, it ultimately didn't happen.
Playing.
Yeah, he's playing. Yeah, so you got to deal with Arden Key and of course Simmons, man. When you said the Sif block, I thought you were going to say George Seifert. I was like, don't put him out there.
No. That's the one where he comes across the formation and kicks out the end. That could be Arden Key, but I say wham, Jeffrey Simmons. So we'll talk to our friend Taylor. Good guy. He's no Mike Keith. Touchdown, Titans.
One piece of breaking news before we get to Taylor Zarzour. As far as the man we just talked to, JD alerting me that Anthony Edwards is out tonight.
Out?
He is out.
JK, you're not starting. Never mind.
Moody, you also might not be starting. Yeah, we'll see
Why
how
is
that
Anthony
goes.
Edwards out? He's ducking the Warriors or anything. We got to beat them without. Who's going to start? Mike Conley going one-eyed Charlie going back to point guard tonight? What are they going to do there?
I mean, look, knowing Anthony Edwards, he might just be like, yeah, I looked at the Warriors' record when the best players sit out, and it's bad. So that's why I'm taking a rest night. Yeah. So we'll see.
Yeah, scrap that game plan. We had to double him every time he caught the ball.
Taylor Zarzer with us next on the Sports Leader.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Receivers to each side of the pattern. Cam takes a shotgun snap, surveys. He's in trouble. He's trying to get out of there. He breaks the tackle, throws, and it's intercepted. Intercepted down at the 5. Now the ball's being fumbled around. The Titans jump on it in the end zone. Tyler Lockett jumped on it in the end zone. That's a touchdown. That is a Titans touchdown. Cam Ward threw an interception. Then it was fumbled. It was recovered by Lockett in the end zone.
You know, I've seen him work on that play in practice.
Oh, my goodness. What on earth was that?
Oh, that's my favorite play of the entire season to this point. Yeah, we had a nice little fun with that one the day after because the Niners played on Thursday night. And so all of a sudden we just watched some NFC West football, and it went pretty well on that Sunday, including the shock value of a little Titans Cardinals on the call right there. You heard Taylor Zarzour, the new play-by-play voice for the Tennessee Titans, and he joins us on the UMA guest line. Taylor, we connected with you way back when we had our mock draft, and you selected Cam Ward, as of course was the case in real life. So great to have you on with us again. Greg Silver, Greg Papa here on KNBR, flagship of the 49ers. How are you?
I'm doing great, Greg's, and wait till you see what the Titans have planned for this game on Sunday. If you think that was crazy, you just wait until Sunday afternoon in Santa Clara.
Don't bring it back to Music City Miracle. I don't want a Kevin Dyson to Low Neal. Here, one check. I think we got something. We're not going to do that.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Wild play.
That was pretty wild to be on that call, Mr. Papa, and I sure have been thinking a lot about you this year, my friend. It was a pretty wild way to win a game there in Arizona. But, hey, both teams can celebrate beating the Cleveland Browns in Ohio for their last victory as they meet each other this Sunday. And that game we just saw on Sunday was a much more complete performance by the Titans against Cleveland. So it was really nice to see the Titans play like that.
Yeah, you guys ran the ball, and Tony Pollard had the 2 long touchdown runs, and Tajay Sharp. I think when he comes into the game, you want to put pressure on him, make him pick up a blitz. So we had Nick Holtz, your offensive coordinator, on earlier, and he gave us a good assessment on Cam and the rookie eligibles, the 2 wide receivers and the tight end. Just follow up a little on Tony Pollard and the kind of year he's had, and compare and contrast the skill set of Pollard and Tajay Sharp, if you would, Taylor.
Yeah, Pollard is he's more of a traditional back that is going to break tackles and fall forward. If you hit him at the line of scrimmage, he's going to find a way to get a yard or 2 out of it. He always seems to get an extra yard or 2. He's just a real physical, strong guy in his 7th year out of Memphis, and a guy that is kind of a quiet guy, doesn't say a lot, but is just a hard worker. And it was great to see him have a performance like that, as you said, best performance of his career, especially with those 2 long touchdown runs. Tajay Spears is more of he's more of a guy that can catch balls out of the backfield, more of a third down back, really quick, agile lateral speed is really good. Is good at getting it to the edge. On third down, if you need to check it to him out of the backfield, he's going to make somebody miss and get you a first down and keep the offense on the field. He's more of that kind of style player. He certainly can run between the tackles, but he's more of a catch-all running back. Nobody in the league is like Christian McCaffrey, but Spears is more of a versatile back, and Pollard's more of a traditional runner. But to your point, it was great to see them do that. It was interesting, too, because a lot of times guys in that game, they ran right at Myles Garrett, and that was kind of their game plan, and they were effective doing it. So I would be shocked if we don't see them try to establish the ground game again on Sunday.
Taylor, I was telling Papa a little bit earlier that it's hard for me to evaluate Cam Ward in the same way that it was tricky with Caleb Williams last year and all the dysfunction and turmoil and coaching turnover. Right. It was hard to evaluate Jared Goff as a rookie and the former number 1 overall pick. But I am excited for this game because the 49ers have seen a lot of young quarterbacks this year, and Cam Ward is another one that they're going to add to that list. As far as what he's had to deal with and the potential you see there, what would you say, just from watching him play every week, what's the next step he needs to take in his game to be a successful quarterback in this league?
Well, I think you just nailed it, Greg. I mean, all the things you just said about what he's had to deal with this season, it's a shame that Calvin Ridley had that season-ending injury about a month ago. He had gone through some nagging injuries earlier in the year that kept him out of some of the ball games, but to have the season-ending leg injury a month ago was really a big blow. And Cam has not really had that deep shot downfield, and he's the kind of guy that always looks touchdown to check down. And there's so many great quarterbacks throughout the league that either do that now or have done that throughout their careers. And we've seen that for generations in the National Football League. He is somebody that is aggressive, that's confident, that always thinks he can make a downfield shot. And he's got incredible arm strength. And I think that's kind of why he thinks that way. But candidly, he's tried to wait to see if somebody could get open downfield. And if he hasn't, then it's either check down or it's get sacked. Or in recent weeks, actually, it's been, I'm going to use my legs and try to get out of here. And that's where I would like to see, I think that's where Titans front office and coaches would like to see him continue to evolve. Somebody that can use his legs, because he's quick. I mean, you see how physical he was, the way he was stiff-armed and threw Grant Delpit on the ground last week. I mean, this guy can break tackles. He can run. He can handle his business back there. But I would love to see him use his legs more frequently in the future, because that's really going to make him dangerous. But the truth is, you've got all these rookies around him, with DK, who leads the league in all-purpose yards and was not a starting receiver before all these injuries, but is now. Io Manor, who was really good the last couple of years out in your neck of the woods for the Cardinal, but he's been very good as a possession receiver. Gunnar Helm, I think, could turn into a top-shelf tight end in the National Football League. But he doesn't have, you need, as you guys know, you still have to have a guy that can be a real threat down the field. And with Ridley's injury, that was a big blow. The other thing is offensive line. There's been some health concerns through most of the season. And so, if you put a veteran offensive line in front of him that's going to start every game, you give all these rookies another year out at receiver and tight end, and you also bring in, whether it's through the draft or free agency, a top-shelf downfield threat, then I think Cam Ward's going to take a big jump in the league. He's got all the things you would want in terms of work ethic, in terms of leadership. He loves to study film. You cannot get this guy out of the facility. He loves to play. He's the ultimate competitor, and he's got a lot of talent that goes with it too. So I'm extremely confident in Cam Ward and his future in Nashville. They just, as I said, they're going to have to find that deep downfield threat in order for him to take that next step.
And they got to find the right coach and coaching staff to develop him and all the young weapons around him. So tough year, obviously, your first year in Nashville with the win total. And the firing of Brian Callahan, who we know, and we know Bill well when he was the coach of the Raiders, and Brian went to De La Salle, and Nick Holtz as well, your offensive coordinator. So now as you proceed, and Mike McCoy will run it the remainder of the year. Chad Brinker is your president of football ops, but Mike Borgonzi, the owner, Amy Adams Strunk will certainly lead the call on the next coach. Just what are you thinking there? Does it need to be an offensive coach to pair with the young quarterback? You had one with Brian Callahan. Do you go the opposite way and go get a defensive guy while you're in town? Would you drop by and holla at Saleh and see if Robert Saleh
I thought you might
would
say want
him,
the
job? Yeah, I mean, there's some good candidates out there, and Robert will be at the top of the list. Just what are your thoughts on who they pick to develop this young number one overall pick at quarterback, Cam Ward, Taylor?
This really isn't a cop-out, Greg. I think what's going to happen here is Mike Borgonzi, the general manager who came over from Kansas City, where he was the assistant general manager, and as you guys know, crushed the draft. I mean, for a decade, crushed the draft and did such a good job of developing players through the draft and obviously building such a dynasty there in Kansas City and going to all those Super Bowls. Borgonzi did a great job his first year as the GM with Reg McKenzie, another guy you guys know very well, and Dave Ziegler.
Yes, we do.
The front office was fantastic this past year in evaluating talent and bringing in. You guys could see as many as 10 rookies take the field for the Titans on Sunday against the 49ers on each side of the ball. I think it's really important that Mike Borgonzi finds somebody that he is really comfortable with. So whether it's Chad, as you mentioned, Chad Brinker, or it's Amy Adams Strunk, or it's Burke Nihill, or it's anyone else that works for the Tennessee Titans, whether they say, hey, this is our guy, or it's Mike, I think Mike being comfortable with that person and saying, yep, this is somebody I want to work with, I think that's the most critical thing. I would think that person that is the next head coach of the Titans, it has a ton of experience leading, whether that means he's been a head coach in the National Football League, or you can just tell, you know what, this guy is born to be a head coach. I think that that's something they're really going to lean in on. I'd be surprised if it's somebody that, has been a coordinator and has always been a lieutenant. I don't think that they'll go that route. I think that they want to find somebody that's a real alpha in the room. So I think that those are kind of the things that they'll lean on. But it's a good question about whether it's an offense or defensive guy. It's obviously going to be very important to find somebody that Cam Ward is going to work well with. But I don't think it necessarily has to be an offensive head coach or has to be a defensive head coach. You're right. I mean, Saleh's going to get a lot of looks this offseason again, as he should, because, if Rodgers doesn't tear up his leg in that first game, and who knows, Saleh's probably still coaching the Jets at this point. So he deserves another chance. I would think Matt Nagy that used to work with Borgonzi in Kansas City, he'll be on a lot of short lists. But those are just two names. I'll bet there'll be 5 to 10 more that the Titans consider.
Finishing up here with Taylor Zarzer on the UMA guest line. So one area of football where both of these teams have done really well is special teams. So we've been talking about special teams over the past couple of days and diving into the potential X factors of this one. We tried to get Bones Fossil to come on the show with us, but he wanted to do it after the weekend. So let me try a backdoor way at this one, Papa. What does he have up his sleeve on Sunday? All right,
which fake punt is he going to run?
I'm trying to figure it out.
Is Hecker going to fake it on a snap from center or a long one? What's going on?
I've been watching practice this week. I'm going to save that for the game, but I'll tell you
I know nothing.
I know nothing. That's right. I'll tell you this, guys. Bones Fossil is as good as it gets as a special teams coach. And I will tell you one thing that's happened at practice is this week, I always go up to him at practice. He's just one of the more likable people in the world, all this energy he has. But he came up to me unprompted, and he was like, Taylor, 49ers special teams is legit. I mean, in every way legit. And he has made that a huge emphasis this week, and how much respect he has for the 49ers. And obviously Sky Moore, as you guys have said, has been terrific in the return game this year. Morstead. It's funny, Bones was talking about this. He was like, do you know that the youngest guy in special teams that's a punter, a kicker, or a long snapper in this game is Joey Sly, and he's like 30. Long snappers and punters and Panero, you put all those guys together. I mean, these are some oldies but goodies that they're going to be on the field on both sides. And as you guys know, last year I know you guys beat up on the Patriots, but Joey Sly kicked the longest field goal of his career there last year, a 63-yarder. So, yeah, the Titans have had a really strong season in special teams. And this guy, DK, unbelievable. I mean, leads the entire league in all-purpose yards, and it's no fluke. I mean, every game he does something returning kicks or punts. He's third in the league in punts, in yardage. He's first in kickoff return yardage. That speaks to John Bones Fossil and the massive impact that he's had as a special teams coach. So you're right. I think we're going to have to be on the edge of our seat, and I'm going to have to tell my man, Coach Mack, hey, man, we got to watch this punt that's coming up here in just a second.
I think he's going to have Jeffrey Simmons, the personal protector, and direct snap it to him and have him just run over like 4 people. How good is that guy? Is he the best interior defensive lineman in football, Taylor?
And, you really could say that in 2025. I mean, Max Crosby's phenomenal as well, and obviously it sort of depends on where Max lines up. But Simmons, and the other thing is about this, Greg, is he's missed a couple of games, and he's still come back and play at such a high level. If he has a sack, or if he has a tackle for loss or if he has a sack in this game, that'll set a career high for a season, and he's missed 2 games. So he has been constantly in the backfield pressuring quarterbacks. He just had 11 pressures last week, which was a career high for him. And that speaks a lot to his maturity. He's in his 7th year, and he has unquestionably become the leader of the team. in a season like this, guys, as you know, sometimes your best players, your veteran players will say, hey, you know what, it's time for me to move on and go somewhere else and try to compete this year for a championship. He said, no, I am going to be here to lead these young guys, and we're going to turn this thing around, and I want to be at the front of the line. And there's been some tough love that's gone on with that, but it's so refreshing to see somebody that is one of the best in the league make that sort of recommitment, if you will. He's also up, he's the nominee for the Titans for the Walter Payton Man of the Year award for the third straight year. Every day he's doing something in our community. I can't say enough great things about Simmons. He has been sensational. But, yeah, his level of play is great. And I think it's the biggest reason, guys, is because T'Vondre Sweat, the big nose guard's in his second year, and he's taking up so much space. You put those two guys next to each other, that is the strength of the Titans team. And I know they'll be ready to work against Purdy and friends on Sunday.
Taylor, thanks so much for coming by with us. Have a fantastic call, and we will talk to you, I'm sure, down the line at some point real soon.
I look forward to it, guys. Have a great weekend.
Thank you, brother. Welcome to the league.
Absolutely. Taylor Zarzour of the Tennessee Titans, play-by-play, and what an awesome guy to have had on. I know that the Titans matchup might not be the sexiest on the schedule when you're looking at it, but honestly, between the special teams, Jeffrey Simmons, what Tony Pollard did last week, I'm still interested. I'm still a sicko. So we'll get ready to wrap up the show, and we're going to finish this off before we go to Almanac Brewery, where Dirty Work is. We're going to finish this exactly the way we started. The 49ers, you got to take care of your business on Sunday. It is a grueling month ahead of NFL football, and it's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Oh, my goodness. What on earth was that?
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Guy Haberman joined Murph and Marcus this morning to report he is returning to the booth for the 49ers home game against the Titans this weekend. A welcome sign of life from our favorite guy following his sabbatical. Find that interview and all of KNBR's content on thesportsleader.com or the app.
and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
It's inexcusable. You don't make excuses. You gotta care enough where the shit hurts. You gotta care enough where the shit hurts. It gotta mean something to you. It's more than a job. It's your livelihood. How well do you know your job? How well can you do your job? Well, you can't sugarcoat that shit. It was inexcusable, and there's no answer for it. There's no excuse for it. That's what you tell them in the locker room. Look in the mirror.
All right, Todd Bowles. All right, Kyle Shanahan. All right, Rams, Seahawks, Packers, Chargers, Chiefs, Eagles, Raiders. Every team we're going to be watching this weekend. But the 49ers, most of all, take care of your business. And Papa, or Chucky, I should say, if you're watching us on the stream, by the time we come back at 10 a.m. on Monday, I better see you because this is your effing livelihood, okay? It's not just a job. This is your livelihood.
Nah, I don't care. I'm not showing up. Got good news for you. Jews! 2 Warrior wins this weekend, 1 Niner win. And at SantaCon, get plenty of Jews!
Oh, yeah, you don't have to worry about me on that front. So, yeah, Warriors couple of big games, Niners won, and we will catch up with you at 10 o'clock on a Monday. Great to have Papa in all week. Big thank you to Matt Mayoko, to Nick Holtz, to Justice De Los Santos, to John Dickinson, to Taylor Zarzer, to Walter, our Unc, and to Ryan McCarthy for hanging out with us and getting the job done. Time to send it away to Alameda Almanac Brewing. Copes, Depop, Tim Webb, and right here we got Danny Dunn. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Dirty Work starts now.
He absolutely jerked it.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay. It's getting hot. Is it getting hot, sir? That's even worse. How are we feeling? It's getting hot? Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no?
59.
We go with this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you live from Almanac Brewing in Alameda for our 49er tailgate ahead of Week 15, the 49ers and the Tennessee Titans. Are you clapping for yourself?
I was clapping for Almanac.
You can't clap.
Yeah, give it up for Almanac, everybody. Yeah.
I noticed they got a bigger applause than we did when I started the show.
No one knows who we are. It's okay.
Yeah. Give it up for yourselves for coming out to Almanac. Some loyal members of the Filth here. We'll be with you from 2 to 6 today, and a good guest list for you. Our 49er Football Friday guest list. 250 Tracy Sandler of the Fangirl Sports Network. She'll join us talking Niners and Titans. And by the way, she'll be with me 10 a.m., myself, Tracy, and Todd Husak. Sunday morning, 10 a.m. right here on the Sports Leader for pregame Niners and the Titans. 3:50, Marcus Thompson, the best sports writer in the country from The Athletic, joins us. At 4:50, Tim Ryan with the X's and O's ahead of Niners and Titans. And then you've got Larry Krueger. A Merry Krugmas to you at 5:30. We'll talk some Krug.
And I hear we might have a 12 days of Krugmas, courtesy of Danny Dunn.
Yeah, Danny, I guess, went through like an interview that Larry Krueger did. Like one 12-minute interview or something, and pulled 12 cuts from Krueger. So we'll have to figure out a way to roll that out as the 12 days of Krugmas next week. And we'll probably just have to do it all in one day, because I think we've messed up our count, right?
Yeah.
We're 13 days now from Christmas.
We're playing a drop a day?
Yeah, well, and we got to make it for the weekend, too. So it starts
true.
tomorrow, but we'll have to do like 3 of them on Monday.
Okay.
And don't forget, we don't have a show the following Monday because the Niners play. So we'd have to make it up again on the Tuesday, which is our 2025 Dirty Work Annual Anniversary Classic Show
And then we'd be off on the 24th and the 25th.
All I know is I am happy to be back at Almanac Brewing. This place is right next to my house. I love it.
What are you hamming it up?
I'm hamming it
for
up.
the crowd here.
Yeah, why not?
So we do have some stuff to get into today. The Warriors play in action again tonight. First time since Sunday. Steph Curry returns tonight.
He does.
After a 5-game absence, they play Minnesota tonight at Chase Center. And as big a news in my mind, you see the comeback for the Sharks last night?
Oh, yeah.
Dude, they were down 2-1 going into the third period
Huge
up in
win.
Toronto against the Maple Leafs. They get a Klingberg goal with about a minute and a half to play to tie the game. And then, 2:50 into overtime, Wenberg wins it. Sharks win it 3-2.
Nice.
They're 15-14 and 3
Wenberg, Mazel tov.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
Klingberg and then Wenberg. So good deal there for the Sharks last night. Yeah, a lot of Berg. Warriors in action tonight and then again on Sunday. So looking for a couple of wins this weekend, and the Niners and Titans Sunday afternoon. And a big slate of NFL football that we'll get into for Week 15.
It might be the best slate of the year, in my opinion.
I was going to ask you about this, and I didn't get a chance to get into this yesterday.
Okay.
It's a good top of the show segment. So I was talking to my friend Tiana yesterday, who works at Showdown in North Beach.
Gotcha.
And she lives in Daly City, so she was asking me, hey, now that your guys' station is in Daly City, where do you guys get lunch from? And I was talking Tomo, of course, which is right there, the Japanese spot that we often get sushi
If you're
from.
asking Tim, it's Tomo every day.
They don't call him Tomo Tim Webb for nothing.
Literally every day.
Tim gets that a lot. There's also a round table right there. There's a couple other places, but she said you guys get that round table lunch special, the pan crust pizza, which many of us have. It's $11.99 for a personal pizza.
It's not a bad deal.
Numerous toppings and a drink. She then said, yeah, I miss Round Table. I can't order from there anymore. And I said, what do you mean you can't order from there anymore? I said, from that location. She said, no, I got banned from all Round Table locations.
She got blacklisted?
I was like, how did you get banned?
You blacklisted me from Hop Sings?
She goes, yeah, dude, very Elaine Bennis of her. She goes, they must have put me in the system because apparently what had happened was she ordered pizza one time from one Round Table location. They took a couple of hours to get to her, she said. So when they got there, I think her boyfriend snatched the pizza and refused to pay because they took too long, dude. And so it's funny because she tried to.
How long we talking?
Hold on, 2 hours plus.
Okay, that's a while.
2 plus hours. She tried to give me the story. I said, so why'd you get banned? And she was very vague about it. She was ambiguous about why it went down.
Yeah.
So then I said, so I said they put you on a blacklist. She said the next time we went to order, they told me we will not deliver to your address because they had her address and her phone number from her placing the order.
She named names.
So this happened, dude. She then orders from her boyfriend's number. They show up. It's her house.
This is definitely like Seinfeld.
They banned him as well, dude. So neither of them can order from Round Table. So my question is, have you ever been banned from anywhere?
You
seem like a guy who might have been banned from somewhere.
Yes. There was I'll tell this story. There was a bar in Houston, Texas.
Okay.
Sugarland, Texas, where I used to live.
Sugarland, home of the Sugarland Skeeters.
Yes.
The minor league baseball team.
Where I saw Roger Clemens and Tracy
McGrady play for the same team. Right. Yeah.
So I was coming home from Texas, UT in Austin. I came home from for winter break, and the Raiders were playing the Detroit Lions. And I went to go meet up with my buddy. We were watching games. I think at the place, it was not called Stadium Pub. It was similar. That's the place in Walnut Creek. But there was a similarly named place in Sugarland, Texas. So it was the game where the Raiders had a lead. I think they were up 26-14. And then for some inexplicable reason, Rolando McClain was in coverage of Calvin Johnson, and he scored to give them the lead 28-27. And then Ndamukong Suh blocks the kick. Raiders lose. I am so mad and a little drunk and Mac Van, our guy, exactly knows the game I'm talking about here.
Well, yeah, we all know the game because you said it was the game the Raiders were leading. So that narrows it down.
It was rare.
Yeah, it gets
well, that season, Copes, they were 8-8. It was progress.
Yeah.
So anyway, I was so drunk and angry that I threw my phone across the bar. And then a waitress comes over and says, "Sir, I believe this is yours, and you're going to have to leave." And I said, "Okay, I understand." And then on the way out, the manager goes, "I have a picture of you, sir. You cannot throw your phone in here at this bar. Do not come back to this place."
Wow.
Yes.
Okay. Wow. So how long ago was this?
This was 2011.
Okay. Do you think they would still? Do you think they have?
I don't think that
photo?
place is still there anymore.
Okay. You outlasted the band.
Just visiting my mom in Houston. I don't think that establishment still lives.
All you got to do is survive the bar.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how you win.
So really, I won.
That's how you win being banned. Yeah. They were banned from business.
Exactly.
It's kind of what happened. So
should let more people come in that throw their phones.
Yeah. I mean, you can't be throwing stuff.
No, I've learned to control my rage.
I think that's a good reason to be banned. I don't think I've ever been banned from anywhere, but there's probably places I just shouldn't go back.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Because you cause a scene.
Man, I'm not a big scene guy, but there's just I've never been told explicitly you're not allowed back here. But I think there's probably places that wouldn't be thrilled if I came back.
Did you ever have like beef with somebody that worked at a place and you tried to avoid them every time you went there?
Not really. I mean, because I'm a regular at so many places in North Beach, there are places I won't go when I see a certain person is like bartending, or like a certain person is the server in this area where I'm going to sit. I'm like, I think I'm good off that. I don't think I need to hang with them.
I had a real jerk that used to work at Blockbuster Video near my house back in the day.
Well, you outlasted them too.
Yeah, well, you definitely did, because he had an issue with, I guess, I rented Grand Theft Auto Vice City.
You guess?
Well, no, I came back and I
that ain't no guess. This is what's going to be. Vicky Valancourt.
I dropped it off, and he was like, who allowed you to get this? And I was like, somebody at your location. He goes, well, clearly you're not 17, so who would allow you to get this? I'm like, somebody that works here, dude. He goes, okay, I'm going to pull up your account right now. What's your name? And I'm like, Derek Papa. And he's like, that's a phony name.
Yeah,
it's not a phony name. That's my name.
Dude, he thought your name was fake?
Yeah. So we got into a whole thing, and we had a rivalry for a long time where if that guy was at that Blockbuster, I was not going in.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call and the number to text. Have you ever been banned from anywhere? I'd love to know where and why you were banned from said location.
Tim, you ever been banned?
I'm a little worried to go back to the House of Prime Rib after walking into the coat closet thinking it was the door.
Yeah, dude, I think. Yeah.
No, they will welcome you back because they got a good laugh out of that.
They welcome you back because they did enjoy that. We are live from Almanac Brewing in Alameda for our 49er tailgate, Week 15, the Niners and the Tennessee Titans. Sunday, 125, and you can hear it all right here. Pregame at 10 a.m. right here on The Sports Leader. Myself, Tracy Sandler, and Todd Husak. Tracy will join us at 2:50. Marcus Thompson at 3:50. 4:50, Tim Ryan. And then at 5:30, we'll catch up with our guy Larry Krueger and get his thoughts on the Niners out of the bye week with 4 games to play in the regular season. I do still have an opportunity for listeners to win 2 tickets to go see Jim Gaffigan, and we got to get to that quickly because it's right around the corner. He's coming June.
It's coming right up.
It's right around the corner. People got to make plans. It's June of next year. We're giving away tickets to Jim Gaffigan at the Masonic. I'll tell you how you can win those next, but when we come on back, the latest from Kyle Shanahan on the health of the 49ers. I assume Kyle Juszczyk's healthy just based on how Greg Papa was yelling.
Juice!
I didn't see the update, but I'm just going to tell you, I think he's healthy because of how weirdly Greg was
that was
yelling.
Elongated juice at the end there.
With a Chucky mask on. I didn't get any of it, but normally I don't when it comes to Greg. Dirty work from Almanac Brewing in Alameda. More to come. The latest from Kyle Shanahan when we come on back. It's the 49er tailgate on Dirty Work, only here on The Sports Leader.
You got me blacklisted at Hop Sings?
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Matt Mayoko, NBC Sports Bay Area extraordinaire. He joined the Gregs this morning to discuss the latest Niners injury news and preview their Week 15 matchup against the Titans. What do you expect from the Niners coming off their bye week? Let us know in the YouTube chat or give us a call at 415-808-KNBR.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you live from Almanac Brewing in Alameda for our 49er Tailgate East Bay Christmas edition. First time we've been out here in about a year, I think.
Exactly a year.
I think it was about a year ago we were out here last. We are going to hear from 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan, and we'll let you know what it is that he has to say about the Niners' health entering this game. We did get a report earlier today from Cam Inman, who was at practice, covers the Niners for the San Jose Mercury News. Christian McCaffrey was limited yesterday with an illness. He was a full participant, according to Cam Inman earlier today. Still not at practice. Samo, Tatum Bethune, Nick Martin, and Eric Kendricks, the newly signed middle linebacker. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627, the number to call and text. And we'll get into some of the health of the Niners and what our expectations are for the Niners in this game. But we would be doing a disservice if we didn't get back into the topic that I pitched just a minute ago. Have you ever been banned from anywhere? As my friend told me about how she and her boyfriend got banned from the franchises of Roundtable, I guess, nationwide. She believes she's like, we've tried from other locations and they won't deliver to us.
Oh my God!
They put them on a list.
It's not that serious.
She got blacklisted. 808 KNBR is the number to call.
Come on, Roundtable.
And text. A texter here on the 408 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line says, I once got into a fight with Joey Chestnut. Joey Jaws, dude, I got into a fight with Joey Chestnut.
That's a wrong move from the get-go.
Yeah, at the Firehouse Bar in downtown San Jose, and I responded. I said, over what?
Oh, wow.
And were you banned? He says, anyway, it was over a girl. I got 86'd immediately. This is Raider Matt, by the way, and just a heads up, nobody got hurt.
Okay. Well, you can't go to Joey Chestnut's stomping grounds and be like, hey, that's my girl. And Joey Chestnut's like, I run these streets.
I mean, how many mustard belts does he have?
A ton.
Is he like a 17-time mustard belt champion?
A ton. And then, he acts like
he's a pro athlete.
Like vegan chicken nuggets are nothing at a Giants game.
I can't believe you guys thought he wasn't going to eat 100 vegan chicken nuggets in a 9.
It was child's play.
I was like, by the way, that by the fourth.
It was the easiest bet you ever made.
I was like, that was a piece of cake. Yeah.
I mean, I thought it was impressive. Rich Aurelia, not impressed.
Yeah,
no, not impressed.
Richie thought it was gross. He's not down with the hot dog eating or the vegan tender eating contest. 510 says he got banned from a dating app for bringing up the idea of friends with benefits. Hey man, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful on the apps.
Yeah, tread lightly with that one.
Yeah, 707 says I went to 7 bars on my birthday, successfully not kicked out of any of them, but then I went to Walgreens at 2 a.m. and I got banned for throwing frozen pizzas up to the counter from about 30 feet away.
That's fun.
He said I was seeing if I could get him to land on the counter. And the guy was not happy who was running the registry.
I can understand that one. That sounds like a good time, but I understand why they banned you. Yeah.
Guy's doing his job, man. Let's go out to the phone lines. Tyler is in Hayward, the great city of Hayward. Says he and his wife got banned from a restaurant. Tyler, what's up, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Tyler? What's up, bro?
What's up, Tyler?
Hey, guys. 10, 12 years ago, I proposed to my wife. We got engaged. So on our engagement night, we were hungry. We went to the Yard House. Do you guys know the Yard House?
Oh, yeah,
of course.
Yeah, been there many times, yeah.
Yeah, so we're down in SoCal and do our thing, and then her friends meet up. Long story short is, with her friends, her girlfriends, they end up having 5, 6, 7 drinks over the course of an hour and a half, 2 hours, and being the responsible fiance that I am, I only had about 2 beers. So we do our thing. And I can tell she's pretty in the bag. We get up, and you know where they have food ready to go for the servers on the counter to bring them out to the tables.
Yeah. The expo counter, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So she's trying to hold her up, and she's pretty drunk. She reaches over the counter, grabs a bunch of food, and shoves it in her mouth and falls to the floor. To which the assistant manager says, "Sir, you're going to have to leave, and you're never welcome back here again." And I'm like, "Yeah, well, we're going anyways, so thank you."
Yeah, so he banned you, and this was the night you got engaged?
This is our engagement night, yeah.
Pretty memorable night, huh? Yeah.
Well, you know what, Tyler, I mean, I guess I understand why your wife would be banned, but you're just doing, you're just being a good husband.
Yeah,
at this
you're
point.
just trying to have a couple of pops, dude. You were a good fiance at that point. You held yours together. You didn't have all those drinks. Like, have you taken exception with this banning by you? Have you appealed this?
Yeah. We haven't been back. It's not really like a big deal. I mean, there's plenty of yard houses around. We've been in other ones. It's just that one in SoCal.
Yeah, dude. You don't need to go to that particular yard house.
Yeah, but it's got special sentiment, It's
that's true.
Yeah,
engaged. I got banned.
I think they were discriminating against us. I don't know.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure they were.
All right, I don't want to get a lawsuit filed now, Tyler. I appreciate the call, man. Thanks so much. I don't need dirty work catching any heat from Yard House.
I like how you asked, did you appeal? Like you went to the league office and was like, hey, listen, this is what happened here. My wife was drunk. It's not my fault.
Yeah, you go to the Better Business Bureau. Dude.
Yeah, exactly.
BBB. You go up there and see if you can get something overturned. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you live from Almanac Brewing in Alameda, where we've yet to be kicked out or banned officially. Being asked to leave is just, that's standard business.
That would be epic if we were asked to leave during a show. But let's not do that. We love being here.
We'd have to do something bad. We have to do something pretty bad to knock it to finish the show.
Taking 8 shots on the air like last time,
So Kyle Shanahan.
No, they encouraged that.
Kyle Shanahan is meeting. Yeah, they did. They brought me the shots. Kyle Shanahan's meeting with the media right now, so we'll get you.
He's doing it right now.
Any updates on the health of the Niners as they become available?
Yeah. So KNBR has it right now. Samo is out for the game with an ankle. Yatir Gross-Matos is still out. Will not be activated. I'm assuming from what I'm reading here, will not be activated for the game.
He's out. He's only had 2 practices. So.
Yeah. Tatum Bethune will not be good to go for Sunday's game as well. Nick Martin is out with a concussion, and Curtis Rourke is still not activated. So there you go.
So Yatir Gross-Matos, who had his practice window opened yesterday.
Yes.
And I felt like it was a long shot anyway, and Matt Mayoko did say that to us on Monday. He said if it's not open by Tuesday, it seems unlikely that he would be able to go this week. Then on Wednesday, they opened the practice window, 21-day practice window, and Kyle said we'll see how he goes on Wednesday and Thursday. We talked to Kyle yesterday. He said things were going okay, but maybe still just ahead of schedule with just 2 practices, especially with a soft tissue like that coming off IR. You don't want one tweak or one burst or one bit of tension there that holds you out again for another month, because that's effectively the remainder of the season. So I would guess they're going to see if he can get through a full week of practice next week, and if in fact that's the deal, since he's already had 2 seemingly full participations this week, he could be good to go potentially on a long week on a Monday night against Indianapolis in Indy.
Yeah, and you need as much pass rush as you can for these remaining 4 weeks. And also, as you mentioned, Christian McCaffrey was limited yesterday with an illness. Kyle Shanahan said he's a full go, so don't expect anything this weekend or anything to pop up. He is going to play.
And nothing on Kyle Juszczyk, which is a positive. Is he?
Yeah, it sounds like he's good to go as well.
A fractured rib or something like that. I mean, what are your expectations for this game? I feel like the way it's lining up.
Pain.
Yeah, right, my prediction.
Thanks, Clubber.
Yeah, going Clubber Lang on this one. Niners are a 12.5-point favorite. And by the way, we'll talk about it later, but just so everybody knows, the Colts are playing at Seattle this week. They're a 13.5-point underdog. So
have we got a confirmation that Phillip is going to start this game?
No, I don't think there's anything yet. I'll take a look at that in just a little bit. But in terms of expectations for this game, I think everybody feels like the Niners should win this game.
Yeah.
Everybody wants flawless execution. Everybody wants a lot of points scored. This is a game that I think can be a big confidence builder in putting your name on the map against the team you should do it against. We've seen them beat bad teams, but you don't want to falter whatsoever. It's a team that's got 2 wins coming off of a bye, are the 49ers. They just played against Cleveland and got their 2nd win of the season and their first since the first 6 weeks of 2025. They're 29th in the league in scoring. They're 31st in the league in scoring. They're 29th in points allowed per game.
Yeah.
So by all accounts, the Niners, who are a top 10 scoring defense right now, should handle business in this game. I'm looking for the offense to carry the defense here and give the defense an opportunity to get into some rhythm. Turnovers would be great. We've seen them turn the ball over a bit more in the last few weeks against inferior quarterbacks. You got to get to the quarterback also. That's the biggest flaw the Niners have. The gaping hole for them on defense is they do not rush the passer all that much. And we'll talk about some of the flaws with other NFC teams later. But 3 sacks in the last game was a season high. You still don't have Sam or Eder Gross-Matos. That shouldn't matter this game, but you want to know that other guys like Bryce Huff, who hasn't had a sack in weeks, can continue to get it done.
I'm not trying to diminish anything as far as like facing the Titans this week, but this is a tune-up game coming out of the bye week. You should be dominant. This should be a game where, Ricky Pearsall gets things going a little bit. Everybody that was kind of iffy right now should be playing at their full potential. Like, Christian McCaffrey, this should be a game where he rushes for over 100 yards. But we'll see. We'll see if the game acquires that. And as you're saying, Copes, as far as the pass rush, I think this game should be similar to like a year ago. I think we were at Almanac right before the 49ers were going to take on the Chicago Bears. And at that point, the 49ers didn't have a lot of sacks at that time in the season. We were like, maybe 2.5 sacks, and they ended up sacking Caleb Williams 6 times. Cam Ward is tied for the league in sacks right now, along with Geno Smith. So, yes, because you don't have Sam O, and you're not going to have Yetur Gross-Matos, but you still should be able to get after the quarterback in this game and get some turnovers. So, yeah, I think this should be just a dominant effort by the 49ers.
Yeah, it feels like the most sure thing win on the schedule this week.
Yes.
For basically any NFC team, and we'll talk more about the slate. So the players who were ruled out, Sam O still ruled out. You've got Eder Gross-Matos ruled out, even though his practice window's been opened, and you've got Tatum Bethune still ruled out, plus the 3 linebackers we talked about, Nick Martin, who's in the concussion protocol, and Kyle said Tuesday was still experiencing symptoms. So
yeah.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with the It's Dirty Work live from Almanac Brewing, our 49er tailgate ahead of Week 15. Somebody here, by the way, on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line 707 saying they once got banned. I was banned from Santa Cruz Warriors games for a decade.
Whoa. What the hell happened?
I planned to propose this weekend, but the relationship ended months before. Ended up taking the boys. Instead of paying the cancellation fees, we snuck alcohol into the arena and were verbally accosting Mikey Moore.
Yeah. Wow. That's bound to happen.
Yeah. I didn't get banned, but I did get kicked out of a women's basketball game at San Francisco State one time.
You were?
When I was there, and I think I told you, I was there for a class.
Yeah.
I was in the Becca department there, and I was supposed to be the play-by-play broadcaster on the men's game that was right after. Okay. But you have to go for both games and support, do 2 different broadcast teams, basically is how it worked. And so I'm obviously rooting hard for SF State, and there was a really bad official who kept making bad calls, and he was wearing a shirt that was like way too small for him.
Oh, you called him out on the broadcast?
No. I know it was before my broadcast.
It was before the game.
So I was there to like support my other classmates before I had to do my teachers there and all that. And the SF State gym is such that it has bleachers that like go to the ground floor.
Right.
So I was sitting basically courtside on the opposite side of the benches.
You went full Spike Lee on this guy?
Yeah, I did, dude. I yelled as he ran by. I said, because his shirt was really small.
Yeah. No.
I said, where'd you get that shirt, Baby Gap? I thought pretty clean, pretty good line.
Yeah, that's clever on your part.
He looked me dead in the eye with his pink whistle, and he blew it, and then he called officials timeout, and he like stared me down the entire time that he walked across the gym slowly. Everybody's like, what's going on? I'm like, oh no.
He's coming after me.
I was like, this is about me. Told the gym monitor, dude, they kicked me out of the gym. And I was like, I'm here for a class. And they said, he doesn't feel comfortable starting the game again until you leave.
What?
So they made me leave the gym, and then I wasn't allowed to come back until I was a broadcaster for the second game.
Okay, another Seinfeld scenario where Jerry's on the plane, and he makes jokes about the pilot, and then the flight attendant comes over and goes, sir, the pilot does not want your presence on this plane.
It's because the pilot was in the audience of the show. You got to set that up that way.
Exactly.
Jerry was doing a stand-up show. The pilot from his flight was in the crowd, and then the pilot...
He's making fun of him.
He made fun of him, and then the pilot didn't want Jerry on the plane.
Kicked him off the plane.
That's no good.
This referee kicked you out of the building because you had just like one little joke about him, so you didn't get to broadcast the game, I guess.
707 says, I once received a 3-year ban from the town of Katati.
Well, that's...
Brother, that's not a ban. That's called a sentence.
That's banishment.
That's called the clink.
Yeah.
That's what that is.
It's a gray bar motel.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you live from Almanac Brewing. Let us know if you've ever been banned from anywhere. Like
there's a ban and then there's banishment.
Yeah, exactly. That's a little bit different.
Yeah.
Banishment is different. That's all Garden of Eden stuff, as you well know.
Yeah.
All right,
Well
we'll take a quick break. When we come on back, the 49ers don't seem like there are as many teams in the NFC that are threats to them. Tampa's a team that we thought at one point was one of the most dangerous teams in the NFL.
Yep.
We love to crown teams and quarterbacks in October. Shout out Russell Wilson, who's never gotten an MVP vote, but it's like one of the best ever in the month of October. Tampa's a team they lost to. They don't seem like a problem for the Niners anymore. Let's talk about the flaws of the NFC and which NFC team has the biggest flaw relative to that of the 49ers. We'll do that next. It's Dirty Work on a Friday from Almanac on the Sports Leader.
You found Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa, where no job is too dirty, on KNBR, the sports leader.
Zane Gonzalez hoping to do it to him again. He won it with the Commanders here last year against Tampa Bay. Officially 43 from the left hash mark. Zane Gonzalez in a 2-point game on the approach. He drives it. It's on the way, and it is good! Inside the left upright, and Atlanta comes all the way back to sink Tampa Bay. 29-28 your final score.
Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon live from Almanac Brewing in Alameda, our 49er tailgate as we look across the NFC. Dude, Thursday night division games. Stay away from them, man.
Yeah, man.
I mean, it doesn't matter who's playing. If you're in the same division, they're weird games to play on a short week. There's another weird one, by the way, I was looking at because I was doing my Kansas City Chiefs pregame hit. If the Chiefs get by the Chargers this week, they're playing against Denver. I think it's in Denver on Thursday night. Is that right? Or they get it? No,
it's
that's
in
Christmas.
Kansas City.
It's in Christmas.
It's on Christmas Day.
It's a short week, though. It's a Christmas Day game. So that's a big one for them in 2 weeks. Sorry, the Thursday night game coming up is the Seahawks and the Rams, and that's the one we've all got circled, especially after their games this week. Anyway, Tampa ends up falling to 7-7. So it's 7-6 right now. Technically, the Carolina Panthers are leading the NFC South. And by the way, they play the Buccaneers 2 more times, week 16 and week 18.
Juicy.
So now that they're at 7-7, and you're looking at like games the 49ers played and teams they lost to. They lost to Tampa Bay in the game they lost Fred Warner for the season, where he dislocated his ankle in that game. They also had Mac Jones starting that game. At one point in the fourth quarter, the Niners had pulled to within 8 points.
It was close.
Of Tampa. And now after they lost Fred Warner, that's where things really fell apart. And I think with a week of preparation, things go a little bit differently. But when you have to change that quickly in the middle of a game and you lose the captain of your defense and the voice in the huddle for the defense, there was a lot of blown coverages in the secondary, specifically back of the end zone for a touchdown that kind of put it away late. But I don't fear Tampa at all in the way that I thought about them back in October and November.
No, dude, we were talking about Baker Mayfield being a potential MVP.
Those are October conversations,
Yeah, and then not to mention, I believe in that game, Emeka Egbuka hurt himself, and you had like the likes of Tej Johnson and the other Johnson, so many Johnsons on that Buccaneers team, I forget. But like those guys were lining up the Niners. Now, I mean, Baker Mayfield's not healthy. It's pretty evident the last 2 weeks, like they lost home games to the Saints and to the Atlanta Falcons. And their defense was not great for the majority of the season. They got some sacks against Mac Jones and some interceptions. But their defense, for the most part, hasn't been good. Since that 49ers win, the Buccaneers are 2-6. And right now, I think the Carolina Panthers are a better football team. And you could see if the 49ers get that 5th seed, they would face the Carolina Panthers on Wild Card Weekend. So that's going to be very interesting. But, I don't fear the Buccaneers anymore. It's crazy how we view things in October where we thought the best teams in the NFC were the Philadelphia Eagles, the Detroit Lions, and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And I would say all their flaws right now, the flaws with the Buccaneers is everything. From their quarterback being injured to...
I mean, they had injuries in the backfield at one point. Bucky Irving missed a series of games. They had Sean Tucker, who filled in and did a really good job.
And Mike Evans just came back yesterday.
1 week. But, they were banged up on offense also. And to your point, they lost Emeka Egbuka in that game against the Niners.
Yeah, Godwin was gone for a long time, too.
Yeah, the Niners still didn't have in that game, though, Brock Purdy or Nick Bosa, or Bosa, of course, but also not George Kittle. We should point out also that the offensive line, since the return of George Kittle, has played incredibly well for the Niners. They've protected Brock really, really well since the return of Kittle.
Yes, they definitely have. I would also say that's a testament to Brock's mobility.
I agree.
Compared to that of Mac Jones, where I keep saying, if Mac Jones had played that game against the Cleveland Browns, Niners still win that game, but I think Myles Garrett has 2 or 3 sacks.
I think there's more sacks, for sure, in that game. I mean, even on that opening play where Brock hit Juszczyk with a big pass, and there was a big hit laid on Brock by Myles Garrett on a rollout where it might have been a sack from behind had it been Mac Jones just because of the mobility. My point here is that the Niners allowed 6 sacks in that game against Tampa.
Yeah.
And 3 of them came in the fourth quarter on crucial drives, and then Mac Jones threw an interception.
And the Buccaneers don't have a good pass rush right now. They got Yaya Adobe and Hassan Reddick, but they're not very good. As far as the flaws when it comes to the Buccaneers, I would say they're flawed everywhere right now. They're just not a good football team. And Todd Bowles will tell you that. That's some great audio we'll play later in the show. With the Eagles, it's their offense. Their offense is just putrid right now. They
just don't buy them.
They don't run the football well. They don't throw the football well.
They don't score points.
Their offensive line is terrible.
And they've gotten worse they've gotten worse offensively in terms of their ability to put up points against some of the best teams.
And then as far as the Lions, I mean, it's the same situation with the 49ers where they have a lot of injuries on the defensive side of the football. So they still got Aiden Hutchinson, who's a good pass rusher, but mostly the Lions' issues are their defense. So as far as the other issues compared to the 49ers, I would say for the 49ers' sake, it's manageable. Just Robert Saleh is that good of a defensive coordinator. Can he scheme it up where he can get pass rush from different areas, whether it's the linebacking core or even the secondary? That's more manageable than, in my opinion, everything going wrong with the Buccaneers right now. With the Eagles, nobody's really hurt. Yes, they have injuries on the offensive line, but they still got Saquon. They still got Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown. So as soon as those guys figure it out, that's not really that big of a glaring problem to me. With the Lions, no one's coming back for them. It's the same situation as the 49ers. So in comparing those three teams, or I should say all four teams, including the 49ers, I would say the 49ers' flaw is glaring, but not as bad.
Dirty work back here live at Almanac Brewing. Sorry, I had a bit of a glitch there. We cut out for a second. Live from Almanac for our 49er tailgate. What I was saying about the 49ers and their flaws relative to that of the teams in the NFC in general is that pass rush, like if you were going to label problems, quarterback's got to be near the top because it's the most important position. Running game is near the top. Stopping the run's near the top. And getting to the quarterback is near the top. If you do those four things well, have a good quarterback, can rush the quarterback, and can run the ball, you're probably a pretty damn good team in general, right?
Yeah, of course.
But the Niners, I think, have, at least this season, two of those three things down. I think we're all confident enough in Brock. They run the ball well enough, and they've run the ball better since George Kittle's come back and since Ricky Pearsall's gotten better.
Still a problem. But
they have a problem, but they have a running back that elicits confidence. That's my point. Like, we're not worried about the backfield in general because of the production of McCaffrey and the total scrimmage yards. We know that's still a productive position out of the backfield regardless. It's why they're 9-4, right? The thing they don't do well is get to the quarterback. Where does that rank among some of the flaws of the other NFC teams? Like what we talked about yesterday in the AFC is some of our reasoning for not liking some of those teams as contenders is more based on being unproven. But when we're talking about tangible things that teams don't do well, what's the most important? The Rams have a secondary that's not great, but they're so good everywhere else and they get to the quarterback that they sort of mask that a bit, right? Tampa Bay, you talked about how injured they are. I'm not confident in the talent of that roster as a whole. That's kind of where I'm at in terms of that team. The Lions, they're not getting many people back either. I question their ability to be able to continue to put up the level of points and get the stops, but they have the talent. I'm more worried about them in playing another game than playing or in the playoffs than having to play a team like Tampa.
Right.
So when we're looking at who the best matchups might be, I mean, there's no denying that if the Niners were not the number one seed, and I'm still holding out hope because that's not completely off the table. They need one game of help, and that's a Rams loss, and then they'll control their own destiny in that regard.
Correct.
Where they can win out and be the number one seed in the NFC. But besides that, if you've got to go on the road, that game against Seattle could still determine whether or not you're the 5 seed at the end of the season.
Absolutely.
And if, in fact, it does, the 5 seed means you're likely to play whoever the winner is of the NFC South. And whether that's Carolina or Tampa, I'd take that matchup 8 days a week. There's not many teams that concern me at all in the NFC. And again, the Rams are probably the number one. And even with that game, I go, I'll take my chances. That's Sean McVay against Kyle Shanahan and throw the records out the window. These guys are going to go toe-to-toe.
No, absolutely. I would say that, that's my biggest problem with the 49ers right now is no one's coming back for them. Nick Bosa's out for the season. You have to get by with Bryce Huff and Cleveland Farrell as your main pass rushers right now. And, yes, I mean, they have an offense that is lethal. I still think the Lions have a more potent offense with their, their
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Great. Dave Fleming. He joined Murph and Marcus this morning.
That'll keep them.
To discuss the quiet winter meetings for the Giants and shared his perspective on the Tony V hiring. Check out that podcast and more on the Sports Leader app and thesportsleader.com.
Danny, you didn't sound all that worried that we were going to miss anything.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you live from Almanac Brewing in Alameda. Had a bit of a tech glitch, but I think we got it all figured out here as we got our 49er tailgate ahead of Week 15, the Niners and the Tennessee Titans pregame on Sunday at 10 a.m. right here on the Sports Leader, and a voice you will hear alongside myself, and Todd Husak. It's Tracy Sandler of the Fangirl Sports Network. She joins us on the UMA guest line. Tracy is sponsored by TimberTech Decking and Railing, #1 in premium decking. Order free samples at timbertech.com. Tracy, what's going on? How are you?
Hey, Tracy.
Hi, guys. I'm great. How are you guys doing?
We're doing well. Good to have you back on. Out of the bye week. Are you rested? Are you recovered? Are you ready for the final month of the regular season?
I am. I feel ready to go. And it's obviously most important that I am ready. So everyone should feel really good about that.
so you get an opportunity to be around the team and talk to these players frequently. What would you guess, just based on talking to these guys and covering this team for a number of years, what would you guess for players is the biggest challenge in coming out of a bye week?
Sometimes I think in coming out of a bye week, especially with a situation, they had so much momentum and they were playing so well, and then they get the rest. But I actually think in this particular situation, looking back on it, and I talked to a number of the guys about it this week, is that it was such a late bye, and that was such an issue. Like, oh my gosh, it's such a late bye. It's the latest bye you can have. Having the bye this late could end up being a real advantage for them because they get to go into this final month of the season with fresh legs. So I think there's a chance it could be kind of a disruptor, but I don't think that's going to be the case this week, especially kind of just in talking to everybody. And it's late to have a break, and so there are the pros and cons. But like I said, I think it's going to end up being a real positive for them.
Tracy, it's obvious that Kyle Shanahan doesn't take any team lightly, where this week he was asked to reflect on the season so far, and he said, well, he can easily lose 4 games to end the season and miss out on the playoffs. So, I mean, I think they're going to be prepared for this week, but just gauging from this week of practice and everything, does it seem like this team is focused when you're playing, the lowly Tennessee Titans who only have 2 wins, and then after that it's a gauntlet where you face the Colts, Bears, and Seahawks?
Yes, I think they're very focused. And I actually asked Kyle when he said that. I said, is that something you have to address with the team? And he said, no, because it's something we address every day and every week. And so it's just kind of our message. And they're fighting for the division. I mean, they have a real chance at the division. They have a chance at #1 seed. So this is not a team that can afford to lose focus or look at any team lightly. So I really do not think that's going to be an issue on this week.
Talking to Tracy Sandler, Fangirl Sports Network, with us on the UMA guest line. What do you think for the 49ers in terms of, I think, would you agree that, first of all, that their biggest flaw is being able to rush the passer?
Yes, I would say that is definitely their biggest flaw.
I would also say is there's a lot of flaws in a lot of the NFC contending teams, right? If you look at the playoff picture, where do you think it ranks for the Niners, and how correctable is that with some of the guys they plan to get back here in the back part of the season? No Bethune this week, no Samo, no Yetur Gross-Montes, but they do anticipate, I think in the next couple of weeks, they should have those guys back.
Yes, and I think that'll be a benefit for them. I think, this Colts game, and not to look so far ahead, but those guys could be back for that game. The Colts game changed a lot. Very different than the game looked a month ago. But it's going to be a challenge against the Bears because you have Caleb Williams, who's really shifty and really elusive. It's one of the things he does well. Sam Darnold's a guy that you can really force into mistakes, as we've seen this season and in his final games with the Vikings. Where it's going to, I think, be the biggest issue is when they get into the playoffs. I'm assuming they're going to get into the playoffs. I don't see them losing the next 4 games. I don't see them losing 3 of the next 4 games. I think most likely 2-2 is fair, maybe 3-1. But I think where it will affect them is when they get into the playoffs. If they face up against the Rams, it's going to be a really tough challenge. I don't really believe so much in the Eagles, so we'll see how that goes. But I think when you look at the Rams, to me, the Rams are going to be the biggest issue as I think about the playoff teams and where everybody is right now. It would be a real issue there. But first they got to get there.
As far as the other teams, the NFC, Tracy, I mean, we were off last week. I'm sure you watched plenty of games. Just when you see the other teams, the NFC, and even last night watching the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, their flaws seem to be everywhere. The Eagles in their offense, the Lions in their defense. Just when you look at the Niners' problems right now, does it seem more manageable than the majority of teams in the NFC?
I think it seems manageable in light of the teams of the NFC because, like you said, all of these teams are flawed. I've been saying for a long time I think this is the Rams. I think they are the best team. I think the Packers can be a close second. But they're not as consistent as maybe you would like them to be, especially offensively. So I think it's manageable. But if they have to go in Green Bay in January, that's a tough game. And that flaw could really haunt them. The Rams, it's a tough game. I don't care where they're playing. That is a tough game. I don't care if it's Levi South. The Rams are a really, really good football team. It is a very big flaw of theirs, and I would be concerned about it getting exposed in those games. And I think we'll get an idea in these next few weeks as to how much will it get exposed, what are they able to do to work around it, getting some of these guys back. But it's a weird season. The NFC is somewhat wide open. I think the league is somewhat open. 10 teams could win the Super Bowl right now, it feels like. So I don't know that they have any flaws that are so terrible that they can't overcome them. It's just going to be who they meet on what day and how they're able to attack that team. But it's just the NFC, it's just very funny. You know, I mean, there's a point in the season, of course, where everybody thought it was over and pack it up for 2026, and now they could get the number one seed in the NFC. That's a testament to them. It's also a testament to where the NFC is right now. So it's going to be kind of a fun month for everybody.
I agree, and there's a lot of wide open stuff. I mean, again, the Seahawks play the Rams next week on a Thursday night. Who knows in Seattle what happens there? And if Seattle were to win that game or the Rams even stumble this week, the Niners control their own destiny to the number one seed. What would have to happen in the final four games on the Niners side of things for you to believe whether they were the division champion or not, just on their side? What would have to happen for you to believe they're legit contenders for a Super Bowl this year?
I would have to see the pass rush get better. I know we sound like a broken record, but I would definitely have to see the pass rush get better, and I'd have to see the offense really, truly perform against good teams. I don't want to be a downer here by any means or stretch of the imagination, but the 3 games going into the bye were the Cardinals, who are not a good football team, and that is me being very nice. The Panthers, who are showing signs of life. So it wasn't as easy a game as it looked like it was going to be before the season started, but still not the Rams, still not the Packers, and the Browns. So, yes, very tough defense. That offense, it's like malpractice, the Browns' offense and special teams when they have a defense like that, but that's a whole other segment. So I need to see them perform on all cylinders on offense against some of these better teams. I think they'll have a good game on Sunday against the Titans. I don't think it tells us much more about them. And first, they have to have it any given Sunday, but I don't think it'll tell us that much more about them than we knew. But then going on the road to Indy, even though the team is probably not as tough as it looked 4-6 weeks ago, how do they perform there on the road on Monday night? Then on a short week, how do they perform against a Bears team that's looking pretty good and pretty legit, that went toe-to-toe with the Packers and will have played them again before they play the 49ers? And how do they do against a very different Seahawks team than the team they saw in week 1, and it was a team they barely beat? So offensively, they're going to have to show me, not that they care what they show me, but offensively, they're going to have to show me that they really can put up points if the defense is not able to perform. And the defense has been great, but the pass rush is an issue. And like I said, I think in the playoffs, it's going to make a really big difference. Can the offense make up for it? So that's, for me, what I'm going to have to see in these next few weeks.
Speaking on the offensive side of the ball, Ricky Pearsall has played in the last 3 games, but definitely has not looked like himself since week 4. Just 5 catches for a total of 20 yards right now. Are you a little concerned with the way he's looked since that injury?
No, I wouldn't say I'm concerned. I think he's, coming off an injury, and there just haven't been as many opportunities for him. I wouldn't say I'm concerned just yet. I think also he will have been coming off a bye, which is probably really good for him after missing so much time coming back in, and see how he does in these next several weeks. I don't think there's reason for concern just yet. I'll say that. We can talk next Friday and we'll see how I feel about it.
We'll do next Friday. Tracy Sandler on the Fangirl Sports Network of the Fangirl Sports Network. You'll hear her on Sunday with myself and Todd Husak for Niners pregame. In terms of this game specifically, it feels to me, I know we're not talking about overlooking anybody, but it's necessary to me that they win this game by 2 scores. This is, by all accounts, a game they should win and win handily.
I agree with that, and that's kind of, I guess, what I was alluding to before with the offense. This should not be a game that they eke out. This should not be a game that's close at the end. I agree with you. I think they need to win this game by 2 scores to show that they are really able to compete and can go far in the playoffs, because this is a bad team that they're playing. And I know, like you said, you don't want to overlook it, but I could not agree with you more. They've got to really kind of blow them out a little bit.
Tracy, let me ask you this, because we keep talking pass rush in the final 4 games. I was asking Derek yesterday, because Matt Barrows put this out, like things to look for, award season, big achievements for the Niners, and maybe kind of a demerit is they have 16 sacks as a team right now. They got 3 in the last game against Cleveland. That was a season high in a game, right? The 3 sacks. They need 12 sacks in the final 4 games to reach their franchise low for a season, which is a total of 28 sacks. Over under 11.5 sacks for the Niners in the final 4 games. Do they get there?
Well, I don't think they do. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think I'm going under too.
That's a tall order.
It's tough to imagine.
It's
Hey, maybe
order.
Phillip Rivers, they'll get him like 6 or 7 times.
Maybe. But don't you feel like Phillip Rivers has the chance for that, like, that bump when someone fires a coach, the interim coach comes in, and, like, the team's amazing for, like, 2 weeks.
Yes.
Or a
That's
quarterback
exactly what I
goes
said
down.
to Derek,
Your quarterback, I remember Kirk Cousins went down in Minnesota a couple years ago. Josh Dobbs comes in and looks like the second coming of Joe Montana. I feel like Phillip Rivers may have that 2-game bump in him. Game 2 would be against the 49ers, so I would not overlook Phillip Rivers.
I call it the dead cat bounce, Tracy. That's what I say. I'm like, dude, a team that loses their coach and they hire a new one, I don't want to play him that week.
Yeah, 100%. I feel kind of similarly sometimes depending on the quarterback, but definitely agree with that on the coach. So I don't know, but Phillip Rivers is like, you just never know.
You do never know. Don't sleep on 44-year-old Phillip Rivers. Tracy, I do want to ask you about this. I don't want to bring the mood down, but we would be remiss if we didn't discuss a little Michigan football. And we know the details around Sharon Moore's firing are very dark, so we don't need to go there. But what are your thoughts on the state of the program right now as they try to find another head coach?
Well, who do you want? Who's your top choice?
My top choice is Kalen DeBoer. I'm not part of the search committee, but I think that's like everybody's top choice. I think Dillingham could also be. Yeah. Does it? I think Dillingham could also be a really good choice, but I think that's really where the focus is now. They've got to find a coach. They have to do it quickly, but they also have to find a coach that will immediately inspire confidence in the players that are there, the recruits that signed and that plan to come to Michigan. The transfer portal opens on January 2nd, and I think they have to be very steady and in place. So I think that has to be a focus. And I think then you also have to look at the situation with the assistants. A lot of guys have really close relationships with the assistants, and that's why they choose a school. So I think they have to tread lightly there. But at this point, I think who is the next head coach going to be? Find the right guy, but also find him swiftly and bring some balance to the program.
Tracy Sandler, the Fangirl Sports Network, the voice you hear. She'll be with myself and Todd Husak on Sunday, 10 a.m. right here on the Sports Leader for the Niners and the Titans. Tracy, great to talk to you as always, and nice to see you for 3 of the next 4, and maybe beyond that if the Niners make a playoff run.
I know.
Thanks, Tracy.
I was thinking that the other day. Bye, guys. Have a good one.
Bye. Thanks, Tracy. Tracy Sandler of the Fangirl Sports Network. Yeah, dude, I told you that the odds for the head coaching decision or choice for Michigan, number 1, according to Kalshi's odds placed were or that were posted was Kalen DeBoer of Alabama.
Now, why would Kalen DeBoer want to leave Alabama and go coach Michigan?
I never understand why anybody does anything unless it's an absolute jump up of a job. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. He is the successor to Lane Kiffin. This would be an easier successor
job.
You mean not to give it to Nick Saban.
He thinks he's Nick Saban.
He is not,
by the way, it just was announced that Utah's head coach Kyle Whittingham just stepped down. How old is he?
He's been there for a long time.
I wonder if he would be interested.
I kind of wondered if that was the situation.
Yeah.
He said that he was going to be staying on for the next 3 to 5 years in an advisory role.
So he's not going anywhere.
Okay. Well, people lie.
Take that back, dude. Yeah.
People lie.
Well, he might be saying that until he gets another offer from somewhere else.
Right.
I mean, a lot of times if your plan is to do that, maybe that means he's tired and he's willing to step away.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I mean, the guys who were coaches in college football prior to the change in the transfer portal and the NIL system, I think are exhausted and having to learn to catch up with this. Unless you're a guy like Lane Kiffin who was like, I was built to do this job.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's what what's his name, Dabo Swinney at Clemson has been bitching and moaning about.
Yeah.
Is how he's being viewed because he hasn't won in this era. There's a distinct line drawn in how college football finds levels of success, and so many teams have not skipped a beat. Alabama had a bit of a hiccup, and then right back to it. Georgia never missed anything. Ohio State never missed anything. There's a series of schools who really started to succeed because of it. I think BYU is one of those schools. Miami is clearly one of those schools in the last couple of years because some schools were made for the ability to pay players.
Right.
If you were already at the top of that list, like at Georgia or an Ohio State, it was a rich get richer situation.
I've seen the last couple of days, Michigan alumni personalities like Rich Eisen or Dave Portnoy or Taylor Lewan. Or Schefter say, like, they need a big personality when it comes to head coach. And I'm like, you're behind the 8 ball at this point. I don't know if you can find that guy.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that Biff Pogge's going to be their guy, but maybe like a Wink Martindale who's already on the staff as defensive coordinator. But then again, he's not the most warm and fuzzy guy towards the media.
Or recruiting necessarily.
Yeah, exactly.
Doesn't
that
make
too.
him a good recruiter. If I were Michigan, I think it's time to get away from Michigan men. You know what I mean? It's maybe time to go a different direction.
Yeah.
Maybe trying to find somebody who's not from
Honestly,
your school.
I would not be the least bit surprised if we start hearing that there's not a lot of options out there and John Gruden is given a call with Michigan.
Well, according to the odds makers, he has the 7th best odds to get the
7th?
Michigan gig.
Okay.
That would be incredible.
Well, that's not fantastic.
Quick check here, the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Dirty Work live from Almanac Brewing in Alameda for our 49er tailgate. But my friend Tiana yesterday told me that she got banned from Round Table restaurants, seemingly around the Bay Area, maybe beyond. She then tried to order from her boyfriend's phone. They recognized the address, and they pinged him and said, no, he's banned from ordering.
So they have it in the system all over the country that she...
I don't know if it's all over the country.
Well, actually, Round Table's not, yeah.
She's tried it at multiple Round Tables, and they won't deliver to her. She's got to use the loophole and go into, like, a third-party delivery service.
Yeah.
If you use, like, an Uber Eats or a DoorDash or something, she'd probably be all right.
There's plenty of good options for pizza in the Bay Area, but that's just weird where every single Round Table is like, nah, we have it out for you.
Well, they maybe put a flag in there about it. Anyway, I asked
it's been flagged.
You're in the system, yeah.
I asked people, have they been banned from anywhere? And tell us the story. 4156 says he got banned from a local golf course in San Juan Capistrano, California.
Capistrano.
When he was 13 years old, he got into it with a woman on the golf course. Turned out she was the owner of the golf course's sister. Yeah. The woman you scream at today may be related to the man who owns the golf course on the 9th green that you're playing at tomorrow. Dude, a lot of people. I can't believe how many members of the Filth, or maybe I should believe it, have been banned.
Oh, no, they're dirty round scoundrels, yeah.
747, man, I got banned from the Round Table in San Jose for double-decking the toilet. You can't, come on, man. You can't go upper deck on it.
All the Filth are cheering that on right now.
You're looking to get
You're disgusting human beings. You know that?
Yeah. You're looking to get banned if that's the case. 650 says, my friend got banned from Hooters for, okay. All right. Yeah, I figured as much. Yeah, come on, guys.
Probably should get banned, yeah.
Come on, guys. All right, more here from the Golden State Lumber in Showroom text line. 415 says, in 1996, I got banned from the North Point Safeway. I used to go to that Safeway.
Okay.
For walking out with a deli sandwich. They took my picture and info.
Well,
you committed a crime.
You stole the sandwich?
I don't think you were banned. I think you were arrested.
Yeah, dude, you were banned for shoplifting. Don't pass it off like you were just getting a sandwich.
You can put me in the special room with bars.
Come on, guys.
Maybe hold up a number.
We're talking about like banishments for lackadaisical stuff, like me throwing my phone across a bar. I thought that was pretty tame.
My buddy and I weren't banned, but we got kicked out of a mall in Chico for laughing loud like Pee Wee Herman. They just kept doing that through the mall. So they told them they had to
That's
leave.
pretty annoying.
That's a good reason.
That is pretty annoying.
My buddy Ethan and I, his mom, when we were like in middle school, she'd take us to she'd have to go to like Macy's or a department store.
Yeah.
And we would wait for her to go change her clothes, or I'd go try something on.
Right.
And we were like 13, 14. We'd go to the desk and say, hey, could you page our mom? We lost our mom. We'd be like, could Bernie Brem please come to the desk? And she's like, I'm like, Ethan, what are you doing? But we'd always wait for her to go change, or we'd hide in the clothes racks and say, pick me. We were never asked to leave anywhere, but I thought that was good harmless.
Just good mischief, yeah.
Good harmless
Nothing
mischief
wrong with that.
and pranking.
Nothing wrong with that at all.
When we were younger. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work live from Almanac Brewing here in Alameda, where we are going to catch up a little bit later at 3:50 with Marcus Thompson of The Athletic.
Well, he just texted me. He has to reschedule for 4:30.
So we'll catch up with Marcus Thompson at 4:30 of The Athletic.
And we'll call him on the right number, Danny.
The return of Steph Curry tonight against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Also, we'll talk to Tim Wright at 4:50 about the Niners and the Tennessee Titans. Pregame, 10 a.m. right here on Sunday on The Sports Leader. When we come on back, let's look at the rest of the slate across the NFL. Might be one of the best Sunday slates of the season. By the way, bye weeks are gone. No more teams on bye. So we got a lot to look at in terms of the 49ers coming up on Sunday. Baltimore at Cincinnati, the Chargers at the Chiefs, Bills, Patriots, plus Colts and Seahawks, Lions, Rams. Huge implications for the 49ers this weekend. But before we do that, I got to tell you how you can win 2 tickets to go see comedian Jim Gaffigan, who is coming to the Masonic in San Francisco right around the corner. By the way, June 14th of next year, a little flag day with Gaffigan.
Nice.
At the Masonic. All you got to do is listen for the cue to call between now and 6 o'clock. When you hear the cue to call, be caller 10 to the studio at 415-896-KNBR. And the Gaffigan tickets are yours, furnished by Live Nation. Get the rules at thesportsleader.com. Hey, Danny, back at our studios, what's the cue to call today?
Hey, y'all. It's the cue to call.
if you want tickets to
Jim Gaffigan
call
tickets
right
at
now.
the Masonic. Yeah, so when you hear that cue to call,
Something
big
like
caller
that.
10,
Close to that,
415-896-KNBR, and the tickets are yours. When we come on back, is this the best slate of football in the 2025 season for Week 15? We'll talk about it next, only here on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Are you looking for a way to spend your Friday afternoon? Head on over to Almanac in Alameda and join Copes, Depop, and Tim Webb. If you can't make it out to the East Bay, like myself, then keep it locked right here on The Sports Leader. And hey, if you plan on bringing the guys a gift, make sure it's in a Derek Papa approved bag for him to take on board.
It's Dirty Works 49ers Tailgate live from Almanac Adventureland and Brewery in Alameda on the Sports Leader.
Dirty Work with you live from Almanac Brewing in Alameda here. Great members of the Filth coming out. If you're at work or you're in the East Bay, dude, stop on by. They got a Christmas tree lot outside. They've got awesome pizza here at Almanac, plus Scolari's Burgers outside, and phenomenal beer that you can see sitting on our table here. They got stouts, they got hazies, they got light beers. They've got some sours that are fantastic. I love the Cherry Nova and the Sour Nova they've got here as Tim's rolling back with a light beer for me right now. Oh, no, that's
for himself.
Oh, that's his beer.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Tim always gets himself. Then
Tim's got himself, and then that's for me. Okay.
Oh,
nice.
never mind.
Nicely done, Tim. Well done. Anyway, we are live from Almanac Brewing, our 49er tailgate here ahead of Week 15. Dude, so many great members and loyal members of the Filth always make their way out here. Shout out to our guy, AJ Cruz.
Big birthday.
The Mexican-American dream, AJ Cruz, giving up for him his
Whoa,
birthday.
what are you talking about? They're not the same guy.
No, he's from parts unknown.
Yeah, exactly.
We've got Ernie Chavez here. We've got Pat H. Love getting some H on a Friday.
H in the meter, baby.
We got Tacky hanging out with us. I saw Rockin' New Era was here. Dude, Rockin' New Era came up to me because remember we told the story on Monday that Derek met up with many members of the Filth to watch some games on Sunday last weekend. They brought Danny a bunch of ketchup packets because Danny goes packet to mouth when he eats his ketchup.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything about Danny keeping that gift.
Well, that was sort of a gag gift.
Fine.
Derek was given some jerk sauce and some
jelly beans,
some spicy jelly beans,
a tin of jelly beans,
and he asked the Filth.
Also, I used some of those,
gifts.
Derek. All right.
All right, thank you, Dan.
He asked him to take them home and give them back to him on Friday. So I'm like, you told him you couldn't carry it home with you on BART. Rocket New Era is now telling us that he had a bag for you with the stuff in it.
I don't recall that at all. If it was such an issue that I asked him to bring it on Friday, they should have said something. Hey, take that bag with you.
Somebody did something nice for you to bring you a gift, and your thought was, it's not convenient for me now.
You know what? It's funny how the story becomes lacrosse is like I'm some bad guy. I went to them and I said, guys, listen, I came here on BART. And now, it's going to be a pain for me to take this stuff back. So do you mind bringing it on Friday? And they said it wasn't that big of a deal. AJ Cruz now is saying a different story. You're a liar, my friend. Don't sit there and lie on your birthday.
So then Rocket Era tells me he's got a story. He's like, dude, I was rolling over here to Almanac Brewing. I stopped to get gas on my way over. And he said, I went to the bathroom at the gas station, and there was a shady dude hanging outside of the gas station. I said, what do you mean there's a shady dude out there? He goes, hey, dude, are you rocking New Era? He said he recognized him by face from the YouTube chat. And
his face isn't on his profile
I know.
picture.
We were kind of surprised. We were like, this guy's a member of the Filth, and he recognized you, and he said, you headed to Almanac.
Sounds like a big creep.
He said, you headed to Almanac? Rockin' New Era said, yeah.
At a gas station.
I'm headed to Almanac. He said, you're going to go see Derek and Copes? He said, yeah, I'm going to see them. He said, I'm going to come by later, but can you give him this big old potato sack looking thing? And Rocket New Era pulled it out, dude. It's a Merry Christmas NBA grab bag, dude.
Nice.
An actual Christmas grab bag.
It's more of a Christmas bag, but we'll let it go.
Well done from Rocket New Era. Well, considering we didn't ever have a physical one anyway.
Well, it's a burlap sack, which is part of the deal.
It's a big old potato sack.
Now we were given a grab bag earlier this year, right, by loyal listeners of the Filth that sent one in.
It was more of a grab sack, yeah. That's more of a potato
That was the
sack.
one that I opened up prematurely before you guys saw it?
That's more true to the actual grab bag, though, I would say. But it's nice that he was able to pick
we'll fill it up.
Nice that he was able to pick one up for us. All right, Week 15. Some juicy games on the slate for Week 15. Is this, in your mind, the best slate of the season?
Hands down.
In terms of the matchups, the most amount of games, I mean, besides Week 1, Week 2, Week 3, and 4, where nobody's on bye, and you're getting head-to-head matchups, but you're still feeling teams out. So few players play in the preseason that it feels like it's preseason and there's some wonky football. So this late in the year, getting this many key matchups, and the ones that we're talking about, on the AFC side of things, there's some juicy games. Baltimore at Cincinnati.
Yep.
The sadness of Joe Burrow trying to take down the Ravens, who are still alive in the AFC North. You've got the Chargers at the Chiefs, all but eliminate the Chiefs in the win in this game. They have to win out just to have a shot.
Yeah, absolutely. No, they're 6-7. If they lose another game, they are, I think, I don't know if they're mathematically out, but yeah, it would be very dire straits for them going the rest of the way.
And maybe on paper, the game of the weekend, Bills at the Patriots. Is that your number one game for Sunday?
No, honestly, I mean, yes, Bills and Patriots for the morning slate, that's very intriguing, just because that's a little mini preview of can the Bills play a really good team before they get to the playoffs, and are the Patriots for real? Like, yes, they beat the Buffalo Bills earlier this year, and Buffalo was it was a close game. I think they got a field goal at the very end of that game for the Patriots to get that victory, and Josh Allen didn't play his best game. But yeah, this is a true test for the Buffalo Bills. Still keep them alive in the AFC East. For the Patriots, this is a test for them to prove if they're really good. So as far as the morning slate, yes, I'll be locked into that one. Chargers and Chiefs is intriguing just because we haven't seen those two teams play since Week 1. And are the Chargers for real, even with their offensive line issues? Yes, they beat the Eagles last week, but can you knock out the Chiefs? Can you now go to Arrowhead and eliminate them from the postseason? And then with the Baltimore Ravens, they had a bad performance 2 weeks ago against the Cincinnati Bengals where they had, I think, 6 turnovers. Can they rebound from that? Can Cincinnati, the way that Joe Burrow sounded a couple days ago sounds really depressed.
Well, yeah, but he is telling you he's been feeling that way for some time, and he played an incredible game last week in a loss and had his team up 2 scores in the second half against Buffalo. So I'm not really concerned about his being willing or able to play.
No. I'm not concerned about that. I just worry about the rest of the team where
I don't think
last year they were just playing to survive, where they were 4-8 at one point. They finished out the regular season going 9-8.
They went into the Week 18 though with an opportunity to make the playoffs.
They did, yes. They needed the Denver Broncos to lose that meaningless game.
They had to win and get help. And
exactly. So, Cincinnati, are they still playing for something at this point with a 4-9 record? I think Trey Hendrickson's out for the remainder of the season. So, Baltimore, they're right there. They lost a heartbreaker to the Pittsburgh Steelers a week ago. So, for the rest of the season, they kind of have to, I don't know if they have to win out, but damn near close to it. So, I locked into all 3 of those games, the morning slate. I'll be honest. I am going to watch the Niner game because it's my job. But the 49ers and Titans it's not high on my list of viewing when it comes to games this weekend, especially in the later slate, the afternoon slate. When you got Colts Seahawks, and we could see Phillip Rivers go up against the Seahawks. Packers and Broncos, that's huge for number one seed in the NFC if the Packers are able to leapfrog the Rams, if the Broncos can maintain that 1 seed over the New England Patriots. And then, of course, a game that I think Niners fans will be paying attention to, the Lions and Rams. Can the Lions stay alive and potentially knock out the 49ers if the Niners lose some games? Or, the Rams, if they lose a game, that puts the Niners in the driver's seat to get that 1 seed. So it could be very interesting for the NFC West this weekend.
Yeah, obviously the most important games of the weekend for the Niners outside of Tennessee are the Rams taking on the Lions and then the Seahawks taking on the Colts. The more likely scenario of the two is that the Lions get the Rams at the Rams. I'm not anticipating the Colts win or overcome a 13.5-point spread with Riley Leonard or Phillip Rivers against what we've seen from the Seattle defense. So the more likely scenario this weekend, if you're betting on which team is more likely to lose and help the Niners, it would be the Rams because the Lions are a better team.
Absolutely.
I don't think either team's going to lose this week, but as important as that Rams game is, they're a longer shot are the 49ers to get the 1 seed than they are to end up as the 5 seed. So watching Seattle right now and how they compete down the stretch is as big as anything because, again, if you have to be a team that goes on the road throughout the playoffs and not be a division champion, being the 5 seed in this scenario, considering the power or lack thereof of the NFC South, is far and away the most important element, I think, of the back part of the season. So a Seahawks loss prior to playing the Niners, even if it's to the Rams next week, Niners can still catch a break and have the Rams lose in week 17 or 18 and beat Seattle, but you've got a much better shot at finishing as the 5 if you get any Seattle loss between now and the end of the season. And if you finish at the 5, you're going to Tampa or you're going to Carolina. And if I'm not hosting games throughout the playoffs, that's as good of an opening game as you could ask for.
No, absolutely. And, I don't think the Seahawks' chances of losing this weekend are likely. I think that, if anything, the Colts have to have a perfect game plan defensively and get some turnovers from Sam Darnold. Make sure that he doesn't have that rhythm that he usually has beginning of games where he's very efficient, going 10 of 14, whatever it is to start a game. It's usually in the second half of games for the Seahawks where they get a little lackadaisical and have some turnovers. But I can't see that happening. It sounds very likely that Phillip Rivers is going to play in this game. And I'm very excited. It's going to be very interesting to see him play the 49ers in 2 weeks. But against this Seahawks defense that flies around, especially up there, this could be a blowout. And it's an interesting game because of what's going on. Both teams are above 500. The Colts are looking to get in the postseason. The Seahawks are trying to keep pace with the Rams. The Seahawks can't mess around here, so they definitely have to win that game. I could see the Lions going into L.A. and beating the Rams. I really could.
That's the more likely of the two scenarios.
Yeah, right? But just because of what we've seen in recent years where the Rams have gone to Detroit and faced Matthew Stafford and Jared Goff one time in a playoff game.
And week 1 last year.
Week 1 last year that went to overtime. I think that what we saw a couple weeks ago, yes, the Rams are a really good team. I agree with Tracy. They're the best team in the NFC right now, maybe the best team in all of football. But they are vulnerable in their secondary. And they have everything, everything else for as far as their defense and the front seven is pretty sound. But we've seen their corners, like I said the other day, they're long, but they're not big and physical. So guys like Amon-Ra St. Brown and Jameson Williams could get theirs, and nobody can stop Jahmyr Gibbs. I fully anticipate this game being high scoring. I could see it being like a 41-38 type of game, and then.
Why, you think the Rams defense is going to get cooked like that?
I wouldn't say cooked. It's just like that
type
type
of 38. That's their defense getting cooked.
I know, but like sometimes it's just that it's because that offense is that powerful, and that yes, there could be moments where Jared Verse or Brandon Fisk get to Jared Goff, but then he complete a deep pass. Jameson Williams is like, damn, okay, this secondary just can't compete with these Lions receivers right now.
Right, so, the only way that happens in my mind is if Detroit is able to run the ball. They've got to be able to run the ball against the Rams. Otherwise, if they become one-dimensional, they've just got to pick on the secondary. I've got more confidence in their ability to get to Goff. It's going to be all about them opening up with their creativity downfield by being – I mean, that's why they're so good in the passing game is because Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery in short yardage are incredible. Like
absolutely.
Gibbs is arguably the best running back in the game. You can make the case specifically this season. Probably Jonathan Taylor based on the year he's had, but Gibbs is right there near the top, and they've got, I think, a top 3 run game in football. So if they can run the ball, that could mean for a high-scoring game because of what you're talking about in the mismatches and speed in the secondary for the Rams versus the receivers of the Lions. I'm not all that confident in the Lions' defense. It's funny,
I'm not either.
They have better personnel than they had last year. They got Hutchinson back. Their O-line is not what it was a couple of seasons ago, and they still run the ball fairly effectively. But I don't totally see it as a game as like whoever has the ball last is going to win. I don't think it's as high scoring of a game as you think. I think they're probably in like the 26-23 range.
Okay, I mean, I could also see like the fact that the Lions kind of have a mini bye week to prepare for this game. I think the only way the Lions do win this game is it has to be a shootout. I don't think there's a scenario where the Lions defense can shut down these Rams receivers, Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams. So I think that's the only case they have. I think that, I could see where the Lions offense is that potent where the Rams have a hard time, stopping them on drives. So I do think it's going to be a close game.
So here, let me ask you this question. Yeah. Do you think then that it's the most points the Rams defense gives up all year? Their high watermark right now is they
31 against Carolina.
They allowed 33 to the Eagles.
Oh,
they lost
right.
that game on the block kick, but again, that was a bit of a misleading score there at the end. So I would say Carolina the 31.
Yeah, I could definitely see that happening. I could see it being where it's a 41-38 type of game. So, and I also think that, I could also see the Rams winning this game, not handily, but by 2 touchdowns just because Sean McVay knows Jared Goff very well and knows how to game plan against him. But then again, the last 2 times they faced each other, it's been close. So, yeah, I do think I think that's the most entertaining game as far as offense. Defensively, I'm looking at Packers and Broncos. It's going to be very interesting to see how Jordan Love plays against this Broncos defense. And I think that he's played well of late. Do you know this whole thing where during Toyotathon, Love plays so well where his stats are just remarkable in the month of December compared to earlier parts of the season? It's pretty remarkable the way that he's able to turn things around.
What's the Toyotathon reference?
For whatever reason, he has like 18 touchdowns to 3 interceptions.
Are you saying that people are just comparing his current run to the start of Toyotathon?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
So I didn't know I was like, what's the tie to Toyota? You were like, since Toyotathon. I was like, is he doing
the month of December? It's a big deal.
I thought he was doing some ad or something.
No. No, it's just a thing where he turns it on in the month of December for Jordan Love. But
I was like, it'd be hell of a thing for him to go international car maker while he's playing in Detroit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No, exactly. The Broncos have been playing close games for the majority of the season, so I think they'll be truly tested here with the Packers defensive line.
Okay, let me run down the games. You just tell me who you think is going to win, because we're kind of jumping all over here. Tell me who you think is going to win each one of these games of importance this week. Baltimore at Cincinnati.
I got to think Baltimore rebounds after losing 2 in a row against Cincinnati and Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
So, yeah, give me Baltimore.
At Cincinnati. Chargers at the Chiefs. They haven't played, by the way. The last time they met was week 1 in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil.
Yeah, it's been a while. Yeah, I'm going to say the Chiefs, even though they look terrible against the Texans offensively, I think they just have to stay alive against their AFC West opponents. So,
I think they win this one.
Yeah.
I think they win their next one. I think they lose to the Broncos on Christmas, and that buries them.
Yeah. I don't know.
They also get the Raiders, and they get somebody else bad at the end of the season. They have like 2 tough games, Chargers and Broncos. Then they get the Raiders and somebody else. It might be Titans.
Okay, would you put it on the possibility that the Chiefs win out, though?
No. Again, looking at I feel with Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs the way I feel about Steph Curry and the Warriors. Like, if they win out and go 10-7, that's a team nobody wants to play. Anyway, what's that, Tim? It is the Titans. They do play the Titans. Yeah. So it's these 2 games: Chargers, Broncos, Titans, Raiders.
Right.
So it's not off the table.
No, it's not.
If they get this one, I think it's definitely on the table. especially for a division game on a short week on Christmas. Like that's a weird game. I wouldn't be shocked at all if the Broncos were to lose that game.
Yeah, and I'm still like
They need help though, and it's far more likely. And Steve Young said this now that the Colts are in the position they're in, that the Chiefs have another avenue and out to get to the playoffs.
Definitely. But I also think that even with the Chargers right now, yes, they looked impressive on Monday night against the Eagles. Their defense has played very well. Still, Justin Herbert's getting beat up. He's got that broken hand. He got sacked 7 times. Their offensive line's not going to get any reinforcements back. So the Chargers are a good team. I could see them slipping up at the end of the season, too, and then the Chiefs could possibly leapfrog them to make the postseason.
They got to win this game for that to happen.
Exactly. But I don't think that's going to happen. I think the Chiefs get the victory.
Okay, Bills at Patriots.
I think the Bills have to be the more desperate team here, and I know the Patriots are coming off the bye, but in order for me to believe in the Buffalo Bills, and right now I believe in Josh Allen, I believe in their running game, I really don't believe in their receiving core right now, and I don't believe in their defense. But if they're going to show me something where they can make a run in the postseason, they have to win this game in New England. So give me the Bills.
You taking the Bills? I'm going to take the Patriots to win this game.
Okay.
Off the bye. And if the Patriots win this game, I might come in on Monday and say I think they're contenders for the AFC title.
Yeah.
If they win this game, I think it's on the table that I mean, it's on the table also, even if they're the 2 seed, that Denver stumbles in the second round and maybe the AFC Championship goes
absolutely
through New England, something you don't want to have to do in January. Colts at Seahawks, I think we're both on Seattle in that one. Packers at Broncos is an interesting one, and that's one that the Patriots will have their eye on.
Yeah, I think that right now the Packers are playing really well, and I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if they end up with the number 1 seed down the stretch here because the Rams have a tougher schedule playing the Lions this week in Seattle. We'll see what happens with the 49ers, but yeah, give me the Packers to win this game to beat them in Denver. The Broncos.
I'm on the opposite side of you. I think I'm taking Denver in this game. This would change my perception of the Packers, though, if they pull this out.
Yeah, I mean, this shows that I'm not really buying the top teams in the AFC right now, where the Patriots and Broncos, they're good teams, but if they face the likes of the Bills or the Packers, I think they end up losing.
I'm not buying the Packer offense yet.
Okay.
And I will if Jordan Love goes into Denver and beats one of the top defenses in the cold in December on the road against a team that's got 11 wins. Again, it's less about Bo Nix for me than it is about the defense for the Broncos. And then Lions at Rams. Who do you like there?
The Rams.
You like the Rams in a shootout?
Yeah, the Rams are favored by 6. I'll definitely take the Lions to cover, but give me the Rams to win this game because they know even though they only have 3 losses, they know just how one loss could jeopardize where their seeding is. And they have to keep pace with the Seahawks, they have to keep pace with the 49ers. So even though the Lions are definitely the more desperate team here, I'm going to take the Rams to win.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one, too. I think all 3 of the top teams in the NFC West win. I think Niners, Rams, and Seahawks all win, and they're in the same position going into that game, which would be phenomenal because the Rams and Seahawks would be tied record-wise for that Thursday night game. That'll be a lot of fun this coming Thursday. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. It's Dirty Work on a Friday, live from Almanac Brewing in Alameda. Come on by. We'll be here till 6, talking 49er football. We'll also get into some Warrior basketball with our guy Marcus Thompson, who's going to join us at 4:30. So why don't we kick back a little bit of our Warriors talk. When we come on back, let's get into the Robert Saleh news from earlier this week. There was a report that Robert Saleh had apparently turned down a very lucrative offer from the Raiders last offseason where he would rejoin Pete Carroll as his defensive coordinator, with the plan being that he would succeed Pete Carroll if and when that opening became available. What is likely for Robert Saleh this offseason? Do we expect him to leave for a head coaching job? We'll talk about it next. Dirty Work rolls on. It's the greatest show in America, and it's only here on the Sports Leader.
Live from Almanac Adventureland and Brewery in Alameda, this is Dirty Work's 49ers Tailgate on the Sports Leader.
Dirty Work on a Friday. Our 49er Tailgate rolls on from Almanac Brewing. At 4:30, we'll catch up with the best sports writer in the country. Marcus Thompson joins us for his weekly conversation. Warriors in action tonight against Minnesota. Steph Curry returns, and Anthony Edwards, per Pat H., producer Pat H., has been ruled out. How about that? Which means the Dubs will lose because teams don't play their stars, Dubs go down. That's the Pat H. call.
But no Draymond Green for the Warriors as well, so kind of ironic. Steph Curry returns from 2 weeks ago from his quad injury against the Houston Rockets, against the team that he was out against for the playoffs.
Yeah, we'll get into that a little bit more in just a bit. What are your thoughts on the likelihood that Robert Saleh is not back next year? Let me lay this out for you. Robert Saleh, there was a report earlier this week, multiple reporters, including our guy Mike Silver, who we trust, we know and love. Mike Silver have reported that the Raiders' hope this past offseason was to have Robert Saleh reunite with Pete Carroll, a guy he worked for in Seattle, in Las Vegas as the defensive coordinator. And then when Pete Carroll calls it a career, he did sign a 3-year deal, and he's how old? 70?
73.
73? So he signed a 3-year deal. Then he's going to run for office after that. When he wraps up as a head coach, he'll be prime age to run for office.
I'd vote for him.
Yeah. Anyway, the plan was to have him then succeed him as a head coach, which is, in my opinion, always a really weird at the professional level thing to do. In the college ranks, it feels like it's a more reasonable thing to promise somebody or to put into a contract, kind of like we've seen with Bill Belichick and
absolutely.
The guarantee that his son is going to get the job whenever it is that he leaves or exits. It's a weird thing for a school to do, but if in fact you have somebody, and I'm going to give an example here in the college ranks, if you have a situation like Duke basketball, where they lined up John Shire, a former player of Coach K, on the staff to effectively take over when it was that Coach K was going to retire. And they kind of knew in the last couple of years he was calling it a career. And Shire knew the program. Shire went to Duke. Shire understood the recruiting process. He was a guy that understood what they wanted Duke basketball to continue as, and he's done a great job carrying on that legacy. Yeah. That makes sense to me. At the pro ranks, where every year there are new jobs available, and every year the dynamic of which job is best that's available changes, it doesn't really make sense to me. Like, I wonder, does it make you wonder whether or not they were going to give Carroll a 3-year deal to begin with? Like, do you think if Saleh had agreed to that, it would have been a 2-year deal?
Maybe.
Like, I don't really know what the structure of that looks like, because then Robert Saleh's sitting there as a defensive coordinator. And let's say they have the year they're having anyway. Let's just say he's there, but it's the same results for the Raiders this year. I do think he would do a good job, but let's just say that they're still 2-11 or whatever they are.
Yeah.
He's sitting there now as the DC, being the heir to this coach as Pete Carroll.
Doesn't look as
And
good.
there's going to be 5 jobs open this year where he's like, well, some of these are better with good draft picks, where I can pick a quarterback, where I can start from scratch and build my own legacy, instead of being a guy who, when you're named the head coach in 3 years, has to carry the baggage of whatever the last 3 years were. You're not necessarily as peak of a hire when you take that job over, and it may not be an attractive job.
Well, that's what happened 25 years ago when Bill Parcells stepped down as the head coach of the Jets, and they said, okay, Bill Belichick, you're the coach of the wing. And he was like, well, I don't like this ownership group. I don't like this team anymore. I'm going to the New England Patriots. Also, at the same time, if Robert Saleh was the current defensive coordinator of the Raiders, and they're having this season they're having right now, and they're on the fence about bringing back Pete Carroll, why would they bring back Robert Saleh if the defense is just as bad? If he's part of this coaching staff, does it make sense to get rid of the whole coaching staff if Pete Carroll's going to be axed? So this goes back to the offseason where Mike Silver had this report that the Raiders wanted to do this, where they wanted Pete Carroll, but they wanted Robert Saleh to be the coach in waiting. And I remember talking to you about this whole thing where, does it make sense for Robert Saleh to come back with the 49ers? Is that the easy move? Is it just like every time like a New England assistant gets a head coaching job, it gets fired? I'm going back to Bill Belichick. I'm going back to what I know. And initially I was like, yeah, I want to do that if I'm Robert Saleh. You need to prove that you could do it with somebody else. You need to go to Cincinnati or another team to show that you're that innovative as a defensive mind. But then again, I'm like, yeah, but the Niners have that much cachet with the league that if you perform well with them and you turn that defensive round back to a playoff defense, they're going to get jobs again. And I didn't think about the fact that this offseason was totally different, where, yes, you still have Nick Bosa and Fred Warner, but you let go Dre Greenlaw and Talanoa Hufanga. And Robert Saleh had probably the hardest job ever, where he had those future Hall of Famers in Bosa and Warner, but you're having a lot of younger guys and rookies. So, and not to mention those guys got hurt. So this is the most impressive coaching job that Robert Saleh has done to this point with the 49ers. Now, Connor Orr of Sports Illustrated earlier this week said that the Raiders offered this, and Mike Silver already had this report months ago. And you think about the teams that would be interested in Robert Saleh, the Tennessee Titans, who they're playing this weekend, the Raiders. I remember Mike Silver joining us last week, and he said, is it wise of Robert Saleh to go after one of these jobs? Does he now have, that ability to say to these, as Mike said, these crappy franchises, to tell them, hey, listen, thanks but no thanks. There's a better job waiting for me. I'm going to stay with the 49ers. DeMeco Ryans was able to do that a couple years ago, where he was interviewing for jobs, and he said, no thanks, I'm waiting for the best opportunity, signed with the Houston Texans to be their head coach. I don't know if Robert Saleh is able to do that. All I know is he's going to have opportunities this offseason, where I didn't know if that was the case before, being a defensive coach and kind of the stink on him from the Jets job. But I think a lot of people in league circles now will be like, damn, this was very impressive. The way that Robert Saleh was able to turn this defense around and not have his mainstays on the defensive side of the football, very impressive. So I would anticipate that Robert Saleh gets a job, absolutely.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, I guess the next question is which jobs are going to be open this year?
Well, okay, let's look at Tennessee first, because that was a rumor for a little while that they want a leader of men type. They don't want to go back to the innovative offensive coach.
It's so funny. They had that.
I know.
They had that in Mike Vrabel, and they went to an AFC championship, and then they tore it down, and were like, let's go a different direction. And now they want to go back to what they did in the program they had while they watched their former head coach, a la Bruce Bochy, go back to his organization.
Well, dude, that's always the case.
What are we doing?
That's the case with some teams always. Like, remember years ago when the Philadelphia Eagles fired Andy Reid, and they were like, let's find someone different. How about Chip Kelly? He's innovative.
It was like you had the guy.
Yeah.
You had a short, stubby offensive dude.
He's making smoothies for our players. Yeah, that's going to be different. And then they fired Chip Kelly and went to Doug Peterson, who was an Andy Reid disciple.
Yeah.
So they always go back to what was comfortable. I guess that would be like a Mike Vrabel type to go back to Robert Saleh. The big thing that Robert Saleh is going to have to win over with owners and GMs is, who are you hiring offensively? Because in the past with the Jets, it was Mike LaFleur, Matt LaFleur's brother, and he knew him from the 49ers days. And he's the type of offensive coordinator that's good with a offensive coach. When you have a Sean McVay or a Kyle Shanahan, well, he's not the play caller. Then he had to hire Nathaniel Hackett to win over Aaron Rodgers to be the quarterback of that team. So it can't be about that. It has to be where Robert Saleh is like, how do I find the best offensive coordinator for Cam Ward? It's not going to be if Robert Saleh gets a job, it's not based on how do I build up the defense.
No, that trust is there. It's about building the staff. And that's
building up the staff, but
it's
it's also, can you be the right guy for a quarterback even though you're a defensive coach?
It's the question we ask frequently with Tony Vitello. Like,
yes.
how important is the staff that he's bringing in addition to him being hired with very little experience? no experience as a major league manager. I mean, how many jobs in total do you think will be open this year?
Well, let me just answer your question real quick. As far as like what jobs could be available, just to scratch off Tennessee.
Well, I was going to say some of the worst jobs are first-year not worst jobs. Some of the worst teams are first-year head coaches. Like my point I'm making is I don't believe New Orleans is an open job.
Not at all.
I think
Kellen Moore is, I think, won over the fan base there.
Right. I don't. I mean, Washington is 3-10. That's not going to be an open job.
No, Dan Quinn took his team to the NFC Championship game a year ago.
In his first year as the head coach.
I'll tell you what. I think Todd Bowles may be on the hot seat now after losing last night. And I think Raheem Morris could be on the hot seat as well. So I think those two jobs, the NFC South, will be open.
That's what I was thinking, too. Is Atlanta, but there's so many question marks where I just don't know the direction. I think Atlanta probably should be open. I don't think Raheem Morris is the guy. I think Tampa probably should be open.
Yep.
I don't think that's the right situation there. I think Todd Bowles is a great defensive coordinator. I think he's a really good head coach, but I just don't think that's a sustainable product.
We were even talking last offseason where Todd Bowles still had the job, but you see Liam Cohen walk out the door, and you see Dave Canales walk out the door to coach the Carolina Panthers. It's always going to be where some owners in this league are going to be like, I'd rather have the offensive play caller be my head coach, no matter what. Even though Todd Bowles has had success winning NFC South division championships, I'd rather have the innovative offensive mind.
There's no denying you win more in the NFL when you're an offensive team. You have to be an offensive team to win. And when you're an offensive team and you lose like the Eagles did, when you have as much invested in that offense financially and with high draft picks, and then you lose your offensive play caller the year that you win the Super Bowl, you watch the offense drop in the way that it has. I mean, that's why the fallback can always be with the 49ers, can the offense and Kyle be good enough? Can he scheme enough to make the offense productive? And we saw him do that this year with a backup quarterback and two tight ends who nobody had ever heard of having any sort of impact offensively, guys who had never had catches in the NFL. We saw him do that in spades with Mac Jones earlier this season. We've not seen the Eagles be able to correct their mishaps without their offensive mind. So when you have the offensive mind as your head coach, I think philosophically it's the best way to go because you don't risk any sort of reset or having to install a new program. I would say especially for a team that's drafting a young quarterback. Tim remembers this, and you probably do too, with Alex Smith. Yeah. How many different systems did he have in his first 6 years in the league? He had no repeating coordinators, and then his best year, I think they went 9-7 one year with Norv Turner. Yeah. And then Turner takes the Charger job, but he took it in the next offseason really late. Yeah. It was really late. And so
because Marty Schottenheimer was fired in the postseason.
Exactly. So then he takes the job really late. The Niners are out of a hiring cycle, and they go with Hostler to do was it Jim Hostler? Is that his name?
Do Jim Hostler.
Yeah, do the Hostler to take over the offense, and the Niners then regressed again. It was yet again Alex Smith has to learn a new system. So the continuity of a system allows for the offense to find success, especially if it's at a high level. So I'm with you that it's all about whether or not he hires the right staff around him, but then you run the risk of being successful and losing that talent on the coaching side.
Yeah, I would think the best scenario for Robert Saleh is go to a place that already has a quarterback. Like Tennessee would be a good landing spot where he just needs to find the right offensive coordinator for Cam Ward. He needs to build up that franchise with confidence and a winning mentality. With the Raiders, yes, you have Ashton Genty and Brock Bowers, but there's nothing attractive about that job besides Max Crosby. Now maybe that Robert Saleh sees it, he's like, damn, I really want to coach Max Crosby, but who's my quarterback? It's all going to be predicated on the success of the quarterback. So if you're the Raiders and you have the first overall pick and you want Fernando Mendoza, then I'm sure Robert Saleh's like, hey, I'm intrigued by that. But also, I think that a better situation would be a place where there's already a quarterback in place, like Tennessee, or even like the Cleveland Browns. I don't know if Shedeur Sanders is their answer. They may be looking to another quarterback when they have 2 first-round picks. All I know is Robert Saleh is going to have a chance to be a head coach again, but he needs to pick the right place. But I don't know if he's going to have his pick of the litter. Like when Mike Silver says last week, he can take a season off and say next offseason I'm going to look at other head coaching jobs. I don't know if that opportunity is always going to be there for defensive coaches.
Okay, so Tennessee, you believe we know is open because they have an interim coach. Yes. We know the Giants are open because they have an interim coach.
Oh yeah, Jackson Darwin. Again, I don't know if you want to go back to New York.
I don't think that's.
But that would be a good spot because there is a quarterback in place.
The Browns.
Yeah, you know what? I'm thinking more and more that Kevin Stefanski probably gets axed.
I think so too.
Which that would be unfair, but he's made some questionable moves the last few weeks here.
Do you think the Raiders' job is open again after this offseason?
Yeah. Even though they signed Pete Carroll to a 3-year contract, I'm sure Tom Brady and everybody involved are like, I mean, it's going to get better, and Pete's not getting any younger here. And I'm sure they would go after Saleh, considering all the reports of them wanting him to be the head coach in waiting. But I don't know if Saleh.
That price just got a lot higher.
Yeah, exactly. If you're Saleh, you're like, I know places that already have the quarterback, so I'd rather go to this team, and I'd rather like. Do I really want to go to the Raiders and have to compete with Mahomes and Justin Herbert and Bo Nix? Would I rather go to the AFC South where, Houston has a good defense, but let's see if they sign back C.J. Stroud. Let's see if Trevor Lawrence is the answer. We'll see what the Colts do quarterback-wise. I may have an opportunity to win with Tennessee. I think that may be the best spot for Robert Saleh.
But you do think the Raider job will be open this offseason? You think they're going to fire Pete Carroll? I'm going to go the other way. I don't think they fire Pete Carroll. I think they clean house around him. I don't think Chip Kelly's back. I don't think anybody else is back, really.
Well, Chip's already fired.
Chip's already been fired. I think they're going to hire a new offensive coordinator, and I think it's probably somebody who's in waiting as the interim. I think it's a short leash for Pete Carroll out of the gate.
Yeah, what do we know about Mark Davis? He's pretty cheap. I'd have to pay all that and not have a coach.
And they've changed coaches so frequently
I know.
in the last 6 years.
He definitely doesn't want to fire another coach. I definitely hear you about that one. There's also a rumor out there from Diana Rossini that maybe Pete just wants to step down altogether, and I have a hard time believing that. Well,
there's more. He waited a year. I don't think he's going to. This is it. This is his last go.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to go into retirement. I could see it going either way. I think that I'm sure a lot of people behind the scenes with the Raiders are like, damn, this is not what we anticipated. So is it best we just get out now? But then again, you're firing a legend in Pete Carroll.
I think it could go either way, too. But you think he's getting fired?
If I had to say right now, I lean in the direction of him getting axed.
It's Dirty Work on a Friday. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you live from Almanac Brewing in Alameda for our 49er tailgate as we're getting ready for the Niners and the Titans on Sunday. 1:25 kick from Levi Stadium. All the action starts at 10 a.m. right here on The Sports Leader with myself, Tracy Sandler, and Todd Husak for your 49er pre- and post-game. Marcus Thompson of The Athletic is going to join us at about 4:30 today talking some Warrior basketball and the return of Steph against Minnesota, who will not have Anthony Edwards tonight. We'll do that at 4:30. When we come on back, some of the best sounds from across the sports world that you might have missed. It's a Dirty Work Sound Soiree live from Alameda and Almanac Brewing, only here on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
It is a day that ends in Y, and you know what that means. We are giving away a prize here at the Sports Leader. Tune into Dirty Work today between 3 and 6 p.m. Listen for the cue to call, and you could win 2 tickets to see Jim Gaffigan at the Masonic in San Francisco on June 14th, 2026. Furnished by Live Nation. Find the official rules at thesportsleader.com.
It's Dirty Works 49ers Tailgate live from Almanac Adventureland and Brewery in Alameda on the Sports Leader.
Dirty Work on a Friday. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb live from Almanac Brewing in Alameda. Dirty Work goes east. First time we've gone to the East Bay this year. Somebody else said on the text line at 808 KNBR 415-808-5627, we're not in the East Bay, we're in the Mid Bay. No, it's East.
No, it's East Bay.
It's
and
East
also,
Bay.
we were here, we were not at this location, but we were at Almanac for the 49ers roundtable in West Oakland for Almanac.
Yeah, we did. We did our roundtable
Yes.
up there. That's right. Where Van showed up.
Yeah, who could forget Murph face planning with his Swiffer mop?
Yeah, Murph tried to,
Dude, by the
tried
way,
to body the filth, and it didn't work.
Didn't work.
So Van, remember last time, Van, when we saw him in West Oakland, he had the spicy beef jerky.
He had beef jerky that was like body ruining. Yeah.
Okay, so he gave me 3 bags. One that's Carolina Reaper, one that's just plain old spicy. That seems pretty tame. And then we got ghost pepper.
Would you do one right now?
Let's wait till the last segment. Let's wait till the last segment.
All right, Scoville boy.
Yeah,
You know what?
Hey, man, I'm trying to sound good for Tim Ryan.
We should probably call
Not
Mr.
so much Marcus Thompson.
Mr. E to fix your toilet afterwards.
Oh,
It's gonna
dude,
be
yeah,
bad.
Mr. E, the official plumber of Dirty Work. He's really doing the dirty work. Well, whenever we've got enough sound for it, and today is one of those days, we give you some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed. We call it the Dirty Work Sound Soiree.
This is
Dirty Works
Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, your Dirty Work Sound Soiree for Friday, December 12th, 2025, and it starts on the ice. The San Jose Sharks, the baby Sharks, who had hit a little bit of a rut as of late.
Yeah.
Weren't quite as hot as they were after they started picking up wins and Macklin Celebrini got hot. They picked up a huge win in a hostile environment last night, going up to Toronto to take on the Toronto Maple Leafs. They went up. Did they go down early, Tim? Or were they up
2-1?
They were up 1-0, though, weren't they?
They were up 1-0, and they were down 2-1 pretty quick after
And they were down
that.
2-1 pretty quick, and they weren't getting shots on goal. They went into the third period down 2-1. They get all the way to about a minute and a half remaining in the game.
No, sorry, Coach. Actually, you were right. They were down 2-0 last night.
They were down
and they
2-0,
came back.
then they scored. Yeah, down 2-0. Then they scored a goal in the second period. Then it goes late into the third period at the 18:25 mark. So about a minute and 35 remaining in the game. It's Klingberg who hits the game tie. They go to overtime, and then in under 3 minutes, the Sharks walk away with a Wenberg goal to win it. Here's the great Dan Luzanowski, the radio call on the Wenberg winner.
2-on-1 developing. Wenberg moving in. With that Wenberg in. Shot. Save. Rebound. Score. Alex Wenberg gets the winner for the Sharks in overtime. And a stunned crowd is going to go home with the San Jose Sharks winning by the score of 3-2.
15-14-3 are the Sharks now. And after they started, with a couple of really heartbreaking losses and overtime losses, Tim, would you say they're one of the better overtime teams in hockey this year?
They're definitely good because they're fast and they're young.
Yeah.
When you get to overtime, it's 4-on-4, so the ice really opens up and whatnot. It definitely benefits them. That being said, it also is not about the defense, which is the weak part of the team. So.
Yeah, right. Well, beautiful win for them last night, 3-2 up in Toronto in a hostile environment. Love to see that as sort of the fruits of the young Sharks. Right?
I think they've won their last 7 overtime games. And yeah, man, dude, like as Dieter Kurtenbach said last night, it's a big boy victory. And they've had some marquee wins this season, going on the road to face Toronto. They faced Carolina, the Hurricanes last week, and beat them.
It's been a lot of up and down though for the last couple of weeks.
No,
they put together a nice win streak at one point to get back near 500, and it's been win one, lose one, win two, lose one, lose two, win one. It's been a lot of up and down.
Well, they've been playing a lot with their primary goalie Yaroslav Askarov, who has been battling an illness. So Nedeljkovic has been very strong, but last night, huge win.
Huge win. Nedeljkovic got off to a tough start.
And a big one tomorrow. Not a lot of college football. No college football tomorrow unless you like Army and Navy. And the Heisman ceremony. So I'll be watching Sharks and Penguins tomorrow at 12 o'clock.
Yeah, noon tomorrow for the Sharks and the Gwins.
I'm not over it.
And, dude, the Gwins got them. It was pretty obvious.
Was your heart broken during that series, too?
Oh, I was devastated. I was at Game 3, which was the Donskoy overtime
I was
winner.
there for that one.
Oh, man, I lost my voice in the first 5 minutes, and I'm still pissed that they didn't
So a rematch of the Stanley Cup Finals from, 2016?
2016.
Is that right,
Oh,
Tim?
hold on. You had your heart set on them winning that series? It was going to be hard, like back then with Sidney Crosby to bring on that team.
Talk about, it was once you make it, you're there.
Yeah,
why not go for the win?
Well, they were in the midst of a big run where they had won a President's Trophy at one point, got eliminated in the first round by the Ducks. Like they had gone to the playoffs year after year, so it felt like they were at least battle tested to go. But there's also the Sidney Crosby, his one cup, sort of a team of destiny.
And not only that, like we talk about a lot of times about how Niner fans haven't experienced the wins, the younger generation, because they're just, they're younger, whatnot. Well, the Sharks have never won. And so to like have the one, especially to be there or even like be in contention for it, man, I wanted that. I'm still pissed off that we lost.
Adam Copeland, T-Pop,
It's the laughs along the way, Tim.
The sound soiree rolls on here from Almanac Brewing. Let's get into our second piece of sound here for the sound soiree. We started on the ice here. Let's move it over to the NFL. Todd Bowles.
Oh, yeah.
So the Buccaneers lose last night on that walk-off field goal by Zane Gonzalez. They fall to 7-7. 2 huge games for them in the final 3 weeks of the season. They got to take on Carolina, a home and away in Week 16 and Week 18. Division is on the line in the NFC South. Here's Todd Bowles on his reaction to the loss at the hands of the Atlanta Falcons last night.
It's inexcusable. You don't make excuses. You got to care enough where the shit hurts. You got to care enough where the shit hurts. It got to mean something to you. It's more than a job. It's your livelihood. How well do you know your job? How well can you do your job? Well, you can't sugarcoat that shit. It was inexcusable, and there's no answer for it. There's no excuse for it. That's what you tell them in the locker room. Look in the mirror.
I got 7 Fs and 3 S's.
It was 7.
7 Fs and 3 S's from Todd Bowles.
Yeah, he was not too happy about that.
Solid 10.
And that comes from, Todd Bowles has let it loose this year in post-game press conferences where after that game against the Jets, and he was like, when the Jets blocked the field goal returning, and he was like, you got to be F&S-ing me, man. and then he had a whole riff about like how he and the backup tight end were lovers, and everybody was like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, that was weird.
He got loose. Let's be real. Todd Bowles is fighting for his life right now, like Mark Jackson, where every loss, I'm sure the Glazers and ownership group of the Buccaneers are like, should we have let Liam Cohen leave, and should we have let Dave Canales leave? This guy's not helping us out right now. They're in free fall. Yes, I know what Todd Bowles is saying. He's pissed off at his team, and I think that more coaches should react this way. At the same time, he's definitely on the hot seat.
Rank them most likely to be fired. Todd Bowles, what's his name in Cleveland? I'm blanking on his name.
Kevin
Stefanski in Cleveland as the head coach, or Raheem Morris in Atlanta.
Number one.
Rank the 3.
Number one is Raheem Morris to me. I don't care that he won last night. That team should be a lot better than what they've been, and it's been a huge disappointment. Where
he's a defensive guy too, isn't he?
He's a defensive guy, and he got guys from the Rams. Zach Robinson, the quarterback coach that was with Matthew Stafford's the offensive play caller there. They decided to get Kirk Cousins and drafted Michael Penix. And I remember at one point Raheem Morris was like, we're going to have a lot of coaches on the staff because we're going to be good, and teams are going to pluck away our assistant coaches. That has not been the case. So number one to me is Raheem Morris. I would say Todd Bowles too, just because Todd Bowles is a very good defensive coach, but it's unfair. I think that owners are more inclined to fire defensive coaches than offensive coaches.
Well, especially if you think that you've got so many offensive weapons. If you've got Emeka Egbuka, you've got Bucky Irving, you've got Baker Mayfield, you think you have the makings of a top 10 offense in football.
Yeah.
And I think with the right people in place, you really might.
Yeah. And with Kevin Stefanski, I think it's been set up where the owner knows he screwed over the team by going after Deshaun Watson. So he's like, hey, let's just get by these next two seasons. But then again, you see Kevin Stefanski have this weird 2-point play that they tried last week against Tennessee. The inexplicable
what was that?
Yeah, the 4th and 1 decision against the 49ers. Kevin Stefanski's a 2-time coach of the year, but I think that his job might be on the line when the season's over.
He's of those 3 guys I just mentioned, though Kevin Stefanski, Todd Bowles, and Raheem Morris. I think it's on the table that all 3 or 2 of the 3 get fired.
Oh, yeah.
If Stefanski gets fired, I think he's the only one likely to end up a head coach again next season.
100%.
He's the most likely of the 3 to get hired yet again.
Because the other 2 are retreads. You had
Raheem
Todd
Morris
Bowles.
has already failed at one point.
Yeah, Raheem Morris failed.
In Denver?
No,
he was a coordinator there.
Raheem Morris was head coach of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
That's right, yeah.
And then Todd Bowles was head coach of the New York Jets. For Kevin Stefanski, even though things have not gone well with the Cleveland Browns, again, this is not fair, it's just the way it is. Offensive coaches will always get the benefit of the doubt. There will be another team that goes, you know what? Kevin Stefanski, 2-time coach of the year. He got the Cleveland Browns to the playoffs twice. I want that guy as my new head coach.
Here's what I would say, too, is like, if Todd Bowles lost his job, he's a guy I could see still down the road ending up as a head coach, or even being a guy who's named like an assistant head coach and coordinator for a team long term, and then if something goes wrong, he's the guy they put in place and he could maintain a job because he's had playoff success with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I think isn't Baker the last one to beat Tom Brady? Did the Bucs do that? Or did Dak do that?
Sorry, that was Dak.
That was Dak did that. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Baker didn't do that. Tom was with the Bucs,
right.
Of course. What I would say is that I think Bowles could end up a head coach again because the NFL's a league where if you're a head coach and you fail your first spot, you might get a chance at that second spot.
Yeah.
You might get a second opportunity like Raheem Morris.
Mm-hmm.
If you fail in 2 spots and never make the playoffs or never make a run or build anything sustainable, I think it makes it really tough to ever get a third opportunity. And Raheem Morris, I think, is at risk of kind of falling into that boat.
Yeah, well, let's be real. I mean, Todd Bowles is a good coach, but he really got that job because Bruce Arians stepped away.
You can't sugarcoat that.
Yeah, exactly. And with
Derek didn't. No.
It took Raheem Morris being a Super Bowl winning defensive coordinator to get an opportunity with the Falcons. It's just the way that owners see things sometimes when it comes to defensive coaches. Like Robert Saleh, I think that people, if there was just a normal season for the 49ers with Robert Saleh and they had a good defense, I think he would get some looks. But I think it's the fact that, wow, you're doing this without Fred Warner and Nick Bosa. You had to think outside the box and be a little more creative with your defense. That's what gets the eyes of owners in this league. So I think that, yes, it's going to be unfair, but I think that this will be the last time you see Todd Bowles and Raheem Morris get head coaching jobs.
All right, let's go back to the sound here. We have more Todd Bowles.
Oh, yeah.
How about this? We had Todd Bowles there, 7 Fs, 3 S's. Let's see what Todd Bowles has to say here. Todd Bowles saying the coaches have done the best they could. That's all they can do.
At this point, you've seen everything in the season. You know, the coaches have done everything they can do. This is a player-driven team in the last 4 or 5 weeks. You got to execute, and they got to hold each other accountable. As a coach, you can sit there till you blue in the face until they start holding each other accountable and doing the little things right. And that's not everybody. Now we're talking about a small select few, but the small select few is what's getting us beat. And until that happens, it's not going to get right. So we got to get up and go to work tomorrow. No matter how bad today looks, you got to put it behind you, and we got to win the last 3 games. We know that.
It's kind of funny to have one count where he says 7 Fs and then another one where he didn't say a single one.
He wanted to make a point.
Kind of cooled off by
you
that.
were waiting for the F.
Yeah,
I was too.
He was making a point in the previous cut where he wanted to make sure that people knew that he was angry, even though he has like kind of like that laid back tone. I don't blame Todd Bowles for saying that this is the fault of the players.
What does that mean though when he says it's been a player-driven team for the last 4 weeks or so? What does that mean?
Is that kind of an indictment on him?
Well, it was specific, so I was like, he's not just saying in general it's a player.
I think he's saying
he wasn't
that
saying players have to make plays. He said for the last 4 weeks. So what is he indicating?
I think he's saying that I don't need to be the type of coach that tell this team what to do. They know what to do. They've been the NFC South champions the last 2 years. I don't need to motivate them. Does he sound like he's a motivating guy? No. I think what he's saying. I think what also he's saying is I'm pissed off at my team. And I remember years ago, and Mac Van will remember this. Hugh Jackson, the last game of the regular season. They lost the game to the Chargers, were knocked out of the postseason, and then Hugh Jackson got fired because of a press conference where he said, I blame my team. I'm pissed off on my team right now, and that's why Mark Davis was like, when you start calling your team out, that's when I say you're out of here. That's where I think Todd Bowles may lose his job because he said all the right things. I don't blame him. But when you start throwing the team under the bus, that's when the ownership group is like, all right, you need to take some accountability here.
We got to be the stupidest team in America.
That's what that Bill Callahan lost his job with that statement, too.
Yeah, he could be talking trash.
What's that?
Yeah, Van's saying that Hugh Jackson didn't take a shower before the press conference.
Yeah, he also had some Irish coffee with a pedicure too.
Okay.
It was a weird guy, Hugh Jackson.
Let's go back out to some sound here. Another piece of sound. Mitch Morse, former O lineman. He's on the Kevin Clark podcast, as you well know. And Mitch Morse was asked how often. Dude, is he asking about football players how often they crap their pants while
Absolutely,
they play?
yep.
So Mitch Morse, former O lineman, on the Kevin Clark podcast, he's talking about how often players in the NFL crap their pants while they're playing. Here you go.
But the funniest thing that I think I can talk about with putting names is in 2023, I was feeling a little under the weather, so I got 2 IVs, and they called ringer bags, so it's extra salt. And I'm in a play action pass in the 4th quarter, and I just deuce my pants quickly and violently. And I just run off the field, and they somehow know. And I go into the concussion tent, and I've had a bunch of concussions in my career, so my family's like freaking out. And then I come out, play a game later, and they called it a wardrobe malfunction. So if you ever see something that says a wardrobe malfunction on a report about a medical thing, that's someone who deuced their pants.
I like just straight. I like the term "deuced my pants."
Yeah.
It's really funny, dude. deuced it.
It incited the giggle in all three
I
of
like,
us.
I like that. I like that he also that they sent him into the medical tent, dude. He's into the
It's a
blue
medical emergency,
He's
man.
into the blue tent, and everyone's like, "Oh no, what's going on?" You're looking for a sideline report. Turns out everything's okay. He just had a wardrobe malfunction.
Yeah.
Now you saw the first ever, to my knowledge, the first ever terminology for a wardrobe malfunction was used. Super Bowl 32.
I was
believe,
there.
Right? Super Bowl 32. Patriots and the Panthers. Janet Jackson at the halftime.
I had my binoculars at the right time.
Derek was in person for the first known wardrobe malfunction.
Yeah, no, that was a good Super Bowl. It was a it was a good game. It was a good halftime show.
Yeah.
I had a blast.
Yeah, it was a good game too.
Yes.
And then with the Panthers made a comeback in the second half.
Yeah, I think
D'Angelo Williams and was he on that team?
Yeah, no. It was Deshaun Foster.
Deshaun Foster, that's what I'm thinking.
And Stephen Davis. And Muhsin Muhammad.
Steve Smith.
And Steve Smith. And I want to say the Carolina
Julius
Panthers.
Peppers was on that
Julius
team?
Peppers. I want to say the Panthers scored 3 touchdowns in that fourth quarter. And then
Vinatieri again.
Yeah, John Casey, though, he set it up with a bad. He had a kickoff return go out of bounds. And the Patriots got on the 40-yard line. That's which set up their drive. But I've heard this all the time. Like Mark Schlereth, he was notorious for when the Denver Broncos, he was like, you know what? I'm uncomfortable enough. I got 2 bad knees. I'm blocking guys. If I have to go, I just go when I'm playing in a game. So he would just, pee on himself.
Wow. That's ridiculous. And I feel like the excuse is not warranted. I'm blocking guys. Yeah, good.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
I'm uncomfortable.
It has nothing to do with going to the bathroom.
And honestly, if that's the case, most guys are not going to come after me. If you're a defensive lineman, I'm covered in pee, you're not going to come after me.
You get hit so hard you get hit so hard it knocks it out of you.
Violently.
Yeah, dude, quickly and violently deuced my pants. Like if it gets knocked out of you, it's a physical game. I get that.
Yeah.
What I'm not getting is, it was a long day. That's basically what he told me.
Yeah.
I was right there playing football. It's a long day. I'm like, dude, that's not a thing.
Well, also,
That's
he went
not
into
a
the
thing.
blue tent, so somebody goes in there for a concussion and there's crap everywhere because this guy couldn't handle it. That's
Can you imagine that?
Some of the real injury.
It adds to the concussion where it's like, oh god, my head.
I don't want to go to the blue tent either.
That is your Dirty Work Sound Soiree for Friday, December 12th, 2025. Marcus Thompson of The Athletic, best sports writer in the country. He joins us coming up at 4:30, 4:50. Tim Ryan will talk to us about what he's looking at for the Niners and the Titans as the Niners come out of the bye for Week 15. And then at 5:30, Larry Krueger. Plus, we got up with Kyle Shanahan yesterday.
The replay leader.
We'll play that for you at 5:15 on the replay leader. When we come on back, Steph Curry returns to action after missing 5 games for the Warriors. He also checked in on the Jonathan Kuminga fiasco. We'll get to that next. The Warriors take on Minnesota tonight without Anthony Edwards. We'll do that next. And then Marcus Thompson at 4:30. It's Dirty Work, and it's only here on the Sports Leader.
I tried to fart and came out. I just shorted.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Matt Mayoko, NBC Sports Bay Area extraordinaire. He joined the Gregs this morning to discuss the latest Niners injury news and preview their Week 15 matchup against the Titans. What do you expect from the Niners coming off their bye week? Let us know in the YouTube chat or give us a call at 415-808-KNBR.
live from Almanac Adventureland and Brewery in Alameda. This is Dirty Work's 49ers Tailgate on the Sports Leader.
Dirty Work on a Friday, a ska Friday, don't you know?
Just started the ska.
Yes, we just kicked in the ska on
Don't
a ska
think we
Friday.
haven't noticed all the Christmas songs, Dan.
It's not a rotator Friday, okay?
We're at the Almanac Adventureland here in Alameda at Almanac Brewing. Great food, great beer. Come on by and hang out. We'll be here until 6 o'clock. Dirty Work rolls on for our 49er tailgate ahead of Week 15, the Niners and the Tennessee Titans. Marcus Thompson going to join us in just a few minutes here talking some Warrior basketball as Steph Curry returns to the floor tonight, and it is still pre-Christmas.
Yes.
Which means...
You're not watching?
No, it just means it's not all that important, right?
No, not right now. Yes, I agree that once we start getting into the holidays, then things get important for the Warriors. Like a year ago when they faced the Lakers and they lost that heartbreaker, that's when I was like, okay, you need to start making some trades. And it became apparent after that where their offense was abysmal and Steph Curry didn't have any answers for how this team improves. But, yeah, it's good to see Steph come back tonight. And we just got to see if this team still has its rhythm. Like, I know some people are be like, okay, well, now they got Pat Spencer and they're figuring his role out. You know, things look good offensively against the Chicago Bulls and Cleveland Cavaliers. Let's see how it works when Steph plays and when Draymond plays. And, you know, I thought Steph was pretty honest about Jonathan Kuminga yesterday. I thought Steve Kerr was pretty honest. The thing with me is Steve's always been honest about Kuminga to an extent, but it's always been at the end of the year where he could be reflective and be like, yeah, you know, we try to get Jonathan more involved. I thought he looked really good in those playoff games against the Timberwolves, but we got to see if his place is here or someplace else. For him to say that during the season, I think is pretty telling, where everybody involved knows, and they're not sugarcoating it for, you know, the fans and the media. We all know what's happening. As soon as he got the contract, we were like, okay, when's the day that he could be traded? It's January 15th. So the fact that Steve is open and honest and saying, like, it's tough for guys like Moses Moody and Kuminga to play with trade rumors. He's acknowledging that. And there's some things that I kind of roll my eyes out when they're like, well, you know, he's a young player. He's still figuring things out. He's not that young anymore. I understand he played in the Congo, and so he had to, you know, find his footing and everything. But it's different. No, I mean, no, seriously.
No, I hear you. He's still. I will say he is still very young. I will say he's not.
I get it.
I would say he's not as inexperienced.
Yeah.
Right. Like he's had numerous opportunities, which is the point you're making. It's not year 1, year 2, year 3. He has an NBA championship ring. He was a rookie when they beat the Celtics. I'm not saying that's experience. I'm saying to your point. I'm not going to say he's not young because he is young. I'm saying he is. Yeah, he got here at 19 years old. He's 23.
No, he's very young.
So he's still very young, and it's probably been a really hard and difficult adaptation based on what you've said about the life you lived prior to the NBA.
Right.
So it's a difficult adaptation for any teenager who gets to the league, let alone one who joins a difficult situation in that he's asked to play a key contributing role for a championship caliber team with one of the greatest of all time, paired with the fact that they kind of view him, or the ownership has viewed him, as the heir apparent and the future of the organization. So, it is interesting to hear Steve be reflective on that in season. I'm with you on that front. Steph Curry, do we have the sound from Steph?
We do, yes.
So Steph Curry spoke about this yesterday. He's going to return today after a 5-game absence, and he spoke at length. By the way, he talked about Pat Spencer as well.
Yeah.
And how he's played. He said, remember Pat Spencer hit that big shot, was it Chicago? And he said, I'm that MFer.
Yep. Philly.
In Philly, and he screamed that to the crowd. They asked Steph Curry about that moment, and he said, that didn't surprise me at all because that's who he's been on and off the court. Steph said about a week after he met him, they were scrimmaging and playing like one-on-one against each other. He said, this guy was talking trash to me.
Hell yeah.
To the point where Steph was like, who the hell is this guy? Rolling up and at 26
Now, the difference
years old.
between Steph and Michael Jordan is Steph didn't punch him in the face.
No, it's a little bit different. No, Steph was kind of like, dude, this guy's got that dog in him. I'm ready for this. So we got Steph Curry here. Steph Curry on what's going on with Jonathan Kuminga. Steve Kerr spoke about it the other day. What does Steph Curry think is going on, and what does Kuminga need to focus on?
Really, the hardest part is whether it's going well or whether it's not losing your spirit. That's been JK's challenge as a young player. Is things change so quickly, and there's all these declarations about what or who he is as a player, does he fit, and all that type of stuff. And we still have high hopes that he'll impact our team this year, but it's just an idea you can't lose your spirit if things aren't going your way, because you're a game or two away from it coming right back to you. And if you've checked out or if you're still not engaged in the learning process, then you might miss your moment on the back end. So it is a back and forth, and it's a responsibility of both sides. As a team, it's our job to support him because we know he's a great dude, very talented player, and we still, again, have belief that he can help us.
Yeah, Steph did say, like, at length when he talked more about this, and he was as honest, I think, as he could be.
Yeah.
Is that he knows that in his young career he struggled with, and he didn't say confidence, but with the back and forth where it's to the bench, to the rotation, to the lineup, to the bench, where he says it's hard to know as a rookie or as a young player how to stay ready, right? To know you're going to be called on, it could be 2 games. You're playing on a team like Jimmy said the other day. He said, I'm not going to miss one more game. I'm probably going to miss a few more games based on age, based on strategic rest near the end of the season, based on back-to-backs and whatnot. He said he's got to know that in 2 days he could be called upon for a major role. So Steph saying not losing your focus and your confidence is certainly a big part of that. But Steph also talked kind of specifically about things that could happen to you in a game, and I couldn't tell if he was talking about him or if he was talking about Kuminga, because he did reference something specific in his second season. He said, I didn't play a lot of fourth quarters in my second season. Yeah. He said it was really tough for me entering year 3 knowing how to handle the end of games because you just didn't have the experience because they weren't ready to put him in those roles yet. How do you behave in a close game at the end of a close game? Now, there's very few situations Kuminga has not been a part of. The issue I think we all have is that he hasn't claimed the role that's been handed to him or the opportunity that's been up for grabs on a couple of different occasions, and we've seen guys on either side of him, in Pat Spencer, in Guy Santos, in Moses Moody, go and do the exact opposite.
I mean, Steph says all the right things as the leader of the team, but I feel like he's had to say that constantly when it comes to Kuminga. And if we played the clip...
Yeah, he's being a leader there for sure.
Of course, but I feel like I've heard Steph say that so much about Kuminga, and hear what he's saying there was, are you checked in? Are you, like, prior to that cut, there's something he says prior to this where he talks about how, did you do all the right things that coaches ask you? He's basically saying, yes, it's hard on Jonathan because it's been a lot of, am I playing, am I not playing? But also, Steph acknowledges he hasn't done the things that Steve has asked him to do. And if we go back to last offseason when they were having the end-of-the-year press conferences, Steph and Draymond are saying the same things that Steve Kerr's saying right now, where we want the best for Jonathan, whether it's here or someplace else. It just feels like we've been talking about this ad nauseum for so time, where we saw glimpses of Jonathan Kuminga at the beginning of the season. He rebounded well. He passed well. But it always goes back to these press conferences that the 3 guys have that pretty much dictate what goes on with this franchise.
Yeah, but we only have these press conferences when things aren't going well for him.
Right.
It's about his inability to do this at a consistent rate or for a long period of time to prove, like we said, in the first 5 games and they were 4-1, we had that whole discussion about whether or not that meant more than it did last year when they were 12-4, right? When they started the season really, really hot. There were questions about whether or not this was a sustainable product. Thank you, miss. We're on the radio. No problem. It's there. Just step over it. You know what I mean? What you want from me? You know what I mean? Dirty work with you on a Friday from Almanac Brewing in Alameda. I know what you want me to do, man. I'm doing the show. I didn't plug anything in.
Right.
Tim, get on that. Make sure those cords aren't there to be stepped on. Like they weren't covered. You know what I mean? Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. You fried my brain. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Just told me about it. You know what I mean? I'm a help desk if you need any other information. We got plenty more to come here from Almanac Brewing in Alameda. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. When we come on back, Marcus Thompson, one of the best sports writers, if not the best in the country, joins us for his weekly conversation. We'll talk to him not just about the Warriors and the return of Steph Curry. I want to pick his brain about the 49ers. He's had a lot of Niner games. He covers the Niners as well. What does he need to see to believe that they're contenders here in the final month of the season?
Right.
Dirty Work rolls on. It's live from Almanac Brewing in Alameda, only here on the Sports Leader.
Live from Almanac Adventureland and Brewery in Alameda, this is Dirty Works 49ers Tailgate on the Sports Leader.
Dirty Work on a Friday, live from Almanac Brewing in Alameda. Came to the East Bay for our Niner Tailgate today. Joining us courtesy of the UMA guest line is Marcus Thompson of The Athletic, the best sports writer in the country, joins us for his weekly conversation. What up, Marcus? How you doing, bro?
What up, Marcus?
What's going on? How we doing?
Oh, we're chilling, man. We're good. Out of the bye week. Steph Curry back tonight.
And we called you on the right number this week.
Yeah, how about that, dude? We got you on time and on the right number.
I don't know, man. You sure you didn't get a busy signal?
I don't know. Tim's here, so it's hard to screw up the call when he's sitting next to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to mess that up. Marcus Thompson with us. Steph Curry returns tonight. First time in 5 games, but no Anthony Edwards for Minnesota or Mike Conley, so Warriors are in trouble, I'd imagine, right?
Yeah, that's
how it goes down.
It's supposed to be good news, but it's actually terrible. It means
right, exactly.
Dante DiVincenzo is going to drop 30, right? It means something like that, like Rob Dillingham is coming off the bench and going insane. Like it's unbelievable. Worse, it means less Pat Spencer, and I don't know if that's a good thing. We might need more Pat Spencer out of the Warriors now.
So, Marcus, interesting press conference on Wednesday from Steve Kerr. We've heard Steve Kerr discuss Jonathan Kuminga's future after his season is over, but have you ever heard him be as open mid-season as he was on Wednesday, discussing that Kuminga may be on a different team come January 15th?
Nah, this is over. Like, this is like that couple willing to say divorce out loud.
Yeah.
I think everybody's tired, right? And the odd part is we knew this was coming, right? I mean, not me. I was the one saying Kuminga's never leaving this team. But, like, everybody else knew that we've seen 4 years of it, and it was probably going to happen again. Steve has his philosophy as a coach. Jonathan Kuminga is the player he is, and it probably wouldn't work. And so now that we're here, it's just like, wow, we're really here, right? It's crazy to the point where it's like, yeah, you're not playing, and I have no idea when you're coming back to the rotation. This is not like playoffs. Remember, this happened in the playoffs. This happened when it's like, okay, we're going over matchups, and we're really trying to win the series, and it's hardcore. Like, yo, this is December. We're not even at Christmas yet. And it's like, yeah, nah, you can't play. So January 15th is the countdown.
Yep.
I mean, Marcus Thompson, the voice you hear, this is the man who famously proclaimed on the Sports Leader, man, KD out. I mean, I ran with that for years. Are you going Kuminga out? January 15th, we should expect it shortly thereafter?
You know, here's the thing, though.
Oh?
Steve Kerr don't pull the trigger on the trade. So the thing that I keep hearing is they won't just give them away. And, you know, they have a team option at the end. I don't think it's completely off the table that he just rides out this year and they let him walk. I think that they've got to get an offer they want. It's going to be a part of something bigger, and the question is whether they can actually go make a trade. But the word we're getting is they're just not going to give him away for nothing.
So, I mean, the question I have, and we heard Steph talk about him yesterday, and you always wonder, I mean, Steph was being a leader in how he talked about it. Jimmy, I thought, was being a leader when he spoke about Kuminga last week when he was benched for the first time and was asked about it after the game and how this situation has gone down when he found out that he wasn't going to start anymore. But if you were to give truth serum to, like, Steph and Draymond, and really those two guys are the ones I'm talking about mostly, like, do they believe, I mean, these guys know they've been around long enough, do they believe he's a contributor to a championship caliber team? If you were to ask them, what do you think they think of his role on the team? Do they think he can help?
I think they're just like the rest of us, right? Like, it's really hard to deny the evidence, but your understanding of the game sees how it could work. Right? When you look at Jonathan Kuminga, you look at his talent, you look at his explosiveness, you look at his knack for scoring, you look at his ability to get to the free throw line. Like, it makes sense, right? It makes, like, it adds up on the, like, as you put together how this could work. Like, remember Draymond was saying, like, man, this is yours, right? He's, like, publicly saying, it's your time. You know, this league is spread out, and it's a lot of ISO. You look at Oklahoma City, it's all ISO. You know, Lakers, all ISO. Houston, all ISO. His best bet is as an ISO player, and the Warriors don't really have ISO players. So you can look and say, man, we need some ISO, and he can do ISO. But also, it's really hard to go against the evidence of when he's on the floor, something's not working well, right? Something's not clicking. So I think they're in the same place as many of us.
Talking to Marcus Thompson on the Uma guest line. Steve was asked about the fact that Kuminga being a DMP the other night wouldn't, could that hurt his trade value? And he doesn't think about that stuff. So, how much do you truly think that could hurt his trade value? And considering his effectiveness during the playoffs against Minnesota, I mean, I know he was just a DMP the other night, and Steve never puts things in absolute. Do you expect him to play tonight with Draymond not playing tonight?
I do think he will play in situations, right? I think there's this kind of idea that Steve Kerr is just like, I'm not playing him because I don't want to play him. I don't think that's what he's doing. I think he's looking at rotations, and he's just not going to force Kuminga into rotation, right? So in some of these rotations, like, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. If you look and Guy Santos is better in a rotation, he's just past the point where he's saying, I'm going to play Kuminga anyway, even though this ain't good for the rotation. So I do think when people are out, it changes. Right now, it's like, okay, now what's some rotations that work? And now you start going to rotations that work without Draymond or without Jimmy or without Horford. And then you'll see Kuminga come back in. I just don't think he's going to force it. So I could see him actually playing, considering, what's up. And then the way they play in Minnesota, like, ideally, you want to get some athleticism out there. And who knows? If Guy's not going well, maybe he puts him out there. It's just tricky. I just think Steve is saying, I'm not going to make it happen. I'm going to play it when it makes sense for our chance to win.
Talking to Marcus Thompson of The Athletic on the Uma guest line. Just switching gears here, Marcus, as the 49ers come out of the bye week. I mean, the NFC and the NFL in general, I mean, it seems like a way different year. Like, it's seemingly wide open. I think the Rams are the best team in the NFC, but the Niners still, with one game of help, if the Rams lose, can control some of their own destiny and their own fate here. So what has to happen for you in the last 4 weeks with the Niners to prove that they're contenders?
I don't even know, man. This is crazy. Like, you look at this and it's like, it just doesn't make sense. How are we here? Like, really,
right.
How are we here? I don't understand it. If you're the Rams, you got to be shook. Like, this team won't go away, And that's the part about being like an underdog and losing expectations. Like, it is galvanized. And then remember, it was like easy schedule. Man, their schedule it turned out to be not that easy. So they're beating like good teams. Like, it's crazy. Should just say they take care of Tennessee, right? Like, you started looking at like home field advantage. Like, do you go for the number one seed? Like, this is, I can't even comprehend what's happening here. This is crazy. I think they are contenders. I just don't know how, right? That's the part that's befuddling me. Maybe when they get to the postseason, we'll start to see the effects of not having these kind of star figures. But right now, the way they play and the way that they can rely on depth and just plug pieces, because there's not clear and above players of, they don't have these high ceiling players. They've got a bunch of good players who can play a role. It feels like they're a problem and other teams should be scared. I just can't fathom it. Like, once they win the Super Bowl like this, like, for real, like, they've had all these superstars and they've been there, and they get here with like Jair Brown and like Ricky Pearsall. Like, that would be insane.
Sky Moore. Yeah, right. Yeah.
It's just crazy to fathom that this is real, but it feels like it's real. It looks real. Like, looking at the numbers, it's real.
Talking to Marcus Thompson on the Uma guest line. You wrote an article about the Warriors' turnovers and how it's kind of hurting them more than it has in the past. They've always been turnover prone, and you laid out a lot of reasons why they can't be that team anymore. But do you think it's, not to simplify it, but do you think it's because they're just not as dominant as they used to be? They're not hitting three-pointers like they did back in the day. They don't have Kevin Durant. They can't afford to have these turnovers because they're just not as good as they used to be.
I mean, that's the essence of it, but I also think they are lacking very specific types of players, right? Like they don't have a Klay Thompson who just, like if you leave him open, man, he's gonna go crazy. Especially like, I wouldn't say peak Klay, but even he had a rough time in his last few, years here, but he could go off if you leave him open. They don't have that many guys. As a matter of fact, like just about all their guys, they get open shots. Nobody gets more wide open threes than the Warriors, and they're still they can be hot, they can be off. So I do think they missed that. They had a Jordan Poole, right? Another guy who could just go and run the offense, and you can put him next to, Steph. They had an Andrew Wiggins, right, who could get downhill and go create. I just think some of those, the type of players who can create offense, and then the type of players who just reliably hit threes, they just don't have as many of those as they used to. So it does feel like it's not like they aren't as potent, but the very reason they aren't as potent creates the turnover problem. They just don't have the guys who can create, who can handle the ball and go against pressure and be okay. Like they just don't have that, and they've always had those kind of release valves before.
Marcus Thompson, the voice you hear of The Athletic. We do it with him every Friday, the best sports writer in the country. Where are you at this weekend, Marcus? You going to be at Niners-Titans, or you got Warriors playing Sunday?
Man, why don't you keep doing this to me? I'll probably be at Niners-Titans just because I'm covering the Super Bowl champions. Like, what are we doing? Right? Like,
yeah, that's it, man.
Book it. It's like, just stop fighting it, right? Just stop fighting it. They're growing. Kyle Shanahan's going with Coach of the Year. Christian McCaffrey might as well be MVP by the time this is all said and done. Like, what are we doing here? I'm on board. I'm tired of resisting. I'm going to cover the Super Bowl champions.
All right, I'll see you on Sunday at Levi Stadium. Marcus Thompson of The Athletic. We'll do it this weekend, and we'll talk to you next week, Marcus.
Thanks, Marcus.
All right, have a good one, homies. Hey, thank you for not, acting like I wasn't answering the phone this time. I appreciate it. What's up, Tim?
It wasn't Yeah. Marcus, we'll talk to you next week. Marcus Thompson of The Athletic. Yeah, last week we called Marcus numerous times when we were supposed to have him on at 3:50. Tim kept saying, I'm getting a busy signal. Then Tim claimed that he called him 7 different times, maybe 8 times.
I think it was 8. I did. I called 8 times.
When we finally got Marcus on about an hour later, Marcus said, "No, dude, nobody's called me. You guys haven't been calling me at all." We accused Tim of calling the wrong number, to which Tim then admitted, wrong phone number.
Well, let's not act like Marcus didn't bail on 3:50 today and I do 4:30.
That's the thing, is Marcus will move at times.
By the way,
the most movable guest.
I know all during the season, I know some people were thinking that Tyler Rogers would sign back with the San Francisco Giants.
Well, not after the report Pavlovich had earlier today where he said Tyler Rogers might price out the Giants. And I was like, if we're getting priced out by Rogers, they ain't getting anybody.
Yep, the Toronto Blue Jays just signed Tyler Rogers on a 3-year, $37 million contract.
Tyler Rogers to the Jays.
To the Jays.
The team that just
won.
So
Walter's happy.
Team that just won the pennant.
Yes.
Team that won the pennant and then signed Dylan Cease.
Yes.
And now they just signed Tyler Rogers.
They did.
To bolster that bullpen.
Yep.
All right.
And we're waiting.
Giants got a Rule 5 catcher, I saw. They got a guy who's got to be on the roster all year, yet he's never played the Pigs. So how about that?
How about that? How about that?
Well, okay, we got things to look forward to, not necessarily with the black and orange, but with the red and gold. We got Niners and Titans on Sunday, 125. I'm going to keep my sights set on the Titans.
Yeah,
for
I
right
got
now.
you.
I don't want to get bent on shit.
I got you.
Buster, you going to fill a hole or what? You know what I mean?
Well, on to the Titans.
Hey, gotta fill some holes.
We going to fill some holes, or what's going on?
It takes time.
All right, we got to tighten up this weekend against the Titans. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you live from Almanac Brewing in Alameda. Our 49er tailgate rolls on ahead of Week 15, the Niners and the Titans. When we come on back, Tim Ryan, he'll be on the call on Sunday with Guy Haberman right here on The Sports Leader. We'll pick his brain about the Niners out of the bye and what's at stake on Sunday. More to come. It's Dirty Work, the greatest show in America on The Sports Leader.
from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The great Dave Fleming. He joined Murph and Marcus this morning.
That'll keep them.
To discuss the quiet winter meetings for the Giants and shared his perspective on the Tony V hiring. Check out that podcast and more on the Sports Leader app and thesportsleader.com.
Danny, you didn't sound all that worried that we were going to miss anything.
Time for muscles.
Yeah, it's just your standard, chest and tries, back and buys.
Metal.
Ronnie James Dio. I'll go Dio. The last in a line.
You need some syrup for that pancake.
Now here's 49ers color commentator Tim Ryan with
Dirty work
on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Dirty work on a Friday from Almanac Brewing in Alameda, our Niner tailgate, and we're joined on the UMA guest line by Tim Ryan. He'll be on the call Sunday, 10 a.m. for the Niners and the Titans. Tim is sponsored by Dignity Health, the official healthcare partner of the San Francisco 49ers and Levi Stadium. Bro, how we doing, Tim, out of the bye?
Bro, you guys are at a brewery, huh? You guys are hanging out
Yeah,
at a brewery.
Yeah, dude, we're pounding.
Let's all raise our glasses together to hopefully
We got
4 in a row. Let's freaking
Yeah, we got everybody doing it. Hell yeah, there we go. Let Tim Ryan hear
There
it.
we go, guys.
Raising the glass to 4-0 this week.
4 in a row, bro.
There we go, 4 in a row, and a chance to.
bro.
They can't lose a bye week, Tim. So I was wondering, man. I mean, you never had a bye week this late, and the Niners have never had a bye week this late. All the byes are over now. What's the biggest challenge for a player coming out of the bye? What do you remember about that?
Well, the vibes are alive because the energy is obvious. You can see it at practice. This team was, I mean, they have been grinding, Copes, as you know, since the end of July, and coaches, players, and everybody else that's putting in long hours over there at the facility. So the vibe is great. The energy and the skip in their step and the bounce in their legs is obvious. You can see it. Their bodies are fresher. The whole challenge of a bye week is, especially when you've won 3 in a row, is are you going to come back and stay in that groove, or are you going to be rusty? And I think when you look at the defensive side of the ball over the last 2 weeks, I mean, what has it been, 8.5 points a game? They've called off. They've certainly called off some of the pressures and some of the blitz packages, and it's simplified the communication. It's simplified it for the guys on the back end. I think Cleveland never got to the red zone, and obviously they only had one explosive play, and they didn't have a lot of points. So you want to keep that going defensively, and then the same thing with the offense in terms of this game will be about execution. I don't care what their record is at 2-11. We saw this offense put 31 on Cleveland's defense and in bad weather. I think defensively they made the mistake of trying to play too much man coverage and trying to blitz Shedeur Sanders, and it ended up biting them. But execution is the name of the game after a bye week. Fresh is great, but if you go out there and you don't execute and you don't pay attention to the details, you'll get your butt beat. So got to execute, and after watching this week's practice and again, back to, you could see the pop in the step, but the execution was on point, certainly over the last couple of days. So let's hope that continues for Sunday's matchup.
Talking to Tim Ryan on the UMA guest line. So what are your impressions of the first overall pick, Cam Ward? I know the 49ers have a league low in sacks, but do you see similar opportunities like a year ago when they played Caleb Williams for the first time and sacked him 6 times? It's a similar situation where I believe Cam Ward has a league when it comes to sacks. So what are you seeing from this rookie quarterback, Tim?
Yeah, well, I think just watching the tape, he's not an easy sack, but he's certainly not as tough of a sack as Caleb Williams is, and we know what those numbers were for Caleb. He certainly has, to me at least, watching the tape, better escapability. This guy is a very, very talented thrower. And, he can throw all three levels, short, intermediate, and deep. He'll adjust his arm slots. They'll be down here. They'll be sideways. It'll be sidearm. It'll be over his head. It looks to me, watching the tape, he likes to throw to the middle of the field. And I think the biggest thing with him, unlike Caleb Williams, his rookie year, is this cat is really decisive on his first read. If his first read is open, he will absolutely rip it, and he'll get there and it'll be accurate. So, and like Caleb, he holds the ball a lot, and their O-line has paid for it. Some of those sacks are going to be on him for holding the ball too long, and then he puts himself in harm's way, and he's got 7 interceptions, and he's lost 6 fumbles, and I think he's put it on the ground 9 times. The thing with the defense, I think when you're playing a guy like this, is you got to get the game in his hands. I think one thing he certainly benefited from when you watch the Cleveland tape from last week was their run game in Pollard and what he was able to do. Had a 60-yard house call and a 30-plus yard house call untouched. Certainly the first play on that outside power. So you got to get it dirty. You got to clog those gaps. Huge game for the second level of the defense. When you talk about Curtis Robinson and D. Winters and Upton Stout, both safeties, because of how Cam Ward likes to feed the ball to the middle. So I would say the biggest thing in this game, as I see it, kind of big picture, is contain Pollard in the run game and then be better tacklers. I mean, you look at the first 12 games of the year, I believe the 49ers were a top 10 tackling team. The last couple of weeks, not nearly as good. And last week, far too many missed tackles, which allowed Judkins to get out there and have a big game on the ground. They averaged about 4.5 a carry. So that is step number one. Get the ball in the hands of the rookie quarterback throwing. Two of his three receivers are rookies also. And Elikai Minor, who's coming on and becoming a big-time target, the Stanford kid, the rookie 4th-round pick. And then Jameer DK, who works out of the slot, move guy. He's always on the move, a lot of gadgets, very good punt returner. But I would say the biggest thing is contain the run game and force that rookie passing game to see if they can go win it.
Talking to Tim Ryan here on the Yuma Guest Line. 125 kick, Niners and the Titans on Sunday right here on the Sports Leader. So Brock comes back. They go 3-0 in the return from Brock. He completes in 2 of those games over 70% of his passes. He was only sacked twice in those 3 games. Would you chalk that up? I mean, it's not any one thing, but the offensive line play has been great in the last 3. Also, Brock's mobility. Just evaluate how clean the pocket's been for him and what he's been able to do with his legs. Because you called that last week or 2 weeks ago, the zone read touchdown, the read option touchdown down in the red zone.
Yeah, and I think they'll continue to sprinkle some of that stuff in. He's an effective runner, especially down near the goal line, and certainly caught Cleveland with it last week. I know the toe is going to bother him all year in terms of just dealing with the pain tolerance. But to me, he does not look affected by it whatsoever at practice or in game. What I loved about last week, and I thought he was outstanding at managing risks. What was that whole game was really, with the weather conditions, going to be about ball security. And I think he threw the ball, 13 incompletions. He had to throw it away 7 or 8 times. We're just, sure. Hell with it. Let it sail it out of bounds and play another down, or guess what? A punt is okay. So I think as long as he does that, I think he's got a chance to cook this week against this secondary. Now they'll have to have a plan, and the protection has been outstanding. And as you guys know, Cleveland was coming off a 10-sack game at the Raiders and got to Brock one time. So the whole idea this week, though, is going to be having a plan for Jeffrey Simmons and some of their blitz package stuff with their linebackers. But Simmons is an absolute war daddy inside. I think he's playing as good as any D tackle in the league, and probably debatable who's playing better, he or Leonard Williams up in Seattle. So, I think Brock, when you look at this secondary, they've had their challenges. Turn on the tape. It's a lot of 4 deep zone, and they'll play a lot of man. And I think if they do that, you're looking at a lot of crossing routes versus the 4 deep and opportunities to run after the catch. Let's get Ricky Pearsall going, please. He's been practicing well. Obviously, his number hasn't been called a lot in games. This could be the week that Ricky really comes alive. Juwan's got a really good matchup. Kittle's got a really good matchup. CMC, as always, has a very good matchup. But I think this could be the game where Brock could, if the Brock clock is working, as I like to say, get it out on time, read it, and rip it. If the Brock clock is on time, and then that goes for the same when, he goes through his progressions and there's nobody open. Read it, rip it, or roll out and go to extend the play with your legs. And I think the more he does that, the more pressure he's going to put on defense and the more success he's going to have.
Tim, you brought him up, Jeffrey Simmons. Just what makes him one of the best defensive tackles in all of football right now?
Well, he's obviously got the skill set when you look at his size and his strength and his power. He's really good in the twist games, whether he's the first guy running through or he's the guy wrapping around. He can win quick, but he can also win with sheer power on some of his counter moves and his club moves. And he's no secret to the NFL. The guy's, I think he was in the Bosa class. I think he's in year 7.
and he's always been a really good player. It seemed to have dipped over the last couple of years. When I put on the tape and watch number 98 this year, I see a guy who's in much better condition and, does not seem to wear down in terms of his cardiovascular. So, as great as players are, they get that heart rate up about 170, 180. They're different. He's definitely in better shape this year, and you can see it. It's showing up, and then all his skill sets can shine.
Talking to Tim Ryan, nice enough to join us here on the Yuma Guest Line. 125 kick on Sunday, Niners and the Tennessee Titans. When we look at what the Niners had struggled with, we just talked about getting to the quarterback. How correctable is that this late in the year? They are going to get some help, not this week, but Samo at some point. Tatum Bethune's going to come back, and also Yetur Gross-Matos had his window open. Do you think that personnel is enough to sort of change their pass rush fortunes in the last month?
Well, I mean, Bryce Huff is a really, really good pass rusher and can win his one-on-ones. It's been a challenge for a lot of the other guys, and I think what Chris Furster has done, and it's nothing new, but running the twist games, running the two-man twist where one guy goes through, the other guy wraps around, or some three-man twists, and they attack protections. Which way is the center turning? Where is the running back going to be lined up in protection, and be able to attack it that way? It was very effective at Cleveland. Cleve Farrell has been a big shot in the arm. I think the ends are rushing good. It's just have not had that guy inside that can really whip somebody quick. So Keon White's got that skill set. He's got that ability, but would I expect this to be, they got 16 sacks now. They finished with 30 sacks. Probably not. But maybe. I think the way that I think Robert Saleh has kind of adjusted the last 3 weeks, a lot of times when he's calling pressures, you guys, it's not always to get a free runner. It's send an extra guy to get guys one-on-ones, the pass rushers. Well, if they're not winning their one-on-ones and the coverage isn't linked up and it's not tight behind it, you end up giving up a lot of explosive plays. So I think Robert, it looks like to me over the last 3 games, has certainly dialed down the pressures and let the rush plan work for what it is, which is having the ability to squeeze and keep these quarterback, discipline rush lanes and keeping these guys in the pocket. I think that's the focus going forward, and keep working those twist games and don't make errors behind it. Keep it in front of you, rally up, make a tackle, and especially these young quarterbacks, they will eventually on long drives, I promise you, more times than not, make an error.
Talking to Tim Ryan on the UMA guest line, just a couple more minutes. I want to get your opinion on this, Tim. I know that you're focused on the Tennessee Titans this week, and the 49ers could see Phillip Rivers in 2 weeks. He's coming out of retirement to play for them. We had Steve Young on our show a couple days ago saying that if Phillip Rivers comes back and slings it and plays well, then it's a bad sign for football that defenses are not as sophisticated as they used to be. Would you agree with that, or would you say it's just because Phillip Rivers is a former Hall of Famer and he still knows how to play the position?
No, boy, that's a statement right there. I don't know. I think some of these coverages and some of the things, and certainly it looks simplified this year with a lot of people playing 2D. And maybe the league has changed where you keep it in front of you and nobody wants to get beat over the top. That's obvious when you watch pro football this year. But at the end of the day, when it's, they get into the 3rd and longs, Phillip's going to have to hold it. And what happens to Phillip when he gets hit is the question. I mean, can the guy still read? He's been playing this offense forever. He remembers the old school defenses where it was a lot of blitz pressures, and certainly some teams are still doing it, and a lot of man coverage. Phillip can beat any defense. I don't care how complex the scheme is. You're not going to trick him with, disguising safeties and will backers and other things to kind of get him off of his reads. The real question is his mobility, and when guys are covered and it's 3rd and long and you got to hold the ball a little bit and he gets rocked a few times. That's the challenge of being 44 years old. Mobility and ability to, hold up in terms of physically.
Tim Ryan, the voice you hear, will be on the call.
I ran 2 blocks.
Yeah.
I ran 2 blocks the other night and my knee swelled up the next morning. Come on, man.
Come on, man. How about Derek trying to start a fight with you and Steve Young?
I'm not
like
trying
that,
to
man.
fight.
Derek's trying to draw a line in the sand.
I just want your opinion on that. I disagree with Steve on that one.
Come on.
I just like to stir the pot.
What the defense was anyway, Steve would just take off and crease you with his legs. It wouldn't matter.
Exactly. There you go.
That's why he's always mad he's not playing in today's era. He's like, man, you know what I could do today? I'm like, I know, man. I know. I'm sure there's a lot of retired quarterbacks who feel that way. Tim Ryan will be on the call on Sunday with Guy Haberman for the Niners and the Titans. Tim, have a great call, man. Looking forward to seeing you Sunday for the home stretch.
Later, T-Rock.
You guys are awesome, man. Enjoy the weekend, and let's toast again to 4 in a row. Let's freaking go.
The Brock clock, bro. That's what we need. The Brock clock on Sunday.
On time.
Tim Ryan will be on the call Sunday. Pregame starts at 10 a.m. right here on The Sports Leader. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work is live from Almanac Brewing here in Alameda. And we are still going to catch up, by the way, with Larry Kruger to wish you a Merry Krugmas coming up at 5:30. He'll also be with you at 6 o'clock. That's not so stupid.
On the first day of Krugmas.
The first day of Krugmas. My true love gave to me a Niner defensive tackle on the practice squad. He'd be some practice squad guy. Remember he said in preseason, he was like, I'm checking out. It's like Christmas morning. I'm looking under the tree for a Tatum Bethune.
Christmas morning.
He literally named dropped Bethune.
Yeah, I know.
I hope they got batteries so I can use it Christmas morning.
Turned out to be a factor.
It's going to have to be here.
Joke's on us.
Not playing this week with the high ankle sprain. Sam O not playing, and neither is Nick Martin, Eric Kendricks, or Yetur Gross-Matos this weekend as well, though Kyle Juszczyk is a go for Sunday. So we'll take a quick break. When we come on back, we every week catch up with 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan. He joined us yesterday, and we'll replay it for you next. Dirty Work rolls on the Replay Leader. Hey, y'all, it's the cue to call. If you want tickets to the Masonic for Jim
right
Gaffigan
now.
tickets,
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Matt Mayoko, NBC Sports Bay Area extraordinaire. He joined the Gregs this morning to discuss the latest Niners injury news and preview their Week 15 matchup against the Titans. What do you expect from the Niners coming off their bye week? Let us know in the YouTube chat or give us a call at 415-808-KNBR.
faithful. To him, it's not just a team, it's family.
I appreciate everyone in here. Love you guys.
Yes, sir! Here's the head coach of your 49ers, Kyle Shanahan.
You got a chance to do something this year, man.
On the Sports Leader.
We do it every week of the Niners season with 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan. He is sponsored by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers. By Ayala, Morgan, and Bazard. When you've been injured in an auto accident, don't just need an attorney. You need a heavy hitter. Contact Ayala, Morgan, and Bazard. And by Friedman's Appliance, proudly serving all of Northern California with a wide selection of luxury appliances. Visit them in Pleasant Hill to see the Friedman's difference. 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan joins us on the UMA guest line. What's up, Coach? How you doing, man?
Good, guys. How you doing?
Doing well. How we feeling after the bye? Does it feel rested, like it's been too long since you've been back on the field?
It did at first, but now that we got 3 practices in, I'm finally feeling normal again. So it was a good rest, nice to refresh, and we've been able to knock the rust off here and ready to get into this game now.
Well, good deal. Home stretch with 4 more games starting on Sunday against the Titans and Tennessee. They come to town for a 125. Saw a report from our earlier practice today. Christian McCaffrey limited with an illness. Is there any concern about him for this week? Is that something severe?
No, he'll be all right.
That'd be good on Christian McCaffrey. And the return of Eddie Pinheiro, also the opening of the practice window for Yetur Gross-Matos. How has he been the couple of days you've had him on the field?
Yeah, today was the first day we had him out there, so it was a good start, and we'll see for Sunday, but at least we're going the right direction now.
So I know before you left for the bye week, you said your plans were to chill with the family and watch games. So how do you watch games with the family? Do you keep tabs on the Seahawks and Rams? Are you flipping around Sunday Ticket? You doing Red Zone? Like, how do you watch games when you have a bye week?
Well, first of all, I'm terrible at watching him now because all I knew was DirecTV and NFL Sunday and all the streaming stuff and everything. And I'm probably going to get made fun of a lot, but I feel very out of touch with it, and I struggle to go back and forth. I got the hang of it a little bit towards the end. I kept going back to Red Zone. My wife gets annoyed with the Red Zone because she feels like she doesn't watch any game.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I feel that.
Which I do get. But I kind of hit them all up. But I definitely watch the ones that I know affect us the most. But I kind of get too worked up watching those also. So I try to spread around and enjoy it and treat it as a little bit of an off day. But it's kind of tough to do that when it affects everything so much.
I mean, it affects you personally, and obviously the success of the team and what's happening around you guys. But do you find yourself falling into fandom or watching as a fan at any point? Or are you constantly in coach mode while you're watching?
No, I think I watch it. One thing I realize is, minus these last 20 years, but before I started coaching, that's all I did. My whole life I can remember. There wasn't a Sunday since I think I was 5 years old that I wasn't sitting right next to my mom watching every game just like I did with my family this weekend. Or if my dad had a home game, I was always at those. And I was always sitting watching college football on Saturdays. So I feel like that's been my whole life. And it's kind of, we get a few days off and, we're sitting around and it's Wednesday and I'm just sitting like, man, when's the Thursday night game going to get here? I just want to watch some football as a fan. And then my wife and I are excited for Thursday night. We're excited to watch some college football on Saturday. And then I got to watch it on Sunday as a fan. And I get why everyone enjoys the weekends. Like, that's why my kids are always telling me I can never stop. They got to keep doing it. I got to do this forever. And I'm glad we entertain you guys every single weekend. But it's a little more stressful when I'm not sitting here on the couch hanging out with you guys. But I get the feeling because that's why it's a cool sport. And I love it just as much as everyone else.
Talking to the head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, on the UMA guest line. So yesterday you were asked if you were reflective during the bye week on what you've accomplished so far, and you said no, you can easily lose the last 4 games of the season. And I assume most coaches think that way. So was your father the same way? Like, when you were younger, did you and your family get reflective with your dad during a good Broncos season? Did he have to tell you guys, like, nothing's accomplished yet?
Yeah, definitely. I don't think it's like my family's the same way. Like, they'll tell me how easy a team's going to be because of a record or something they see, and then I'll explain to them something, and I'll be like, no, not at all. You guys haven't seen this defense, or no, you haven't seen what this receiver can do. Like, you guys have no idea how hard it's going to be to win this game, and I'm just keeping it real because I know it is through experiences, and then we win by 2 scores, and they're laughing at me when I see them when I walk in the door, and they're like, there you go, just being negative, and I'm like, no, I'm not being negative. Like, these are life experiences that I've built up, and what I'm just telling you, like, and I feel the same with 9-4. Yes, it is great, but I also, when you enter a season, your goal is to get in the playoffs. So you can get in those playoffs and have a chance to make the ultimate goal, which is the Super Bowl. And before a season starts, you're trying to, hey, your first goal, let's get in those playoffs, which there's 7 teams. And if you're not, your season's going to end. And we're sitting here at 9-4 in December. And yes, you can see the end. It is close. And you can see how we can do it. But there's also no difference than week 1. We're at 9-4. We could still be any one of these seeds from 1 to 7, and we could also not make the playoffs. So it's hard for me to be reflective with 4 games to go when it's the exact same situation as there's with 17 games to go. And and you don't think this way till you do it. But I've started 5-0 and not made the playoffs. There's lots of things like that happen, and I've been 3-6 and have made the playoffs. So just over time, and you experience that, you just know it's not a coaching trait. It's just your experiences of never get too high and never get too low. You'll reflect when it's all done.
We're talking to Kyle Shanahan on the UMA guest line. I wonder, about your preparation when you look forward during the bye week, when you're prepping for this game. You get extra time, obviously, because everybody's on bye and you're away from the team. But when it comes to play design, is this an opportunity for you when you watch tape to design new plays? Is that a week to week thing? Is there a generality to it where you say, hey, I can just develop this, and if we see this defense, we can use it at any point? How does that preparation work for you? Maybe season long, but specifically in the bye week.
Bye week, not much, because designing new plays has to do with, every play has been designed, in my opinion. It has to do with thinking of how to attack a defense a certain way and how to use your personnel to do it. And so there's certain things you need to see to inspire that or to spark something of creativity, and that usually has to do with watching film. And that's where that all comes, on how to put a plan together, because you're not just coming up with some random new play like, oh man, I bet I'm going to come up with this hook and lateral that no one's ever seen before. It has to do with how to attack something you're seeing on tape, which has to do with watching tape all week. But when I do get a week off and stuff, and I'm just sitting around and I'm watching football just for fun, like I did this weekend, it's usually about 30 minutes into a game where I need to go get my iPad out of my briefcase, because I did just see something that sparked an idea, and I want to write it down so I don't forget it. Now, I can't confirm anything because I'm not seeing all 22 on this, but I just saw somebody do something that I feel like ties to something we could use, and I write it down, so when I do get back into the office and I can really evaluate whether it makes sense or not, I have usually about 8 to 12 things written down just from hanging out and watching football as a fan.
I know you're focused on Tennessee this week, and you have the Colts next week, but it's interesting you could potentially play Phillip Rivers when you inquired about him coming out of retirement in 2022. So during that time, did you have to convince Phillip to join the team if something happened to Brock, or did you know before you picked up the phone that he was looking for another opportunity?
I can't remember exactly how it panned out. I know Lynch and him had talked first, them having a relationship and knowing each other, especially living in San Diego together. And I think... And I definitely can't remember this exactly, but I remember Lynch asking me if I would be interested. And I was like, are you serious? Like, Phillip Rivers is with one of the best quarterbacks of all time. And he could play when he retired, so of course I'd be interested. And then when I forget when he told me that, but then when Jimmy went down, and it was Brock for sure, and we played that half of that game versus Miami, we were talking about it that night, and I believe I talked to Phillip personally on that Monday, and he was saying that he did want to do it, he was ready, and I would say I would love to have him, and he was asking about time and stuff, and I was like, well, listen here, we have a real good feeling about this rookie that we have. He hasn't played, obviously, but we don't have a backup either, and there's a lot of football to go, and we have a really good team. I really want to we're going to give this guy a shot, but we want you to keep being prepared. 1, for if there's an injury, all right, or 2, if he's not quite ready once he gets out there, because our team's too good. And then he played so well in the first game, and he played so well in the second game. And I remember talking to Phillip through it, and it was just like, man, you're right, this guy is playing good, but he'll be ready if there's an injury. And so Phillip, our players didn't know or anything, but he was always in our install meetings on Zoom, and he was studying stuff like that and watching it usually with his son and preparing for that moment. And Brock just went on such a roll, never lost a game. And I just remember when he tore his UCL in the playoff game, sitting there, and whatever it was, the first quarter, And I remember them telling me he tore his UCL, and I was like, what does that mean? They're like, that means he's done. I go for the game, and they're like, no, he's done for the year. He's going to have to get surgery. And right there I was like, all right, we got to win this, and I hope Philip's still ready because that means he's coming next week.
Yeah.
And obviously we didn't, but I mean it went that long with him.
It's fascinating because there's so many layers to so many positions in the NFL and across sports, but specifically to the quarterback position. When you evaluate a player like that, I mean, obviously you said he was in the install and he was aware of what was going on offensively, but you brought in Josh Johnson that year and he'd had a track record. But when you evaluate a quarterback, whether it's in season or out of season, what is it that you're looking for, be it from a veteran or a young player, either physically, mentally? What do you look for in your evaluation process?
Well, I mean, in that situation, it was mainly our team and who could come in and, we felt we had a Super Bowl team and who could come in and help that. And, and we didn't have Josh at the time. Right. We took Josh off someone else's practice squad. And I think the first time we had him was on a Thursday night game versus Seattle when Brock had a broken rib. And that's why we were really trying to hope that Brock could go because Josh had only been here, I think, for 3 days. And that's really all we had in the building. But for me, and especially a guy like Philip, when you have a guy, Philip was just so, everyone knows how good he was, but I still think he's one of the more underrated quarterbacks of all time because, he didn't win a Super Bowl, and then when you don't do that, you don't get as pumped up as much, but he was good as all the great ones who did, and it was the way that he played, just the way he attacked coverages, how he could pick up blitzes, how he hung in the pocket. The guy didn't, even as he got older and couldn't move, he could sit there and take hits and let plays develop and get that ball to the right spot, and when you have someone who can just naturally play in a pocket and get the ball to the right spots based off the holes in defenses, that means they're going to be able to run your offense and good players are going to get the ball. And that's really what you need when you have a talented team like that. But it's got to be a certain style of quarterback who knows how to distribute the ball to all those guys.
A couple more minutes with Kyle Shanahan on the UMA guest line. Happy early birthday to you. This Sunday is your birthday. Can you remember how many times you've had to coach a game on your birthday?
I know one in particular because it was Johnny Manziel's first start. And
really? Okay.
And we got shut out, and I think we were 8th on offense, and the next Monday we were like 20th on offense, and it was December. I didn't know you could fall that much, so it was one of the worst birthdays ever, to tell you the truth. So that was the only time I can remember being shut out, and for it to happen on your birthday. And I remember I got home and it's 10 degrees in Cleveland. My wife got me a Vespa for my birthday. I always wanted a motorcycle, but she said that would be too irresponsible for our kids to have a motorcycle. So I talked her into getting me a Vespa, and I was so upset when I got home, but it was my birthday, so I went out and rode the Vespa in 10-degree weather, and I was so upset, but it was a nice, very cold ride. But that's really my only birthday game that I really remember.
Oh, dude, I kill for a video of that, dude. Just you in the 10-degree weather, man, and all the Vespa in Cleveland.
Shows I wasn't in a good spot.
Before we let you go, man, we had just on the Phil Rivers tip, we had Steve Young on yesterday. We talked to him every couple of weeks, and we asked him sort of jokingly if Indianapolis had called him, but he did point out that when your dad Mike was in Denver, he tried to get Steve to come out of retirement a couple of different times. Do you remember anything about that? Did you ever know that story?
Oh, yeah, I totally remember it. I mean, I was a freshman in high school when we went to Denver, so, I mean, I was that age like my son is right now, that every single free agent idea, anything possible, I was always trying to be in my dad's ear about. So I remember when he was telling me about Steve Young. I mean, that was so cool. I remember I was always trying to hope that he could pull that off when John. I think at the main time was when John retired.
Right.
From what I remember, but yeah, that was so cool, and I wish he would have done it.
Oh, Kyle, always appreciate.
I think he's done all right without it.
I think Steve's doing okay.
He's been fine. Yeah,
he's been fine, dude. Kyle, always appreciate the time, man. Great to have you back on. Good luck on Sunday. We'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, Coach.
All right, guys. Thanks. Talk to you later.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Back live here from Almanac Brewing in Alameda. Dirty Work rolls on a Friday for our 49er tailgate. Great stuff talking to Tracy Sandler earlier. We caught up with Marcus Thompson of The Athletic, and now and then Tim Ryan. And now a hit we do every Friday because you can't start your weekend unless you get a little taste of Krug. Larry Krueger joins us on the UMA guest line. He'll be up at 6 o'clock with a little Niners Nightly from 6 until 7. Krug, Merry Krugmas, dude. How are you?
My guys. How you guys doing?
We're good,
What's
bro.
up, Krug?
Out at Almanac, which you know well, man. It's a great spot and a lot of good Niner fans out here. Dude, I'm excited and I'm optimistic about the final 4 weeks of the season. Where are you, Krug?
I'm really excited. I think things are coming together, man. I see this whole thing coming together. I think the Bears or the Lions could wind up in that 7 seed. Maybe they could take out the Rams for the Niners. I'm feeling a run the table moment coming here.
So, Krug, we've discussed how we're still a little concerned about the 49ers defense, but when you watch the other teams in the NFC, the Eagles in their offense, the Lions in their defense, the Buccaneers in their everything right now, does it kind of feel like the 49ers' problems when it comes to the defense might be a little more manageable in these last 4 weeks?
Well, it's just wide open. It's a war of attrition. There's all kinds of guys going down. The Lions just lost Brian Branch. Packers lost Tucker Kraft. And, Buffalo lost Ed Oliver. And just like you look around and you're like, man, none of these teams are full throttle. So it's just going to be about who's got the best head coach, who's got the best quarterback, who plays the cleanest football, and maybe who plays on special teams. I think for the 49ers, you got to feel good because the special teams are great. You got a terrific coach. You got a quarterback that's playing well. You can have a backup that you feel confident you can win with. So, I'd love to see them get the running game going a little bit better, and I'd love to see them get some of their speed out there. Show me a Cowing. Show me a Watkins. How about a Ricky Pearsall sighting? Any of those 3 guys would be nice because right now they're just kind of slow and they don't run it well. But if they could run it better and get some of their speed out there, I think they could look a lot more daunting than they do right now.
Krug, honestly, is it a good thing if we're seeing Cowing at this point?
Well, it's funny. Copes was amazing. Very few things shock me anymore covering the Niners. But today, Shanahan was asked about Cowing, and it's like as soon as he's ready to roll, we're going to open his window. Like, they want him back. And I'll say this, too. I did an interview Wednesday with Jacob Robinson, one of the corners. And I just said, hey, man, corners, no receivers. Who's the toughest cover in this room? And he looked around. He said, Jacob Cowing. And he described why. He said he's a good route runner. He knows how to set up corners. He said he can run by you. So I think there's some people inside that building that think pretty highly of Jacob Cowing.
So, Krug, what was the vibe around the facility coming back from the bye? I know it's been a grind the last 13 weeks of just nonstop football. Do the guys seem well rested for the rest of the way?
Yeah, they really do. The vibe was the room was bouncing and guys are feeling good. I do think they've used Kittle, JJ, CMC a little too much, and maybe the other guys not enough. So you do see Kittle and CMC was sick. Kittle and JJ are pretty banged up. Because they've taken a lot of the hits and they've gotten a lot of the run. But the vibe in the room is you got a lot of young players, you got a lot of great players, and there's a belief that their best ball's coming.
Talking to Larry Krueger, nice enough to join us here. You can hear Krug coming up in about 20 minutes on Niners Nightly from 6 until 7 tonight right here on The Sports Leader. Krug, I'm of the mindset and the position, like you can never overlook a pro football team. I feel like it's almost better that the Niners are seeing a bad Titans team off of a victory and they're coming off of a bye. I might be like angered or disappointed in the postgame on Sunday if this is anything less than a 9-point victory.
It's funny. We got a guy coming up tonight. And we talked to a couple different people from Tennessee, and they're just so overwhelmingly negative about Tennessee and their chances.
Yeah.
Guys, they haven't won back-to-back since November of 2022. You know, I mean, that was quite a while ago. I mean, you know, at that point, I mean, everybody still thought Jonathan Kuminga had a future with the Warriors. I mean, it was a while ago.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, it's a great distance ago. So I was
like, Krug, I thought Luciano could still be like a key cornerstone piece back in 2022.
Yeah, I thought there was.
You know what I mean?
I thought there was a chance that Luciano wouldn't just be handed away for nothing. You know.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. Same. I thought he might be on a roster like taking at bats or something, but no. Who'd have thought?
But no, I mean, the Niners got to win this game for sure. And to me, I'll tell you what I'd love to see. I'd love to see them get up by 10, and then without really sitting him out, just kind of go to Brian Robinson and use other guys besides CMC. CMC's got 320 some odd touches. If you get a lead in this game, I think it's a B-Rob game.
So, Krug, I mean, I like to watch. I like to think I have a good gauge of every NFL team, but I got to admit I haven't watched a ton of Titans football. So, what are your impressions of Cam Ward? And I know the 49ers have a league low in sacks, but do you see like a similar opportunity like last year when they faced Caleb Williams and the Bears for the first time and sacked him 6 times with how much Cam Ward's been sacked this season?
Yeah, Derek, he holds the ball too long. I mean, you know, like a lot of young quarterbacks, right? He does that, and he holds the ball too long. I think they're getting him. You know, I don't know if it's advantage Niners because early in the first 10 games of the year, he's completing like 58%. Now that completion percentage since week 11 is like 62%. So he's starting to see it a little bit better. You know, I think you saw in that Arizona game, if you get in the fourth quarter with Cam Ward, he's going to make plays. I mean, he's always been like kind of a comeback kid, plays big in big moments. So they just got to make sure that the game's not tight at the end. But I like Cam Ward. I think Cam Ward, he's got a good arm. He's a leader. He's got great work ethic. You know, he's not the player that he's going to be in 2 years, but he can still beat you if you let him hang around.
I'm talking to Larry Kruger here a few more minutes. Krug, there was a report that came out, Mike Silver supported this and put this out there, that Robert Saleh last offseason, when he was interviewing for head coaching jobs, was offered a pretty lucrative deal to join the Raiders as Pete Carroll's defensive coordinator, with the plan that at some point when Carroll was no longer there, Saleh would become the head coach. I guess 2 parts here. Does that system work in the NFL where you can promise a guy a job beyond the head coaching tenure? Because we've seen that with Belichick and didn't work out. I feel like it works in college but not in the pros. And then the second question is, would you be surprised if Robert Saleh were back with the Niners next year?
Well, you know, I would be surprised if he's back with the Niners next year, because I just do think that in some ways, when Bosa and Warner went out, it really highlighted Robert, and I think other football people are going to see that, and they're going to hold him. Also, I think that the Niner or the Shanahan coaching system is probably the most prevalent and the most desired around the league. And so if you hire Saleh, he's got all these great connections to the LaFleurs and the Kubiaks and all these guys. He's going to find a good OC that runs this system, and you're going to get Kyle's system and Robert Saleh. So I do think Robert Saleh is going to be highly coveted. As far as that situation, I think it works only if you have it all outlined contractually, and you got a damn good agent, and he gets it all, you know, no promises, no handshake deals. It has to be all ironclad. But, I mean, I'll say this for Robert Saleh. Robert Saleh's a really smart guy, and he understands the dynamic at play here. He's special, ain't that special. From what I mean by that is, you know, he's going to get a second chance to be an NFL head coach because he's special. But he ain't that special that he's going to get a third or a fourth chance. So he already went with loser Jets. Does he really want to go with loser Mark Davis? Really, seriously, sorry, Derek, you may have some affinity for Mark, but,
no,
you know what? What's he going to do?
No.
He's going to take you to Great Clips and P.F. Chang's? You know, what do you do on day 2? You know, Robert's got a shaved head. Otherwise, I'd say maybe. But no, it just doesn't fit. He's only got one more shot. He's got to make it good. He's got to make it, you know, it's got to be a solid organization. Like, I'll give you an example of a Robert Saleh job that I think I would take if I was him. look how bad the Ravens are this year. John Harbaugh's got to be at the end. At some point, it's going to end for John Harbaugh. He may be at the end. If I'm Robert Saleh, that's the job I take. When they get rid of him in Baltimore, and you have Eric DeCosta, and you got a really solid organization, a great pipeline of talent, and you got a quarterback. I'm not going anywhere unless I got a GM that I like, an organization that I like, and a quarterback that I like. So, maybe Baltimore would make a lot of sense if that job opens.
Talking to Larry Krueger on the UMA guest line. We're all going to be focused on Tennessee and the 49ers this weekend, but this slate is really good this weekend, and I got to say there's probably more compelling games in the later slate with the Packers and the Broncos and the Lions and the Rams. So I just want to get your opinion on those two games, Krug. How do you see those games going down?
I like the Lions. I think the Lions are the best team in the NFC. That's just, they happen to have 8 wins, and they're on the outside looking in, and they've had some injuries, and they're not quite the same team, but I think they beat the Rams. LA's not a hard place to play. The Lions, our backs are against the wall. They did lose Brian Branch, and that hurts. And they're going to have a hard time covering some of these receivers. But Aiden Hutchinson, I like the Lions. They're rugged. The Lions are going to score points. The Rams are going to have a hard time defending Jahmyr Gibbs. So I like the Lions. What's the other game? Packers?
Packers and Broncos. Packers and Broncos.
This is tough because, I think the NFC is better than the AFC. But I like the Broncos at home. It's a tough place to play. They're 6-0 at home for a reason. They've won 11 games for a reason. They run the ball. Nick Bonito's a great player. They got a terrific secondary. I know the Broncos are up, but I have to look at the injury report. I think it's a coin flip game, but give me Denver, man. Give me Denver in that game.
All right.
Just your thoughts, Krug, on the Phillip Rivers return. We got some cool insight from Kyle Shanahan yesterday about 2023, that he was actually in on some of those install meetings for the Niners. Like, that's how close it was at any point, him becoming a 49er back in 2023. But, how wild of a story is this, and do you have any expectations for how he could perform?
I think it's one of the most wild stories of our lifetime when it comes to the NFL. I think it's going to set a precedent. The ratings if he plays well against the Seahawks, the ratings for the Monday Nighter between Colts and Niners are going to be off the charts. But he's not going to play well. He's going to play terrible, and Boye Mafe is going to crush him, and he's going to get hurt, and it's really a bad decision. And I can't believe he's doing this. He's 44. He hasn't played in 5 years. Heck, when I take 3 or 4 days off from streaming, I'm like, where do I plug everything in? This guy's going to disappear. This guy's going to disappear for 5 years, and suddenly he's going to get away from Boye Mafe? No. He's an old guy. He's going to look like a really old guy. I think this is a bad idea. I think he's going to get hurt. I think it's going to end poorly. I do agree with Lynch, who's told Murph and Marcus, it's a courageous move, man. These guys are all pretty tough guys, but this is a courageous move. This is taking on a tough fight when you're past the age of fighting. It's like, it's you just don't want to do that, and I just think it's a bad. I admire Phillip Rivers, but you know what this is? This is no longer sport. This is crossing into spectacle.
Yeah, I'm with you, dude. And as you stated, we just realized the other day he's also a grandfather. Krug could be the second grandpa to play in the NFL, but as you pointed out, one of the great sires of all time, no matter what happens in the next 4 games.
Can you even sack a grandpa? Any sack at all on a grandpa is going to happen. Yeah. A sack on a grandpa is going to draw a flag, You can't go low. You can't go high. What do you do? You hand him a glass of carrot juice? What do you do?
Larry Krueger coming up at 6 o'clock with Niners Nightly from 6 until 7, and you'll hear him on pregame and postgame with us this weekend, Niners and the Titans on Sunday. Krug, Merry Krugmas, dude. We'll talk to you soon.
Later, Krug.
Hey, you guys have to hear my guest tonight on Niners Nightly. I've been doing radio since 1995. I have to say that this guest is probably the most negative guest I've ever encountered since I've done radio. So if you're driving out of that place, tune it into the leader and listen to the negativity of this Titans beat writer. It's off the charts.
Get you fired up for Sunday for a Niner victory. Krug and the negativity around the Titans coming up at 6 o'clock. We'll talk to you later, Krug.
Later, guys.
All right, later, bro. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work live from Almanac Brewing here in Alameda. When we come on back, we will put the show to bed. Dirty Work on a Friday on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The great Dave Fleming, he joined Murph and Marcus this morning.
That'll keep them.
To discuss the quiet winter meetings for the Giants and shared his perspective on the Tony V hiring. Check out that podcast and more on the Sports Leader app and thesportsleader.com.
Danny, you didn't sound all that worried that we were going to miss anything.